In a world where cultivation reigns supreme, Han Qing finds himself thrust into chaos after his master meets an untimely demise. Unexpectedly, he becomes entwined with his enchanting mistress, who is now carrying his child. As danger lurks and betrayal becomes a way of life, Han Qing must navigate the treacherous waters of power struggles and dark secrets. With the threat of a deadly poison looming over them, he must harness his alchemical skills to save not only himself, but also the woman he never intended to entrap. As he delves deeper into the world of cultivation, the line between ally and enemy blurs, and survival becomes a game of wit and cunning. Will he rise to greatness or fall into the abyss of despair? Han Qing, I am pregnant, in the realm of Su Kingdom, within the city of Fusong, at the Chun residence. In the courtyard, a youth clad in a blue robe kneels on the ground, his appearance unremarkable, yet his expression is one of astonishment. Before him stands a woman, holding a ruler, dressed in white, her figure voluptuous and alluring. She possesses a fair complexion and exquisite beauty, resembling jade and snow. This is Han Qing's master's wife, Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui gazes at the earnest Han Qing with unparalleled fury, her teeth clenched in rage. The Qin family is a minor sect of cultivators within Su Kingdom, comprising only 3 practitioners, the head of the Qin family, Nangong Shui, and her eldest daughter, Qin Zining. A month prior, the head of the Qin family met with misfortune, having been ambushed, with his body never returned, only a storage bag sent back. Devastated, Nangong Shui opened the sole relic, the storage bag, from which a cloud of pink mist rapidly emerged, enveloping the entire room. Inhaling this mist caused her mind to become clouded. The pink mist not only disorients one's senses, but also incites romantic feelings in cultivators. With no outlet for her emotions, Nangong Shui risked damaging her cultivation foundation. In a daze, she rushed into Han Qing's room, resulting in a passionate night together. Originally, Han Qing was a servant taken in by the Qin family. With a low-grade fire spiritual root, the head of the Qin family guided him onto the path of longevity, making him his disciple, while Nangong Shui became his master's wife. Yet, a month later, she discovers herself pregnant. At this moment, she glares at Han Qing with murderous intent. Pregnancy. She could never have imagined carrying the child of a mere servant. Han Qing lifts his gaze to behold the stunning visage of his master's wife, feeling a stir in his heart. Truly, she is breathtaking, with skin as white as snow. Moreover, she stands barefoot, her delicate feet glowing against the wooden floor. Master, do not dare to interrupt. Nangong Shui raises the ruler, a surge of mystical energy erupting from it, revealing it to be a magical artifact. An overwhelming aura radiates from her, as countless streams of spiritual energy coalesce upon the ruler. Nangong Shui is a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while Han Qing is merely at the 3rd level. Master, wait. Master, you wouldn't want the fire and cold poison within you to erode your soul, would you? Han Qing speaks. What do you mean? Nangong Shui's expression darkens. The pink mist from a month ago was the dreaded fire and cold poison, which can only be alleviated through intimate relations between a man and a woman. However, it cannot be completely eradicated and will worsen over time, ultimately affecting the soul and leading one to constantly seek partners. This poison was concocted by the renowned Haoan sect, and cultivators fear soul damage above all else. The consequences can range from becoming a fool to instantaneous demise, not to mention the impossibility of future foundation establishment and the path to longevity. Nangong Shui, of course, aspires to tread the path of longevity. She allied with the head of the Qin family, hoping to leverage his resources for her cultivation, not wishing to suffer soul damage before even establishing her foundation. Can you resolve this fire and cold poison? I can. Han Qing nods. Master, do not forget, I am an alchemist. My master also taught me the art of alchemy. The fire and cold poison requires a first-tier premium fire and cold pill for alleviation. This pill is precisely within my capability to concoct, Han Qing proclaims with a smile. What? You can concoct the fire and cold pill? Being a first-tier pill, it is naturally within my means. Master, Han Qing's lips curl into a slight smile. With my master deceased, there is no one to care for you or the young lady. Moreover, you carry my child. Thus, it is only right that I look after you. This fire and cold pill is unlikely to appear in the market, making it difficult for you to procure. You wouldn't want your soul to suffer damage, would you? What does that imply? Nangong Shui's expression shifts dramatically. Han Qing, you are courting death. Master, do not be agitated. I will await you in the room. If you have made your decision, then enter. Han Qing opens the door with a creak and steps inside. Nangong Shui's expression fluctuates. A mere servant at the third level dares to make such demands of her? What audacity! Nangong Shui bites her tender red lip, her chest heaving, presenting a captivating scene. For rogue cultivators, acquiring cultivation resources and spiritual stones is exceedingly challenging. Therefore, purchasing spiritual herbs for alchemy is far more resource efficient than direct alchemy. Not every cultivator has the ability to concoct pills. Only major sects like Hahuan sect can afford to maintain alchemists. Small families can hardly sustain them. Hence, Nangong Shui not only needs the fire and cold pill, but also requires Han Qing, the alchemist. Her countenance turns icy, as if she has made a monumental decision. She steps into the room and closes the door. Moments later, a cacophony erupts from within, lasting for the duration of a burning incense stick. You scoundrel, I am your master's wife. Get out. If I do not see the fire and cold pill within 10 days, Han Qing, I will have you torn to shreds. Han Qing exits the room. Nangong Shui sits on the bed, draped in a thin layer of silk. Her snow-white shoulders are exposed, igniting boundless imagination. Beneath the silk lies an astonishing figure, tantalizingly concealed. In the back courtyard of the Chun residence, there exists a small spiritual herb garden, cultivated over the years by the head of the Qin family. Han Qing has previously tended to this garden. He licks his lips, sensing the lingering fragrance of his master's wife. She truly is enchanting. Ding. Dual cultivation partner acquired. Partner emotional value, 10. Alchemy system enhancement. Experience in cultivation, 1001000. Reward. Xianyu spiritual liquid X1. Accelerates spiritual plant growth by 5. Han Qing's lips curve upward. A month ago, he traversed into this realm of cultivation, inhabiting the body of another Han Qing, who was poisoned by his master's wife. Since I have arrived, I shall make the most of it. To cultivate diligently and embark upon the path of longevity is the correct course. A flash of brilliance radiates from his hand, revealing a small white jade vial. This is indeed a precious item. With this Xian Yuling Yi, the growth of spiritual herbs can be hastened. As a Dan master, I shall continuously acquire abundant resources for cultivation. For cultivators, the most vital aspect is the resource for training. With resources in hand, who fears the inability to comprehend the Tao of longevity? With resources, who worries about the absence of enchanting female cultivators by their side? Han Qing's expression subtly revealed a hint of excitement. He poured the Xian Yuling Yi onto a spiritual plant radiating a blue, ethereal glow. The growth of this spiritual plant was visibly accelerated. Chapter 2, I want my senior sister to assist in my cultivation. Han Qing's expression was filled with elation. This was his first experience using Xian Yuling Yi. Beneath his feet, the ethereal blue light emanated from a spirit plant known as Han Binghua, one of the primary ingredients for crafting the Huahan Dan. The Huahan Dan is a first-tier elixir, thus the age of the spirit plants required is not excessively high. However, the older the spirit plants, the more refined their medicinal properties, resulting in higher quality elixirs. Han Qing surveyed the numerous spirit plants he had cultivated here. With a wave of his hand, wooden boxes flew from his storage bag. He promptly harvested the mature spirit plants and placed them into the boxes. With another gesture, the boxes soared back into his storage bag. Next, he poured a drop of Xian Yuling Yi onto each spirit plant, accelerating their growth. The Han Binghua should be ripe in about 10 days, allowing him to concoct the Huahan Dan for his master's wife. He planned to refine a batch of elixirs to enhance his own cultivation. Han Qing lifted his gaze to the sky, where streaks of light occasionally flashed. Above the lights, individuals were soaring on their swords. The world of cultivation is perilous and ruthless. Moreover, only by establishing a foundation can one embark on the path to immortality. His master and mistress did not believe he could establish a foundation, considering he possessed a low-grade fire spirit root, a type of 5-element waste spirit root, which typically has little chance of foundation establishment. However, the situation was different now. He had a system and the Xian Yuling Yi to cultivate spirit plants in abundance. He firmly believed that he would surely walk the path to immortality. Han Qing swiftly returned to his room. As an alchemist, his chamber housed a bronze alchemical furnace, a commonplace item. He settled in front of the furnace, raising his hand to summon the wooden boxes, each containing a spirit plant, which hovered before him. He then performed hand seals and pointed at the furnace. Fire, ignite. With a hum, a roaring flame ignited within the furnace. Han Qing waved his hand, and the spirit plants flew into the furnace. These plants needed to be refined into a more potent spirit liquid. The spirit liquid would be compressed and transformed into elixirs under high temperature and pressure. Having refined elixirs before, Han Qing's technique was exceptionally proficient. In mere moments, a mass of 5-colored spirit liquid emerged within the furnace, shimmering with the hues of the 5 elements. Han Qing executed a series of incantations, causing the spirit liquid within the furnace to compress further. Half an hour later, a soft sound echoed from the furnace. Had it succeeded? Han Qing furrowed his brow, then raised his hand as the lid of the furnace flew open. Immediately, a rich aroma of elixir wafted through the air, refreshing and uplifting. With a gesture, 5 ethereal white lights emerged from the furnace, condensing to reveal 5 translucent elixirs. The elixirs spiraled before him, spinning elegantly. Han Qing's heart soared at this sight. Each elixir bore mysterious patterns. These were Dan 1. Only top-tier elixirs possess such markings. The quality of elixirs is categorized into inferior, medium, superior, top-tier, and immortal grade. The higher the quality, the more challenging the refinement. Medium and superior elixirs can be enhanced through the age and quality of the spirit plants. However, top-tier and immortal-grade elixirs cannot be crafted solely through improved spirit plant quality. They rely on the alchemist's profound understanding of the art of alchemy. Evidently, the presence of top-tier elixirs before Han Qing was a result of his comprehension of alchemy, the purifying effects of Xian Yu Ling Yi, and the support of the system. Han Qing gazed at the top-tier elixirs with delight. This signified that he could consistently produce top-tier elixirs in the future. Even if he indulged in elixirs, he would ensure his successful journey on the path to immortality. This batch of elixirs was a set of top-tier body refining elixirs. In the market, a first-tier inferior elixir typically costs around 100 inferior spirit stones, while medium elixirs range from 200 to 300. Superior elixirs fall between 300 and 500, whereas top-tier elixirs are quite expensive, priced between 800 and 1,000 inferior spirit stones. As for immortal-grade elixirs, they are rare and often have no market value. Once an immortal-grade elixir appears, it is pursued fervently by cultivators. This is due to the presence of poison in inferior, medium, and even superior elixirs, whereas top-tier elixirs have minimal poison, and immortal-grade elixirs contain none at all. Elixir poison can harm a cultivator's foundational cultivation, hence the higher the quality of the elixir, the more sought after it becomes by cultivators. 5 top-tier body refining elixirs should be sufficient for me to break through my cultivation. Han Qing promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, took out 1 elixir, and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of heat radiating from his abdomen as the medicinal power of the elixir coursed wildly within him, causing his complexion to pale. His skin flushed a vivid red, as if ablaze. This is not good. My cultivation level is too low to contain the power of the top-tier elixir. Han Qing's expression darkened. He began to circulate a technique called Chang Chun Gong, a fundamental method taught by his master for drawing qi into the body. Han Qing immediately worked to suppress the raging medicinal power. In the backyard, a figure clad in blue descended quietly, akin to a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm, her feet gliding upon a flying sword. She wore a blue garment, cinched at the waist with a red sash. Her graceful figure swayed as she walked, revealing flawless white collarbones, delicate enough to nurture fish. Above the collarbones lay a long, snow-white neck, and her enchanting face possessed the beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. She bore a resemblance to Nan Gongshui, yet was another breathtakingly beautiful woman, Chun Zining, the daughter of Nan Gongshui, an 18-year-old beauty, like a freshly bloomed lotus. Her skin as pristine as jade. Chun Zining glanced towards Han Qing's room, her brow furrowing. Moments earlier, she had detected a rich aroma of elixir emanating from within, one unlike any she had ever encountered. It was at least a top-tier elixir. Could it be that the little houseboy, an alchemist, had refined a top-tier elixir? Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. This incompetent servant possesses a low-grade fire spirit root and is merely a first-tier alchemist. Typically, the elixirs he concocts are of inferior quality. How could he suddenly manage to produce a superior-grade elixir? Chun Zining pushed the door open and stepped inside. At a glance, she spotted Han Qing, frantically channeling energy to suppress the potency of the elixir. Have you lost your mind? With your meager cultivation, you dare to consume a superior-grade elixir. Chun Zining said sternly. Senior sister. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. He raised a hand, and a vial of elixir flew forth. Chun Zining examined it and was astonished to find a superior-grade body refinement pill inside. This is a superior-grade elixir. You concocted this? How is that possible? Chun Zining was utterly taken aback. Throughout the entirety of Fusang City, there was not a single alchemist capable of producing superior-grade elixirs. Han Qing's ability to create such an elixir was indeed extraordinary. With her cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Chun Zining gazed at the superior-grade body refinement pill, her heart racing with desire. If you assist me, this elixir shall belong to you. Furthermore, senior sister, you will have an endless supply of elixirs in the future. Han Qing declared. What? Chun Zining bit her delicate red lip. Cultivators are most in need of resources for cultivation, and rogue cultivators without a sect are particularly impoverished. How can I assist you? Han Qing looked at Chun Zining earnestly. Senior sister, I require your help in my cultivation. Chapter 3. The Trial and its Conditions. I require your assistance in cultivating. Chun Zining's countenance paled instantly. Then, subtly, a delicate flush bloomed across her alabaster cheeks. To aid Han Qing's cultivation meant practicing a dual cultivation technique with him, a method rooted in the traditions of the Hahuan sect, the preeminent cultivation sect within the realm of Sugua. Naturally, numerous such dual cultivation manuals circulated throughout Sugua, and she herself had mastered one, the Yinlong Ju, the dragon-invoking manual. Yet this art demanded intimate, unclad communion between male and female cultivators. She clenched her tender, rose-petal lips, her gaze fixed upon the peerless elixir resting in her palm, its fragrance rich, heady, intoxicating. With a steady supply of such supreme pills, she could surely achieve foundation establishment, stepping firmly upon the path of eternal life. Even her mother, long stalled in cultivation, might yet break through to that sacred threshold. For unaffiliated cultivators, resources were scarce beyond measure. In this merciless world of cultivation, failure to foundation establish before one's lifespan waned meant inevitable dissolution, dust returning to dust, flesh to earth. A Qi condensation cultivator lived but 120 to 150 years. One who foundation established endured 300 to 500. A golden core cultivator, 500 to 1,000. A nascent soul cultivator, 1,000 to 3,000. Yet even the mightiest golden core or nascent soul masters would crumble into oblivion should they fail to transcend before their years ran dry. With a sharp, decisive breath, Chun Zining loosened her sash. Then, one garment at a time, let them fall silently to the floor. Hear this clearly, she declared, voice icy and unwavering. I aid your cultivation, not unite with you in yin-yang harmony. Nor shall I surrender my primordial yin. Han Qing's eyes flickered, awestruck. His senior sister's skin was luminous as polished jade, flawless, exquisite beyond compare. Without hesitation, he shed his azure robe and stood before her, palms interlaced with hers, the Yinlong Ju flowing between them like twin rivers converging. With her presence, the violent, surging medicinal energy within him settled, tamed, harmonized, effortlessly absorbed. By day's end, the elixir had been fully refined. Chun Zining withdrew the technique, flicked a finger, and a pristine white robe drifted through the air, settling softly upon her form, veiling her celestial grace. Han Qing gazed, intense, unblinking. She frowned. That vulgar stare, one more such look, and I'll pluck out your eyes. He grinned. Blame not me, senior sister. Blame your own peerless beauty, your flawless figure. How could any mortal resist? Silence. She snapped, voice like frost cracking ice. Remember your station. You are but a household servant of the Chun residence. Step out of line, and I'll break every bone in your body. He smiled faintly. And you, senior sister, would do well to recall. Only I tend the spirit plants of the Chun residence, and only I craft peerless elixirs. Her expression darkened. Dare he threaten her? A ripple of indignation crossed her face, yet she could not deny the truth. As a cultivator without patronage, she depended utterly upon a skilled alchemist. Enough deliberation, he said, producing another elixir and swallowing it whole. Her expression shifted, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she resumed the Yinlong Ju, their dual cultivation deepening. Though such methods most profoundly benefited lower-tier cultivators, even for one of her caliber, the steady rise in her spiritual aura was unmistakable. 3 days later, a shock wave erupted within the chamber, sweeping outward, rattling the lattice windows with sharp, percussive cracks. Chen Zining leapt backward a full zhang, her white robe fluttering as she stared, awestruck, at Han Qing. Vibrant currents of spiritual energy spiraled from his body, his aura surging, ascending, crystallizing. Qi condensation, fourth layer, he had broken through. A sharp intake of breath. In just 3 days, he had consumed 4 body-refining pills, each of peerless quality, propelling him forward with unerring momentum. The excess spiritual energy now dissipated from his form was the very residue of that accumulated potency. His eyes snapped open, golden light flaring deep within his pupils, vanishing as swiftly as it had come. Moments later, the chamber door opened. Han Qing and Chen Zining emerged side by side. In the courtyard pavilion, Han Qing poured her a cup of spirit-infused tea, brewed from rare spirit herbs, its aroma subtle, its benefits profound. Many thanks, senior sister, for your invaluable aid. Consider this peerless elixir my token of gratitude. His tone was calm, effortless, yet carried the quiet weight of certainty. Chen Zining's brow furrowed. Something about this servant had shifted, yet he remained Han Qing. Remained a servant of the Chun residence. Han Qing, she asked, voice edged with quiet disbelief. How is it possible you crafted such a peerless elixir? You suspect I purchased it? Impossible. You possess no such wealth in spirit stones. She paused, then conceded, with reluctant admiration. Truly, you are a prodigy in the art of alchemy. She leaned forward, earnest. Han Qing, I require more such elixirs, urgently. I must prepare for the Hehuan sect's entrance trial. The Hehuan sect, preeminent among all sects in Sugua, held recruitment every 3 years, drawing countless unaffiliated cultivators eager for sanctuary, guidance, and access to resources. The life of a lone cultivator was perilous, barren, precarious. The trial loomed in 3 months' time, within the perilous Jue Shenjin Di, the fallen god-forbidden land, a realm of lethal volatility, where over half the participating Qi condensation cultivators perished each cycle. I must strengthen my foundation before then, she said, voice resolute. Han Qing's expression stirred, his gaze sharpening. To enter the Hehuan sect would grant him the protection of a great sect, safeguarding his path, shielding him from the ever-present perils that haunted unaffiliated cultivators. Had not the lord of the Chun residence himself fallen to such dangers? Senior sister, he said, voice low and measured, master is gone. By precedent, I ought to depart the Chun residence, especially since I have already provided more than sufficient elixirs to repay my debt. A pause. Then, softly, I am willing to fulfill your request. But tell me, what, then, shall you offer in return? A silence fell. Her eyes narrowed, cool, sharp, dangerous. Han Shidi, what are your conditions? Han Qing immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, I have long admired Shiji, and I wonder if she would entertain my feelings. You, how dare you dream? Chen Zining's chest rose and fell with her indignation, her expression filled with fury. How could this insolent servant, Han Qing, dare to harbor such thoughts towards her? It was tantamount to courting death. Shiji, please do not be angry. The cultivation resources of anyone are exceedingly precious, as I believe you understand. Han Qing stepped behind Chen Zining, gently wrapping his arms around her delicate waist. Chen Zining's countenance instantly changed. Without an abundance of rare elixirs, when would Shiji be able to establish her foundation? Would it be 3 years later? Or perhaps 10? Shiji, how will you participate in the entrance examination of Hehuanzong? Han Qing leaned closer to Chen Zining's ear, speaking softly. Chen Zining's expression shifted repeatedly as she bit down on her crimson lips, breaking free from Han Qing's embrace. She walked to the courtyard gate and turned back. You, allow me some time to consider. With that, Chen Zining gracefully twisted her alluring figure and swiftly departed. Han Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. When dealing with a beautiful cultivator, one must exercise patience and not act hastily. First, he would solidify his cultivation, then refine a batch of elixirs. These elixirs could be exchanged in the market for spirit stones and other cultivation resources. The goal was to swiftly enhance his cultivation before the entrance examination of Hehuanzong in 3 months. Chapter 4. The Treasure Pavilion and the Charms. Fusang City. This is a town of mortals, situated within the realm of Shugua, among the 5 nations. Cultivators abide by their own set of rules, while mortals adhere to theirs. The rules for cultivators are governed by the 7 great sects, which include the Hehuan sect. The regulations for mortals are established by their respective kingdoms. In Fusang City, one can find streets lined with mortal shops as well as markets frequented by cultivators. Generally, cultivators do not reveal their true forms before mortals, and mortals remain unaware that they may have crossed paths with cultivators. The Treasure Pavilion. Before a 7-story building stood a figure clad in a green robe. This figure was none other than Han Qing. He required a certain quantity of spiritual herbs for refining Huahan, and he also needed a substantial amount of spirit stones. Thus, he intended to come here to sell high-quality elixirs in exchange for spirit stones, as well as to procure materials for alchemy and self-defense. Han Qing took a deep breath and then entered the treasure pavilion. Inside the pavilion, a young female cultivator dressed in a pink robe approached him immediately. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. My name is Xiao Qi. How may I assist you? Are you in need of elixirs or magical artifacts?" Han Qing raised his gaze to look at her. She possessed a graceful figure, her delicate movements causing her to sway gently as she walked. "Xiao Qi, a maid of the treasure pavilion. I have come to sell a batch of elixirs." Xiao Qi nodded. "Very well, please follow me." The two entered a room together. This chamber was a secluded space, capable of somewhat isolating their spiritual senses. Han Qing raised his hand, and several jade vials flew towards Xiao Qi. Initially, Xiao Qi paid little mind to it. A low-tier cultivator like Han Qing was likely just a first-tier alchemist. What exceptional elixirs could he possibly produce? However, upon opening the jade vials, a potent fragrance of elixirs immediately filled the air. Xiao Qi's calm expression transformed into one of astonishment. This is a high-quality elixir. Fellow Taoist, is this truly an elixir you have refined? I am astounded by your remarkable talent in alchemy. After pondering for a moment, she continued, "For an exquisite body-refining pill, I can offer you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones each. As for the exquisite qi-gathering pill, I can provide 800 low-grade spirit stones each." "Excellent. Please assist me in gathering some spiritual herbs and materials for crafting charms and talismans." "Very well, please wait a moment." Han Qing left the treasure pavilion. He wandered into a deserted alley, and with a wave of his hand, a storage bag emitted a dark glow. It was an ordinary flying sword artifact, which buzzed and hovered before him. Subsequently, Han Qing rode the wind and lightly stepped onto the flying sword, soaring skyward. Fusang City was vast, predominantly populated by mortals, with only a few scattered cultivator families. The Qin family was one such family. Residing in the outskirts of Fusang City where human presence was scarce, cultivators generally preferred tranquil locations rich in spiritual energy, suitable for their solitary cultivation. Within the grand estate of the Qin family, a beam of sword light descended. Han Qing arrived at a great hall adjacent to which lay a room, Nangong Shue's chamber. "Shernyang, your disciple has come to pay respects." Han Qing bowed respectfully. Inside the room, a large bed was concealed by violet curtains. Behind the curtains, a delicate figure could be faintly discerned, her curves reminiscent of undulating mountains. "Pay respects? Han Qing, get out. It is your fault. If it weren't for you causing my pregnancy, how could my state of mind be so unstable? You have 5 days left. If I do not receive the Huahan, I will kill you." Nangong Shue's voice was frigid. Han Qing maintained a calm demeanor. "Shernyang, what if I do possess the Huahan? Please do not agitate yourself. You scoundrel! How dare you speak such nonsense?" Nangong Shue arose abruptly, but then suddenly collapsed back onto the bed. Han Qing's expression changed, and he hurried to check on her. Drawing aside the curtains, he discovered blood trickling from her lips, her breath unstable. "What has happened?" Han Qing's expression darkened. Nangong Shue pushed him away. "Do not concern yourself. Go refine your elixirs, quickly." Han Qing took a deep breath. The first-tier talismans possess formidable powers, including the Divine Sword Talisman, the Breath-Concealing Talisman, and the 5 Thunder Talisman. Let us commence by inscribing these 3 types of talismans. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Qing realized he must also concoct healing elixirs and potions to enhance his cultivation for his master's wife. So he began. Han Qing formed intricate seals with his hands, and with a resounding hum, flames erupted within the alchemical furnace. He patted his storage pouch, and from it emerged sheets of animal hide. The fundamental material for talisman creation is animal hide, which he needed to refine into talisman paper. Subsequently, he infused his mystical energy into the talisman brush to commence the inscription. Han Qing promptly cast the animal hide into the furnace to incinerate and refine it, effectively eliminating the majority of impurities. The purer the animal hide talisman paper, the higher the quality and potency of the talismans produced. Naturally, the hide from higher-tier magical beasts is preferable. Come forth. Han Qing beckoned, and a vibrant red sheet of animal hide soared from the furnace, resembling a translucent jelly. He then retrieved the talisman brush and began to etch intricate runes upon the talisman paper. The system enhancement for talisman creation activated, resonating with a melodious chime. Chapter 5. The selection of Xianpin Danyao and Senior Sister. The enhancement of talismans. A faint smile graced Han Qing's lips. The system provided enhancements in both Dan Dao and Fu Dao, which was simply splendid. In this moment, he deftly inscribed runes onto the talisman paper. 2 days later, 5 talismans floated before Han Qing, each adorned with mysterious symbols that shimmered with radiant light. With a flick of his hand, these 5 talismans swiftly entered his storage bag. He then formed hand seals, igniting the flames of the alchemy furnace, and tossed the spiritual herbs within, commencing the refinement of the elixir. The process of alchemy felt increasingly effortless. As night fell, a graceful figure entered the courtyard, barefooted, her jade-like feet gliding over the floor, leaving no trace of dirt. Under the flickering light, her fair feet seemed to emit a soft glow. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets of water still clinging to the strands. She had taken the time to freshen up. It was Chen Zining. However, as her footsteps halted, she gazed around in astonishment. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and swirled, converging towards the room. What was this? A celestial phenomenon, a vortex of spiritual energy. What was Han Shidi doing to provoke such a spectacle? Chen Zining's heart raced. The spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of zhang rapidly gathered. Fortunately, the Chun residence was situated in a remote area, with no other estates within dozens of miles. Otherwise, this anomaly would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of other rogue cultivators and families. Soon, the vortex of spiritual energy dissipated, followed by an overwhelming fragrance of elixirs filling the air. Chen Zining's expression shifted dramatically. Such a rich aroma of Danyao. Could it be of the highest grade? Xianpin Danyao? How could this be possible? She was unaware if the Hehuan sect possessed Xianpin Danyao, but they were exceedingly rare in Fusang City. For decades, their appearance had been scarce. If Han Qing could truly concoct Xianpin Danyao, he would be an extraordinary alchemist of unparalleled talent. An alchemist is never short of spirit stones and cultivation resources, for they can refine Danyao for sale. The prices of Danyao far exceed those of spiritual plants, allowing alchemists to profit immensely from the sale of elixirs, thereby acquiring abundant cultivation resources. Moreover, if Han Shidi could produce Xianpin Danyao, her path to longevity would be assured. Cultivation is pursued for the sake of longevity. Everyone strives for immortality, whether they belong to the Hehuan sect or are wandering cultivators. Chen Zining was particularly averse to the thought of withering away in a century or so. Yet, with such prodigious talent, Han Shidi would receive far superior treatment at the Hehuan sect. She must find a way to keep him. How could she retain Han Shidi? Naturally, by offering him something he cherished. Clearing her throat, Chen Zining felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. She approached Han Qing's door, biting her red lip as if making a momentous decision. Han Shidi, I require resources for Danyao. She spoke softly. The door creaked open. Han Qing glanced at Chen Zining and smiled. Senior sister, come in, and let us discuss in detail. With a swift motion, Chen Zining entered the room, and Han Qing promptly closed the door behind them. Standing gracefully to the side, her back to Han Qing, she inhaled the rich scent of Danyao wafting from the room. Her spirits lifted. Han Shidi, what sort of Danyao have you refined? Han Qing had been brought to the Chun family by its patriarch as a servant, but due to possessing spiritual roots, he was taken in as a disciple by her father. Over the years, Han Qing had concocted numerous elixirs for the Chun household, and he had effectively repaid their kindness. Therefore, after the passing of his master, Han Qing intended to leave, and Chen Zining could not prevent it. Senior sister, please take a look. Han Qing's lips curved into a subtle smile. He tossed a jade vial into the air, and a beam of crimson light burst forth from it, coalescing into a translucent rabbit that scampered about the room. Come here. Han Qing reached out, and the blood rabbit spirit promptly landed in his hand, transforming into a blood-colored Danyao that radiated a crimson glow. Ah! Chen Zining's face paled in astonishment. This was the Xianpin Zhuling Dan. How could this be? In utter disbelief, she realized that Han Shidi had indeed concocted Xianpin Danyao. It was simply unfathomable. Han Qing discreetly stowed the danyao away, his gaze lingering on Chun Xining's graceful figure, stirring something within him. Chun Xining, young and beautiful, exuded an aura of vitality. Han Qing stepped closer, taking her hand and guiding her to sit on the edge of the bed. He gently held her delicate hand. "Senior sister, it is late. We should rest now?" Chun Xining bit her lip, her heart racing, her complexion flushed, blooming to her neck. "Han Shidi, I am your senior sister. I know, senior sister, you are truly beautiful. Although I can only refine first tier danyao today, if I ascend in cultivation, I will prepare the finest foundational dan for you, assisting you in your quest for longevity," Han Qing stated. "Really? Of course." Han Qing slowly drew the curtains. The white drapes concealed their figures. Moments later, the curtains swayed, and the bed creaked, filling the room with a cacophony of sounds that persisted for a significant duration. The following morning, as Han Qing awoke, he found Chun Xining seated by the bed, her back to him as she slowly donned her clothes. Her flawless back ignited his imagination. The beauty's back was always so captivating. He noticed that every woman's back bore a unique scent, a delicate fragrance that was irresistibly alluring. After Chun Xining finished dressing, Han Qing donned a green robe. Two individuals arrived at the pavilion in the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, Han Qing caused the teapot on the table to levitate, pouring 2 cups of spiritual tea. Chun Ziqing bit her crimson lip and said, "Junior brother Han, I require a Juling Dan to enhance my cultivation." Han Qing chuckled softly. "Senior sister, here you go." With another wave, 3 jade vials soared towards Chun Ziqing. 3. Her expression shifted slightly. "Senior sister, you are my most cherished and beloved mentor. As a junior brother with ample cultivation resources, I am more than willing to offer them to you, even if you do not reciprocate. Please, take them for your cultivation. Should they prove insufficient, do not hesitate to seek me out again," Han Qing said with a smile. Chun Ziqing felt a stir within her heart. Despite Han Qing's humble status as a servant, his kindness towards her was profound. 3 celestial-grade elixirs would be fervently sought after in the market. The spirit stones she had accumulated over the years were insufficient to purchase even these 3 elixirs. How could junior brother Han be so foolish? She had initially believed that a single night's effort would yield only 1 elixir. Yet, he offered her such precious cultivation resources. Chun Ziqing rose gracefully, her heart swelling with gratitude. As she approached the doorway, she turned back and softly said, "Junior brother Han, I shall return this evening to discuss the Tao with you." Chapter 6. The 5 Spirits Measuring Ruler and the Ancient Shield. Chun Xining's emotional value stands at 20. Han Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. The emotional value of his senior sister has indeed risen swiftly. He then turned on his heel and proceeded to the Grand Hall of the Chun residence. This Grand Hall serves as the training ground and dwelling for his master's wife. Han Qing entered without hesitation. The room was draped with purple curtains, shrouding an opulent bed. Upon the bed lay a graceful figure, her delicate form undulating like the peaks of a mountain. His master's wife possessed a voluptuous figure, yet her face was petite, fitting the description of exquisite beauty. Han Qing approached, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Master." Nangong Shui's expression was frigid. "What do you want this time? Get out, leave me be. Until you present the elixir, do not entertain any foolish thoughts." Han Qing. Men are all wretches, endlessly preoccupied with such matters. One of them even left me with child. Were it not for the Huahan Dan, I would have severed your head. Master, please quell your anger. Han Qing waved his hand, and several vials of elixirs flew from his storage pouch, landing on the table. "I have come today solely to deliver these elixirs to you. They contain healing elixirs, along with the Huahan Dan and the body refining Dan you require. Please continue your training and heal your injuries. I shall take my leave." Han Qing turned to exit. Nangong Shui's expression shifted. She touched her abdomen, her consciousness swiftly enveloping the jade vial. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The vial contained nothing less than celestial-grade elixirs. How could Han Qing possibly concoct celestial-grade elixirs? This was inconceivable. Furthermore, among the 3rd-grade elixirs were healing elixirs and body-refining Dan, along with the Huahan Dan she needed. Nangong Shui bit her crimson lip. Although she was not an alchemist, she understood the arduous nature of alchemy. How much effort had Han Qing expended to craft these elixirs for her? And yet, she had misunderstood him. "Wait, did I permit you to leave?" Nangong Shui spoke in a low tone, with a wave of her hand. The door before Han Qing thundered shut. She then slowly opened her arms. "Come here." "Huh?" Han Qing's lips curled upward as he smiled broadly. All right, I am coming, master. He promptly leaped onto the bed, embracing Nangong Shue's soft figure, greedily inhaling her faint, alluring fragrance. Slow down. I am with child. Han Qing, you may only hold me. Do not act recklessly. Nangong Shui swatted away Han Qing's wandering hands, turning her back to him. Holding her was acceptable. Relishing the warmth of her voluptuous form, Han Qing succumbed to a deep slumber. In the afternoon, when Han Qing awoke, Nangong Shui was no longer beside him. However, the lingering fragrance of her body remained on the bed. This scent was delightful. Girls' beds always exuded a pleasant aroma. His master must have gone to the secret chamber to heal. I too should hasten to elevate my cultivation. Han Qing immediately settled cross-legged on the bed and swallowed a gathering qi dan. The elixirs were all self-concocted. He felt no regret or waste in using them to enhance his cultivation. Nangong Shui's emotional value stood at 20. The emotional value of my master? Excellent. As night fell, two beams of sword light silently descended hundreds of feet away from the Chun residence. As the light retracted, two figures dressed in brown robes appeared. Among them was a middle-aged man bearing a sword on his back and a young man wielding a folding fan. Father, this time we must seize those two women from the Chun residence. The young man was Li Yunfeng, the young master of the Li clan, a scattered cultivator family from Fusang City. The middle-aged cultivator was Li Chang'an, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Li Chang'an's expression darkened. The foundational cultivator from the Qin clan had summoned him over a month prior to investigate a secret realm. As fate would have it, that foundational cultivator perished within the realm, while Li Chang'an managed to escape. He was aware that the Chun residence possessed two exceptional beauties. I have recently acquired a volume of the Hahuan sect's techniques. Nangong Shui and Chun Zining are prime candidates for my endeavors. Perhaps this will allow me to break through to the foundational level. Nangong Shui had already been infiltrated by the Huahan poison, and she could not endure for long. Li Chang'an smirked coldly, then soared upward, riding his sword above the Chun residence. For scattered cultivators, elixirs and spiritual plants were invaluable resources for cultivation. Moreover, the innate essence of female cultivators was exceptionally precious. The higher the cultivation, the greater the benefits of this innate essence for male cultivators. In mere moments, within the secret chamber of the Chun residence, Nangong Shui, who was consuming healing elixirs, abruptly lifted her head, her expression turning icy. She transformed into a streak of light, leaping into the air, standing atop her flying sword, hovering above the Chun residence. Her garments billowed in the wind, embodying an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial maiden descending to earth. Li Chang'an, as a member of the Sioux Nation's cultivation families, what is it that you seek? Nangong Shui spoke in a solemn tone. Li Chang'an's gaze roamed over Nangong Shui, a wicked smile gracing his lips. She stood tall, her skin as white as snow, her hair dancing in the breeze. Her abdomen was flat, and her waist exhibited an exquisite curve. She employed secret techniques to suppress the growth of her child, which was not uncommon among cultivators. Many female cultivators from the Hahuan sect who found themselves unexpectedly pregnant would also suppress the growth of their child. Some female cultivators even chose to forego their child. Yet, others could not bear to part with the child. They would wait for their cultivation to reach a certain level and for the right moment to give birth. Thus, there was no visible sign of her pregnancy. Miss Nangong, that old man Shin Pofeng is dead. Li Chang'an sneered. Our Li clan is the strongest scattered cultivator family in Fusang City. If you were to submit to the Li clan, kneel at my feet, I would provide you with any resources you desire for cultivation. Li Chang'an proclaimed loudly. Behold, this is the Huahan Dan you seek. Without it to counter the poison, you will surely succumb to the Huahan poison, your soul eroded. You may find yourself unable to establish a foundation, or worse, perish on the spot. Li Chang'an held a dual-colored elixir emitting a mystical glow. Nangong Shui ground her teeth in fury. The venom of fire and cold within my husband's storage bag was indeed placed there by you. Li Chang'an, it is you who has plotted against my husband. Nangong Shui's expression was frigid. She stepped forward, her aura surging dramatically. Then, with a swift motion, she summoned a silver-white measuring rod, approximately a foot in length. The rod spun with a dazzling brilliance. Go. Nangong Shui pointed at Li Chang'an with her finger. The silver-white measuring rod vibrated with a low hum, swiftly dividing into two, then into four, and ultimately into countless shadowy forms of measuring rods. One by one, These shadows surged towards Li Chang'an with a deafening roar, instantly forming a silver-white torrent that was particularly striking against the dark night sky. Li Chang'an's expression darkened. With the venom of fire and cold coursing through your body, I wonder how long you can endure. He flicked his wrist, and a black ancient shield materialized before him. The shield emanated a ghostly light, rapidly expanding to several yards in size. Boom! The torrent of measuring rods collided violently with the ancient black shield, and in that instant, two colors of mystical light erupted in a dazzling explosion. Chapter 7. The Five Thunder Talisman and the Awakening of the Loose Cultivators. It should not be like this. On the bed, Han Qing raised his gaze to the fierce battle outside. In that fleeting moment, he thought to himself, it should not be like this. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. Without the protection of a sect, without the guidance of a master, they are merely a family of loose cultivators, in essence, just loose cultivators. The survival of loose cultivators should not be so grim. He should have fled with his senior sister and his master long ago, as soon as he learned that the Li clan had set their sights on the Qin family. Furthermore, he should have utilized talismans imbued with the essence of the three of them, dispersing them in 18 directions. The Li clan must not be allowed to find them. The Li clan is not merely represented by Li Chang'an, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Within the Li clan, there are also foundation establishment cultivators guarding them. Damn it, just having crossed over, he was still unaccustomed to this world. In the future, he must exercise even greater caution. Only by surviving can one attain longevity. What is the point of discussing longevity when life itself is at stake? Boom. The torrent unleashed by the high-grade magic weapon, the Five Elements ruler, relentlessly struck against the black ancient shield. The surging spiritual power swept forth. Li Chang'an's expression darkened as a flash of golden light appeared in his hand, revealing a talisman. The talisman of divine movement. The talisman erupted in golden light. In the next moment, Li Chang'an's figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already behind Nan Gongxue, a black blade in hand, slashing towards her. Nan Gongxue's face changed dramatically. A long sword appeared in her grasp. In an instant, the two figures became entangled in combat. In the void, their silhouettes flickered continuously, layers of spiritual power scattering around. Immediately after, a figure from the Chun residence soared into the sky on a sword. It was Chun Zining, at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Chun Zining's expression was grim as she prepared to assist. However, a figure suddenly intercepted her path. It was Li Yinfeng, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Miss Zining, why not return to the Li clan with me? We have foundation establishment cultivators who can protect your cultivation. Li Yinfeng smiled. Chun Zining's expression darkened. You must be dreaming. The dogs of the Li clan killed my father. I swear I will avenge him. The smile on Li Yunfeng's face vanished. He quietly gazed toward the heavens. Nan Gongxue cannot hold on for long. She is already injured and afflicted by the Huahan poison. Today, your Qin family will either submit or be obliterated. Boom. A figure exploded backward from the heavens, crashing down onto a pavilion of the Chun residence. The entire pavilion was instantly shattered by the chaotic spiritual power. Nan Gongxue continued to retreat until she fell into a gentle embrace. Her pale face turned up to see it was Han Qing. Master, I will handle this. Han Qing said solemnly. Han Qing, you are only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. This is not your concern. Nan Gongxue exclaimed anxiously. Li Chang'an is at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Han Qing's cultivation is far too low. He would be seeking death by intervening. Han Qing's expression darkened as he stepped forward, riding the wind upon a flying sword. Seeing this, Li Chang'an sneered coldly. What is this? A mere waste at the 4th level of Qi refinement dares to seek death. Without uttering another word, Han Qing produced a talisman in his hand. Go. The talisman transformed into a beam of golden light shooting into the sky. The golden light dispersed layers of dark clouds above. Countless strands of spiritual power rapidly coalesced, instantly forming terrifying arcs of lightning, as thick as a finger. An overwhelming force descended. The talisman. What is this? The Supreme 5 Thunder Talisman. Nan Gongxue's face changed dramatically. How could Han Qing inscribe the 5 Thunder Talisman? When did he learn to draw talismans? Becoming a talisman master is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, he unleashed a supreme talisman at his first attempt. A first-grade 5 Thunder Talisman possesses remarkable power. A low-grade talisman corresponds to a full-force attack from a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. A mid-grade 5 Thunder Talisman corresponds to a full force attack from a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement. A high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman corresponds to a full force attack from a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. A Supreme Talisman corresponds to the strike of a practitioner at the peak of Qi refinement. The power of first-grade offensive and defensive talismans is generally such. Swish. Li Chang'an's expression changed drastically. He could feel the terrifying power emanating from the 5 Thunder Talisman. Descend. Han Qing shouted. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. An arc of lightning, as thick as a thumb, struck down with incredible speed. Above Li Chang'an's head, the black ancient shield appeared. In that fleeting moment, the arc of lightning struck the black ancient shield. Countless tiny electric arcs exploded outward. The black ancient shield was instantly shattered. A single arc of lightning surged forward, crashing into Li Chang'an. Immediately, a figure fell from the sky, crashing into the courtyard. Li Chang'an's robes were scorched and tattered as he struggled to rise from the large crater. You seek death. Li Yunfeng, witnessing this, was instantly struck with alarm. A surge of rage flooded his mind. Yet, he was also profoundly shocked. Han Qing, a mere boy at the 4th level of Qi refinement, managed to injure his father, Li Chang'an, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This was simply unfathomable. Li Yunfeng almost instantaneously appeared beside Li Chang'an. Han Qing's expression grew cold. Another strike. Boom. Another arc of lightning descended. Li Yunfeng's mind exploded as he instinctively shielded Li Chang'an, retreating at high speed. The arc of lightning struck the ground, causing the earth to churn and blacken. Friend, do you still wish to flee? Do you not think it is too late? Han Qing's hand glimmered with azure light as a blue talisman materialized. The azure light shot toward Li Yunfeng. This azure light instantly exploded, transforming into countless strands of spiritual power that coalesced into a blue spiritual sword. The sword talisman. A supreme sword talisman. The blue spiritual sword radiated a terrifying aura. Nan Gongxue and Chen Xining's faces changed dramatically. When did Han Qing become so formidable? It is not Han Qing himself who is terrifying, but rather the talismans he crafted that are exceedingly formidable. The blue spiritual sword shot forth with a thunderous sound. Li Yunfeng was instantly filled with dread. Friend, Chen Xining, Nan Gongxue, if you dare to act recklessly, the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Li clan will never let you go. The Li clan will surely annihilate your Qin family. Li Yunfeng bellowed in fury. However, the blue spiritual sword swiftly pierced through the bodies of the two. The two figures' bodies erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a sudden silence. They were dead. Li Yunfeng, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and Li Chang'an, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had both perished. In a flash, Nan Gongshue's complexion turned ashen. Han Qing promptly advanced, gesturing for 2 storage bags to soar into his sleeve. Fireball technique. Han Qing unleashed a barrage of fireballs, transforming the area below, where the corpses and the rain of blood lay, into a sea of flames. In an instant, the two bodies were reduced to ashes. Wind control technique. A fierce gust swept through the vicinity, disrupting the aura within a 10-mile radius. Following this, Han Qing produced a handful of hair. Human hair. Hair from different individuals. With a flick of his hand, the strands dispersed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Han Qing accomplished all this in mere moments. He swiftly descended into the courtyard, standing before the two women. Shermu, Shiji, we must leave immediately. We cannot linger here, Han Qing urged. As a wandering cultivator, a competent one must prioritize survival. Engaging in murder and arson, framing others should be executed with grace and fluidity. After completing these deeds, one must flee. Hurry and run. Chapter 8. Battle Formations and Cultivation. Nan Gongxue was taken aback. The once timid servant, Han Qing, now appeared utterly transformed. How could this seemingly meek individual exhibit such proficiency in the violent arts of killing and treasure acquisition? You are right. Han Qing, you may leave, Nan Gongxue declared. What? Mistress you? Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. Nan Gongxue offered a wry smile. In the Chun residence, we are but 3 cultivators. Yet the mortal relatives number in the hundreds. The inhabitants of this estate are all descendants of your master and the Qin clan. If we depart, the Li clan will surely massacre the Qin family. Such is the plight of loose cultivator families. They cannot live entirely free from worldly entanglements. Thus, life on the mountain is far more preferable. Take your senior sister and leave together. Remember, join the Hehuan sect and become one of the mountain dwellers. free from the burdens of worldly karma, and only then will you be able to pursue the path of longevity. With that, Nan Gongshui turned and walked towards the main hall. Han Qing contemplated her words. It was natural for his mistress to be reluctant to sever ties with the mundane world. After a moment of reflection, he clasped his hands in reverence and proclaimed, "Mistress, wherever you are, I shall be." He too turned towards the rear courtyard. Han Qing. A flicker of emotion stirred within Nan Gongshui. He was willing to remain and protect the Qin family. Or perhaps, it was not merely the Qin family he wished to safeguard. She placed a gentle hand on her abdomen. Han Qing, perhaps it is for this little one? A subtle smile graced her lips, and her fondness for him grew. In the rear courtyard, Han Qing arrived at the medicinal garden. He formed seals with his hands and began to chant. Rain summoning technique. Instantly, dark clouds gathered above the garden, and the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced. Soon, raindrops began to fall in a gentle cascade. Thankfully, the garden remained unscathed during the earlier skirmish. Han Qing produced a vial of Xian Yu spiritual liquid. He poured out a single drop, flicking it with his fingertip, sending it soaring into the clouds. The rain, infused with Xian Yu spiritual liquid, would nourish the spiritual plants, hastening their growth. Next, he retrieved a storage bag and tossed it into the air. The bag spun gracefully, its opening facing downward, releasing a flurry of spiritual plant seeds. These were seeds he had procured from the treasure pavilion, including a batch of second-tier alchemical plant seeds. Under the nourishing rain, the spiritual plants visibly thrived, showcasing vibrant greens, delicate pinks, and ethereal blue hues. Having completed these tasks, Han Qing hurried back to his room. His mistress was burdened by worldly ties and hesitant to leave. The formidable foundation-building cultivator from the Li clan would undoubtedly come to claim their lives. How powerful was a foundation-building cultivator? Should he find himself unable to withstand their might, he would have no choice but to forcibly take his mistress and senior sister away. He needed to elevate his cultivation and strength with urgency. With a frigid demeanor, Han Qing knew that relying solely on talismans would not suffice against a foundation-building cultivator. He must concoct formations, harnessing their power for a glimmer of hope. The formidable formations required crafting tools, yet he lacked the materials, and his current cultivation was insufficient to sustain the energy expended in crafting. For now, he would use talismans to substitute for the formation eyes and produce a batch of talisman arrays. While their effectiveness may be somewhat diminished, they would suffice. Let us begin. Han Qing clapped his storage bag, releasing a flurry of dark beast hides into the air. Crafting talisman arrays necessitated using beast hides to create the array flags. Each flag would serve as a minor formation eye, while each talisman would act as an array eye. He promptly formed seals with his hands, pointing towards the alchemy furnace. With a hum, flames erupted within the furnace. With a wave of his hand, pieces of beast hide flew into the flames for refining. Nan Gongshui's emotional value, 20. Han Qing, engrossed in the refining of talismans, felt his expression shift. His mistress's emotional value was rising again. It was the middle of the night. What could have stirred her feelings? Did she perhaps miss him? Nan Gongshui's emotional value had reached 50 points, surpassing half of the threshold for completion. When fully realized, it could provide the power of belief for cultivation. Han Qing understood that several entities in this world harness the power of belief for their cultivation. Firstly, the national guardians drawing strength from the country's fortune. Secondly, city sovereigns. Thirdly, the righteous deities residing in various temples. Fourthly, ancient divine beings. It was said that those who cultivated with the power of belief experienced rapid advancement, with no limitations on their progress. In other words, ordinary human cultivators were bound to follow the path of foundation building, golden core formation, and divine transformation, necessitating foundation building pills and golden core pills. However, those who cultivated through belief could directly break through and continuously grow stronger. To a certain extent, this was akin to immortality. As long as belief endured, they could exist indefinitely. Nevertheless, such divine beings bore significant risks. If their belief were to falter, they would gradually perish due to the loss of their sustenance, much like the deities worshipped in temples. Without offerings, they would fade into obscurity. However, this would have to wait until the emotional values of their dual cultivation partners reached full capacity before making any further decisions. After a night had passed, Han Qing sat cross-legged in his room, dozens of talisman papers floating before him. Holding a talisman brush, he infused it with his inner energy. The brush shimmered with an ethereal glow as he inscribed intricate runes upon the talisman papers. To contend with foundation-building cultivators, he required both defensive and offensive formations. The reversal of the 5 elements formation was just the ticket. Additionally, the Tiangang Spirit Sword formation boasted formidable lethality. He would first create these 2 formations. A day later, Han Qing gestured, and several small formation flags and talismans flew into his storage bag. He had only inscribed 32 talismans, which felt rather insufficient. Most of them were sword talismans, lightning talismans, and breath-restraining talismans. A single storage bag could hold 4,000 to 5,000 talismans. He needed to fill not 1, but 2 or 3 bags to ensure safety. The scarcity of talismans left him uneasy. With a sigh, Han Qing pondered his situation. Just then, a beam of white light descended into the courtyard. It was Chun Zining, clad in white garments. She, barefoot and ethereal, swayed gracefully as she walked. Her enchanting figure undulated with each step. The door creaked open. Chun Zining gracefully stepped inside. Senior sister, junior brother Han. She cupped her hands in a respectful gesture. I have come to seek your guidance in cultivation. Very well, senior sister, please. Chun Zining bit her delicate red lip. Slowly, she removed her white garments, revealing her flawless shoulders and collarbone. The Hehuan sex technique, the Longjue, is exceedingly formidable. Under the dual cultivation of both genders, progress is remarkably swift, yet it may also spark unforeseen passions. With both being young and vibrant, the atmosphere is charged with intensity. As they cultivate, it is not uncommon for their practices to lead them to the bedchamber. Chun Zining turned her back to Han Qing, who gazed at her enchanting silhouette as her garments fell one by one to the ground. A smile crept upon his lips. Senior sister, how about we rest upon the bed for a while before continuing our cultivation? Chun Zining's face subtly flushed. Junior brother Han, how could you think of such things? She pondered, bewildered. What is it about such acts that captivates you, junior brother Han? Cultivators strive for tranquility of heart and enhancement of their skills. Those of higher cultivation often transcend the desires of the flesh, honing their hearts to become indifferent to emotions, thereby progressing further along the path of immortality. Junior brother Han, do you wish for more? Chapter 9. The Fivefold Refinement and the Li Clan. In the city of Fusong, the Li clan is situated in the outskirts, much like the Qin clan, amidst the tranquil woods. Typically, scattered cultivator families reside in remote mountains far from the bustling cities, seeking serene and resource-abundant environments for their cultivation. However, their proximity to the market allows them easier access to vital resources. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Li clan, an emaciated elder sat cross-legged. He was Li Suifeng, the clan leader and a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. A hurried Li clan disciple rushed into the hall, exclaiming, Clan leader, the soul lamps of Li Chang'an and his son Li Yunfeng have extinguished. What? Li Suifeng's eyes widened in shock. The soul lamps of the Li clan, situated within the grand hall, would extinguish upon the demise of any clan member. Li Chang'an, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had been slain. Investigate this matter thoroughly. We must uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Do they think the Li clan is without strength? Li Suifeng declared solemnly. Meanwhile, in the Chun clan's rear courtyard, Han Qing observed as Chun Zining donned her garments with a graceful demeanor. The previous night's revelry had left her skin flushed and radiant, enhancing her allure. Han Qing and Chun Zining soon stepped into the courtyard, where he tossed a bottle of elixirs towards her. Celestial-grade elixirs? Han Shidi, such precious resources should be reserved for your own cultivation, she protested. Sister, you need not say more. What is mine is yours, Han Qing replied. As your junior, it is my duty to care for you. You are my only family. Chun Zining bit her lip, her heart stirred. Han Shidi, you are truly kind to me. Suddenly, Han Qing noticed her emotional value had reached 30 points. A smile graced his lips. Her emotional value was now 70 points, not far from its maximum. Taking a deep breath, Chun Zining approached Han Qing, stood on tiptoe, and embraced his neck, her soft lips meeting his in a tender kiss. Previously, she had felt coerced by the promise of elixirs, but at this moment, Chun Zining genuinely found herself enamored with the seemingly ordinary Han Shidi. After a brief kiss, she smiled and said, I shall come to find you again tonight, but do keep this from your master. Very well, sister, travel safely. After her departure, Han Qing licked his lips, then with a flick of his wrist, a silver glint emerged from his storage pouch. It was a silver flying sword. He stepped onto the sword and ascended into the air. With an outstretched hand, 5 small black flags flew from his storage bag, spinning in the air. These were small array flags. Go! The flags dispersed in 5 directions, landing within a mile around the Qing clan. Han Qing then recited an incantation, causing white mist to rise and envelop the entire Qing clan. The inverted 5 elements array. He subsequently produced a series of talismans, casting them into various corners of the Qing clan, including rooftops and wells. With the inverted 5 elements array coupled with the Tiangang spirit sword array, the safety of the Qing clan would be ensured. This layer of mist would also obstruct divine perception. Once all was set, Han Qing descended into a room and sat cross-legged on the ground. He examined 2 storage bags, which contained only basic cultivation techniques and a modest quantity of spirit stones, merely a few thousand in total. This was to be expected, as scattered cultivator families possessed few valuable items. Even his master, Nangong Shui, only had a single top-tier magical artifact, the 5-spirit ruler. The poverty was undeniable. The urgent task at hand was to elevate his cultivation level swiftly. A blue glowing elixir appeared in Han Qing's hand, an exceptional gathering spirit pill. He swallowed it and began to refine its essence. In the Qing clan's grand hall, Nangong Shui emerged slowly, her gaze drawn to the thick mist surrounding the vicinity. Her expression shifted. This array was just set up by Han Qing. She sensed its formidable restrictions. Han Qing, a formation master? How can this be possible? Suddenly, she felt nauseous and rushed aside to vomit, though nothing emerged. Placing a hand on her belly, she realized she was indeed pregnant with Han Qing's child. Only a pregnancy could cause such morning sickness. That rascal, Han Qing. Yet, he is rather good. At least he is willing to stay and support the Chun family through adversity. A slight smile graced Nangong Shui's lips. Days later, in the rear courtyard of the Qing clan, the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged towards the area, forming a vortex. A graceful figure arrived, her expression shifting dramatically. Is he about to break through again? How can this be? Han Shidi just recently achieved a breakthrough. How could he possibly advance so quickly? Chun Zining was astounded. As the surrounding spiritual energy gathered, a terrifying force surged within the room. Once dissipated, an overwhelming aura emerged, soon fading away. Han Qing, clad in a green robe, stepped forward, his dark skin appearing slightly fairer, though still unremarkable in appearance. Han Shidi, you have broken through. Chun Zining exclaimed joyfully. Han Qing stepped closer, embracing her slender waist. Indeed, I have. But I consumed 5 exceptional gathering spirit pills and 3 body refinement pills, 8 high-grade elixirs in total. With my 5 elements waste spirit root, advancing is tenfold more challenging than for ordinary cultivators. Han Qing chuckled ruefully. The 5 elements waste spirit root, including inferior single spirit roots, possessed such poor quality that foundation establishment seemed nearly impossible. Cultivating required 10 times the effort and resources compared to others, hence it was rarely heard of. The 5 elements with a wasted spiritual root can indeed achieve foundation establishment. If one cannot establish a foundation, they shall inevitably succumb to the fate of dissolution. Chun Zining furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with concern. She found herself worrying about Han Qing's ability to establish a foundation. The two sat beside the tea table, where the teapot levitated on its own, pouring 2 cups of spiritual tea. Senior sister, there is no need to fret over future matters. A cultivator's duty is to cherish the present. The path I pursue is neither devoid of sentiment nor overly sentimental. It is simply to follow the natural course of things. If I were to embark on the path of immortality without your companionship, it would feel rather insipid. Therefore, having you by my side is truly delightful, Han Qing remarked. At that moment, Chun Zining's complexion flushed with warmth. Junior brother, do not speak so frivolously. How could one possibly delay their own journey towards immortality for another? She replied, you have already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. It is imperative that you devote yourself even more diligently to your cultivation. Not at all. In my heart, senior sister is more important than immortality. Han Qing countered playfully. Chun Zining composed herself and said, Junior brother, you possess such remarkable talent in alchemy. Why not attend the alchemist conference organized by the Hehuan sect? The rewards at the conference are substantial, and you could seize a great opportunity. The Alchemist Conference. Chapter 10. The Foundation Establishment Experts. The Alchemist Conference of Hehuan Zone is to be held in the imperial capital of Su Country by Yu Jing. However, in order to allow more alchemists to participate, He Huanzong will establish multiple smaller venues throughout Su country. Only those alchemists who rank in the top 3 at these smaller venues will be eligible to attend the Alchemist Conference in Baiyujing. Fusang City hosts one such smaller venue, with its alchemist competition occurring in just 7 days. During this time, alchemists from nearby regions will gather, for the rewards for the top 3 ranks at each smaller venue are quite generous. The third-place winner will receive 10,000 low-grade spirit stones along with a mid-grade alchemical furnace. The second place will earn 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and a high-grade alchemical furnace. The first place will be awarded 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and a top-grade alchemical furnace. While the spirit stones are of secondary importance, the alchemical furnace holds the utmost significance. Chen Zining remarked that a good alchemical furnace can greatly enhance the chances and quality of concocting elixirs. However, such alchemical furnaces are exceedingly rare. Han Qing also finds himself in need of a superior furnace. A thought crossed his mind. It seems he must attend this alchemist competition at the smaller venue. He Huanzong hosts the Alchemist Conference every few years, aiming to gather the talented alchemists of Su country for their own use. One must understand that a sect as grand as He Huanzong certainly requires a multitude of alchemists. Perhaps, Han Shidi, you might be chosen by He Huanzong and thus exempted from the entrance examination and trials, Chen Zining suggested. No matter. That is of lesser importance. The foremost objective is to acquire the alchemical furnace. Han Qing's voice trailed off. Suddenly, he gazed towards the heavens, his expression darkening. Someone is approaching. 2 talismans materialized in Han Qing's hands, affixed to both himself and Chen Zining. Almost instantaneously, the aura emanating from both individuals vanished without a trace. This is a concealment talisman. Nangong Shui was in seclusion within a secret chamber. The chamber has a certain degree of aura shielding. Chen Zining's expression turned to one of shock. She could sense the formidable power radiating from the celestial-grade talismans. Han Shidi can actually forge celestial-grade talismans. This is simply astonishing. Outside Qin Mansion, a figure descended upon a distant mountaintop. This was an emaciated elder clad in black, Li Suifeng, a Foundation establishment cultivator. Li Suifeng had tracked Li Chang's aura to this location. Soon after, Li Chang's aura vanished without a trace. He cast a cold gaze ahead. Before him lay a valley, resplendent with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, shrouded in mist. Strange. Not here. Li Suifeng's expression darkened. He then produced a talisman in his hand, which transformed into a golden light that surged skyward. The golden light dispersed into countless strands of spiritual power, shattering layer upon layer of clouds. Subsequently, the sky above instantly transformed into a raging sea of flames. Enormous fireballs plummeted towards the valley. Within that valley was Qin Mansion. However, Qin Mansion was concealed by Han Qing using the inverted 5 elements formation. Li Suifeng could not see Qin Mansion. Thus, he resorted to using talismans for probing. Boom, boom, boom. A transparent defensive barrier materialized above the valley. The fireballs collided with the barrier, exploding upon impact. The Qin Mansion beneath the barrier became distinctly visible. Indeed, it is hidden here. You killed my Li clan disciple. Let us see where you can hide, Li Suifeng declared in a deep voice. At Qin Mansion, Nangong Shui immediately flew out from the secret chamber, her complexion pale. Soon after, Chen Zining and Han Qing appeared behind Nangong Shui, faced with a Foundation establishment cultivator. The concealment talismans on the two had little effect at that moment. Nangong Shui took a deep breath. Han Qing, take Zining and leave. However, Han Qing remained motionless. On the contrary, Li Suifeng wasted no words. He raised his hand, and a green ancient mirror appeared. The ancient mirror radiated a brilliant green light. A fierce green beam erupted from the mirror, crashing into the defensive barrier. In an instant, the barrier trembled and shattered. At that moment, Han Qing grasped Nangong Shui's shoulder with one hand and Chen Zining's shoulder with the other, vanishing from sight. The shifting talisman. This talisman allowed Han Qing to evade as if teleporting for a brief period. The green light thundered down. Several pavilions of Qin Mansion were instantly reduced to ruins. Li Suifeng's expression soured. His consciousness swiftly enveloped the entirety of Qin Mansion. The moment he locked on a Han Qing, the figures of the 3 vanished once more. Immediately, a thick mist rapidly enveloped Qin Mansion and its surroundings. Li Suifeng's consciousness seemed obscured in the mist, rendering him unable to detect anything. Little beast, come out. A mere 4th level of qi refinement. Let us see how long you can endure. Li Suifeng formed hand seals, the terrifying aura of a foundation establishment cultivator continuously rising. Above, enormous fireballs rained down, crashing into the mist. They erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Yet, the mist remained just that, mist. It shrouded Li Suifeng, yet he could not discern Han Qing's figure. Die! Li Suifeng formed hand seals. From his sleeves flew forth streaks of green light. Within the green light were orbs the size of fists. With a wave of his hand, these orbs instantly soared in all directions. Then boom, boom, boom. The green lightning orbs erupted, the shockwaves expanding relentlessly. They dispersed the encroaching mist. However, what Li Suifeng beheld was not Qin Mansion. Beneath his feet, Qin Mansion had transformed into a dense forest. A forest thick with trees as far as the eye could see. An illusion formation? Li Suifeng's blood-red light flickered, revealing a blood-colored spear. A low-grade magical weapon, the Blood Dragon Spear. There exists a significant disparity between magical weapons and talismans. Magical weapons are classified into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The higher the quality, the greater the power of the magical weapon. Beyond magical weapons lie even more formidable talismans, and above talismans are spiritual treasures, which further branch into innate and acquired spiritual treasures, as well as profound celestial treasures. Generally, Qi refinement cultivators can only wield magical weapons, for their internal Qi is insufficient to activate talismans, which poses the risk of being drained of Qi by the talismans. Conversely, foundation establishment cultivators utilize talismans. The Jindan cultivator began to wield even more formidable spiritual treasures. The talismans, too, belong to the category of magical artifacts. Although the item in Li Suifeng's possession was merely a low-grade magical treasure, it exuded an overwhelming aura of power. With a swift motion, Li Suifeng drew forth the Blood Dragon Spear, which resonated with a deep, vibrating hum. A crescent-shaped wave of energy, spanning several zhang, cascaded downwards, instantly shattering countless towering trees below. In this moment, Li Suifeng beheld an endless expanse of forest. However, in reality, Han Qing and the others stood enveloped in mist, their surroundings remaining unchanged. The Qin residence was still the same Qin residence. Only Li Suifeng found himself ensnared within the inverted five elements array. Observing this, Han Qing promptly formed intricate hand seals with great speed. Utilizing the inverted five elements array, he could muster the strength to contend with a foundation establishment cultivator, albeit barely. The magical power of a foundation establishment cultivator is vast, far surpassing that of a Qi refinement cultivator. The Qi refinement cultivator channels Xin Qi, both internally and externally, while the foundation establishment cultivator possesses pure magical power, radiating spiritual energy. In an instant, an astonishing phenomenon erupted beneath Li Suifeng's feet. Chapter 11. The Art of the Great Sword. Li Suifeng hovered in midair. In an instant, the trees beneath him appeared to come to life. Thick tree roots surged upwards like mighty arms. Faster than the roots were the dark green vines, shooting towards Li Suifeng with great ferocity. Mere trifles. Li Suifeng brandished his spear, unleashing waves of energy that swept forth. Wherever the energy passed, the vines were swiftly shredded. However, below him, the vines and roots continued to overwhelm him in a relentless tide. Li Suifeng's Blood Dragon Spear erupted with a brilliant crimson light. He channeled his magical energy into the spear and then struck down fiercely. In an instant, a wave of blood surged forth, covering hundreds of feet of forest. Wherever it passed, the roots were utterly obliterated. The combat prowess of a foundation establishment cultivator is indeed fearsome. Yet, mere moments later, more roots erupted from the earth without cease. Li Suifeng's expression darkened. At this moment, he realized the formidable nature of this formation. This array was incredibly powerful. Were it not for the low cultivation of its user, it could have easily slain him. What to do? Li Suifeng, a foundation establishment cultivator, found that this formation could only ensnare him, not kill him. Han Shidi's mystical energy could not sustain itself for long. Chen Xining's expression was filled with concern. Han Qing observed the scene with calmness. He had no intention of using this array to slay a foundation establishment cultivator. Its purpose was merely to exhaust Li Suifeng's magical energy. Boom. In just a moment, Li Suifeng had swept away all the trees within the array. Breaking through the formation, however, he found himself surrounded by a dense fog. His divine sense could not extend. Li Suifeng's expression grew grim. Breaking the formation had already consumed most of his magical energy. Yet, he had yet to even lay eyes on Han Qing. Damn it! How can a mere 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator be so formidable? Come out! Li Suifeng roared. In the mist, no one responded to him. Han Qing formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. In an instant, mystical energy gathered above Li Suifeng's head. The energy coalesced into shimmering swords of azure light. Each sword was over 3 feet long, flickering with illusory light. A total of 8 divine swords. These were spiritual swords formed from divine sword talismans, radiating immense power. Flash! Han Qing shouted thunderously. The spiritual swords surged downward in rapid succession, creating a torrent of sword energy. Swish! South Palace Shui and her mother were taken aback. This divine sword talisman is at least a top-grade talisman. Shun Xiening exclaimed. South Palace Shui was equally astonished. When did Han Qing learn to draw talismans? Moreover, his talent in talisman crafting was astonishing. Not only could he refine elixirs of celestial quality, but he could also produce top-grade talismans. Truly a prodigy. Li Suifeng's face turned a shade of iron. He gripped his spear tightly, sweeping it horizontally. Clash! 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 His figure danced as he deflected the spiritual swords. Ultimately, he managed to shatter the torrent of sword energy. A foundation establishment cultivator is indeed formidable. Were he a mere Qi refinement cultivator, he would have been instantly annihilated by this torrent of sword energy. Han Qing's expression darkened upon witnessing this. He changed his hand seals and pointed skyward. The Tiangang Cloud Sword Formation. The Great Sword Art. 8 flying swords shot into the sky, rapidly converging to form a gigantic azure sword several feet in size. The great sword emanated terrifying power. Flash! Han Qing bellowed. The azure great sword whistled downwards. Executing the most powerful attack of the Tiangang Cloud Sword Formation, the Great Sword Art. Han Qing's current execution was comparable to the full-force strike of an early foundation establishment cultivator. Li Suifeng's face turned ashen. His blood dragon spear radiated a brilliant crimson light as he lunged towards the great sword. The azure torrent collided with the blood-red torrent in an instant. Boom! The two-colored mystical light erupted, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Layers of mystical energy scattered and surged forth. Han Qing's heart raced. The power of a foundation establishment cultivator is truly terrifying. If he had not relied on the inverted 5 elements formation to suppress and exhaust Li Suifeng, he and his companions would have been slain. Only by establishing a foundation can one embark on the path of immortality. Only by establishing a foundation can one possess such terrifying strength. Han Qing naturally yearned for this foundation, desiring it fervently. Even with a waste spirit root of the 5 elements, he would devote all his efforts to achieving foundation establishment. Bang! In an instant, Li Suifeng's expression changed dramatically. A crack suddenly appeared in his blood dragon spear. The crack rapidly spread. Boom! The great sword descended with tremendous force, piercing into the ground. A massive chasm several feet deep was cleaved into the earth. Within the chasm, Li Suifeng's robes were torn, his face pale. Blood dribbling from his lips, pinned to the ground by the spiritual sword. Han Qing, witnessing this, waved his hand, causing the surrounding mist to roil and vanish. He swiftly appeared before Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng gritted his teeth, seething with rage. His magical energy was dissipating rapidly. Life force was draining from his body. You dare to kill me, you seek death. Li Suifeng roared. Han Qing did not approach Li Suifeng, maintaining a safe distance. The survival principle for loose cultivators. When the enemy is defeated and severely injured, never approach. Be wary of the enemy's self-detonation. He formed hand seals, and the enormous spiritual sword descended. The foundation establishment cultivator Li Suifeng was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. Han Qing flicked his fingers, and the gigantic spiritual sword dissipated into mystical energy. 8 talismans quietly fell into his sleeve, disappearing from sight. Then, with a wave of his hand, Li Suifeng's storage bag flew into his grasp. Following this, Han Qing skillfully formed hand seals. Fireball technique. A great blaze incinerated Li Suifeng's corpse to ashes. Wind control technique. Rain summoning technique. After clearing everything, Han Qing soared into the sky, arriving before South Palace Shui and Qin Xiening. The Chun residence can no longer be our abode. Let the Chun clan members find another place to settle. Even if we do not leave Fusang City, we must depart from here, Han Qing said solemnly. All right, mother, shall we heed Han Shidi's advice? Chun Zining inquired, cradling Nangong Shui and blinking playfully. Had it not been for Han Shidi today, our Chun residents would have faced utter calamity. Nangong Shui furrowed her brow. Why did her daughter speak of Han Shidi with such endearment? Han Qing must not bring misfortune upon her, nor upon her daughter. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Shui nodded in agreement. Han Qing promptly descended upon the Chun residence, gathering all the spiritual plants from the Lingji garden. Shortly thereafter, 3 beams of sword light departed from the Chun estate. In Fusang City, within a secluded courtyard, Han Qing settled in with the 2 young ladies. With a modest amount of spirit stones at his disposal, renting a small courtyard posed no burden. This was an ancient dwelling, impeccably tidy and elegantly tranquil, quite agreeable indeed. With a wave of his hand, numerous talismans soared from his storage pouch, landing at the corners of the courtyard. He swiftly arranged the inverted 5 elements formation. Shirmu, Shiji, from now on, we shall reside here while awaiting the entrance examination of the Hahuan sect. During this period, we must diligently cultivate, Han Qing proclaimed. All right, Nangong Shui nodded, selecting a room and promptly entering to tend to her injuries. Chun Zining turned her gaze toward Han Qing, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Hee, Han Shidi, my mother is not here. I wish to cultivate with you. Han Qing. Han Shidi, those talismans of yours are truly remarkable. If Shiji desires them, I shall gift one to you. Han Qing declared, conjuring an immortal-grade divine sword talisman that floated before Chun Zining. In an instant, Chun Zining's expression shifted dramatically. An immortal-grade talisman, offered so casually? Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Taking a deep breath, she clutched the talisman and stepped into her room. Shidi, what are you waiting for? Hurry and join me. Chapter 12. The Dian Decision and the Affection of the Junior Disciple. Chun Zining reclined upon her bed, turning her back to the outside world. Her alluring figure was as gracefully contoured as a mountain peak, and her complexion radiated a delicate blush. She was acutely aware of what Han, her junior disciple, favored, matters of intimacy between men and women. Yet, she pondered the merits of such pursuits. Cultivators should focus on their training and the path to immortality. The higher one's cultivation, the more steadfast their Tao heart becomes, impervious to the distractions of desires and emotions. In the Hahuan sect, some disciples practice the path of detachment, avoiding romantic entanglements to preserve their Tao hearts, while others embrace the path of attachment, deliberately engaging in relationships to refine their spirits. Ultimately, both paths aim to sever the ties of desire and emotion, achieving a state of dispassion. Thus, those with greater cultivation often exhibited indifference towards romantic matters, viewing such indulgences as a mere waste of time. However, Han was exceedingly fond of these intimacies, and with this knowledge, Chun decided to indulge him, wishing only to bring him joy and happiness, especially given his kindness towards her, showering her with elixirs and mystical talismans, treating her as if she were his Tao partner. Senior sister, I have arrived, Han Qing announced, closing the door behind him. He skillfully shed his azure robe and embraced Chun Zining from behind, feeling the warmth radiating from her body and the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her. In a fleeting moment, garments were strewn across the floor, and the room was filled with a cacophony of sounds. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Han Qing opened the wooden door with a wave of his hand. He and Chun Zining emerged, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, the color creeping down to her neck. As she walked, she exhibited a certain shyness. Han Qing's enthusiasm was palpable, but she felt a tinge of reluctance. They settled in the courtyard pavilion, where Han poured 2 cups of spirit tea. Junior brother, what are your plans moving forward? We have slain a foundation establishment cultivator from the Li clan. Their deep-rooted heritage will undoubtedly seek retribution, Chun Zining remarked. Han Qing's expression darkened. What you say is true. Senior sister, since the Li clan will pursue us, why not take the initiative? By eliminating the Li clan, we can cultivate in peace thereafter, he replied. What? Chun Zining's expression shifted dramatically. To my knowledge, the Li clan has 2 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators and several others. They may prove formidable. Han Qing smiled slightly. There is no need for concern, senior sister. I will handle it. He took a sip of his tea. Chun Zining felt a stirring in her heart. Junior brother, why are you so good to us? Because you are my senior sister. And because the one inside is my Tao mother. Oh, well then. Chun Zining bit her delicate red lips, suddenly leaning forward to plant a kiss on Han Qing's lips before turning to enter the pavilion. Junior brother, I shall go cultivate now. Ding. Chen Xining's emotional value increased by 25 hm. Han Qing's lips curled into a smile, his expression one of excitement. Senior sister's emotional value has reached 95 points, just 5 points shy of perfection. It seems there are still some unresolved feelings. However, this cannot be rushed. I am already quite satisfied with this progress. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing entered his room and closed the door. With a flick of his wrist, 4 talismans flew from his storage bag and affixed themselves to the corners of the room, creating a barrier against divine senses. Within Fusang City, numerous wandering cultivators roamed, including several Foundation establishment practitioners. Thus, he must proceed with utmost caution. Having slain a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Li clan, it was certain that their kin would be enraged. Instead of waiting for the Li clan to seek vengeance, it was better to proactively eliminate this threat. Han Qing then retrieved a storage bag belonging to the Foundation establishment cultivator Li Suifeng. Resources for wandering cultivators were exceedingly scarce. Typically, a Qi refinement cultivator might possess a few thousand spirit stones, while Foundation establishment cultivators might hold between 30 to 50,000. Golden core cultivators would have a reserve of over 100,000 spirit stones, as spirit stones were vital for purchasing magical tools and elixirs, and also served as cultivation resources due to their rich spiritual energy, which cultivators could absorb directly for a more efficient practice than drawing from the thin air. Han Qing opened the storage bag and was immediately struck by the sight within. Over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, alongside some spiritual herbs and elixirs. However, he dismissed the herbs and elixirs, knowing that their quality did not surpass those he had refined or cultivated himself. What is this? Han Qing waved his hand, and a pitch-black bamboo scroll materialized. Golden characters floated upon its surface, though they appeared cryptic and archaic. With a touch, the golden script surged forth and entered his mind. Ding! The upper half of the Dayan decision. An ancient secret technique for cultivating the spirit. Han Qing's expression shifted dramatically, filled with exhilaration. This was a secret technique for cultivating the spirit. Moreover, the characters were so obscure that it was likely Li Suifeng had not comprehended their meaning. Without the aid of a system, Han Qing too struggled to decipher the symbols, yet he was overjoyed. The upper portion of the Dayan decision comprised 3 tiers: minor success, major success, and great perfection. Achieving minor success would significantly enhance one's spirit, rendering it 3 times stronger than that of peers at the same level. The fortification of the spirit offered immense advantages to cultivators, particularly for Han Qing, as the crafting of elixirs, drawing talismans, and even forming arrays demanded substantial spiritual energy. A potent spirit would facilitate his endeavors in alchemy. In the future, he would be capable of concocting even more advanced medicinal pills. This truly is a remarkable treasure. Han Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, producing a Jiuling Dan, and promptly ingested it, activating the Da Yin Ju cultivation technique. As night fell, a shadow silently departed from the small courtyard, making its way to the bustling streets of Fusang City. He then ventured into a secluded alley, rising into the air on a sword, propelled by the wind. On the outskirts of Fusang City stood a residence, not far from the city, yet remarkably tranquil, ideal for cultivators' practice. This was the Li residence. A beam of azure light descended into a bamboo grove situated a distance away from the Li estate. The moment it landed, Han Qing affixed a concealed breath talisman to himself, rendering his presence imperceptible. The Xianpin Lian Shifu. Had he not deliberately chosen to reveal himself, even cultivators of the same rank, or those at the Foundation establishment stage, would scarcely have been able to detect him. Han Qing stealthily approached the Li residence, opting not to enter but instead to quietly maneuver through the woods several hundred zhang away from the estate. Occasionally, he retrieved a talisman, affixing it to the trees, plotting against the Li residence. As a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, his strength was insufficient. Thus, he intended to harness the power of formations and talismans. His cultivation was still somewhat lacking. After completing this task, he resolved to retreat and cultivate to enhance his abilities. Thus, Han Qing quietly circled the periphery of the Li residence. Soon after, he raised his hand and cast a 5 thunder talisman, which shot straight into the sky. Chapter 13. The Red Umbrella and Su Qingyali Mansion. At this moment, the soul lamp of Li Suifeng extinguished. The entire Li mansion was in an uproar. In the grand hall, a woman clad in crimson, her figure graceful and enchanting, bore a countenance of profound gloom. Her name was Su Qingya, one of the two practitioners of the 9th level of Qi refinement in the Li mansion. She was also the partner of Li Suifeng, the matriarch of the Li family. Su Qingya's expression was filled with fury. Who dared to be so audacious as to slay a foundational practitioner of the Li clan? Su Qingya gritted her teeth in anger. Matriarch, our clan leader went to seek vengeance against the Qin clan, only to meet his demise there. Clearly, this is closely tied to the Qin clan. Indeed, matriarch, those two mere Qi refinement practitioners of the Qin clan are simply courting death. But on another note, how could our clan leader, a foundational practitioner, fall to the hands of mere Qi refinement practitioners? What is impossible? Perhaps that wretched Nangong Shui utilized arrays or powerful artifacts. Precisely, that accursed Nangong Shui. Su Qingya's murderous intent surged. Gather all practitioners of the Li clan at the 5th level of Qi refinement and above in the Grand Hall. I wish to see what capabilities that Nangong Shui possesses. Su Qingya spoke in a low voice. Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky from outside the Li clan. Su Qingya and the others witnessed this beam of golden light. Within the golden light lay a talisman. The talisman soared towards the heavens, dispersing into countless strands of spiritual power, shattering the rolling clouds. Subsequently, the spiritual power rapidly coalesced into terrifying arcs of silver lightning. Thunderous arcs, as thick as a thumb, descended in an instant, striking towards the Li mansion. The faces of the Li clan practitioners changed dramatically. Su Qingya's anger intensified. She raised her hand, and a red paper umbrella appeared, spinning above the Li mansion. The superior-grade artifact, the Hong Luo San, radiated a profound light, rapidly expanding to cover the grand hall below. Boom, boom, boom. Arcs of lightning struck down, crashing against the Hong Luo San. The umbrella did not shatter, but the blood-red glow upon it diminished continuously. Who dares to strike at my Li mansion? Su Qingya bellowed in fury. Immediately, Su Qingya soared into the sky, stepping upon a flying sword. Her consciousness swiftly locked onto a figure in a blue robe in the distance. Han Qing, a junior at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Who are you? A mere 5th level of Qi refinement. Are you seeking death? Su Qingya declared sternly. The Li mansion's Qi refinement practitioners surged forth, their gazes fixed upon Han Qing as some charged towards him. These were practitioners of the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refinement. The difference in realms signifies a disparity in accumulated profound energy and depth of cultivation. While not as immense as the gap between Qi refinement and foundational levels, a tangible difference remained. Han Qing observed the rushing practitioners of the Li clan, his expression darkening. He raised a hand and pointed. A talisman shot forth from his sleeve. The talisman erupted with brilliant golden light, transforming into scattered spiritual power, which then rapidly converged. It coalesced into a sword of considerable length, radiating azure light. Spirit Sword Mansion, a supreme-grade spirit sword talisman. Han Qing's current cultivation was just sufficient to wield the supreme-grade spirit sword talisman. If he were to employ a celestial-grade sword talisman, his internal profound energy would struggle to sustain it. The enormous sword of azure light surged forth, swiftly targeting the Li clan practitioners. The foremost practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement swung his silver-white long sword. Bang! In an instant, his silver sword was shattered by the azure light sword. The azure sword plunged through, instantly obliterating him. It continued to massacre several other Qi refinement practitioners, crashing against the Li clan's entrance, causing the entire structure to collapse into ruins. Su Qingya's expression darkened. This 5th level Qi refinement junior possessed such terrifying talismans. Above in the heavens, another 5 thunder talisman appeared. How could this be possible? Fellow practitioner, what exactly do you intend to do? If I recall correctly, the Li clan has no grievances with you, right? Su Qingya inquired solemnly. Is that so? The Li clan intends to slay my master and elder sister, and you call that no grievances? Han Qing had no intention of wasting words. He immediately activated the 5 thunder talisman, unleashing arcs of lightning that shot down upon the Hong Luo San. The fragmented arcs of lightning scattered in all directions. Su Qingya was taken aback. The red umbrella above her visibly cracked. Her heart ached. This superior-grade defensive artifact had cost her tens of thousands of spirit stones. To see it destroyed so easily filled her with sorrow. You seek death. Su Qingya charged towards Han Qing. The terrifying aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement surged, and 6 blood-red flying swords appeared around her, shooting towards Han Qing. This constituted a set of artifacts. Han Qing's gaze sharpened, and another talisman shot forth. The talisman transformed into a massive spiritual sword, launching towards the 6 blood-red flying swords. In an instant, the 6 swords shattered the single spiritual sword. Han Qing was forced back several feet, his expression grim. He remained merely a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner, without any formidable artifacts at his disposal. The power of the 9th level of Qi refinement was already perilously close to foundational levels. In that moment, the scene before Su Qingya dramatically shifted. Golden pillars of light erupted from all directions of the Li mansion. Waves of mist rapidly spread, enveloping the entire Li mansion. In the next moment, the ground beneath Su Qingya transformed into a vast ocean. A terrifying formation suppressed her, as her profound energy felt as though it had solidified, suppressing much of her strength. A formation, the inverted 5 elements formation. Su Qingya was taken aback. 6 blood-red flying swords whirled around her, spinning rapidly. Boom. Columns of water surged upward from the surface beneath her feet. These water columns were, in fact, blue chains shooting towards her. Get away from me. Su Qingya formed seals with her hands, directing the 6 flying swords to slash at the water chains. Chains were severed, crashing down as torrents of water, yet more chains surged towards her relentlessly. Swiftly, a colossal sphere of chains encircled Su Qingya, rendering her pallid with horror. Panic surged within her as she desperately summoned her magical artifacts, yet found herself utterly powerless. Soon, chains pierced through her very being, scattering blood in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the scene before Su Qingya transformed dramatically. She plummeted to the ground, with the shattered Li residence looming behind her. The ocean and the chains of water had vanished without a trace, leaving only a figure before her, a man clad in azure robes. Thunder rumbled as arcs of lightning descended, instantly reducing the Li residence to ruins. Cries of anguish filled the air. Witnessing this devastation, Su Qingya's heart bled. Fellow Taoist, please spare us. You and the Li family are not mortal enemies. Why must you pursue total annihilation? If you grant us mercy, I am willing to do anything. I shall devote my life to serving you, remaining by your side. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Han Qing. Indeed, she was an unparalleled beauty. Her visage and figure were captivating, and especially her pitiful demeanor stirred the hearts of men. True to her name, she embodied a fresh and elegant grace. Is that so? Han Qing's lips curled slightly. Dear fellow Taoist, do you understand the principles governing the survival of solitary practitioners? Chapter 14. The Survival Principles of Loose Cultivators. What? The survival principles of loose cultivators? Su Qingya was taken aback. As a loose cultivator herself, she was unaware of such principles. Loose cultivator families are also considered loose cultivators. Only by joining a large sect like Huanzong and enjoying the protection of the sect can one be considered otherwise. The survival principle for loose cultivators states, if an enemy is gravely injured, do not approach. Do not trust easily. Eliminate them to avoid future troubles. What? Su Qingya's expression turned to one of shock. A spiritual sword descended from the heavens, piercing through her back in an instant. Blood spattered. Su Qingya was dead. Meanwhile, the Li clan had been reduced to ruins. The cultivators of the Li clan perished beneath the heavenly thunder symbols. The common folk of the Li clan trembled in fear, hiding in the corners of their rooms. Observing this, Han Qing donned a black mask, and with a wave of his hand, several storage bags flew into his sleeves and vanished. He swiftly entered the Li clan's domain, his consciousness enveloping every corner of the place. Families like this often possess hidden treasure vaults. Some affluent loose cultivator families even have technique pavilions and weapon storerooms. Han Qing swiftly appeared before an underground passage. His figure flickered and vanished. He re-emerged before a stone door. With a wave of his hand, the stone door thunderously opened. Behind the stone door lay a repository of magical artifacts. A plethora of artifacts was displayed: swords, spears, and halberds, all of low rank. Han Qing's gaze fell upon a piece of black iron ore. This chunk of black iron was merely a foot in size, but weighed several hundred pounds. What is this? Top-grade refining material, Xiantai. Han Qing smiled. For this was an excellent material for refining. It could significantly enhance the strength and efficacy of magical artifacts, elevating their quality. Han Qing waved his hand, and 6 blood-colored small swords flew from the storage bag, swirling around him. These were the Blood Jade Mother swords, a set of superior magical artifacts previously wielded by Su Qingya. A complete set of magical artifacts wields much greater power than a single one. If the Blood Jade Mother swords are utilized effectively, they possess the might of top-grade artifacts. Should they be infused with this Xian Tai, it might be possible to forge a set of top-grade artifacts. He was currently in need of top-grade artifacts. Han Qing beckoned, collecting all the magical artifacts and refining materials into his storage bag. This was the accumulated foundation of the Li clan over several decades, which included numerous beast skins and bones, materials for refining and talisman crafting. Ultimately, the resources of a loose cultivator family are limited. Han Qing flickered and appeared above the ruins of the Li clan. He swiftly waved his hand, summoning a flurry of black flags that flew back from all directions, disappearing into his storage bag. Next, Han Qing waved his hand again, and a stream of light shot from the storage bag, transforming into a flying sword. He immediately mounted the sword and soared into the sky. Moments later, a tempest raged above the Li clan, dark clouds gathered, and torrential rain cascaded down, cleansing the area of all traces. Shortly after Han Qing departed, a beam of golden light surged from the distance, radiating a formidable presence as it hovered above the Li clan. It was a golden-armored general, wielding a golden spear, exuding a divine aura. This figure bore an imposing visage that commanded respect, emanating an aura akin to a deity. He was the local deity of Fuso City, governing the mountains, rivers, and the lives and deaths of its citizens. Upon death, the souls of the citizens would report to the city god temple, where he resided as the city lord. Jingu. Jingu possessed mid-stage foundation-building cultivation and wore a grim expression. Who dares to slaughter the citizens of Fuso City before me? Escape? I wonder where you think you can flee? Jingu spoke in a deep voice. No matter how discreetly one acts, there will always be flaws left behind. For instance, the chaotic auras of cultivators. There will always be one that belongs to the murderer. Jin Ji's figure flickered, transforming into golden light and vanishing. The following morning, news of the annihilation of the Li residence spread rapidly throughout Fuso City. The Li residence was guarded by foundation-building cultivators. Could it possibly be the work of a golden core cultivator? I think not. Why would a golden core cultivator target such a trivial Li residence? Hiss. Someone has thoroughly wiped out the Li residence's cultivators. Chun Zining hurried into the courtyard. She dashed into a room where Nangong Shui was sitting cross-legged on the bed, consolidating her cultivation. Mother, the Li clan has been destroyed. It happened last night, Chun Zining exclaimed. What? Nangong Shui's expression changed dramatically. The Li clan was annihilated overnight. Who could have done this? Nangong Shui asked solemnly. Mother, I believe this incident is related to Han Shidi. Chun Zining's expression shifted slightly. Han Shidi mentioned yesterday that we need not worry about this matter. Moreover, the talismans he utilized possess formidable power. Han Shidi can also set up formations. It's possible that it was indeed his doing. Mother, Han Shidi is protecting us. Even though his master has passed away, he still treats us so well. Han Shidi is truly a good person. Chun Zining's face flushed with warmth. Nangong Shui's expression shifted. Her daughter, displaying such bashful demeanor, must have been captivated by that wretched servant. Nonetheless, Han Qing indeed surprised Nangong Shui. Aside from the unexpected pregnancy, it was also due to Han Qing's suddenly revealed extraordinary talents in alchemy and talisman crafting. Yet, why had he never revealed such talents before? Perhaps it was due to the presence of foundation-building cultivators in the Qin family. After all, if he had exposed such remarkable abilities back then, it would have likely drawn envy. Thus, Han Qing chose to conceal his brilliance. This was entirely reasonable. Now, Chun Zining's face was flushed, causing Nangong Shui to feel a bit uneasy. If her daughter were to fall for Han Qing, then what would that make her? After all, she was carrying Han Qing's child. Zining, you wouldn't have developed feelings for that rascal Han Qing, would you? Liking him? Chun Zining's face turned crimson. Mother, what are you saying? How could I possibly? Initially, Chun Zining did not hold much faith in Han Qing. Han Qing is either motivated by her innate Yuan Yin or by her mother's Yuan Yin. However, as their interactions progressed, the reality proved otherwise. Han Qing has repeatedly saved their lives and generously provided them with elixirs and resources. Truly, Han Shidi is a remarkable individual. At this moment, Chun Zining harbors profound trust in Han Qing. Regrettably, Han Shidi's spiritual roots are rather lacking. Despite his extraordinary talents in alchemy, talismans, and formations, what significance does it hold? If he cannot establish a foundation, and embark on the path to immortality. He is inevitably bound to succumb to the fate of dissolution. Ding. Shen Zining's emotional value is at 5. The emotional value has reached its maximum, resulting in a companion bond of 1. Faith power, 5,000. Daily provision of faith power, 10. Hiss. In the room, Han Qing, who was seated in meditation refining elixirs, suddenly opened his eyes. A fleeting blue light shimmered deep within his pupils, followed by an expression of great joy. The emotional value of his senior sister has reached its peak. Chapter 15. The Divine Art of the Brahmin Saint and Demon. The emotional value reached its zenith, granting an abundance of belief power. A complete companion reward. The first volume of the Brahmin Saint and Demon Art. Han Qing's brows twitched with excitement and surprise. In his mind, golden runes flickered into existence. These golden characters coalesced into a scroll of martial arts. The scroll contained only the upper half, yet it emanated an aura of ancient majesty. The Brahmin Saint and Demon Art. This is a technique cultivated through the harnessing of belief power, capable of swiftly elevating a practitioner's cultivation while serving as a primary method for advancement. It even holds immense significance during confrontations. The first volume of the Brahmin Saint and Demon Art consists of 3 levels. The first level is the Golden Body Incarnation. The second level is the Six-Armed Incarnation. The third level is the Brahmin Golden Body. Han Qing's expression gleamed with joy. The technique he had been cultivating, the Changchun Gong, was a widely taught method from his master. Many Qi refinement practitioners begin their journey by cultivating the Changchun Gong. However, this technique absorbs spiritual energy at a painfully slow pace, resulting in a sluggish progress. Now, the Brahmin Saint and Demon Art is perfectly suited to become his primary cultivation method moving forward. At the very least, during the foundation establishment phase, this art will prove exceedingly beneficial. Cultivating the Brahmin Saint and Demon Art requires the consumption of belief power. The first level of the Golden Body Incarnation is divided into 3 minor realms. The first is minor achievement, the second is major achievement, and the third is great perfection. Moreover, this demands a considerable amount of belief power. Achieving minor completion requires 5,000 belief power, while major completion demands 100,000 belief power. And great perfection requires even more. Let us begin cultivating. There are less than 2 months remaining until the entrance examination of the Hahuan sect. The entrance trial of the Hahuan sect takes place in the Zhuetian Forbidden Land, a perilous locale where only half of the practitioners return after each trial. He must enhance his cultivation expeditiously. Han Qing immediately retrieved a spirit-gathering pill and consumed it for cultivation. There are few elixirs that assist Qi refinement practitioners in their training. Among them, the spirit-gathering pill, body refinement pill, and soul-nourishing pill are the most sought-after resources during the Qi refinement stage. The spirit-gathering pill enhances cultivation, the body refinement pill strengthens the physique, and the soul-nourishing pill is utilized for fortifying the soul. Among these, the soul-nourishing pill is the most precious and hardest to acquire. However, for Han Qing, this is not a formidable challenge. He has cultivated a batch of the spiritual plants required for the soul-nourishing pill. The primary hurdle is that the soul-nourishing pill requires a soul-nourishing wood that is exceptionally aged, often needing 300 to 500 years. Such spiritual plants are typically beyond the means of ordinary loose cultivator families, which is why only large sects like the Hahuan sect, with their millennia-long heritage, cultivate them. This is indicative of the sect's profound foundation. A layer of ethereal bluish light emanated from Han Qing. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth quietly converged into the room. Soon, he refined a top-tier spirit-gathering pill. Han Qing sensed the changes of the profound energy within his body and shook his head. There were still no signs of a breakthrough. It seems I require more resources. Possessing a 5 elements waste spiritual root makes cultivation tenfold more challenging than that of ordinary practitioners. The necessary resources for training multiply correspondingly. Han Qing's expression bore a wry smile. Yet, this is not entirely a disadvantage. The tenfold resource influx and the increased difficulty of cultivation will result in a more robust, profound energy within him compared to others of the same rank. After establishing his foundation, his magical power will also be several times greater than that of his peers. Practitioners facing greater cultivation challenges often possess a more solid foundation and profound magical prowess. With a wave of his hand, several jade vials soared from his storage bag, hovering before him and spinning gracefully. There were 3 jade vials in total. The vials contained body refinement pills and spirit gathering pills. Previously, when Han Qing gifted elixirs to his senior sister, each vial contained but a single pill. However, his own elixirs were completely filled. He had 6 spirit gathering pills and 5 body refinement pills. He hoped that after devouring this batch of pills, he could advance to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Han Qing immediately began to consume and refine them. The elixirs he ingested were top-tier, not celestial-grade pills. His current cultivation was too low to endure the potency and Tao rhythm of celestial-grade pills. They are termed celestial-grade precisely because they possess a hint of heavenly Tao rhythm within. If one can comprehend even a trace of this rhythm, it greatly benefits their cultivation. Thus, celestial-grade pills are rare treasures that cannot be sought after easily. Han Qing can now withstand top-tier elixirs. He estimates that upon reaching the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refinement, he will be able to independently refine celestial-grade pills. However, if he were to engage in dual cultivation with his senior sister, he might also manage to refine celestial-grade pills. Dual cultivation involves utilizing the bodies of 2 individuals for training, thus sharing the fierce potency of the elixirs. In this manner, both parties gain substantial benefits. This is why the Hehuan sect maintains its position as the foremost sect in the Su nation, alongside the 3 major cultivation sects. In the southern sky, there are 7 nations. And within these nations, numerous cultivation sects exist, numbering over a dozen. This is a considerable scale. Yet, there are only 3 true major sects: the Hehuan sect, Ling Beast Manor, and Xiangui sect. The Hehuan sect is the largest sect in the Su nation, yet its influence extends beyond Su nation, occupying territories and cultivation resources in the neighboring 2 nations. The 3 major sects nearly divide the 7 nations among themselves. To the east of the southern sky lies the boundless Xuanqing Sea, where offshore immortal mountains and sects reside. To the west lies the Demon Domain. The Demon Domain is separated from the southern sky by the Boundary Sea. The Boundary Sea is not an ocean, but rather a desolate land devoid of life. Southern sky human practitioners seldom cross the Boundary Sea. However, demon practitioners from the Demon Domain traverse it to hunt human cultivators. The methods of cultivation for demonic practitioners primarily involve consuming all living beings as sustenance. Hence, they are termed demonic practitioners. Human practitioners are the favored prey of demonic cultivators. Thus, the southern sky is far from tranquil, and loose cultivators have no secure place to reside. Han Qing merely wishes to cultivate quietly and bide his time until immortality. Cultivation does not necessarily entail constant battles. Being able to cultivate within a sect that offers protection is immensely gratifying for him. After all, he can continually cultivate spiritual plants and refine elixirs, steadily accumulating resources to enhance his cultivation. All he requires is time. 3 days later, Han Qing resided in the back courtyard of the loft. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared in the backyard. Dressed in a form-fitting purple garment, the attire accentuated her exquisite physique to perfection. Her snow-white, delicate skin resembled flawless jade. A pair of pristine, porcelain-like feet graced the ground, seemingly radiating light. It was Nangong Shui. She is the esteemed master's wife of Han Qing. As Nangong Shui surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that the courtyard had been transformed into a medicinal field by Han Qing. A variety of spiritual plants flourished here, vibrant and full of life, though they were not particularly rare. Caring for such spiritual flora was not her forte. They were exceedingly delicate and required specific conditions for growth, thriving only in places abundant with spiritual energy. In the mortal town of Fusang City, the supply of spiritual energy was far from adequate. Han Qing, this lad, truly surprised her. This disciple, she felt an unexpected stir of emotions. Yet, in an instant, Nangong Shui's expression shifted dramatically. She observed the rapid gathering of spiritual energy in the surroundings. Within the room, a surge of auras was continuously rising. What is this? Is the rebellious disciple about to break through? Chapter 16. The rebellious disciple, what are you doing? Nangong Shui and Chen Zining are mother and daughter, yet they embody utterly contrasting personalities and temperaments. Nangong Shui possesses an aloof demeanor, reminiscent of a frigid fairy, exuding maturity and composure, complemented by an exquisite figure. In stark contrast, Chen Zining is vivacious and lively, radiating warmth and sensitivity, while her appearance is charming and delightful. Her physique surpasses that of Nangong Shui. brimming with vitality and the essence of youth. The most significant distinction between them is that one is a stunning young matron, while the other represents youthful exuberance. Within the confines of the room, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. Upon sensing this tumultuous force, Nangang Xue was taken aback. The rate of cultivation of the rebellious disciple is astonishing. Just a month prior, he was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, yet only days ago, he ascended to the 5th level, and now he has achieved the 6th level. How could this be possible? Each level requires profound accumulation. It took Nangang Xue 3 years to transcend from the 5th to the 6th level of Qi refinement. How could a disciple with a 5-element waste spirit root, who is typically limited in absorbing spiritual energy, display such extraordinary prowess in cultivation? In a brief moment, a figure emerged from the room. Clad in a blue robe, his appearance was unremarkable, with somewhat dark skin. Han Qing immediately approached and bowed respectfully. "Master Mother, what brings you here?" Nangang Xue's lips curled upward ever so slightly. "Disciple, you have truly surprised me. You have only recently broken through, and yet in just a few days, you have ascended to the 6th level of Qi refinement," Nangang Xue exclaimed in astonishment. "Master Mother, please take a seat and enjoy some tea." Han Qing offered, pouring 2 cups of spiritual tea. "You may not be aware, but my recent breakthrough required the consumption of 6 supreme gathering Qi pills and 2 body refinement pills. 8 pills were necessary for this achievement, and the resource expenditure is quite substantial. Moving forward, I fear I will require even more resources. I am at a loss as to how to proceed." While Han Qing felt elated at his newfound cultivation, the resource depletion weighed heavily on his mind. 8 supreme pills. In the market, they would fetch at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 4 Qi refinement practitioners. That is a significant sum and quite challenging to accumulate, Nangang Xue remarked, fully aware that she had not ventured out to hunt beasts for resources in a long time. In recent months, her spirit stones had only diminished without any incoming gains. "Master Mother, what brings you to seek me?" Han Qing inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips. Nangang Xue's complexion subtly flushed. What is the rebellious disciple plotting now? Does he dare to act recklessly again? That gaze of his. Each time he looks at her like that, it feels as if she is unclothed. "Disciple, I require a soul-nourishing pill to cultivate my spirit. A robust spirit often facilitates a smoother foundation establishment," Nangang Xue confessed, her crimson lips parting. She then handed Han Qing a storage pouch. Han Qing scanned its contents with his spiritual sense. The pouch contained various spiritual herbs, yet the quantity was woefully insufficient to concoct a soul-nourishing pill. "Master Mother, the herbs within this pouch are inadequate for the creation of a soul-nourishing pill, particularly the age of the soul-nourishing wood," Han Qing noted. I shall consider alternative solutions." Nangang Xue bit her lip, fully aware of the insufficiency of the herbs. However, her dwindling spirit stones prevented her from purchasing more in the market. Acquiring soul-nourishing wood would require thousands of low-grade spirit stones. The pills for spirit cultivation are inherently special, thus their prices soar even higher. Left with no choice, she resolved to hunt beasts herself. She must establish her foundation. Otherwise, her daughter, Chenxining's safety would be at risk. Even if she were fortunate enough to join the Hahuan sect, her concerns would remain. If she succeeded in establishing her foundation, she would possess the strength to protect Chenxining and the unborn child. "Master Mother." Han Qing's smile widened. He took her hand and placed it in his embrace. Master Mother's hand is truly smooth, fair, and tender." Nangang Xue frowned. "What is this rebellious disciple attempting to do?" "There is no need for concern, Master Mother. Even if the herbs are insufficient, I have my methods. Leave it to me, and I shall procure the soul-nourishing wood and promptly concoct the soul-nourishing pill for you," Han Qing declared, a grin illuminating his face as he subtly wrapped his arm around Nangang Xue's alluring figure. "Master Mother, you have long been an object of my admiration. Why not join me in the room for a more in-depth discussion?" "What?" Nangang Xue's expression turned furious. Again to the room. This rebellious disciple seeks to take advantage of her. He has already taken advantage of her to the point of pregnancy. Does he wish to further exploit her? Clenching her delicate lips, she thought, "You rebellious disciple, if it weren't for your master's demise, he would have surely torn you to shreds. I will accompany you to the room. You shall assist me in concocting the soul-nourishing pill." "What?" Han Qing feigned surprise. Nangang Xue retorted, "I said, I will accompany you to the room." Enraged, she stormed into the room. Han Qing's lips curled into a smirk. Wasn't Master Mother completely at his mercy? Upon entering the room, he casually shut the door behind him. Moments later, a cacophony erupted from within the room, only to cease abruptly after the burning of an incense stick. Shortly after, a man and woman emerged from the chamber. Nanggong Shue's complexion was flushed, as if she might drip water, and she exited in haste. Han Qing bowed respectfully. Master Mother, take care, and do visit often for discussions. Nanggong Shue fumed. You scoundrel, rebellious disciple. I am your Master Mother. You must quickly concoct the pill and deliver it. With that, she stormed out of the courtyard. Han Qing's smile widened. Such is the nature of women. However, all must proceed with patience. Today, Master Mother requires the soul-nourishing pill. Tomorrow, she shall seek the foundation establishment pill. Those high-quality pills can only be crafted by him. Thus, Master Mother will inevitably remain within his grasp. In time, affection shall surely blossom. Coincidentally, I too require the Yonghun Dan to cultivate the Dianju. It is now too late to plant the Yonghun Mu, and thus, I must procure it from the Jinbao Pavilion. However, prior to venturing into the Fengshe market, I must first concoct a batch of defensive talismans to keep close at hand. Previously, during my skirmish with the Li clan, I expended a number of talismans. Today presents an opportune moment to replenish my stock. Han Qing indeed wishes to fill several storage bags, yet this endeavor would demand a considerable amount of materials and energy. Therefore, I shall have to engage in mass production at a later time when circumstances permit. Subsequently, Han Qing entered his chamber and ignited the furnace, commencing the refinement of a selection of beast-hide materials. These materials were pillaged from the Li clan's warehouse. Generally speaking, treasures acquired through the act of killing and plundering should be swiftly exchanged for spiritual stones to avoid recognition. This is a fundamental survival principle for wandering cultivators. Whether it be weapons, talismans, or treasures, converting everything into spiritual stones is the safest course of action. The offensive talismans include the Divine Sword talismans and the 5 Thunder talismans. Currently, what is lacking are the defensive talismans. Thus, I shall first create a batch of Hunyuan Jindo talismans and Xinqing talismans. Chapter 17, Hehuan Zone. The Hunyuan Jindo Fu is a first-tier defensive talisman. Upon activation, the talisman transforms into a golden canopy, enveloping the cultivator within. The defensive power of this golden canopy is remarkably formidable. An upper-grade Jindo Fu can withstand a full-force strike from a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, while an exquisite grade Jindo Fu can withstand an attack from a foundational cultivator in the early stages. The immortal grade Jindo Fu is capable of resisting an all-out strike from a foundational cultivator at the initial level. Additionally, there is the Xinqing Fu. The Xinqing Fu allows Han Qing to teleport as if he were shifting shadows. The higher the grade of the Xinqing Fu, the greater the distance it can cover. An upper-grade Xinqing Fu can teleport 100 zhong, an exquisite grade can span 300 zhong, and an immortal grade can traverse 500 zhong. To some extent, this is a life-saving talisman. Han Qing diligently refines the talisman paper, inscribing the symbols. After numerous repetitions, he has become increasingly adept at talisman crafting. 2 days later, in his chamber, 30 talismans float before Han Qing, including Hunyuan Jindo Fu, Xinqing Fu, Wu Lei Fu, and Shunjian Fu. These talismans emanate a faint, ethereal glow. Indeed, the success rate exceeds 60%, which is quite high. The quality of the talismans is also commendable, all being immortal-grade talismans. Rising to his feet, Han Qing gestures, causing the Hunyuan Jindo Fu and Xinqing Fu to adhere to him and vanish. The Wu Lei Fu and Shunjian Fu are stored within his storage pouch. He affixes 8 Hunyuan Jindo Fu and 6 Xinqing Fu to his person. This is insufficient. The number of talismans is still too few, rendering him vulnerable. In the future, he must refine more talismans, aiming to fill at least 3 storage pouches. He should also attach dozens to his body. The anxiety is palpable. As a loose cultivator, one must possess the awareness of a loose cultivator. One must not hesitate to use talismans. They should always be affixed to one's person, and the more, the better. In critical moments, they could mean the difference between life and death. Life is singular. Once lost, it is gone forever. What then can be said of the path to longevity? With a wave of his hand, the door creaks open. He steps out into the courtyard. In an instant, his appearance subtly transforms. His formerly dark complexion becomes fair, and his ordinary visage morphs into that of a handsome youth. The Yirong Fu. The Yirong Fu is not a particularly difficult talisman to craft. It can alter a cultivator's appearance and obscure their true identity from lower-tier cultivators. At the very least, foundational cultivators cannot see through his actual guise. Han Qing traverses the bustling streets of Fusang City. The thoroughfares are lively, filled with an increasing number of cultivators. This surge is due to the impending alchemist gathering hosted by He Huanzong. Those who place in the top 3 will earn the right to attend the Grand Alchemist Conference in Beijing City, along with substantial rewards. Whether it be spirit stones or exquisite alchemical furnaces, Han Qing is deeply intrigued. There are only 3 days remaining. Han Qing arrives before a 7-story pavilion, the Zhenbao Gu. It is said that this establishment belongs to a foundational cultivator in the late stages. With such a cultivator overseeing it, it can naturally thrive in the marketplace. Han Qing promptly enters. A graceful female cultivator clad in pink attire approaches him immediately. Su Shaoqi. Her flowing hair cascades down her back, her figure tall and enchanting. Her skin is as fair as jade, and her lips are red with white teeth, resembling a celestial being. Han Daoyu, you have arrived. Su Shaoqi greets warmly. This Han Daoyu is capable of crafting exquisite elixirs. Are you here to sell elixirs, or do you require something else? Su Shaoqi inquires with a smile. Han Qing's lips curve into a smile. Su Shaoqi intentionally draws closer, allowing him to catch the faint, pleasant scent of her body. I wish to purchase a batch of spiritual plants and Yang Hunmu. Han Qing replies with a smile. Yang Hunmu. Su Shaoqi's expression sharpens. Are you planning to craft Yang Hundan? Han Qing nods affirmatively. Indeed, Yang Hundan is exceptionally precious. Elixirs for cultivating the spirit are perpetually scarce. Han Daoyu, can you really craft Yang Hundan? Preferably of exquisite quality. Su Shaoqi gazes at him eagerly. Han Qing contemplates her urgency, recognizing her pressing need for Yang Hundan. Su Daoyu, do you require exquisite Yang Hundan? Su Shaoqi bites her red lips and replies, yes, I need a substantial quantity. But my spirit stones are limited. First, please find the Yang Hunmu for me. Han Qing responds with a gentle smile. Very well. Su Shaoqi turns to leave, her graceful figure swaying as she ascends the pavilion. Once she departs, Han Qing retracts his gaze. Su Daoyu is also a vision of beauty. In a brief moment, Su Shaoqi returns with a storage pouch, handing it to Han Qing. Han Daoyu, the spiritual plants you requested are all inside. Excellent. Han Daoyu, the Alchemist Conference is approaching. Will you be attending? If so, you must register at the city square now. Su Shaoqi advises. Han Qing bows in gratitude. Thank you, Su Daoyu, for the information. I will visit your residence tomorrow. I should be able to craft the Yang Hundan by then. After leaving an address, Han Qing departs. In the expansive city square of Fusang City, a massive flying spirit ship is docked. The vessel stretches several dozen zhang, creating a stunning spectacle at the heart of Fusang City. This is the flying spirit ship of He Huanzong. Only a select few powers, like He Huanzong, can construct such a grand flying vessel. It itself is a treasure of considerable significance. The alchemist gathering hosted by He Huanzong is set to take place in the square. Upon Han Qing's arrival, a considerable number of cultivators have already gathered. The vast majority in the square are loose cultivators, including those from loose cultivator families. On the flying spirit ship, several enchanting, curvaceous celestial maidens stand. The number of celestial maidens from He Huanzong is as abundant as the stars. It is said that the elder visiting Fusang City this time is Elder Wang Ning. Elder Wang Ning is indeed one of the rare beauties of He Huanzong. To have the opportunity to meet her would be truly worthwhile. Moreover, aside from Elder Wang Ning, the He Huanzong is a veritable treasure trove of enchanting maidens. Gaining the favor of other fairies would also be exceedingly delightful. Let us proceed to register. One by one, the cultivators soared into the skies, riding their swords towards the magnificent spirit vessel. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. There are quite a number of alchemists from Fusang City and its vicinity. After a moment's contemplation, he too ascended, taking flight on his sword, landing upon the vast deck of the flying spirit vessel. The deck was already prepared with numerous alchemical furnaces. At the forefront stood a fairy clad in purple garments. Her delicate feet were smooth and fair, and her long thighs were utterly captivating. Her graceful figure twisted like a mountain peak. Who is this? Ziling Xianzi. I did not expect Ziling Xianzi to be present as well. Truly, she possesses unparalleled beauty and charm. Han Qing's gaze fell upon Ziling, his eyes sparkling with admiration. another enchanting figure capable of causing turmoil. Ziling stepped forward and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, the alchemist gathering will commence in 3 days. Today's registration serves to verify your identities as alchemists. Each of you must concoct a potion on site. The necessary spirit herbs will be provided by He Huanzong. Now let us begin." Chapter 18. Ziling Xianzi. It is rumored that Ziling Xianzi is also an alchemist. Naturally, alchemists harbor a profound interest in fellow practitioners of their craft. Should we excel at this gathering of alchemists, we may very well have the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm alongside Ziling Xianzi. Loose cultivators possess little defense against the enchanting beauties of He Huanzong. Moreover, engaging in dual cultivation with an immortal from He Huanzong offers immense benefits to loose cultivators. Perhaps one might even acquire the innate essence of Ziling Xianzi. The first extraction of such essence yields the most potent results. A female practitioner's essence can be extracted multiple times, though it requires an extensive period of recuperation after the initial extraction. Han Qing merely cast a fleeting glance at Ziling Xianzi before taking his position before a spirit furnace. Commencing the alchemical process like the others, Ziling's gaze swept over the assembly, yet none piqued her particular interest. "Senior sister." At that moment, a disciple of He Huanzong, clad in a brown robe, approached Ziling, offering a respectful bow. He was Chen Changfeng, an inner disciple in the initial stages of foundation establishment. His eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Ziling, one of the few beauties among the inner disciples of He Huanzong. Chen Changfeng had long desired to form a partnership with Ziling, yet she had repeatedly rebuffed his advances, leaving him in a state of frustration. "Senior sister Ziling, as an alchemist and I being a swordsman, if we were to collaborate, we would undoubtedly have an abundance of cultivation resources, would we not?" Chen Changfeng proposed with a smile. Ziling frowned slightly. "Junior brother Chen, please refrain from such talk in this public setting." She stepped back a half-pace. "Furthermore, my affections are reserved for those who are equally gifted in the alchemical arts." Chen Changfeng's expression shifted, and in mere moments, the assembly of dozens of alchemists commenced their own alchemical endeavors. They were refining the rather commonplace body refining pills. However, even with such a simple concoction, some alchemists experienced explosions from their furnaces, resulting in failure. Those who failed were naturally disqualified from participating in the gathering of alchemists, let alone the Grand Alchemist Convention at Baiyujing. Han Qing remained remarkably composed as he performed his alchemy, his movements exhibiting great familiarity. In a short span, a rich fragrance emanated from his furnace, accompanied by an aura of heavenly principles that enveloped the surroundings. The alchemist's expressions shifted dramatically as they focused their attention on Han Qing. "What is happening? How can there be such an intense fragrance? Could it be that he is concocting a supreme-grade pill? How is that possible?" Ziling's eyes brightened, her gaze fixed intently upon the unassuming Han Qing. She soon sensed an unprecedented aura of heavenly principles emanating from him. Han Qing appeared to be seamlessly integrated into the fabric of this realm, effortlessly refining his pills. This was the realm of unity between man and nature. Ziling, a third-tier alchemist, could only produce mid-grade pills despite her understanding of alchemy, struggling to even touch the threshold of upper-grade pills, let alone attain such a state of unity. The aura radiating from Han Qing alone was sufficient to greatly benefit Ziling, the alchemist. Beaming with excitement, she approached Han Qing, standing before his furnace. "How may I address you, fellow Taoist? Are you truly concocting a supreme-grade pill?" Ziling inquired eagerly. Han Qing nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the furnace opened on its own, releasing several pills that spun gracefully into the air, filling the space with an intoxicating aroma. Indeed, these are pill inscriptions. They are truly supreme-grade pills. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could such a young chi-refining junior possess the ability to concoct supreme-grade pills? This was unfathomable. Ziling's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Fellow Taoist Han, you have passed the assessment. Please attend the gathering of alchemists in 3 days." "Fellow Taoist Han, I find myself struggling with certain aspects of alchemy. Might you be willing to teach me?" Ziling asked with a charming smile, her eyelashes fluttering like crescent moons. "What? Ziling Xianzi is inviting Han Qing to teach her alchemy. How can this be?" Han Qing pondered for a moment. Forming connections with the esteemed elders of He Huanzong could bear no detriment, especially with such a stunning immortal. "Very well, esteemed senior, I shall follow your guidance." "Truly? That is splendid." Ziling stepped forward, linking her arm with Han Qing's. He immediately felt an astonishing softness emanating from her arm, indicating that this Ziling Xianzi possessed a flawless physique. This scene left the gathered practitioners in utter shock. By the heavens, many gazed upon them with envy and jealousy. Who wouldn't desire to engage in discourse with the fragrant and delicate Ziling Xianzi? Several foundation-building alchemists furrowed their brows, realizing that their opportunity to impress Ziling had been snatched away by this chi-refining junior. This was tantamount to courting disaster. Chen Chongfeng's fury surged within him as he observed Ziling laughing and conversing intimately with Han Qing. Damn it! What kind of waste is that junior? How dare he vie for a partner with me? Chen Chongfeng. Ziling led Han Qing into the spirit vessel and into a chamber, closing the door behind them. The moment she released his arm, her expression shifted to one of seriousness and detachment. Fellow Taoist Han, I apologize for having used you, Ziling stated coolly. Han Qing's expression faltered. He had already sensed several glances filled with murderous intent directed at him. Ziling's use of him was merely a means to escape the clutches of those individuals. He forced a bitter smile and offered a respectful bow. Senior Ziling, please share your concerns. Han Qing's heart felt heavy. Though she had exploited him, she was a foundation-building practitioner and he merely a chi-refining cultivator, an elder of Hehuanzong. He certainly could not afford to confront Ziling. Ziling's lips curled into a slight smile. Fear not, you shall not suffer any loss. If you stay in my chamber for a day and night, can you guess what rumors will circulate outside? Moreover, one cannot fathom the number of unsavory men who wish to linger in my presence. It is I who suffers, not you. Han Qing. Subsequently, Ziling waved her hand, and a cerulean alchemical furnace thunderously descended to the center of the room. The surface of the azure furnace was adorned with enigmatic runes. This is a top-tier magical artifact. I observed your alchemical practices and noted how effortlessly you entered the state of unity with the heavens. Han Daoyu, could you impart your knowledge of alchemy to me? Ziling bit her crimson lip as she spoke. Han Qing's expression turned contemplative. Senior Ziling, the path of alchemy is one that is passed down from master to disciple, often with conditions and ulterior motives. Surely, you cannot expect me to relinquish my insights into the way of elixirs so readily? Han Qing replied with a faint smile. Ziling's gaze sharpened. Han Daoyu, what do you desire? State your terms. The corners of Han Qing's mouth lifted slightly. Senior Ziling, I, like the secular alchemists outside, have long held admiration for the celestial beings. If the celestial lady wishes to learn the art of alchemy from me, it is not out of the question, provided that the celestial lady is willing to accompany me in cultivating and discussing the way. Han Qing chuckled. What? Swish. Ziling's countenance changed dramatically. How audacious of this junior to propose that she accompany him in dual cultivation. Chapter 19. Is the disciple bold enough? Those cultivators outside have long admired her. This admiration, however, is merely a desire to engage in dual cultivation with her, driven solely by lust. This fellow Taoist Han is no exception. She does not know Han Qing well. Today is their first meeting. Yet, she harbors an intense interest in Han Qing's alchemical skills. His mastery of the Tao, reaching the realm of harmony between heaven and man, is truly remarkable. The resonance of heaven and earth he conjures while refining elixirs, along with the ethereal Tao rhythm he emanates, greatly aids her understanding of alchemy. But this little rascal actually dares to suggest dual cultivation with her. Seeking death. A terrifying aura radiated from Ziling, overwhelming Han Qing with the oppressive might of a foundation establishment cultivator. Han Qing staggered under this formidable pressure but managed, with great effort, to bow respectfully. Esteemed martial ant, you must understand that the art of alchemy relies on the cultivator's own insights. The deeper the understanding of the Tao, the higher the quality of the elixir produced from the same materials. As for immortal-grade elixirs, it depends on whether the alchemist can resonate with heaven and earth and draw on the Tao rhythm. After all, only elixirs infused with a hint of the Tao rhythm can achieve the quality of immortal-grade elixirs. The Hehuan sect must not have anyone capable of refining immortal-grade elixirs, right? Han Qing stated solemnly. Ziling's expression shifted slightly. Han Qing then produced a jade vial, and with a flick of his wrist, it floated towards Ziling puzzled. She opened the vial, only to find her pupils constrict in shock. This is an immortal-grade gathering spirit pill. How is this possible? Greatly astonished, Ziling pondered. In truth, Han Qing was correct. The Hehuan sect has many alchemists and a dedicated alchemical peak, where numerous alchemists, including some fourth-grade alchemists, reside. However, the quality of the elixirs does not necessarily correlate with the alchemist's grade. A fourth-grade alchemist merely proves their ability to refine fourth-grade elixirs. It does not mean they can produce immortal-grade elixirs. The challenge of creating even top-grade elixirs is immense. The Hehuan sect indeed lacks any alchemist capable of refining immortal-grade elixirs. Occasionally, an elder might luck into producing 1 or 2 top-grade elixirs, but Han Qing has presented an immortal-grade elixir. Feeling the Tao rhythm emanating from the immortal-grade elixir, Ziling's brows twitched. She had witnessed Han Qing refining elixirs, and the Tao rhythm he released was unmistakable. Moreover, a place as humble as Fusang City could not possibly yield immortal-grade elixirs. Martial Nephew Han, can you truly refine immortal-grade elixirs? Of course. If Martial Ant does not believe me, I can refine a batch for you right now, Han Qing confidently replied as he expertly ignited the flames and began the alchemical process. In mere moments, the spiritual energy within the room began to swell and ebb, as if merging with the very essence of the world. Next came an ancient and profound Tao rhythm. Ziling was immediately taken aback. The mysterious Tao rhythm she sensed was overwhelming. Experiencing it in this space greatly enriched her understanding of alchemy. With a soft thud, the top-grade alchemical furnace before Han Qing emitted a gentle sound, and several immortal-grade gathering spirit pills flew forth, which Han Qing collected in the jade vial. The surrounding Tao rhythm dissipated in an instant, leaving Ziling breathless with astonishment. Martial Nephew Han, you truly are a prodigy in the art of alchemy, she exclaimed. Han Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. Now, do you believe I can refine immortal-grade elixirs? No alchemist would willingly share their insights on alchemy. Martial Ant, you wouldn't want to take advantage of me without due compensation, would you? Han Qing said with a faint smile. Ziling bit her luscious red lips, feeling a surge of anger and anxiety. How many spirit stones do you want? I can offer you spirit stones, techniques, and elixirs. Han Qing shook his head. No need for any of that. Martial Ant, please consider carefully. There is no one else in the world who can so easily refine immortal-grade elixirs. With that, Han Qing turned to leave. Ziling's heart tightened, and her expression changed dramatically. She realized that if she let this opportunity slip by, it might never come again. She urgently needed to make a breakthrough in her alchemical practice. If she could achieve a state of harmony between heaven and man like Han Qing, her alchemical prowess would undoubtedly soar. Martial Nephew Han, wait, Ziling called out, waving her hand to affix several talismans around the room. She then approached the edge of the bed, slowly shedding her purple robes, one after another. As the robes fell, they revealed her flawless shoulders. Her skin was as white and delicate as jade, and her figure was gracefully curvaceous. Han Qing swallowed hard. The beauty of Ziling, even from behind, was unparalleled. He moved forward skillfully, enveloping her voluptuous form from behind. Ziling shivered slightly. Martial Nephew, let us be clear. This is a one-time affair, and it must remain a secret. I could easily eliminate you if word got out. Han Qing smiled faintly. He leaned closer to Ziling's ear, greedily inhaling the fragrance of her hair. You are truly beautiful, my dear fairy. The evening is lovely, and time is short. Shall we converse on the bed? Ziling bit her tender lip, trembling slightly. She felt wronged. She had been taken by a wandering cultivator. This scoundrel was utterly infuriating. Indeed, men were all the same. Moments later, the wooden bed began to sway rhythmically. The room echoed with sounds of intense commotion, as though two individuals were engaged in a fierce struggle. The man seemed to be overpowering the woman, who was stifling her cries, her voice tinged with sorrow. After a while, Han Qing lay languidly on the soft bed, still infused with the faint scent of Ziling. Meanwhile, she had already gathered her scattered robes, donning them one by one, concealing her exquisite form once more. The room was spacious, complete with a balcony adorned with a tea table. The enchanting figure of Ziling gracefully sat beside the tea table, her form truly captivating. She poured 2 cups of ethereal tea. Han Shirzi, I hope you will honor your promise, Ziling stated in a solemn tone. Han Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. He stepped closer, embracing Ziling from behind. Ziling's expression turned to one of ire. I have made it clear that this was a transaction. Should you dare to touch me again, I shall not show mercy, she declared vehemently. Han Qing's demeanor shifted slightly. Women, after all, are capricious. Just moments ago, Ziling had not displayed such a frosty demeanor. He released her and took a seat opposite her. What I have promised will surely come to fruition. Alchemy relies primarily on countless repetitions and the practitioner's understanding of the art. The deeper the comprehension, the more one can perceive the resonance of the universe, he continued. Ziling Shishu observed closely. Han Qing commenced the creation of a new elixir. This time, however, he was crafting a Yang Huan Dan, and not just any, but a celestial grade one. Naturally, the elixir intended for Shi Mu must be of the highest quality. She required the Yang Huan Dan to cultivate her spirit in preparation for foundation establishment. A day later, Han Qing quietly departed from Ziling's chamber, while she remained, gazing at the alchemical furnace, lost in silence. Her heart was filled with astonishment. After all, she had just witnessed the birth of a celestial-grade elixir. It was simply unfathomable. Han Qing exited the flying spirit vessel, only to feel several presences locking onto him as he walked through the streets of Fusang City. These energies were far from benevolent. What could this mean? Han Qing's expression darkened. He must not draw trouble towards Shi Mu and Shi Jia. He immediately veered into a secluded alleyway. Chapter 20. The Siege of the Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Han Qing constantly reminded himself that he was a lone cultivator, devoid of the protection of any sect or master. Thus, he had to act with utmost caution in all his endeavors. During yesterday's assessment registration, he should not have been overly ostentatious in refining a superior-grade elixir. He ought to have moderated his efforts and aimed for a middle-grade elixir, sufficient merely to pass the assessment. Otherwise, he would inevitably attract unwanted attention. However, if he refrained from refining superior-grade elixirs, he would naturally fail to garner the favor of Ziling Xianzi. Just after disembarking from the Feitian Lingzhou, he received a prompt from the system indicating that Ziling Xianzi's emotional value stood at 20. This indicated that she was indeed a potential ally. Han Qing needed more dual cultivation partners to continuously provide him with the power of faith for his cultivation. At this moment, as he stepped into a secluded alleyway, a formidable consciousness swiftly locked onto him. An overwhelming pressure emanating from a foundation establishment cultivator enveloped him. From the depths of the alley, a figure clad in black robes approached slowly. Han Qing's expression darkened. He could sense at least 3 other foundation establishment cultivators nearby. Murder and treasure-seeking were commonplace in the world of cultivation. Senior, I am not acquainted with you. Why must you pursue such a ruthless course? Han Qing spoke solemnly. Song Rintu smirked coldly. As a second-tier alchemist, he had witnessed Han Qing's extraordinary talent during the assessment on the spiritual vessel. Junior, how remarkable it is that someone in the Qi refining stage possesses such monstrous talent in alchemy. But tell me, what business do you have at the alchemist gathering if you are merely a Qi refining junior? Everyone here was a lone cultivator, and resources for such cultivators were exceedingly scarce. With a derisive laugh, Song Rintu declared, "Thus, you may as well perish." His icy demeanor indicated that he was not the only one intent on dealing with Han Qing. Several other foundation establishment cultivators, along with Chun Changfeng from Hahuan sect, were also watching coldly from a distance. This presented a rare opportunity for Chun to ingratiate himself with the Hahuan sect. Chun Changfeng was a disciple of the Xinjian Peak, one of the 3 prominent peaks of the Hahuan sect. The sect comprised 3 formidable peaks: Shueishua Peak, where the sect leader resided, Xinjian Peak, home to sword cultivators, and Ningyue Peak, where the esteemed elders dwelled. Only those who entered the 3 peaks were considered inner disciples. Countless lone cultivators dreamt of joining the Hahuan sect to seek its protection and resources. The existence of lone cultivators was fraught with peril, and resources were scarce. Most possessed only 1 or 2 notable magical artifacts or treasures. Song Rintu's cold laughter echoed as he almost instantaneously appeared mere feet away from Han Qing. With a swift motion, he conjured an immense black claw from the ether, which hurtled towards Han Qing with astonishing speed. Foundation establishment cultivators indeed had their might. Han Qing lacked the strength to confront them directly. The last time he had vanquished a foundation establishment cultivator from the Li family, it had been with the aid of a formation. At the moment the black claw descended, golden light erupted from Han Qing's body, revealing an inverted golden bowl that resembled a Buddhist alms bowl, covered in mysterious golden runes. The claw struck with tremendous force, sending ripples of spiritual energy cascading outward. Han Qing was forced back several feet, and a golden talisman on him transformed into flames and dissipated. This was a mixed-element golden bowl talisman, now completely expended. Song Rintu's expression darkened. A celestial-grade talisman? I didn't expect you to possess one. Quite impressive for a mere Qi refining junior. How many celestial grade talismans do you have? His demeanor turned frigid as an unseen figure loomed over the alley, enveloping it with their consciousness. Chen Chongfeng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. This Qi refining waste, with a celestial grade defensive talisman and the ability to refine superior grade elixirs, was indeed no ordinary individual. He could not allow this waste to grow stronger, especially since Ling Shiji seemed to take a keen interest in Han Qing. This realization ignited a sense of significant peril within Chen Chongfeng. The partner of Ling Xianzi could only be him. The mixed element Golden Bowl talisman was celestial grade. However, celestial grade talismans were exceedingly rare, and Chen Chongfeng pondered how long Han Qing could withstand this pressure. In the alley, just as the mixed element Golden Bowl vanished from Han Qing's possession, Song Rintu suddenly materialized behind him, delivering a powerful slap. The sound of air being torn apart filled the space. A typical Qi refining cultivator could not endure such might. The chasm between Qi refining and foundation establishment was vast. Otherwise, cultivators would not regard the foundation establishment as the threshold to the path of longevity. Bang! Han Qing was sent flying several feet away. Yet another mixed element Golden Bowl talisman dissipated in the process. It was still celestial grade. With a sudden shift, Song Rintu's expression changed dramatically. Another celestial grade talisman? How is this possible? You, a mere waste, cannot possess so many protective talismans. This is outrageous. A slight smile crept onto Han Qing's lips. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand, and a streak of azure light erupted from his sleeve. This azure light transformed into a blue talisman, which exploded into spiritual energy, coalescing into a massive azure sword over 10 feet long that charged towards Song Rintu with fury. A superior grade divine sword talisman. Hiss! Song Rintu gasped in shock. How could this waste possess so many talismans, and of such high quality? They were either superior grade or celestial grade. Was he a talisman master? In that moment, Song Rintu flicked his fingers, unleashing a dark glow that morphed into an ancient black shield, intricately adorned with mysterious runes. The instant the ancient shield appeared, the azure sword surged upward in a fierce strike, and the clash of two colors erupted in a dazzling display. Layer upon layer of spiritual power surged wildly, seeking to obliterate. At that moment, Han Qing slapped his thigh, and with a flicker of his figure, Gu Ran vanished without a trace. What? Boom! The azure luminescence of the spiritual sword erupted, disintegrating into countless wisps of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the ancient black shield dimmed considerably. This black shield, being a magical artifact, rendered the divine sword talisman ineffective. However, Song Rintu's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green. The divine movement talisman. This worthless individual possessed a divine movement talisman. It was utterly inconceivable. How could a mere Qi refining stage junior possess such formidable resources? Song Daoyu, are you competent? You let a mere Qi refining junior escape? The integrity of your foundation establishment seems questionable. Song Rintu. He swiftly extended his divine sense to cover an area within 3 to 4 miles, which was the limit of his capability. Yet, 2 miles away, Han Qing's figure flickered and vanished once more. This youth possessed an astonishing number of divine movement talismans. Song Rintu slammed his thigh, gritting his teeth in furious indignation. Fellow Taoists, he possesses an immortal grade divine movement talisman. If any of you believe you can catch this fellow, feel free to pursue him. The opportunity is yours. Song Rintu lamented in deep frustration. The crowd. Li Chongfeng. At this juncture, Li Chongfeng's expression was a stormy shade of iron. Damn it, that wild dog managed to escape. Alas, it is what it is. Since you are participating in the Alchemist Conference, you will undoubtedly reappear. At that time, I shall deal with you accordingly. Chapter 21. The concern of the senior sister. After a brief moment, the alley lay deserted. A beam of golden light rose from the ground, transforming into spiritual energy that coalesced into the form of an ancient general clad in golden armor. Jin Gu, the rightful deity of Fusang City. Jin Ji's expression darkened as he sensed the recent battle in this vicinity. However, due to the overwhelming presence of numerous foundation establishment cultivators and individuals from the mountains, he dared not approach. It was only after the departure of those cultivators that he felt emboldened to emerge. Despite being the city's deity, his cultivation level was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, making him vulnerable to the mountain dwellers. Caution was imperative. Upon appearing in this location, Jean Good detected a familiar aura, identical to that of the massacre of the Li clan. This confirmed that the perpetrator he had relentlessly pursued was just here. Jean Ge's expression darkened further. He was determined to eliminate the assailant. The Li clan was a prominent family that regularly offered tributes to the deity of the land, akin to being his devotees. To slay his followers would naturally provoke his wrath. In a flash, the golden figure dissipated into countless streams of spiritual energy. Fusang City was vast, nearly the largest city in Su country, surrounded by numerous smaller human settlements and wandering cultivators. These cultivators had converged here for the alchemist conference. In a secluded corner at the outskirts of Fusang City, a figure in a blue robe materialized. At the moment of his appearance, a white talisman flickered, concealing his presence. It was the immortal-grade concealment talisman. This blue-robed man was none other than Han Qing. His countenance was heavy. The recent encounter had been perilous indeed. More than 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had been secretly observing him. Had he not fled, he would surely have been slain by them, for he was not yet a match for their prowess. Fortunately, he had prepared the Divine Travel Talisman and the Primordial Golden Shield Talisman in advance, allowing him to contend with early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and maintain an advantage. After lingering in the shadows for a brief moment to ensure his safety, Han Qing departed swiftly. Back in Fusang City, within a small courtyard, Han Qing returned and secured the gate. He had set up a reversed 5 elements formation in this courtyard, providing a significant degree of safety. Junior brother, where were you last night? A soft and fragrant figure leapt towards him, enveloping him in a gentle embrace. Instantly, he was greeted by a waft of sweet fragrance. Chun Zining had thrown herself into his arms, her delicate white arms wrapping around his neck. Han Qing immediately sensed the exquisite softness and fragrance emanating from her. Embracing her slender waist, he chuckled, "Sister, rest assured, I am unscathed. I merely delayed a bit to attend the alchemist conference." Chun Zining gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, blinking in relief. "As long as you are fine, it is better for us wandering cultivators to stay indoors." "Indeed. Sister, what is it? Are you concerned about me?" Chun Zining's face flushed a deep crimson. "Do not be ridiculous. I am not." Ever since her emotional value had reached its peak, she had become quite dependent on Han Qing. Han Qing tightened his embrace around Chun Zining. With his sister accompanying him on the path of eternal life, he would never feel boredom again. "Sister, I have something for you." Han Qing produced a jade vial and handed it to Chun Zining. These jade vials, used to contain elixirs, were plentiful and of little worth. The true value lay in the elixirs within. Upon glancing inside the vial, Chun Zining's expression shifted dramatically. This is the immortal-grade soul-nourishing pill. Such a rare treasure for cultivating the spirit. Junior brother, you are giving this to me? Junior brother, how can you bestow such precious cultivation resources upon others? Sister, there is no need for such formalities. The resources of junior brother will never be withheld from you. Chun Zining's cheeks flushed. Then, thank you, junior brother. Shall we retire to the room to discuss? Chun Zining bit her tender red lip, her neck turning scarlet. She knew junior brother enjoyed philosophical discussions. Since he liked it, she would gladly accompany him. In the past, she had always found him rather plain-looking, but now he seemed increasingly agreeable to her eyes. Very well. Today, let us engage in a profound discourse. Discussing philosophy is splendid. It is essential to learn. Han Qing promptly lifted Chun Zining and carried her to the backyard, entering the room and shutting the door behind them. In mere moments, garments began to drop to the floor. Chun Zining's white attire and Han Qing's blue robe, removed with practiced ease. Chun Zining's face was flushed with shyness, and it was this very bashfulness that enhanced her allure. Han Qing could no longer restrain himself and placed Chun Zining upon the table. Within the room, a cacophony of sounds erupted, akin to the intensifying cicadas outside. After a stick of incense had burned, Han Qing reclined on the bed. Chun Zining gathered her clothes, attempting to cover her exquisite form. She turned back, smiling brightly. Junior brother, is this truly so captivating for you? I have heard that the majority of the He-Huan sect cultivators practice the path of emotional detachment, being quite indifferent to matters of love and desire. Such discipline strengthens their resolve, allowing them to venture further along the path. If you dwell on such matters daily, do not let it hinder your cultivation. A flicker of concern crossed Chun Zining's face. Junior brother was a waste with 5 spiritual roots. He had virtually no chance of establishing a foundation. If she did not strive diligently in her own cultivation, his chances would be even slimmer. She could not bear to witness Han Qing's demise. She longed to traverse the path of eternal life alongside him. Han Qing embraced Qun Zining from behind. "Sister, do not worry. Junior brother knows his limits. Even if I cannot establish a foundation, I shall concoct the finest foundation establishment pills for you, aiding you in embarking upon the path of eternal life, allowing you to behold the beautiful vistas along the way." Qun Zining's expression shifted slightly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. She turned around, embracing Han Qing tightly, her soft, moist lips immediately kissing him. After a stick of incense had burned, Qun Zining felt utterly exhausted, her face flushed and breathless. "Han Shidi, we cannot continue to languish any longer. Let us practice the Yinlong Ju and refine some elixirs," Qun Zining said softly and weakly. "Very well, I shall heed my senior sister's advice." The Yinlong Ju is a technique of the Hehuan sect. Under the auspices of mutual cultivation between male and female practitioners, the refining of elixirs occurs at an accelerated pace, and the potency of the medicine remains undiminished. This practice yields immense benefits for both parties involved, allowing the disciples of the Hehuan sect to advance far more rapidly than solitary cultivators or those from other sects, rendering them all the more formidable. The dual cultivation techniques of the Hehuan sect disciples have reached an exquisite level of mastery. Han Qing immediately consumed a nourishing spirit pill, and not just any, but a celestial-grade nourishing spirit pill. Alone, his insufficient cultivation level would render him incapable of withstanding such a potent elixir. However, through dual cultivation with his senior sister, he could successfully refine celestial-grade elixirs. The nourishing spirit pill enhances and fortifies the divine soul, complementing the Dian Ju perfectly. Once the divine soul is strengthened, the practitioner's spiritual awareness will likewise expand. A robust spiritual awareness offers substantial advantages to cultivators. Primarily, the range of their spiritual perception will surpass that of their peers in the same cultivation stage. As the coverage of a Qi refinement stage cultivator's spiritual awareness is rather limited compared to that of a foundation establishment stage practitioner. Han Qing promptly intertwined his fingers with those of his senior sister. Gazing at her unparalleled beauty, he swallowed hard. "Senior sister, you are truly stunning." Chapter 22. A visit to discuss philosophy. As dusk descended, the graceful figure of the senior sister departed. Han Qing sat cross-legged within his chamber, his breath steadily rising. Indeed, the benefits of cultivating alongside his senior sister were immense. It was no wonder that the disciples of He Huanzong advanced at such a rapid pace. If he were to cultivate using his senior sister's innate primordial essence, the speed of his progress would likely increase even further. However, such a course of action required her consent. Pondering deeply, Han Qing's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. The recent assault by foundation-building cultivators served as a stark reminder. In the realm of cultivation, there are always those more formidable than oneself, and often, the stronger cultivators eschew the principles of martial ethics. To kill and seize treasures is as commonplace as eating and drinking. Thus, he must hasten his cultivation to strive for foundation establishment. Regrettably, being a 5-element root waste body necessitated tenfold effort and resources compared to his peers. What I require most now is time and the protection of a sect. Therefore, Han Qing must devise a way to join He Huanzong. There are 2 pathways to join the sect. The first is to participate in the alchemist competition, from which He Huanzong would select candidates. The second is to undertake the entrance examination and trials of He Huanzong. Regardless of the path, he must make an attempt. As night fell, Han Qing was preparing to enter meditation when he suddenly glanced towards the door. Rising, he stepped outside to the main entrance of the courtyard. There stood a woman clad in a blue, form-fitting garment, a celestial maiden. Her lips were red and her teeth white, her skin snow-white and delicate. She was exceedingly tall, her long legs appearing exquisitely sculpted. "Su Shaoqi, Su Daoyu, Han Daoyu." The 2 exchanged respectful bows. "Su Daoyu has come seeking Yang Handan. Please, step inside to converse." Han Qing led Su Shaoqi to the pavilion in the back courtyard, pouring 2 cups of spiritual tea. "Su Daoyu, I have heard that you require a substantial amount of Yang Handan. You are at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and Yang Handan is not the most crucial elixir for you. What you truly need are body-refining pills and gathering spirit pills to elevate your cultivation." Han Qing spoke casually. Su Shaoqi bit her red lip. "Han Daoyu, my master is a patron of Zhenbao Ge. Not long ago, while traveling with her companion, she encountered an unexpected mishap. Upon her return, her soul was gravely injured. Her companion has not returned to Fusang City since. If my master's soul is not restored, it will be nearly impossible for her to form a core, and she will inevitably meet with demise. I do not wish for my master to perish. Su Shaoqi exclaimed. I see. Han Qing waved his hand, sending a bottle of elixirs flying towards Su Shaoqi. Within this jade vial, there are 3 celestial-grade Yang Hundan. Do you think this is sufficient? 3 celestial-grade elixirs. Su Shaoqi's expression changed dramatically. This is truly a celestial-grade elixir. Han Daoyu, your talent in alchemy is nothing short of extraordinary. Su Shaoqi marveled. She bit her delicate red lip. Celestial-grade elixirs, especially those for cultivating the soul, are priceless in the market. At Jin Baoji's auction, a single celestial-grade Yang Hundan would require at least 3 to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Han Daoyu, I am merely a loose cultivator and cannot afford your elixirs. Su Shaoqi took a deep breath, feeling both embarrassed and aggrieved. Her monthly stipend at Junbao Go amounted to only a few hundred spirit stones. To purchase a single celestial-grade Yang Hundan, she would need to save for an entire year, and that is without buying other magical artifacts or incurring any cultivation expenses. Thus, the poverty of loose cultivators is indeed a reality. Han Qing's lips curled slightly. He took a couple of steps forward. Standing behind Su Shaoqi, Su Daoyu, everything in this world is reciprocal. To gain something, one must first offer an equivalent value. Han Qing placed his hands on Su Shaoqi's shoulders, gently kneading them. From the moment we first met, I held great admiration for you, Su Daoyu. If you are willing to become my dual cultivation partner, in the future, you may have as many Yang Hundan as you desire. Han Qing leaned closer to Su Shaoqi's ear, speaking softly. Boom. Su Shaoqi's expression changed drastically. Her pupils constricted. A surge of anger erupted from within her. She broke free from Han Qing's grasp, stepping aside, her gaze filled with fury. Han Daoyu, do you not think you have gone too far? Su Shaoqi spoke in a low voice. What does it mean to be a dual cultivation partner? It implies that Han Qing would engage in both appropriate and inappropriate actions. Han Qing sat down calmly, sipping a cup of tea. Su Daoyu, what loose cultivators require most are elixirs and resources. As an alchemist, I lack for nothing in the realm of elixirs. Consider this carefully, and do not hesitate to seek me out when you have made your decision. Su Shaoqi gritted her teeth, trembling slightly. That scoundrel Han Qing. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. Cultivators require resources for their practice. She understood well the significance of resources and the difficulty of acquiring them. Loose cultivators have limited resources. The limited resources must be divided between cultivation, purchasing magical artifacts and talismans, and acquiring elixirs, leaving scarcely enough to meet her needs. Very well. I can become your dual cultivation partner, Su Shaoqi declared through clenched teeth, as if she had suffered a great grievance and insult. What did you say? Han Qing's lips curled upward slightly. I said, I am willing to become your dual cultivation partner. Han Qing glanced towards the distant door. Su Shaoqi's eyes reddened, and she immediately turned, entering the room. Han Qing followed closely, waving his hand to shut the door behind them. Su Daoyu, please remove your garments. Su Shaoqi. She felt a profound sense of grievance. She harbored not a shred of affection for Han Qing. Yet now, she found herself compelled to submit to him. Furthermore, this scoundrel might even cultivate her innate primordial essence. However, for the sake of the elixirs, Su Shaoqi could only swallow her tears. One piece of clothing after another fell to the ground, revealing Su Shaoqi's flawless, delicate shoulders. Her skin was snow-white and smooth. A faint, enticing fragrance wafted through the air. Han Qing took a deep breath and waved his hand, summoning a mist that enveloped the room. The mist swiftly concealed their forms. Soon, the atmosphere within the mist was filled with the sounds of lively commotion. After a stick of incense as time had passed, in the room, Han Qing held Su Shaoqi's warm and soft, delicate body, burying his face in her beautiful hair, greedily inhaling the fragrance of her locks. A fairy is truly wonderful. Without the companionship of a fairy, would the path to immortality not be lonely and dull? Such immortality would indeed be tedious. Su Shaoqi, on the other hand, bit her red lips tightly, her eyes reddened, filled with deep grievance. Han Qing held a bottle of elixirs and handed it to Su Shaoqi. These are top-grade gathering spirit pills, which can help enhance your cultivation. If you ever run short of cultivation pills in the future, feel free to come to me for more, Han Qing said softly. Su Xiaoqi was taken aback. Inside this bottle were a full 5 top-grade gathering spirit pills. With the 8 of these pills, she might even have a chance to break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. She had initially thought that this encounter would only earn her those 3 soul-nourishing pills. This was Han Shidi's help, his support for her. All right, Han Shidi, I must return to cultivate now, Su Xiaoqi said, biting her red lips once more. Han Qing released Su Xiaoqi. Shiji, please go ahead. If you have time, do come often to discuss the Tao together. Ahem. As for the method of discussing the Tao, naturally, it was enough to make Su Xiaoqi blush with embarrassment. Chapter 23. Patience is a virtue. In a room, Han Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. The emotional value from Su Daoyu was quite commendable. What he desperately needed now was a partner endowed with full emotional value. A partner with full emotional value could bestow upon him the power of faith. Each partner at full value would provide 10 points of faith daily. The power of faith is essential for cultivating the Fan Sheng Shenmo Gong, a technique that requires a considerable amount of faith. Consequently, he had yet to refine the first layer of his Dharma body to a minor completion. It was estimated that he would need to reach the foundation establishment stage before he could achieve this. Cultivation is a gradual process. One cannot rush it. Similarly, courting the senior sister is also a slow endeavor, and haste is unwarranted. Han Qing sat cross-legged in his room, prioritizing the breakthrough of his cultivation. He promptly swallowed a pill and began to meditate quietly. He had amassed a considerable quantity of body-refining pills, qi-gathering pills, and spirit-nourishing pills during the qi refinement stage, all intended for his own use. While he would not skimp on resources for his partner, he also needed to ensure his supply of pills remained sufficient. Fortunately, alchemy posed little challenge for him, and first-tier medicinal plants were not overly expensive. 2 days later, Han Qing waved his hand, causing the door to open by itself. After stepping outside, the door closed behind him. Dressed in a blue robe, he made his way to the spiritual herb garden in the backyard. He executed a series of incantations, and in moments, dark clouds began to gather above the garden. Delicate raindrops began to fall. With a flick of his finger, a drop of Xianyu spirit liquid mixed into the rain. This evenly blended Xianyu spirit liquid accelerated the growth of all spiritual plants, including a batch of second-tier spiritual herb seeds he had planted a few days prior, which now began to sprout. Some had already unfurled vibrant green tendrils, measuring nearly a foot in length. With the aid of Xianyu spirit liquid, these spiritual plants grew at an astonishing pace. This was indeed good news, for it signified that he would no longer need to worry about resources for spiritual plants and pills in the future. Ding. Cultivation experience. 260-1000. Han Qing's lips lifted slightly, excitement flickering in his eyes. This cultivation experience was naturally accrued from his planting of spiritual herbs, though he had yet to level up. Once he did, the system would reward him with second-tier Xianyu spirit liquid, which would be far superior to the first tier, with significantly more pronounced ripening effects. Han Qing composed himself and retrieved a golden talisman, affixing it to his chest. In an instant, his appearance transformed dramatically. The once unremarkable young man with slightly tanned skin morphed into an elderly figure with white hair. This was a disguised talisman. Following this, Han Qing applied a breath-concealing talisman to himself before stepping outside. Today marked the commencement of the alchemist gathering at Hehuan sect. He certainly had to attend. A top-tier alchemical furnace was among the resources he sought. Such a furnace was not inexpensive, requiring at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, he was eager to meet that esteemed Uncle Ziling. In Fusang City, the skies were graced with flying spirit vessels. Numerous cultivators from Fusang City and its surroundings had gathered near the vessels. Many wandering cultivators were not even alchemists, but had traveled great distances for a glimpse of the fairies from Hehuan sect. It was likely that Chen Lingjun from the Chun clan in Fusang City would also attend. The Chun clan was a prominent family in Su country, and Chen Lingjun was a well-known alchemist in Fusang City. Undoubtedly, he would secure the first place. Not necessarily. A young prodigy had emerged last time, revealing extraordinary talents in alchemy. Chen Lingjun arrived. The crowd turned to behold a young man clad in white, elegantly wielding a folding fan adorned with a dragon motif, an artifact of considerable value. The Chen family was the foremost cultivation family in Fusang City, possessing vast spiritual stone mines. Behind Chen Lingjun stood several Foundation establishment wandering cultivators, including Song Rintu, who had previously attempted to eliminate Han Qing, along with a few other Foundation establishment practitioners. They seemed unaware of the young man's presence. Song Daoyu, this is fortuitous. That fellow possesses astonishing talent in alchemy, and our Chen Daoyu must secure the first position at the gathering. We cannot allow that individual to snatch it away. Chen Lingjuan's expression darkened. His ambitions extended beyond merely winning first place. He sought qualifications to participate in the Alchemist Conference and coveted the attention of the fairy Ziling aboard the flying spirit vessel. The Chen clan was a significant sect in the world of cultivation. Unlike other wandering families, the Chen family held considerable power within the Hehuan sect's Divine Sword Peak, and they were a dominant force throughout Su country. As for the prodigious alchemist who had emerged recently, Chen Lingjun dismissed him entirely. Prodigy? Throughout history, prodigies have short lives, and it is the geniuses who often meet untimely ends. In the distance, an elderly figure in a blue robe, upon spotting Song Rintu, quietly retreated behind the crowd. This elder was none other than Han Qing in disguise. He positioned himself at the rear of the gathering, ready to flee at a moment's notice should he be recognized. However, the fleeing talisman was not entirely reliable, as its escape range was limited. In the future, he would need to select a suitable escape technique for cultivation. At that moment, the crowd began to stir with excitement. A line of fairies from Hehuan sect appeared atop the flying spirit vessel, among whom the one clad in purple stood out the most, Ziling. She cast a tranquil gaze over the gathered crowd, but failed to spot her acquaintance, Han Qing, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. She wished to observe Han Qing's alchemical skills, as the aura he emitted during his crafting held immense benefits for her own cultivation. After a brief moment, her attention fell upon the elderly figure in blue. A glimmer of purple light flashed in her pupils, and her lips curled into a slight smile. Haha, how amusing. How has Han Shiji transformed into an old man using a disguised talisman? Ziling chuckled and proclaimed, esteemed guests, the alchemist gathering of Hehuan sect in Fusang City officially commences now. It is presumed that everyone is already aware of the rewards and qualifications for the Alchemist Conference. So I shall not elaborate further. In this edition of the Alchemist Conference, the concocted elixir will be the second-rank Wuji Dan. The necessary spiritual herbs will be provided by the Hehuan sect. The final quality of the elixir will determine the victor. Ladies and gentlemen, let us board the vessel. As Ziling's voice fell, beams of sword light soared into the sky. These roaming cultivators, akin to wasps, hurriedly ascended to the flying spirit ship. Han Qing cast a glance around, choosing to board last. Chen Lingjuan approached Ziling's side and offered a respectful bow. Fairy Ziling, greetings. I am Chen Lingjuan of the Chen family, a third-rank alchemist. Chen Lingjuan greeted with a smile. Might I inquire if the fairy has some leisure time? After I secure the first place in this alchemist conference, would you care to enjoy some tea with me? Ziling frowned slightly. The esteemed Chen family of the cultivation world? A faction behind the Shunjian peak of the Hehuan sect? I have no interest. Her expression turned frigid. Rather than sharing tea with you, I would prefer to observe that old man concocting pills. That seems far more intriguing. A playful smile graced Ziling's lips as she swiftly moved to Han Qing's side, gazing at him with a flutter of her beautiful eyes. Chen Lingjuan? What in the world is this? Chapter 24. Wang Ning and Hong Ziyue. Ziling, the fairy, is an alchemist. The rumors about this fairy have long circulated within the Hehuan sect. She is particularly fond of geniuses in the field of alchemy. And he, Chen Lingjun, at the tender age of 18, has already attained the status of a third-grade alchemist. He is truly a prodigy with a promising future ahead. Ziling is undoubtedly the most suitable companion for him. But that old man, what is he? Chen Lingjun gritted his teeth. This time he is concocting a second-grade elixir. Many alchemists present will surely be overshadowed. Young Master Chen, as a third-grade alchemist, this second-grade elixir should be a piece of cake for you. Indeed, one wonders if Ziling has lost her senses to be so interested in an old man. Chen Lingjuan's expression darkened. I have used a disguised talisman, yet my master still recognized me. Han Qing lamented. Ziling's lips curved into a delightful smile, revealing two charming dimples. Of course, my master possesses secret techniques. But, Han Shiji, are you capable of concocting this second-grade elixir? Ziling inquired. The second-grade elixir. First-grade elixirs are for qi refining practitioners. Second-grade elixirs are for foundation establishment practitioners. Third-grade elixirs are for golden core practitioners. Han Qing had never concocted a second-grade elixir before. Let me give it a try. He immediately ignited the furnace, skillfully adding spiritual herbs into the alchemical cauldron. The Wuji elixir of the second grade is particularly effective in refining the pure mana of foundation establishment practitioners. However, this elixir involves dozens of spiritual herbs. An alchemist must not only master the control of the fire and refine the herbs into spiritual liquid, but also condense the various liquids of different properties into a pill. This is no small challenge. Many third-grade alchemists find it difficult to concoct the second-grade Wuji elixir. The difficulty of this elixir is on par with that of the foundation establishment pill. Observing Han Qing as he concocted the elixir, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated with his every breath. Ziling was taken aback. Han Shizhi has effortlessly entered a state of epiphany in alchemy, unity with heaven and man. How is this possible? Other alchemists yearn to attain such a state, but often find it elusive. Yet, Han Shizhi manages it with such ease. It seems that learning alchemy beside Han Shizhi is indeed highly beneficial. After their discussion on that day, Ziling gained profound insights, but she still struggled to grasp the essence. If only she could become Han Shizhi's companion, then he could teach her alchemy every day. Ziling's cheeks subtly flushed. This scene was naturally witnessed by a foundation establishment practitioner aboard the ship, Qin Changfeng. His expression was chillingly cold. What is wrong with Ziling? Why is she so attentive to an old man? No, that is not an old man. That is Han Qing. Qin Changfeng possessed a list of participants for the alchemist gathering. That rascal used a disguised talisman. Damn it. Qin Changfeng's face turned ashen with rage. In Fusang City, above the clouds, two individuals sat cross-legged on a cloud, engaged in a game of chess. However, there was no chessboard before them. The pieces hovered steadily in the void. One was clad in white, with a graceful appearance, her form accentuated by her snug attire. The other, dressed in red, exuded an alluring aura, her lips crimson and teeth white. The white-clad woman was Wang Ning, an elder of the Hehuan sect and a nascent golden core practitioner. The red-clad woman, a formidable foundation establishment practitioner, was Hong Ziyue. Master, what is there to see in this junior's alchemy? Hong Ziyue questioned. Wang Ning's gaze fell upon an elderly figure in green below. During his last visit, he too had used a disguised talisman. Furthermore, he had entered a state of unity with heaven and man while concocting elixirs. This young man is intriguing. Wang Ning spoke gravely. Hong Ziyue frowned. Master, I detest men. Ziling should not be so close to that man. Even if he is a prodigy in alchemy, with a waste of a 5-element spirit root, he will ultimately not go far. Is Master really placing hope upon him? Wang Ning smiled softly. Her smile was enchanting, radiating warmth. Ziyue, do you know why the Hehuan sect is fervently recruiting alchemists? Wang Ning said solemnly. Master? Wang Ning's expression turned icy. It is not only our Hehuan sect. The Sioux country, and even the 3 major sects of the 7 nations are crazily seeking alchemists. They aim to increase the supply and consumption of elixirs to cultivate strong practitioners in large numbers. This matter is related to the demonic fiends. Wang Ning paused before continuing. 300 years ago, the demonic fiends crossed the boundary sea and waged a bloody battle against the human race. In that battle, the human race lost 8 Yuaning practitioners, and our Hehuan sect suffered 3 losses. Both righteous sects and demonic fiends suffered severe casualties. Now, 300 years have passed, and the demonic fiends remain unrepentant, repeatedly invading the boundary sea, with infiltrations even reaching Tiannan. The righteous sects are preparing for the impending turmoil. Our Hehuan sect is no exception. Wang Ning took a deep breath, stating that what the Hehuan sect needs is not merely low-level alchemists, but rather a top-tier alchemist capable of producing elixirs of superior quality. Perhaps that young man is such a person. Hong Ziyue's expression shifted slightly. He, a waste of a 5-element spirit root. How could he possibly be? Is that a phenomenon of heaven and earth? Suddenly, both individuals above the clouds were taken aback. The flying spirit vessel. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, alchemists faced their cauldrons, which erupted with a series of explosive sounds. The elixirs they attempted to concoct were reduced to mere ashes. Soon, a stick of incense worth of time quietly passed. Look, young Master Chen's elixir has been completed. Young Master Chen is a 3rd-grade alchemist and a foundation establishment practitioner, so this 2nd-grade elixir is naturally within his grasp. This has caused a phenomenon of heaven and earth? Hiss. What quality of elixir is young Master Chen concocting? The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged toward the flying spirit vessel, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy swirling above the heads of the crowd. Hiss! The manifestation of spiritual energy immediately caused an uproar among the practitioners. All eyes were drawn to Chen Lingjun. To be precise, they were fixated on the cauldron before him. Chen Lingjun smiled and proclaimed loudly, "A mere second-tier Wujiden poses no challenge whatsoever. Xiling Fairy, what are your thoughts on this pill that has summoned a celestial phenomenon?" Xiling's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at Han Qing, who remained composed before his pill furnace, exhibiting no signs of activity. "Heh, Xiling Fairy, do not concern yourself with that waste. He is merely a first-tier alchemist. How could a first-tier alchemist possibly concoct a second-tier pill? Moreover, he is but a waste in the qi refinement stage." Chen Lingjun retorted coldly. "Open the furnace." With a wave of his hand, the lid of his pill furnace sprang open, and 3 pale, white pills soared forth. Hiss, they are indeed superior-grade pills. Such superior-grade pills are exceedingly rare. What is happening? Why has the celestial phenomenon not yet dissipated? Han Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Xiling Shishu, I kindly request you to open your furnace." Chapter 25, 5-Note Spirit Ginseng. The alchemy begins. Amongst the gathering, only Han Qing's alchemical furnace remained unopened. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to converge, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual essence. At this moment, a multitude of cultivators began to realize that this celestial phenomenon was not a result of Chen Lingjuan's alchemy, but rather the doing of the seemingly inconspicuous old man in the green robe. How could this be possible? Xiling's expression shifted slightly. She immediately waved her hand, and the lid of the alchemical furnace flew off. Buzz! Suddenly, 5 beams of white light burst forth from within the furnace. The white light transformed into 5 ethereal white birds that soared into the sky, radiating brilliance. An astonishing fragrance of medicinal herbs rapidly permeated the air. Shock! Utter astonishment. The surrounding spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. What is this? A spirit body? No, it cannot be. That is a celestial-grade elixir. This person has actually refined a celestial-grade Wuji pill. How could this be possible? This celestial phenomenon arises from the celestial-grade Wuji pill. Unexpectedly, they bore witness to the birth of a celestial-grade elixir. Xiling reached out her hand, and the 5 ethereal white birds transformed into illusory lights, landing in her palm, becoming 5 translucent pills exuding a rich fragrance. Another celestial-grade elixir. Xiling's heart was filled with immense shock. Above the heavens, Wang Ning's expression changed. The Hehuan sect is in dire need of a top-tier alchemist. Wang Ning spoke solemnly. "Ziyu, no matter the means, ensure that this alchemist stays." Hong Ziyu's expression turned to one of surprise. Chen Lingjun. His face turned ashen. This celestial phenomenon was not caused by him. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Xiling stepped forward and addressed the crowd, her voice resonant. "Esteemed cultivators, the alchemist conference has now concluded. I have reviewed all the elixirs you have crafted. The one of the highest quality belongs to this esteemed individual." Xiling intended to say Han Qing's name, but Han Qing's voice echoed in her mind. "Master Uncle, please refer to me as Li Feiyu." Li Feiyu. Han Qing did not wish to reveal his true identity, especially in such a setting. Furthermore, having refined a celestial-grade elixir would naturally attract envious eyes. Xiling immediately understood Han Qing's intention. "Li Feiyu, Taoist friend, you have claimed first place in the Alchemist Conference with your celestial-grade elixir. Taoist friend, please follow me to receive your reward shortly." Xiling then turned to the crowd, proclaiming, "Fellow wandering cultivators, the entrance examination of the Hehuan sect will commence in a little over a month. Those wishing to join the Hehuan sect, please participate in the examination on time. The examination will take place in the Falling God Realm. We must depart on the flying spirit ship half a month in advance. I hope you all take note." Following this, Xiling led Han Qing into the ship's tower. Chen Lingjun watched this scene, grinding his teeth in frustration, fists clenched tightly. This opportunity to interact with Fairy Xiling should have been his, but was snatched away by this fellow named Li Feiyu. Damn Li Feiyu. The flying spirit ship was immense, a spatial treasure. The interior space was far larger than it appeared from the outside. Inside a room within the ship's tower, Chen Changfeng's expression was exceedingly grim. "Li Feiyu? What a formidable name. Han Qing, do you truly believe I cannot recognize your identity? A mere qi refining junior. You are courting death. On the flying spirit ship, in the grand hall of the ship's tower, Ziling brought Han Qing to this grand hall. Standing within was a woman clad in red, her face veiled in crimson. She reclined languidly in a chair. Beneath the veil, her skin was as white as jade, another embodiment of beauty that could lead to ruin. Senior Sister Hong Ziyu, I have brought him. He is the first-place winner of the Alchemist Conference, Han Qing. Ziling bowed respectfully. Hong Ziyu opened her beautiful eyes, deep and bright, casting a fleeting glance at Han Qing. Remove your disguise. It is truly unappealing. Han Qing. He immediately waved his hand, restoring his true appearance. Before him stood a terrifying powerhouse at the late Foundation establishment stage, exuding an invisible pressure that made one's heart tremble. Junior Han Qing pays his respects to the elder. Hong Ziyu waved her hand, sending a storage bag flying towards Han Qing. This is your reward. Han Qing accepted the storage bag, his consciousness probing its contents. Within were tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and a top-tier alchemical furnace. Excellent, excellent. Ziling, you may leave now. Yes, senior sister. Ziling bit her lip and turned to exit. Hong Ziyu stood up, scrutinizing Han Qing with a hint of disdain in her eyes. She detested men. No man was worth anything. Clad in scanty red fabric, Hong Ziyu's attire revealed her flawless shoulders and collarbone, a sight that could drive anyone to madness. She swayed her delicate figure, slowly approaching Han Qing's side. A faint pink mist began to waft around them. Unfortunately, a 5-element root waste. What a waste of your monstrous talent in alchemy. Han Qing clasped his hands in respect. This esteemed elder, a 5-element root waste, is not entirely incapable of forming a foundation. Hong Ziyu's expression darkened. Whether or not you can form a foundation is of no concern to me. It is a pity that if you were a third-grade alchemist, perhaps you could assist me with a task. Esteemed elder, what task? Hong Ziyu's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, she produced a brocade box, which contained a single withered seed. This is the seed of the 5-note spirit ginseng. This item is of utmost importance to me. I have sought many alchemists but have been unable to cultivate it. Do you have any means? In this world, only alchemists can cultivate spiritual herbs. However, Hong Ziyu did not believe Han Qing could cultivate this. After all, he was merely a qi refining junior. This seed was beyond the capabilities of even the elders of their sect at the Golden Course stage. Moreover, its vitality waned with each passing day. In no time, this seed would become lifeless, unable to sprout anew. Cultivating spiritual plants? Han Qing's expression shifted slightly, and he bowed. Esteemed elder, entrust this matter to me. I will surely cultivate it. While others may find it impossible, he was confident in his abilities. He possessed Xian Yu spiritual liquid. Really? A glimmer of joy appeared in Hong Ziyu's eyes. Are you truly capable of cultivating this? Yes, Uncle Master. I sense its vitality is nearly extinguished. Apart from me, no one can restore its vigor. Han Qing stated. Hong Ziyu's expression shifted dramatically. Very well, then I shall entrust it to you for a try. Uncle Master, if I succeed in cultivating it, what reward may I receive? Hong Ziyu glanced at Han Qing. What reward do you desire? Techniques. Elixirs, choose as you wish. Han Qing smiled, offering another respectful bow. I have been captivated by you at first sight, Uncle Master. Might I inquire if you have a chosen Dao companion? What? Boom. Hong Ziyu instantly erupted in fury, unleashing the formidable aura of her late Foundation establishment stage. You insolent junior, you seek death. Not at all. Uncle Master, you are well aware of the immense difficulty in cultivating this, and it holds great importance to you. I will undoubtedly devote all my efforts to nurturing it. If you are unwilling to become my Dao companion, then accompanying me in dual cultivation, even just once, would suffice. Dual cultivation. Hong Ziyu. Chapter 26, Rebellious Disciple, come here. Young one, do not think that just because you have talent in alchemy, I dare not kill you. Hong Ziyu's body erupted with murderous intent. This killing aura transformed into a crimson mist of blood. If you dare to be disrespectful again, I will chop you into pieces. Han Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed with clasped hands. Uncle Master, please calm your anger. This disciple merely saw that Uncle Master is as beautiful as a celestial maiden and could not restrain myself for a moment. Even if Uncle Master gives this disciple nothing, I will still do my utmost to fulfill the task. This disciple takes his leave. Han Qing turned and walked away. Wait. Hong Ziyu, with her graceful figure, walked up to Han Qing. If you have a way to revive the 5-curve spirit ginseng, I can assist you in your cultivation. But only in your cultivation, nothing else, Hong Ziyue said solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Master Ziyue. Han Qing grinned. Hong Ziyue stood right in front of him. The distance between the two was extremely close. So close that Han Qing could see her snow-white skin clearly. So close that he could feel Hong Ziyue's breath. Uncle Master, may I hug you? Get lost. Hong Ziyue waved her hand. A tremendous force slammed into Han Qing's body, sending him flying backward. Hong Ziyue's expression turned furious. However, seeing Han Qing lying on the ground without moving for a long time, she suddenly grew anxious. Han Qing must not die. If he died, no one would help her cultivate the 5-curve spirit ginseng. Her last hope would be shattered. Hong Ziyue immediately stepped forward to check Han Qing's injuries. You, stop pretending. She held Han Qing in her arms, her heart suddenly tightening with worry. Han Qing suddenly leaned in and kissed Hong Ziyue's warm, soft, and delicate red lips. Swish. Hong Ziyue's face instantly changed dramatically. Bastard. You're seeking death. Slap. A solid slap landed on Han Qing's face. She transformed into a phantom shadow, standing in the great hall with her back turned to Han Qing. Get lost before I kill you. Han Qing licked his lips. Very well, Uncle Master. I'll leave now. He turned and walked out of the great hall. Hong Ziyue slowly clenched her fists. Killing intent erupted in her eyes. This damned bastard actually dared to disrespect her so brazenly. Flying spirit boat. Xiling's room. Han Qing arrived at Xiling's room, a place he was already familiar with. He knocked on the door, and it opened on its own. Then, Han Qing walked in. Inside the room was a large bed, concealed by purple curtains. Upon entering, a faint floral fragrance could be smelled. Behind the curtains lay a graceful, curvaceous figure. It was none other than Fairy Xiling. Han Qing casually closed the door, lifted the curtains, and hugged Xiling tightly from behind. Xiling was greatly startled. What are you doing? Get away, Yu Qi Refining Jr. A powerful aura erupted from Xiling's body. Han Qing was directly thrown backward, landing several feet away. He grimaced as he got up, a bitter smile in his heart. Fairy Xiling was still not so easily won over. However, he quite liked this fairy. The scent on her was utterly enchanting. Junior, if you dare act recklessly again, do you truly think I dare not kill you? Last time was last time. I said there would only be that one time, no next time. Xiling sat up, her face icy cold as she stared at Han Qing. Yes, this disciple naturally understands. Han Qing bowed with clasped hands. Since Uncle Master Xiling does not like it, this disciple takes his leave. Xiling frowned. Wait, since you're already here, teach me alchemy. Xiling bit her red lips and said. Although Han Qing was only a first-tier alchemist, his mastery of the Tao of alchemy was unparalleled within the Hahuan sect. His talent was simply monstrous. Having Han Qing guide her in alchemy was the best choice. All right. Han Qing grinned. He climbed onto the bed with practiced ease and hugged Xining tightly. Xining's fair face instantly flushed bright red. You. I asked you to teach me alchemy. What are you doing? Uncle Master, you smell so good. I'll just hug you. I promise I won't do anything else. Han Qing greedily embraced her plump, delicate body, burying his head against her chest. Xiling. Scoundrel. This is simply a scoundrel. Bullying her again. All he knows is bullying her every day. Xiling bit her tender red lips. Han Qing lay on her lap and, within moments, fell into a deep sleep. This fellow, though seemingly ordinary in appearance, made Xiling's beautiful eyes soften slightly. Han Qing truly taught her alchemy without holding anything back. Even the alchemists of the Hahuan sect might not instruct others with such wholehearted dedication. You. How can you trust me so much? And even dare to sleep on my lap? Alchemy was extremely taxing on the spirit. Han Qing was truly exhausted. Coupled with Xiling's fragrant scent, he naturally fell into a deep sleep. Several days later, a streak of azure light left the flying spirit boat. Xiling leaned against the balcony of her room, quietly watching that azure light fly away. During these past days, Han Qing had been in her room the entire time. Of course, it was all to teach her alchemy. Nothing else had happened. Uncle Master Xiling, thank you for your care. This is a small token of this disciple's gratitude. 2 golden talismans flew towards Xiling. Xiling reached out, and the 2 talismans fell into her hand. With just one glance, her heart skipped a beat. Immortal Grade Divine Movement Talisman. Immortal Grade Primordial Chaos Golden Dipper Talisman. Disciple Nephew Han. These talismans are precious items for preserving one's life. Xiling's expression changed dramatically. Disciple nephew Han had actually given her such precious life-saving talismans. Wait, immortal grade talismans? How could disciple nephew Han, a Qi refining disciple, possess immortal grade talismans? These talismans still carry disciple brother Han's aura. Could it be that disciple nephew Han also crafted these immortal grade talismans? Hiss. Xiling's expression was one of utter shock. Han Qing, if you participate in the Hahuan sect trials, you must be extremely careful. I will wait for you in the Hahuan sect. Fusang City. Small courtyard. Han Qing circled Fusang City 3 times and even applied several concealment talismans to himself. Only after confirming that no Foundation Establishment Cultivator's divine sense was locked onto him did he return to the small courtyard. This courtyard was not small either. It consisted of a main pavilion, 3 auxiliary pavilions, and a large rear garden. In the backyard, Han Qing has transformed it into a spiritual herb garden. As Han Qing stepped into the courtyard, he was enveloped by a mystical formation. A voice echoed in his ears, disapprovingly questioning his absence from home to engage in alchemy. This voice was deep and carried a hint of reproach. Shirmu, Nangong Shui. Han Qing chuckled softly and swiftly moved into the pavilion where his Shirmu was cultivating. With a wave of his hand, the great door closed behind him. Shirmu lay upon a bed, veiled by a white curtain. Rebellious disciple, you are aware of your return? Nangong Shui spoke in a low tone. Han Qing offered a respectful bow. Shirmu, of course, I know to return. I am merely planning for my future endeavors in joining the Hehuan sect. How is your recovery from your injuries? Nangong Shui bit her red lip. Dressed in a sheer white veil, it did little to conceal her breathtaking beauty. Much improved. Have you refined the Yonghun Dan? Han Qing waved his hand, and a vial of elixirs soared towards Nangong Shui. Shirmu, this is the Yonghun Dan you require. Nangong Shui's expression shifted slightly. This is an immortal grade Yonghun Dan. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted the curtain and extended her delicate arms toward him. Rebellious disciple, come here. Chapter 27. The Child of the Traitor. Nangeshua bit her delicate, rosy lips. This traitor. Were it not for the matter of the elixir, Nangeshua would never allow this traitor to bully her so. It must be due to the elixir. Han Qing embraced her from behind, resting his thigh against hers, his hands wandering over her form. Nangushua's heart raced, her complexion flushed. Suddenly, she grasped Han Qing's hand tightly. Traitor, Sherngyang. I am already with child. Could you please refrain from being so reckless? Just hold me like this, and let us rest for a while. Wait, later, when Sherngyang is ready, can we do that then? Han Qing's expression shifted. The tone of Sherngyang was soft and gentle, akin to a negotiation, yet also a plea. All right. I will heed Sherngyang's words. Whatever Sherngyang says goes. Perhaps Sherngyang was not yet psychologically prepared. He would not force the issue, for she was his most beloved Sherngyang. Her figure was splendidly ample, and holding her was incredibly comfortable. Moreover, Sherngyang was entirely unlike Chen Zining. Nangeshua's demeanor was typically aloof, cold to outsiders, including the former Han Qing. Yet in these moments, she was exceptionally gentle, as if transformed into another person, creating a striking contrast. Sherngyang, may I steal a kiss? No, go away. Just for a moment, I promise. Just a moment. The following morning, when Han Qing awoke, Nangeshua had already vanished from his side. In the secret chamber, Nangeshua was consuming elixirs to cultivate. With Han Qing's supply of elixirs, her aura was rapidly ascending. Being born with dual spirit roots and of high quality, her cultivation speed was naturally soaring. Traitor, do not overthink or wander aimlessly. Stay home and cultivate diligently, striving to enhance your strength before the trial at Hahuanzong. Nangeshua conveyed telepathically. Han Qing clasped his hands in respect. Rest assured, Sherngyang, your disciple will remember. He turned to depart. In the secret chamber, the corners of Nangushua's mouth lifted slightly. This seemingly ordinary traitor was increasingly captivating her. Though he could be excessively audacious at times, he treated her, his Sherngyang, with utmost kindness. Moreover, she was now carrying the traitor's child. As it stood, she could not bear the child under current conditions. She could only hope to succeed in the trial at Hahuanzong. Once inside the sect, with its protection and a stable environment, she could allow the child to develop further. This was the child of a traitor. In the backyard, Han Qing employed the rainfall technique, mingling the droplets of Xuanyue's spirit liquid as they fell upon the spiritual plants. The plants thrived rapidly, their ages increasing continuously. The older the plants, the purer their medicinal properties, and consequently, The quality of the elixirs refined from them would improve. Soon, with a wave of his hand, wooden boxes flew forth. He swiftly harvested some mature spiritual plants and placed them into the boxes. Then, Han Qing retrieved a seed, the Wuzulinshan. This was a type of spiritual plant, though Han Qing was unaware of its specific effects. He only knew it was crucial to Ziyuexianzi. Han Qing planted the Wuzulinshan and dripped Xuanyue spirit liquid upon it. The once dry seeds suddenly came to life, as if breathing, eagerly absorbing the liquid, becoming plump. Hope blossomed. Yet, he could not rush the process. Han Qing refrained from adding more Xuanyue spirit liquid, allowing the seed to refine properly. He swiftly entered his chamber. With a flick of his wrist, a bronze alchemy furnace appeared before him. The ancient and mysterious runes adorned the surface of the furnace. It was a premium-grade artifact, the Ziyang Danlu. Han Qing's expression brimmed with excitement. This was his first top-tier artifact. Although it was an alchemy furnace, it would significantly aid him in his alchemical endeavors. Furthermore, he possessed 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Recently, his consumption of spirit stones had been alarmingly rapid. The previous sale of elixirs and the spirit stones seized from the Li clan had amounted to quite a sum. These 50,000 stones would adequately replenish his resources. Although 50,000 stones seemed substantial, they would barely last a few days with the combined consumption of himself, Shenyang, and Shiji. Fortunately, his ability to refine elixirs saved him from many resource purchases. The trial for entry into Hahuan Zone was imminent. I must hasten to elevate my strength. First, let me test this furnace and refine a batch of elixirs to enhance my cultivation. Then, I will merge the Shuiyu Zimu Jian with the Xuantia materials to forge a top-tier artifact. Let us begin. Han Qing formed hand seals. Within the Ziyang Lu, a vibrant purple flame blazed intensely. As a premium-grade alchemy furnace, the temperature of the flames was elevated, purer, and more stable, alleviating many of Han Qing's burdens. The process of refining elixirs became increasingly effortless. Spiritual plants floated in midair, swirling around the Ziyang Lu. With a snap of his fingers, the plants flew into the furnace, refining into spiritual liquid and coalescing into elixirs of exceptional quality. This process required time to settle. Han Qing entered a state of alchemical focus, and 3 days swiftly passed. After 3 days, he consumed a translucent, milky elixir. Instantly, a surge of potent energy surged through his body, and he promptly activated the Fan Xing Shenma Gong. Golden light shimmered around him as his aura steadily ascended. In Fusang City, at the Jinbao Gu, this was a 7-story pavilion, each level serving a distinct purpose. The first floor offered techniques, artifacts, and elixirs for the Qi refining period. The second floor catered to the foundation establishment period, while the third floor was dedicated to items for the Golden Core period. At the pinnacle of the 7-story pavilion was a grand boudoir, predominantly adorned in red, exuding an antique charm. On the balcony sat a woman clad in crimson garments. Her skin was as pale as jade, her figure subtly alluring, captivating all who beheld her. With lips red and teeth white, she possessed an elegance akin to jade. Su Xiaoqi stood behind her, clasping his hands in reverence. Shizhuan, I have procured 3 Yonghuan Dan. With a graceful wave of her hand, a vial of elixir soared toward the woman clad in crimson. This red-clad maiden was none other than Lu Ruoxue, the financial backer behind the renowned Jinbao Pavilion. Though Lu Ruoxue was merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, her establishment thrived on the sale of treasures meant for Golden Core practitioners. The Jinbao Pavilion enjoyed a formidable reputation throughout the Shugua due to the influential position of Lu Ruoxue's sister, Lu Rian, who served as a Golden Core elder within the Hahuan sect. Thus, the Jinbao Pavilion firmly established its presence in Shugua. As Lu Ruoxue received the vial, she opened it to release a rich and alluring fragrance of the elixir, which shimmered with a crystalline clarity. Appearing almost translucent, the surface was adorned with enigmatic alchemical patterns and Taoist runes. Her expression shifted dramatically. What is this? A celestial-grade elixir? How could this be possible? Lu Ruoxue spoke with gravity. While the Jinbao Pavilion was not devoid of celestial-grade elixirs, it had indeed been a considerable time since they had acquired any. Most celestial-grade elixirs in Tiannan originated from overseas or from the celestial sects of the higher realms. Where did this elixir come from? Lu Ruoxue inquired solemnly. Your monthly allocation of spirit stones is quite limited. How could you afford such a treasure? Su Xiaoqi bit her crimson lip and replied, Master, this is the accumulation of my spirit stones for purchase. I cannot let Master know of Han Qing's existence. Her master was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could she know what a foundation establishment cultivator might think? If her master discovered the dealings between her and Han Qing, would she not, in a fit of rage, eliminate him? Lu Ruoshui's expression darkened. Xiaoqi, speak the truth. Where did this elixir come from? Do you think I cannot uncover the answer if you remain silent? In a flash, Su Xiaoqi's complexion turned pale. Master, it is, a fellow Taoist, but just for a moment. Suddenly, a red light shot skyward from the Jinbao Pavilion, racing towards a small courtyard within the city. Chapter 28. The Path to Longevity, One Step Closer. In Fusang City, within a small courtyard, Han Qing sat cross-legged on the floor, his entire being radiating with a deeper golden light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of gold sparkled within their depths. Yet, it was still insufficient. He had advanced from the 4th to the 6th level of Qi refinement, but with each ascent, he felt increasingly strained. The impact of his 5 elements waste spiritual root was simply too significant. A poor spiritual root meant an inability to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus stalling his cultivation progress. This time, Han Qing had consumed and refined 5 pills. However, there were no signs of breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Moments later, Han Qing frowned. He waved his hand to open the door and swiftly appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Outside stood a woman clad in red. She was tall and had fair, delicate skin, embodying a completely different aura from Hong Ziyue. While Hong Ziyue possessed a hint of allure, this woman exuded a pure and radiant charm. A late-stage foundation establishment expert, Han Qing immediately clasped his hands in respect and bowed. Esteemed senior, may I ask who you are? Lu Ruoshui's expression was cold and somber. She cast a frosty glance at Han Qing. Su Xiaoqi had informed her of everything. It was this unimposing, 5 elements waste spiritual root waste who had harmed her beloved disciple. Su Xiaoqi had been deceived by this man. A terrifying killing intent erupted in Lu Ruoshui's eyes. A mere Qi refinement stage cultivator with a 5 elements waste spiritual root. How audacious. My disciple Su Xiaoqi. How dare you lay a hand on her? Lu Ruoshui spoke in a deep voice. Han Qing's expression shifted. He understood. This was the formidable figure behind the Jinbao Pavilion, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, utterly frightening. Han Qing clasped his hands in respect. Esteemed Senior Lu, please quell your anger. I have also agreed to many conditions with Taoist friend Su. Taoist friend Su is a loose cultivator, as are you, esteemed senior. You should be aware of the difficulties we loose cultivators face in gathering resources. By chance, I am an alchemist, and it is natural for me to share some resources with Taoist friend Su for her cultivation. Although Han Qing spoke thus, he was already prepared to activate his teleportation talisman and the numerous mixed yuan gold talismans affixed to him, as well as the formations set up in the courtyard. Even if he could not defeat Lu Ruoshui, he could at least delay her for a time. Should Lu Ruoshui attempt to kill him, he would escape immediately. Lu Ruoshui's expression darkened. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a blood-red phantom shot forth. The crimson light instantly fixed itself at Han Qing's brow. It was a sharp, exquisite magical artifact, about a foot long. Han Qing felt a chill envelop him, as if he had been locked in place. He had underestimated the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. For Lu Ruoshui, taking his life was but a thought away. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoshui's hands rested on her abdomen, her demeanor icily resolute. You refined the immortal-grade pills? Yes, esteemed senior. You harmed my beloved disciple, and killing you is hardly excessive, is it? Han Qing. Lu Ruoshui slowly walked behind Han Qing. However, I do not wish to kill you just yet. Your alchemical talent is remarkably exceptional, but alas. With a 5 elements waste spiritual root, it is nearly impossible for you to establish a foundation. Let us make a deal. Lu Ruoshui approached him, gazing intently. A faint, fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Esteemed senior, what sort of deal? Han Qing inquired solemnly. Jinbao Pavilion requires a resident alchemist. You shall work for Jinbao Pavilion. We will provide the spiritual herbs, and you shall refine the pills. Lu Ruoshui exhaled softly, her beautiful eyes shimmering like rippling water. She was interested in Han Qing's ability to refine immortal-grade pills. If Jinbao Pavilion could procure such pills, it would undoubtedly yield tremendous profits. Moreover, Jinbao Pavilion could expand its commercial reach beyond Fusang City. Lu Ruoshui sensed a monumental opportunity. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. Esteemed Senior Lu, it is your Jinbao Pavilion that requires my services as an alchemist, not the other way around. Is this how you negotiate a partnership? Lu Ruoshui's countenance darkened. You may choose not to cooperate. I could end you right now. Han Qing. Damn it. These female cultivators are utterly unreasonable. Very well. I can cooperate with Jinbao Pavilion. Lu Ruoshui's lips curved into a pleasing smile. She waved her hand, and the formidable magical artifact vanished. Subsequently, Lu Ruoshui seated herself in a pavilion. Han Qing poured her a cup of spiritual tea. With a smile, he suddenly grasped Lu Ruoshui's delicate, fair hand. Esteemed senior, I can cooperate, but I require 30% of the profits from the sold pills. What? Lu Ruoshui immediately flew into a rage, retracting her hand swiftly. You scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of me? 30%? Are you certain? Han Qing grinned. Esteemed senior Lu, 30% is not excessive. The minimum should be 20%. No one in this world can reliably refine immortal-grade pills as I do. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ruoshui replied, Fine, 20% it is. But you must ensure to provide Jinbao Pavilion with no less than 10 immortal-grade pills each month. Lu Ruoshui certainly understood the challenges of pill refinement. Therefore, 10 immortal-grade pills per month was already a considerable quantity. However, she was unaware that this posed no difficulty for Han Qing. With a graceful turn, Lu Ruoshui swayed her body and exited. Han Qing clasped his hands in respect, sending the esteemed senior off. Esteemed senior Lu, your aura resembles that of a celestial being, truly captivating and enchanting. Lu Ruoshui. Her expression turned even colder. This rascal only seeks to take advantage of her. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruoshui, Han Qing promptly returned to his room to cultivate. Lu Ruoshui of Jinbao Pavilion seeking him out was, in fact, in perfect alignment with Han Qing's intentions. If he were to sell too many immortal-grade pills, he would inevitably draw attention. Allowing Jinbao Pavilion to sell them on his behalf was the optimal choice. Furthermore, Jinbao Pavilion would provide the spiritual herbs for alchemy. This way, he could retain a portion of the profits while Jinbao Pavilion took their share, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Han Qing waved his hand, and one jade vial after another flew out of his storage bag, swirling around him. His cultivation had been amassed through the consumption of pills. Henceforth, he would require even more pills to continue his ascent. Let the cultivation commence. Han Qing immediately consumed a body-refining pill. The pill was continuously transforming his physique, and his aura steadily ascended. Several days swiftly passed. In the chamber, Han Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, his momentum reaching its zenith. Waves of spiritual energy suddenly radiated outward. The excess medicinal power accumulated from the pill he had ingested transformed into spiritual energy that spread around him. In a mere moment, tranquility enveloped the space once more. Han Qing's expression was one of great joy. His profound energy surged, and his strength escalated dramatically. He had successfully broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, advancing yet another stage. The pinnacle of the Qi refinement period was now within reach. He had drawn closer to the foundation establishment, and consequently, to the path of immortality. Following this, Han Qing retrieved the Xiang furnace, the blood jade mother sword, and a block of heavy, pitch-black Xian iron. He proceeded to fuse the Xian iron with the blood jade mother sword, forging it into a supreme magical artifact. Chapter 29. The True Shadow Escape and the Ink Dragon Needle. Jinbao Pavilion. Above the 7-story pavilion, Lu Ruoshui languidly reclined on a chaise longue on the balcony, cradling a snow-white cat that mirrored her relaxed demeanor. Master, the entrance examination for Hehuan sect is about to commence. Su Xiaoqi exclaimed. Master, why do you not join Hehuan sect? Lu Ruoshui gazed skyward, her expression tinged with melancholy. Hehuan sect? Why should I bother with Hehuan sect? Taking a deep breath, she continued, Years ago, when my sister Lu Rian and I participated in the Falling God trial, we encountered that man from Hehuan sect. He possessed striking looks and remarkable cultivation. My sister and I fell for him almost simultaneously. Yet, it was evident that he chose to take my sister into Hehuan sect, leaving me behind. A cold smile escaped Lu Ruoshui's lips. What of being a loose cultivator? Even as a loose cultivator, I can establish my foundation and form a dan. I shall prove to him that my talent is not inferior to Lu Rian's. Rising resolutely, Lu Ruoshui noted the increasing number of cultivators gathering in Fusang City. These individuals were not solely drawn by the entrance examination of Hehuan sect. 3 days prior, a celestial palace had emerged from the depths of the sea near the Su Kingdom. Those foundation-building cultivators were drawn towards the underwater palace. Lu Ruoshui inhaled deeply, stating, however, due to the array prohibitions surrounding the underwater palace, none have managed to enter smoothly. Recently, they have been searching for array masters capable of breaking the formations. I noticed that Han Qing's residence is adorned with intricate prohibitions. Could he be an array master? Can he indeed break the formations? Su Xiaoqi's expression changed dramatically. That location, targeted by so many foundation-building cultivators, must be fraught with peril. Master, Han Daoyu is merely a qi refining cultivator. How can he compete for opportunities against foundation-building cultivators? Fear not, Master. I shall ensure his safety, Lu Ruoshui reassured. Little 7. It is said that the underwater palace possesses the Tongshan Golden Dan. The Tongshan Golden Dan represents a significant opportunity for cultivators. It is also my chance to form a Dan. Now we shall see who can first break the formation and enter the underwater palace. Lu Ruoshui's eyes sparkled with longing. Forming a Dan is the aspiration of every foundation-building cultivator. If one cannot form a Dan, they are doomed to the fate of dissolution. 3 days later, outside Jinbao Pavilion, a figure clad in azure halted quietly. Han Qing. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly entered Jinbao Pavilion, where he was received by Su Xiaoqi. Han Daoyu, what brings you here? Last time, did my master cause you any trouble? Su Xiaoqi inquired with concern. Not at all. Han Qing replied with a faint smile. I apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused you. Han Daoyu. No matter. Please take me to meet Senior Ruoshui. Su Xiaoqi nodded and led the way, her graceful figure swaying alluringly as she walked. Han Qing's gaze lingered on her slender waist and the ample curves of her form, a slight smile gracing his lips. Su Daoyu is truly remarkable. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Han Qing encountered Lu Ruoshui, who, adorned in a stunning red attire, radiated an enchanting beauty as she sat cross-legged on the balcony, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converging towards her. Master, Han Daoyu has arrived. Su Xiaoqi bit her lip, then turned to leave. Han Qing clasped his hands in greeting. Senior Lu, you summoned me? Lu Ruoshui rose gracefully and approached him. Her delicate figure was indeed captivating. Are you an array master? Can you break formations? After a moment's contemplation, Han Qing responded, as long as the formations are not overly complex, it should be manageable. Lu Ruoshui smiled. Then, come with me to a certain place. Where to? The underwater palace. Han Qing's expression darkened. Recently, the cultivators of Fusang City have been abuzz with tales of the underwater palace. Indeed, it harbors opportunities, but they are meant for foundation-building cultivators. Senior Lu, I am merely a pill refining master. Lacking interest in seizing opportunities. I prefer to refine pills and enhance my cultivation in safety rather than risk my life outdoors. Han Qing detested conflict. He yearned for a tranquil place to cultivate undisturbed. Lu Ruoshui stepped closer, her enchanting gaze fixed on Han Qing. The underwater palace offers not only opportunities for foundation-building cultivators, but also immense benefits for you, a qi refining cultivator. Are you truly unmoved? Han Qing let out a bitter laugh. Senior Lu, opportunities that are meant for you will come to you. Those that elude you are not meant for you. As wandering cultivators, our utmost endeavor is simply to survive. What? A jolt of realization struck Lu Ruoshui. Indeed, all our efforts as wandering cultivators are ultimately to sustain our existence. You are right. However, I still wish to pursue the opportunities within the underwater palace. Here's the deal. You need only assist me in breaking the formation from the periphery. Once the formation is breached, you may leave. Lu Ruoshui slowly closed her beautiful eyes. She was determined to venture into the underwater palace, as it could be her sole chance to form a Dan. Once successful, you may select 2 items from the techniques and treasures within Jinbao Pavilion. Han Qing hesitated. Observing his indecision, Lu Ruoshui took a deep breath and said, Do you not harbor feelings for little 7? I shall have her serve as your sword attendant. What? Su Xiaoqi, as his sword attendant? Senior Lu, this requires Su Daoyu's consent. I can accompany Senior Lu to break the formation, but I must first choose 2 items from Jinbao Pavilion to ensure my safety. Han Qing insisted. All right, that is acceptable. After pondering for a moment, Han Qing turned to leave. The conditions proposed by Lu Ruoshui were quite enticing. Avoiding risk would depend on the circumstances. If he were merely breaking formations from the periphery, the dangers should be minimal. Should peril arise, he would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. With these thoughts, Han Qing arrived at the 1st floor of Jinbao Pavilion, where the techniques were stored. This floor was lined with shelves displaying scrolls of techniques, each secured with prohibitions. Upon purchase, a maid would deliver the techniques to him. He scanned the area, gaining a general understanding of the techniques available. However, none were suitable for his current cultivation. True Shadow Escape. This is quite impressive. This technique grants cultivators several-fold speed for escape. However, there exists a significant drawback. The consumption of magical energy is exceedingly high. In the absence of magical expenditure, it will instead deplete the cultivator's vital essence. It proves to be quite effective for evading peril. Han Qing accepted the Jinying Dun and subsequently arrived at the tier of magical artifacts. This realm was replete with numerous magical treasures, radiating an enigmatic glow. Nevertheless, the majority were of inferior quality. The value of a magical artifact does not solely depend on its grade. Rather, the most suitable one for an individual is the most desirable. Han Qing surveyed his surroundings. He held little interest in the ordinary swords and polearms. Yet his attention was captured by a certain sharp, blood-red artifact wielded by Lu Ruoshui, resembling a slender needle. After scanning the area, he soon discovered a similar magical treasure, the Mo Long Zhun. Chapter 30. A disciple must not. The artifacts and treasures crafted by cultivators are governed by stringent boundaries. Qi refining cultivators are permitted only to wield artifacts, while Foundation establishment cultivators utilize treasures. The activation of treasures necessitates true spiritual power, which is only condensed within the bodies of Foundation establishment cultivators. The external manifestation of this power is referred to as spiritual energy. Thus, treasures pose a considerable challenge for Qi refining cultivators. When infused with one's profound energy, treasures struggle to unleash their full potential. It is only upon reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement that one can barely wield a low-grade treasure. Han Qing tucked away the Mo Long needle, having taken it for future considerations. Accompanying Lu Ruoshui to the undersea heavenly palace, Lu Ruoshui had granted him merely 2 days for preparation. Han Qing promptly departed from the treasure pavilion and returned to his small courtyard at home. He approached a pavilion and knocked on the door, which creaked open. Chun Zining, adorned in a pristine white gown, beamed upon seeing Han Qing, her crescent-shaped smile radiating joy. "Junior brother Han, it's you?" she exclaimed, leaping into his arms and wrapping her arms around his neck, her beautiful eyes shimmering with affection. She was his first perfect dual cultivation partner, and she provided him with faith power for his cultivation every day. Perhaps due to this perfect bond, the petite and charming sister was always exceptionally warm towards him. Han Qing reciprocated this enthusiasm, lifting Chun Zining and placing her on the table. With a wave of his hand, the door closed on its own, and ethereal white mist enveloped the room. Within the mist, Chun Zining's complexion flushed crimson, the color spreading to her neck. "Junior brother, what are you doing? You can't do this. It's still broad daylight," she stammered, her face adorably shy, yet her grip around Han Qing tightened. The proximity between them was so intimate that Han Qing could feel her breath and the heat radiating from her body. "Sister, I must step out for a while. It may take some time," he stated. "Out? Where to?" she inquired, her expression shifting dramatically. "To the undersea fairy palace." Chun Zining's face paled. "Have you lost your mind? That place is a perilous domain reserved for Foundation establishment cultivators. You're courting death." "Sister, I assure you, this journey will be safe. I possess means for self-preservation." Han Qing waved his hand, producing a batch of pills. "These are the elixirs for your breakthrough to the peak of Qi refinement. Once you consume them, I should be able to return." He vowed to be back before the entrance trial of the Hehuan sect, ready to accompany his sister in the challenge. Chun Zining bit her delicate, red lip. "Junior brother, you are too good." Before his departure, he had prepared her a batch of precious elixirs. With these resources, she had already ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement and could soon prepare for Foundation establishment. "Junior brother, such invaluable cultivation resources. What can I possibly say? Most cultivators would not wholeheartedly share their resources, even with partners." "My dear junior brother." Chun Zining leaned forward, her soft, moist lips pressing against Han Qing's. The kiss was both fervent and spontaneous. Moments later, the mist within the room danced, rising and falling rhythmically, akin to breathing. The air was filled with murmurs of their discourse until dawn broke. The following morning, Han Qing finally departed from his sister's chamber. Chun Zining watched him leave, her expression tinged with melancholy. Her father had perished outside, and now her junior brother was also venturing forth to seek his destiny. Naturally, She was deeply concerned. Junior brother, you must return safely. I will be waiting for you. Together, we shall enter the Hehuan sect and walk the path of longevity. After leaving Chen Zining's room, Han Qing turned toward the main hall. In a chamber within the hall, he beheld the enchanting figure veiled by curtains, his master, Nan Gongshui. Ah, what brings you here again, rebellious disciple? Nan Gongshui frowned, feeling both flustered and vexed by his audacity, as he often teased her. Han Qing grinned broadly. Of course, I missed you, master. Only in your embrace can I find restful sleep. He swiftly approached and enveloped Nan Gongshui in his warm embrace, expertly leaning in to kiss her tender lips. How dare you? Nan Gongshui exclaimed, feeling a surge of anger. You are courting death. This rebellious disciple had audacity beyond measure, daring to be so brazen with her. Get away from me. With a burst of energy, she kicked Han Qing away. You bully me daily. By what right do you do so? Han Qing's expression transformed. The smile vanished, replaced by sorrow. He then waved his hand, placing a batch of elixirs on the table. Indeed, I am in the wrong. Master, I must embark on a journey to the undersea heavenly palace. It is fraught with danger, and I cannot ascertain my return. These are the elixirs I prepared for you, master. Whether I return is uncertain. Take care, master. Han Qing bowed respectfully and turned to leave. What? He asked, going to the undersea heavenly palace? Is he mad? Nan Gongshui's expression shifted in alarm as her spiritual sense swept over the elixirs, revealing they were all immortal-grade pills. This rebellious disciple had prepared them in anticipation of his journey, still mindful of his master. Rebellious disciple. Nan Gongshui felt a tinge of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had not intended to scold Han Qing. Her demeanor was simply often cold. You come back here. Did I say you could leave? In a flash, Nan Gongshui appeared at the doorway, blocking Han Qing's path. Master? She bit her tender lip, reaching out to grasp Han Qing's hand, leading him gently back to the bed. Must you go to the undersea heavenly palace? Han Qing nodded. I have compelling reasons to go. Moreover, as you prepare for foundation establishment, I have yet to gather the materials for the foundation establishment pills. I will do everything in my power to procure them for you, master, to ensure your successful breakthrough. Nan Gongshui's heart softened. This was no longer a rebellious disciple. This was her cherished student. My cultivation is undeniably important. Yet you must not neglect your own practice as well. Han Qing, each individual possesses their own path to immortality. Nan Gongshui took a deep breath, leaned forward towards Han Qing, and fervently kissed him with her crimson lips. How remarkably proactive she is. Ever since their last encounter, Nan Gongshui had not allowed him to touch her again. Even when she sent him medicinal pills, she merely permitted him to hold her for a brief slumber. After all, she is his Shenyang. Nan Gongshui's demeanor is extraordinarily aloof, akin to a cold and enchanting fairy. To win her heart, he must allow time for feelings to mature. Haste would be unwise. For instance, at this moment, Nan Gongshui exhibited an exceedingly striking contrast. Soon after, garments were carelessly discarded upon the floor, first a blue robe, then a belly wrap. A cacophony began to resonate, and after the span of a fragrant stick of incense. Chapter 31. A Pact. Unruly disciple. You possess the 5 spiritual roots waste physique, so you must cultivate diligently. Do not waste your time on such trivial matters. When Han Qing awoke, Nan Gongshui was draping a light veil over herself. The veil concealed her skin, delicate and pure as freshly fallen snow. In the next moment, Nan Gongshui flashed to the balcony to meditate and cultivate. You are right, master's wife. Han Qing glanced at the sky and left the room. He arrived at the backyard, the spiritual herb field. Lush spiritual plants grew here. Though they were ordinary spiritual plants, they could still be used to refine basic elixirs. At his feet, the 5-curved spirit ginseng had sprouted inch-long, crimson shoots. The 5-curved spirit ginseng was growing quite rapidly. Han Qing immediately cast the rainfall technique, watering the spiritual plants once more. Then, with a wave of his hand, a sword gleam flew out from his storage pouch. He stepped onto the wind and rose, riding the sword straight into the vast sky. The time agreed upon with Elder Lu had arrived, so he naturally went to keep the appointment. Treasure Pavilion. Han Qing ascended to the 7th floor of the pavilion and saw Lu Ruoshui in her crimson robes on the balcony. Seeing his arrival, Lu Ruoshui said nothing. With a wave of her hand, a green light shot out from her storage pouch. The green light rapidly expanded and transformed into a massive green flying spirit boat. The green spirit boat. This flying spirit boat was several zhang in length. On board, there was a small pavilion where cultivators could rest. Lu Ruoxue floated up lightly and landed on the spirit boat, graceful as a celestial maiden. "Come aboard." Han Qing nodded and immediately landed on the deck of the spirit boat. Then, Lu Ruoxue stamped her foot. The array of talismans beneath the spirit boat suddenly seemed to come to life. The massive spirit boat trembled and shot into the sky as a streak of green light. The city of Fusang beneath their feet continuously shrank. The surrounding mountains also receded into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the clouds and mist. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. The speed of this flying spirit boat was much faster than sword riding. Moreover, it consumed far less magical power. The green spirit boat was a mid-grade magical treasure. Given his current strength and resources, he could not yet afford a mid-grade magical treasure. To reach the submerged heavenly palace, we must pass through the Su Kingdom. On the green spirit boat, we can rest for 7 days. After 7 days, you will assist me in breaking the formation. You need not enter the heavenly palace, Lu Ruoxue said solemnly. Han Qing bowed with clasped hands. Yes, Elder Lu. Elder Lu, are you seeking this opportunity to form your golden core? Lu Ruoxue's expression darkened. Of course, to form my golden core. Otherwise, why would I take such risks? For golden core formation, wouldn't seeking a spirit converging pill suffice? Foundation establishment pills are essential for Qi refining cultivators to establish their foundation. The spirit converging pill is what foundation establishment cultivators seek for golden core formation. With a spirit converging pill, a foundation establishment cultivator's chances of successfully forming a golden core are greatly enhanced. You speak too lightly. How precious is the spirit converging pill? Once it appears, foundation establishment cultivators will scramble for it madly. It is not so easily obtained, Lu Ruoxue said. Han Qing grinned. Sitting opposite Lu Ruoxue, he poured a cup of spiritual tea. Elder Lu, although the spirit converging pill is precious and hard to find, the spiritual plants required for it are much easier to obtain. If you gather the spiritual plants for the spirit converging pill, I can refine it for you. Moreover, it will be of a quality no less than supreme grade. By then, your chances of forming a golden core will surely be greatly enhanced. What? A spirit converging pill of no less than supreme grade quality. Lu Ruoxue's expression changed dramatically. Having run the treasure pavilion for so long, Lu Ruoxue had seen many spirit converging pills, but they were mostly low-grade or mid-grade. High-grade ones were extremely rare. If she could obtain a supreme-grade spirit converging pill, she would undoubtedly succeed in forming her golden core. Foundation establishment cultivators have a lifespan of over 300 years. For cultivators, a century passes in the blink of an eye. Thus, she must form her golden core. She must also show that person from the Joyful Union sect that even without joining the Joyful Union sect, she can still form her golden core. Is it true? You, a mere Qi refining junior, a first-grade alchemist, can refine a third-grade spirit converging pill? Han Qing smiled. Didn't Elder Lu also not believe that I could refine immortal-grade elixirs? Indeed, Han Qing's talent in the Tao of alchemy was simply monstrous. If he had the potential to reach foundation establishment, he might truly be able to refine supreme-grade, or even immortal-grade, spirit-converging pills. Lu Ruoxue bit her tender red lips. If you refine an immortal-grade or supreme-grade spirit-converging pill, whatever the cost, I can give it to you, Lu Ruoxue said. The corners of Han Qing's mouth lifted slightly. He reached out, took Lu Ruoxue's delicate hand, and placed it against his chest. Elder Lu, I want nothing. I only wish for you to form your golden core and journey far on the path of immortality. That would be enough for me. Lu Ruoxue's expression instantly darkened. This junior Han Qing was seeking death. He was even caressing her soft hand. What was he trying to do? But for the sake of the spirit converging pill, she could endure. For golden core formation, she could endure anything. Elder Lu, what medicinal bath did you use? Why do you smell so fragrant? Lu Ruoxue. Han Qing suddenly exerted force, embracing Lu Ruoxue's voluptuous figure. He immediately pressed against Lu Ruoxue's red lips, kissing her soft mouth. Boom. Lu Ruoxue was greatly shocked. Scram. How dare you take advantage of me? Lu Ruoxue pushed Han Qing away, stood up in one step, and coldly turned her back to him. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her expression changed repeatedly. Lecher. Pushing his luck. Han Qing, if you dare act recklessly again, I will kill you immediately. Before I see the supreme grade spirit converging pill, do not presume to act out of line. Lu Ruoxue's voice was icy and low. Han Qing pondered for a moment, then bowed with clasped hands. Then, Elder Lu, what of the pact between us? Lu Ruoshui's face was cold as frost. Between you and me, it is a transaction. You give me a supreme grade or better spirit converging pill, and I will assist you in your cultivation. Then, she turned and walked into the boat's pavilion. The corners of Han Qing's mouth lifted slightly. Elder Lu truly smells delightful. However, Elder Lu's reaction today proved that there is potential for development. If Lu Ruoshui were truly enraged, her late Foundation establishment cultivation could instantly annihilate Han Qing. Han Qing smiled, then immediately sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat. The green spirit boat was under Lu Ruoshui's control. He could cultivate with peace of mind. Fusang City. Not long after Han Qing departed, several sword gleams shot into the sky. Amidst the 3 beams of sword light, the foremost figure is a graceful young man wielding a folding fan. Chen Lingjun, a foundational cultivator. Flanking him are 2 other foundational cultivators, Song Rintu and Li Tianqing. Friend Chun, the emergence of the Undersea Celestial Palace is not solely our affair. It is said that a female cultivator from the Hahuan sect and the Jinbao Pavilion has also ventured to the Undersea Celestial Palace. The one from Jinbao Pavilion has brought along an individual named Han Qing, the very one who concocted the immortal great elixirs. Li Feiyu, declared Song Rintu in a grave tone. A flicker of astonishment and fury crossed Chun Lingjuan's face. Han Qing, Li Feiyu, regardless of who you may be, anyone who provokes the Chun clan shall meet their demise. The 3 beams of sword light surged towards the direction of the Qingling boat. Days later, the Qingling boat traversed a towering mountain and emerged upon the boundless expanse of the ocean. Han Qing suddenly opened his eyes. The Undersea Celestial Palace. At last, we have arrived. Chapter 32, The Undersea Heavenly Palace. Han Qing stepped into the ship's cabin. This marked his first entrance into the ship's cabin aboard the Feitian Lingzhou. The cabin served as a training ground for Lu Ruoshui. He did not wish to intrude excessively. From the exterior, the cabin appeared rather small. Yet, upon entering, the space within expanded remarkably. There were several rooms and a grand hall with an antique charm. This Feitian Lingzhou was a mid-grade magical artifact. The cabin possessed its own unique environment. In the grand hall, a figure sat cross-legged on the ground, engaged in cultivation. She donned a red garment, revealing her shoulders and flawless collarbone. Her fair and delicate skin resembled beautiful jade. Each breakthrough in a cultivator's journey brings about a qualitative transformation in their physique. Thus, the higher the cultivation level of a female cultivator, the more stunningly beautiful she becomes. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. Cultivators also age. Only through continuous breakthroughs can one attain an extended lifespan. In pursuit of immortality, the grace and beauty brought by breakthroughs are merely transient. They too will gradually fade with time. However, this process is exceedingly slow. To maintain eternal youth, cultivators must consume a youth-retaining pill. A cultivator may only take this pill once in their lifetime. The higher the quality of the youth-retaining pill, the more effective it is in preserving and enhancing one's appearance. Nevertheless, Han Qing felt that Lu Ruoshui, even without the aid of the youth-retaining pill, was unparalleled in beauty. Senior Lu. Han Qing offered a respectful bow. Lu Ruoshui frowned, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. What are you doing here? I said, as long as you fulfill your end of the bargain, I shall not break my promise. Lu Ruoshui assumed Han Qing had come to take advantage of her. Han Qing smiled and replied, Senior Lu, we have arrived at the Undersea Heavenly Palace. Lu Ruoshui bit her red lip. In a swift motion, she appeared on the deck of the Feitian Lingzhou. The Feitian Lingzhou hovered above the sea's surface. All around, the ocean stretched endlessly. Standing beside Lu Ruoshui, Han Qing looked up. In the distance, billowing clouds loomed over the sea. Above this mist, a magnificent heavenly palace emerged. The palace, adorned with jade towers and resplendent in golden radiance, emitted a glorious light. It resembled a true celestial residence, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Just a glance left Han Qing profoundly awestruck. A golden palace gleamed above the clouds. This was how immortals lived, and he stood upon the spirit vessel, drawing ever closer to the celestial palace. The surrounding mist and mountains faded rapidly. How was this different from the realm of immortals? Why could cultivators traverse thousands of miles in a single day, reveling in extraordinary landscapes, beholding myriad mountains and rivers? Why did cultivators possess lifespans of centuries, millennia, or even tens of millennia, while mortals languished for but a few decades, returning to dust. Han Qing felt a surge of emotion. Yet, this only solidified his resolve to establish his foundation. He had progressed from a mere mortal to this point. Step by step, all cultivators sought longevity. He was no exception. How can the undersea heavenly palace be in the sky? Lu Ruoxue frowned. In mere moments, the Feitian Lingzhou hovered before the palace's formidable mist. Within the mist, powerful restrictions shimmered visibly. Just as Lu Ruoxue prepared to have Han Qing break the array, she suddenly turned and gazed back. Her expression darkened immediately. Those bothersome flies had followed. Han Qing's countenance shifted slightly. In the distance, streaks of escaping light shot forth. Soon after, 3 beams of sword light spiraled around the rear of the Feitian Lingzhou. Upon these beams stood 3 figures, Chen Lingjun, Song Rintu, and Li Tianqing. All 3 were foundation-building cultivators. Chen Lingjun's gaze settled on Han Qing, a smirk playing on his lips. This waste, indeed, is here. Senior Lu from the Jinbao Pavilion, I never expected to encounter you here. Chen Lingjun cupped his hands in respect. Young scion of the Qing clan, what brings you here? Lu Ruoxue spoke in a grave tone. Chen Lingjun, still bowing, declared loudly, Senior Lu, we are all loose cultivators from Fusong City. The resources of the undersea heavenly palace cannot be monopolized by you alone. Of course, we could relinquish our opportunity at the undersea heavenly palace entirely to you. Chen Lingjun's gaze shifted to Han Qing. This person has some connections with our Qing clan, and we hope that Senior Lu will allow us to handle him. Han Qing. The 3 of them radiated lethal intent. Han Qing's expression darkened as he contemplated silently. Lu Ruoxue's face was as frigid as ice, facing 3 early-stage foundation-building cultivators. The most crucial aspect was that Chen Lingjun was the son of the Qin clan. The Qin clan was the foremost loose cultivation family in the Su kingdom. Offending Chen Lingjun brought no benefit. Moreover, he surely possessed numerous magical artifacts. Confronting 3 individuals simultaneously, she could not swiftly subdue them. No. Lu Ruoxue stepped forward. The undersea heavenly palace is protected by a restrictive formation, and Han Qing must break the formation. He aids me in seizing the opportunity of the undersea heavenly palace, and I shall ensure his safety. Without him, none may enter the undersea heavenly palace. Hiss. Chen Lingjun's brows furrowed. His expression swiftly turned icy. He had initially intended to kill Han Qing before entering the undersea heavenly palace to seize the opportunity. Such a rare chance. How could he possibly relinquish it? Chen Lingjun surveyed the formidable restrictions of the undersea heavenly palace. Recklessly charging in could very well lead to his demise. Very well, we shall proceed as Senior Lu suggests. Once inside, we shall each seek our own opportunities, Chen Lingjun remarked. He then turned to Han Qing and smiled. Youngster, our conflict is not one of life and death. After you break the formation, we shall let you leave, so you need not worry. Han Qing's thoughts were exceedingly grim. Song Rintu had once sought to kill him. Once the formation was broken, these 3 would undoubtedly not allow him to depart. Although Lu Ruoxue was present, as long as Chen Lingjun occupied her, the other 2 foundation-building cultivators would surely act against him. He was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and surrounded by 2 foundation cultivators. He would be as good as dead. A precarious predicament. Han Qing's thoughts were exceedingly dark. Thus far, he could only take 1 step at a time, navigating this razor's edge. He cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ruoxue, who conveyed reassuringly, rest assured, I have promised to protect you completely. Moreover, I still require your assistance in refining the Ning Shindan. Han Qing nodded in acknowledgement, positioning himself at the bow of the vessel, gazing towards the celestial array of the Tiangong. His comprehension of the intricate art of formations was still in its infancy. However, with the aid of the system, he effortlessly discerned the array and the location of its core. Breaking the formation was not an insurmountable challenge. The true difficulty lay in how he would extricate himself thereafter. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing waved his hand, unleashing a stream of profound light from his storage pouch. The ethereal light morphed into small black flags, scattering in all directions, only to vanish in an instant. He was setting up the formation. Before the eyes of his companions, he established the inverted 5 elements array. Of course, they possessed no understanding of the intricacies of formation techniques, merely feeling perplexed without any inkling of his intentions. Soon after, the surrounding mist began to churn. The clouds of the Tiangong also swirled and spread. Chen Lingjun furrowed his brow, urging, young one, hurry up. He admonished sternly. Han Qing executed a series of hand seals, and the tumultuous clouds gradually parted to reveal a pathway. At the end of this path loomed a colossal golden gate, towering 10 zhang high. Chapter 33. The Incident in the Celestial Palace. The Golden Gate exudes an aura of antiquity and Taoist resonance, adorned with ancient ruins. A terrifying presence spreads forth, and Han Qing feels an overwhelming pressure emanating from a time long past. This formidable force causes his internal xuanqi to momentarily stagnate. The appearance of the undersea celestial palace is unpredictable, both in time and location. Over 100 years ago, it manifested in this boundless sea. Lu Ruoxue continued, suggesting that the undersea celestial palace is likely related to the fall of the ancient gods, as it is rumored to be an ancient divine relic. Ancient gods. Only those primordial deities can be referred to as ancient gods. The Tiannan region where Han Qing resides is merely a small continent, also known as the Little Spirit Realm. However, this place is not the true Little Spirit Realm, but rather a desolate ruin of it. Consequently, the spiritual energy in Tiannan and the nearby demon domain is exceedingly thin, creating a significant barrier for cultivators attempting to advance in Tiannan. Here, cultivators can only reach the Yuanying realm, and to break through to the Huashan realm, they must ascend to the upper realm, the true core of the Little Spirit Realm. There, abundant spiritual energy exists to assist cultivators in their breakthroughs. The Little Spirit Realm is situated within the Weiyang star field. It is said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the recent ancient period, the Weiyang star field was governed by the Tao ancestor court, whose disciples were all ancient gods. The places where these ancient gods fell and were enshrined are known as the lands of fallen gods, or ancient divine relics. The Undersea Celestial Palace is indeed one such ancient divine relic. However, that was an event from a very long time ago. Han Qing gazed at the ancient gate and solemnly stated, "This gate serves as the eye of the formation. Now, the esteemed seniors may act together to break it, and the grand formation will collapse on its own." After speaking, Han Qing stepped aside, concealing his hand within his sleeve while quietly gripping a Xinqing talisman, prepared to activate it and flee at any moment should Chen Lingjun and the others show any signs of hostility. Lu Ruoxue cast a glance at Chen Lingjun and solemnly declared, "Esteemed friends, it is time for you to assist me in breaking the formation." The three of them exchanged glances. In an instant, one figure appeared behind Lu Ruoxue, while the other two positioned themselves on either side of her. Seeing this, Lu Ruoxue raised her hand and tossed a jade talisman into the air, which shot up into the sky, condensing into a blue mirror of considerable size, its surface adorned with mysterious runes and radiating a sharp azure light. It was a high-grade magical artifact, the Qing mirror. Lu Ruoxue then rapidly formed hand seals, infusing the mirror with her spells. With a hum, the Qing mirror vibrated, its azure light intensifying. Boom! A azure beam erupted from the mirror, crashing against the golden gate like a torrent, causing the void to tremble. The two colors of Xian light erupted continuously, scattering layers of spiritual power that shattered the clouds. Yet, the golden gate remained steadfast. Are the three esteemed friends not yet ready to act? Lu Ruoxue inquired with a heavy tone. Upon witnessing this, Chen Lingjun immediately directed his magical energy into the Qing mirror. For individuals, for beams of magical power, surged into the mirror. Han Qing observed the scene, his heart sinking. The gap between foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators was vast. Pure magical energy was incomparable to the xuanqi within a Qi refinement practitioner's body. Bang! The golden gate trembled, radiating brilliant light. In an instant, the golden gate dimmed rapidly, shattering under the force of the spiritual energy. It was broken. The formation of the undersea celestial palace had collapsed. Lu Ruoxue promptly summoned the Qing mirror back, which spun around her gracefully. Han Qing quietly retreated behind the others, vanishing into the mist with a swift movement. The reversal of the five elements formation. This was a formation he had personally arranged and crafted. Within this formation, he enjoyed a significant enhancement. At that very moment, Chen Lingjun suddenly turned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At the moment the formation was broken, he sought to eliminate Han Qing. Yet, as he searched his surroundings, he found only dense mist, with no sign of Han Qing. The mist even had the effect of blocking divine senses. Has he fled? Young Master Chen, quickly enter and seize the opportunity. We can deal with the rest later, Songren suggested. Lu Ruoxue transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the gate. Chun Lingjuan's expression shifted slightly as he immediately flew in on his sword. The undersea celestial palace. A figure clad in azure emerged from the mist, gracefully landing before a magnificent golden hall. With a wave of his hand, his flying sword was stored within his spatial pouch. This person was none other than Han Qing. At the moment the formation was breached, he had used the Qing talisman to slip inside, moving faster than the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. Han Qing surveyed the surroundings, his figure flickering before he appeared within the resplendent hall. The hall contained numerous rooms and pavilions, and his divine sense quickly swept through each one. Most of the rooms were empty, and even the few items present had turned to ash over the passage of time. Truly valuable treasures were exceedingly rare. What is that? Han Qing swiftly moved to the back of the hall. There lay a colossal water pool filled with a milky white liquid. Streams of xuanqi emanated from the pool, swirling and converging above before coalescing into a fist-sized orb. The orb radiated a mystical light, with ripples of spiritual energy emanating from it, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, accompanied by an overwhelming presence, as if it were being observed by a monstrous beast. The surface of the orb displayed the illusion of brown dragons. Is this a dragon pearl? No, it is not a dragon pearl. It is a Jiao pearl, the inner core of a Jiao dragon. Han Qing's expression shifted. This item would greatly benefit cultivators, especially those at the Foundation establishment stage. He immediately reached out, and the Jiao dragon inner core flew towards him. Stop, young one. That item is beyond your reach. A thunderous voice boomed. Han Qing turned to see Chun Lingjun rushing towards the hall from outside. Damn it! Chun Lingjuan's killing intent surged. This Jiao dragon inner core would surely aid him in breaking through. However, Han Qing seized the opportunity. This young cultivator possessed an audacious boldness. Without pausing in his actions, Han Qing, at the moment he secured the Jiaolong demon core, clutched a teleportation talisman, preparing to escape. Yet, at that very instant, the surrounding scene underwent a dramatic transformation. The once resplendent hall rapidly withered and decayed, releasing billowing clouds of dark energy. The floor beneath transformed instantaneously into a pitch-black array. The formation had already activated. Han Qing immediately sensed a tremendous pulling force emanating from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he was drawn into the array, vanishing without a trace. Utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, Chun Lingjun felt a surge of mystical energy enveloping him, attempting to resist the formation. However, his efforts were in vain, as his figure also disappeared in an instant. In midair, Lu Ruoshui's expression shifted dramatically. She was oblivious to the reasons behind the sudden turmoil in the undersea heavenly palace, but her instincts warned her of the imminent danger. Thus, she hastily attempted to flee. Yet, that terrifying force of attraction swiftly enveloped her. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lu Ruoshui vanished. Concurrently, the entire undersea immortal palace collapsed rapidly, reduced to ruins. With a flash, the black array also disappeared. The entire palace and the clouds gradually faded into the vast ocean, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 34. The 9 Symbols Binding Spirit Array. In a misty expanse, a flash of azure light erupted from the mountain peak. It was Han Qing, clad in a blue robe. The moment he appeared, he swiftly activated a Qing talisman. Simultaneously, a Hunyuan Jindo talisman was ignited from within his sleeve, as he remained vigilant against any lurking dangers. Only then did he begin to survey his surroundings. This place resembled a vast circular basin, akin to a colossal meteorite crater. The center was sunken, with surrounding ridges rising higher. The mist beyond the ridges obscured distant views. Around the basin, strands of delicate golden threads gradually converged towards the center. Thousands of golden threads streaked across the sky like shooting stars, coalescing into a resplendent golden elixir. The golden elixir emanated an ancient and mysterious Taoist aura, its golden light illuminating the entire basin like sacred radiance. Han Qing's expression shifted. This object stirred the desires of all who beheld it. Everyone yearned to seize it for themselves. In an instant, several illusory figures appeared on the distant mountaintop. They were Chun Lingjun and 2 other Foundation establishment cultivators. On another side, Lu Ruoshui also materialized. The gazes of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were immediately drawn to the golden elixir, but Chun Lingjun fixed his stare on Han Qing, his teeth gritting in resentment. At the alchemist's desk gathering, Han Qing had overshadowed Chun Lingjun, obtaining the chance to be with Zi Ling, which drove Chen Lingjun into a frenzy of jealousy. Just moments ago, Han Qing had snatched away his demon elixir. At this moment, Chen Lingjun longed to tear Han Qing apart, yet it was evident that the golden elixir held greater importance than Han Qing himself. That was the Tongshan Jindan. It was said that the Tongshan Jindan contained the Taoist essence of ancient deities. Devouring it would undoubtedly facilitate a swift breakthrough. The gazes of Chen Lingjun and his companions quickly locked onto Lu Ruoshui, the only one capable of contesting the Tongshan Jindan, as she was in the late foundation establishment stage. There was but one Tongshan Jindan. Lu Sr., this treasure should be bestowed upon our Chen clan, Chen Lingjun declared coldly. Lu Ruoshui's expression darkened. She had come to the undersea heavenly palace for the sole purpose of the Tongshan Jindan and breaking through. Why should she concede it to him? Delay her. Recognizing Lu Ruoshui's ambitions, Chen Lingjun immediately surged toward the Tongshan Jindan. Song Rintu and his companions swiftly darted towards Lu Ruoshui. Lu Ruoshui's face turned frigid as she transformed into a crimson afterimage, vanishing in a blink. Song Rintu and his companion were taken aback. Lu Ruoshui's evasion speed was astonishingly rapid. This crimson silhouette reappeared before Chen Lingjun in the blink of an eye. The Fengying Dune, a technique of movement. Chen Lingjun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He could not allow Lu Ruoshui to seize the Tongshan Jindan. He raised his hand, and a wisp of dark light shot forth from his sleeve. The dark light erupted, swiftly morphing into a massive, shadowy figure, a puppet towering several zhang high. The puppet was entirely black, resembling a humanoid form, but its limbs were akin to lotus stalks, and its head was a gigantic bull's head, exuding a menacing aura. A mid-foundation establishment black iron puppet. As a scion of the Qin clan, Chen Lingjun naturally possessed numerous hidden techniques. The moment the black iron puppet appeared, it swung its colossal iron hand, sweeping towards Lu Ruoshui. The air howled in response. The mid-foundation establishment black iron puppet strike was enough to severely injure early foundation establishment cultivators. Lu Ruoshui transformed into an afterimage, narrowly evading the sweeping blow. She appeared above the black iron puppet, simultaneously forming hand seals, causing golden talismans to soar from her sleeves. The golden talismans shot in all directions towards the black iron puppet, hovering in the surrounding void. Subsequently, golden chains erupted from the talismans, swiftly entwining the black iron puppet like dragons or snakes. At that moment, Chen Lingjun produced a crescent moon-shaped long knife and launched an attack from the side against Lu Ruoshui. Li Tianqing also joined the assault on Lu Ruoshui. Han Qing's expression darkened profoundly. At this moment, he was facing a foundation establishment cultivator, Song Rintu. Back in Fusang City, Song Rintu had attempted to assassinate him. You escaped last time, but this time, I shall see where you can flee. Song Rintu sneered. However, Han Qing's pupils constricted. Without uttering a word, he flicked his hand, unleashing several talismans that erupted in azure light. The talismans exploded, dispersing into countless strands of spiritual energy before rapidly coalescing into 8 3-foot-long azure swords. The divine sword talisman. Go. Han Qing pointed decisively at Song Rintu. The azure swords buzzed and trembled, shooting forth. 8 long swords converged into a torrent of azure, sweeping through the air, leaving behind a long azure trail. An exquisite divine sword talisman. Song Rintu's expression darkened. How could this youth possess so many exquisite talismans? Even celestial-grade talismans? A talisman master. With such strength and temperament, even in the Qi refinement stage, he must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, he would become a significant threat in the future. Song Rintu formed hand seals, and 2 streams of profound light flew from his sleeves, rapidly transforming into 2 ancient black turtle shell shields. The ancient shields expanded to about 10 feet in size, protecting Song Rintu behind them. Boom. At that moment, the azure swords crashed violently against the shields. The surface of the ancient shields was covered in mysterious runes, which began to flicker. Song Rintu's gaze hardened as he produced a black ancient knife in his hand. A low-grade magical treasure, the Haisha blade. With a flicker of his form, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared behind Han Qing, sweeping the blade towards him. Boom. The golden light surrounding Han Qing erupted as an inverted golden shield shattered. The Hunyuan Jindo talisman. The Haisha blade ruthlessly shattered the Hunyuan Jindo talisman. Yet, Han Qing transformed into a crimson afterimage, appearing 100 zhang away. You possess a technique of movement. You have many secrets about you. Song Rintu spoke coldly. Han Qing had naturally employed the Jinying Dune. Thus, his speed barely allowed him to match early Foundation establishment cultivators. Let us see how many talismans you possess. The blade shadow splitting technique. Song Rintu immediately transformed into 3 dark shadows, charging towards Han Qing from 3 directions. Han Qing, holding a talisman, unleashed it, and the talisman erupted in golden light. The Xinqing talisman. In the blink of an eye, his figure reappeared 100 zhang away. However, Song Rintu arrived in an instant. With a series of resounding crashes, he relentlessly pursued Han Qing's silhouette, unleashing a barrage of strikes in the void. Splashes of golden light erupted. Several of the mixed-element golden talismans on his person were shattered. Above in the celestial expanse, Han Qing emerged, his expression darkening. He realized that he could no longer afford to engage in such a battle. As a Qi refinement stage cultivator, he was utterly outmatched by the magical prowess of a Foundation establishment practitioner. Without hesitation, Han Qing waved his hand, and 6 blood-red small swords flew forth from his storage pouch, hurtling towards Song Rintu. These exquisite magical artifacts, the Blood Jade Mother Swords, radiated a brilliant crimson light as they slashed towards Song Rintu with a cacophony of strikes. Han Qing did not harbor any illusions that such exquisite artifacts could vanquish a Foundation establishment cultivator. Instead, he waved his hand again, releasing 9 golden talismans that transformed into brilliant beams of light, swiftly encircling Song Rintu in a rapid whirl. Bind. Lock. Han Qing bellowed. The 9 beams of golden light froze in the void, encircling Song Rintu. Subsequently, golden chains burst forth from the talismans, entwining like dragons and serpents. The 9 talismans binding spirit formation. Chapter 35. The Great Sword Technique and the Art of Escape. 6 blood-red cloud swords swirled continuously around Song Rintu, poised to strike at any moment. In his hand, the Haisha Dao transformed into a fleeting shadow, repeatedly deflecting the Blood Jade Mother Sword. Indeed, as a Foundation establishment practitioner, the power of the Haisha Dao far surpassed that of the Blood Jade Mother Sword, a mere low-grade magical artifact. At that moment, a barrage of golden chains shot forth. Song Rintu's expression darkened. Damn it! How can this Qi refining wastrel possess so many treasures? Talismans, formations. With a swift slash, Song Rintu severed 1 chain, only for 8 more to close in rapidly. His face grew grim, and he felt an overwhelming shock. It was a disgrace to be bested by a Qi refining junior to this extent. In mere moments, Song Rintu found himself ensnared by the golden chains, which coiled around him with alarming speed. Damn it! In an instant, his aura surged. The terrifying might and magical energy of a Foundation establishment practitioner erupted forth. The chains of the 9 talismans binding spirit formation snapped under the pressure. Seeing this, Han Qing's expression turned cold. With a flick of his hands, talismans soared into the sky. The immortal grade divine sword talismans shot upwards, exploding in a brilliant azure light, scattering spiritual energy that shattered layer upon layer of cloud cover. Following this, a surge of spiritual energy rapidly coalesced into the Great Sword Technique. The spiritual energy formed a massive sword, glowing with a brilliant azure light, radiating an imposing sword intent. Strike! Han Qing shouted in fury, and the colossal sword descended with a thunderous crash. Although enormous, it fell with astonishing speed, reaching its target in an instant. Song Rintu's pupils constricted as he sensed the terrifying force of the sword, enveloped by a palpable aura of death. Defend! 2 ancient tortoise-shell shields flew back to protect Song Rintu's head. In that fleeting moment, the great sword crashed down, shattering the shields instantly into fragments. Boom! The sword struck the ground, cleaving a vast chasm into the earth. Beneath the surface, a figure was pinned down by the great sword, his robes torn, bloodied, and his eyes filled with sheer terror. Song Rintu exploded in disbelief. How could a Qi refining practitioner reduce him to this state? Shock! Utter shock! Just then, Han Qing materialized above the pit. Han Qing, Jr., you cannot kill me. You are audacious. Song Rintu shouted in rage. Han Qing remained silent, sweeping his sleeve to reveal a pitch-black, needle-like weapon. The mo-long needle shimmered and vanished into thin air, only to reappear moments later, piercing through Song Rintu's skull. A Foundation establishment practitioner, slain. His pupils dilated in astonishment. He never anticipated meeting his demise at the hands of a Qi refining cultivator. Han Qing beckoned, and the mo-long needle returned to his sleeve. Soon after, Song Renta's storage bag fell into his grasp. Without delay, Han Qing turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield. Boom! Lu Ruoshui had summoned a mid-grade magical artifact, the Qing Ning mirror. The black iron puppet slammed its hands down upon the mirror, causing it to tremble violently as azure light erupted. Lu Ruoshui was forced back 100 zhong, enveloped by a green toxic mist that penetrated her skin. Hee. Senior Lu, this is cold silk poison. It will erode your flesh and render you powerless. It is not too late to beg for mercy. Chen Lingjun spoke coldly. 2 early Foundation establishment practitioners, along with a mid-Foundation establishment puppet. How could Lu Ruoshui, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, withstand such an onslaught while being poisoned? Lu Ruoshui's eyes glimmered with cold determination as her spiritual energy surged. Yet, the cold silk poison clung to her as if it were part of her being, utterly inescapable. She could distinctly feel the stagnation of her magical energy within. Damn it! At that moment, from the direction of the Tongshan Golden Dan, a figure clad in azure appeared. Han Qing. Chen Lingjuan's expression shifted dramatically. Han Qing was still alive. This Qi refining junior dared to seize the Tongshan Golden Dan in front of so many Foundation establishment experts. Was he mad? Seeking death, Chen Lingjun immediately shot toward Han Qing. Han Qing reached out, grasping the Tongshan Golden Dan, then clapped his thigh as a movement talisman detonated. His figure shimmered and vanished. Just then, Chen Lingjuan's sword descended, shattering Han Qing's afterimage. Damn it! An immortal-grade movement talisman. This is bad. Chen Lingjuan's mind reeled. And he quickly looked back. Block them. Lu Ruoshui's side flashed with azure light as Han Qing appeared. Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around Lu Ruoshui's slender waist, and in an instant, the 2 figures disappeared. The black iron puppet and Li Tianqing lunged forward, but Han Qing had already escaped using the movement talisman. Swish! Chen Lingjuan's face turned as dark as coal. Damn it! Rage. Exploding. Han Qing had snatched the Tongshan Golden Dan right before his eyes and taken the severely injured Lu Ruoshui with him. How was this possible? Could a Qi refining cultivator truly accomplish such a feat? Chen Lingjun gritted his teeth, trembling with fury. The junior seeks death. Pursue. On the boundless sea, 2 figures emerged. They were Han Qing and Lu Ruoshui. Han Qing held Lu Ruoshui, her delicate form pressed against him. An astonishing softness and a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Lu Ruoshui's complexion was pale, and she was equally astonished. She had never expected to be rescued by Han Qing. Han Qing, hurry! Lu Ruoshui urged, her voice grave. I am gravely injured and cannot contend with those 2. Han Qing nodded, producing a talisman and slapping it against himself. In an instant, he appeared hundreds of zhong away, and with a few more flashes, he vanished from sight. Just moments later, 2 figures erupted from the sea's surface. Chen Lingjun quickly locked onto Han Qing's aura, ready to pursue. He suddenly sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him, and in an instant, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The ocean beneath his feet swiftly morphed into an endless expanse of forest. In Li Tianqing's eyes, the landscape became a vast, arid desert. The reversed 5 elements formation. Chen Lingjun felt a surge of anger. As if his lungs might burst, Han Qing had long established the reversed 5 elements formation specifically to delay the pursuit of the 2. While it was insufficient to eliminate them, it could certainly hinder their progress for a time. Damn it! 2 days later, in the southern region of the Su Kingdom, amidst a continuous mountain range, a beam of azure light descended. As the light retracted, it revealed Han Qing. He cradled Lu Ruoshui, whose complexion had grown even paler, her breath weak and feeble. There was no time to flee any longer. He must tend to Lu Ruoshui's injuries first. With a flick of his wrist, several small flags of the formation shot forth, embedding themselves in various directions. Soon, a hazy mist began to rise, enveloping the entire peak. In a mere moment, the mist dissipated. The mountain remained unchanged. Yet the fluctuations of spiritual energy within were completely concealed from outside view, as was the newly opened cave halfway up the slope. Han Qing carried Lu Ruoshui into the cave. Senior Lu, I have come to heal you. I must first remove your garments. Chapter 36, The Demon Pill and Healing. Lu Ruoshui's expression darkened. What does this scoundrel intend? Must one undress to heal? In this cave, it is just she and Han Qing. This is unacceptable. You rascal. Healing is one thing. Why must clothing be removed? Lu Ruoshui's pale complexion bore a hint of crimson. Han Qing clasped his hands in respect. Senior Lu, the poison of the cold silk has entered your body and is not easily expelled. If the toxin is not driven out in time, your meridians may suffer damage. Only the dual cultivation technique of the Hahuan sect, the Yin Long Ju, can assist you in swiftly eliminating the cold silk poison. The Yin Long Ju. Scoundrel, scoundrel. Lu Ruoshui bit her crimson lip fiercely. She was acutely aware of her physical condition. She could already sense her magical body stiffening. This was the consequence of the cold silk poison invading her, freezing her meridians and magical energy. How infuriating. You must not peek. Lu Ruoshui said in a low voice. All right, I shall not peek. Han Qing promptly turned his back to Lu Ruoshui. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruoshui's chest rose and fell. This was yet another captivating sight. She then slowly untied her purple sash. The red garment slipped from her shoulders, revealing her flawless, snow-white shoulders. Her collarbone could nourish fish. Lu Ruoshui's figure was undoubtedly exquisite. Impeccable. It was as if she had been sculpted to perfection by the heavens. After shedding her outer clothing, she was left with only a thin red undergarment. But what could the undergarment conceal? As she turned, Han Qing was staring at her unabashedly. In an instant, Lu Ruoshui's face flushed a deep red. You, scoundrel, did I not tell you not to look? If you dare to gaze again, I shall gouge out your eyes. Ahem. Han Qing chuckled. This beauty was truly beyond words, truly enchanting. Senior Lu, let us commence the healing process. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. Lu Ruoshui's heart stirred. Han Qing's gaze was so sincere. With a wave of his hand, a wooden tub appeared. The tub was filled with a concoction of spiritual herbs. Lu Ruoshui took a deep breath, extended her long, snow-white legs, and settled into the tub. Han Qing's lips curved slightly as he also removed his long robe and joined her in the tub. They began the process of healing and detoxifying. Lu Ruoshui's heart raced. This was her first experience sharing a bath with a man. Senior, focus your mind. Han Qing instructed, eyes closed. Lu Ruoshui also gradually shut her eyes. However, at that moment, Han Qing quietly gazed at the exquisite beauty before him, swallowing hard. Yet this was not the time for distractions. He immediately said about detoxifying Lu Ruoshui. However, the cold silk poison clung tenaciously, proving nearly impossible to expel. Han Qing, use the Jiao Long Yao Dan. Lu Ruoshui said firmly. The Jiao Long Yao Dan. Han Qing promptly produced a demon pill. The pill hovered above their heads, emanating streams of white light. Soon after, Han Qing and Lu Ruoshui began to absorb the white light into their bodies. The demon pill represented the essence of the demon beast's cultivation. It was the source of the demon beast's magical power. Furthermore, only demon beasts of the third tier and above could condense a demon pill. A third-tier demon beast was equivalent to a human cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. For humanity, demon beasts were treasures. Their bones could be used for crafting, their hides for talismans, and their inner cores for cultivation. Yet, demon pills often harbored the malevolent energy of the demon beasts. Absorbing too much malevolence could lead to a cultivator's heart collapsing, their spirit eroded by wicked thoughts, becoming neither human nor ghost. Those of the demonic path and ghost cultivators particularly favored demon pills. This was a third-tier Jiao Long's demon pill. Han Qing did not hesitate to utilize it. He alone could not refine this item. However, through dual cultivation with Lu Ruoshui, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. Absorbing the demon pill would greatly aid in refining his magical body and swiftly enhancing his cultivation. Yet gradually, Han Qing sensed something amiss. What is happening? The mist emitted by the demon pill, initially white, gradually turned pink. Red. This red mist enveloped the entire cave. Within this red mist, Han Qing felt a sudden heat coursing through him. This is not good. Dragons are inherently lustful. The Jiaolong clan also bears dragon blood. They inherit the dragon's bloodlust and other primal instincts. Han Qing struggled to suppress the raging fire within him. However, the wounded Lu Ruoshui could not simultaneously heal and suppress the seething fire within her. Her complexion flushed a deep red, the color spreading to her neck. Lu Ruoshui, blushing, appeared irresistibly alluring. She bit her crimson lip, gazing at Han Qing. Han Qing, what have you done to me? Why is this happening? Lu Ruoshui's heart raced uncontrollably. She, too, did not understand why she suddenly lost control. She slowly leaned closer to Han Qing. yearning to inhale his scent, to embrace him, to meld him into her very being. Han Qing, just this once, just once. After we return, no one must know. Lu Ruoxue wrapped her arms around Han Qing's neck, her delicate form nestled in his embrace. Her warm, moist lips immediately pressed against Han Qing's. In that instant, Lu Ruoxue completely lost her reason. Her entire being was enveloped in crimson mist. The white mist surrounding the demon pill dissipated, transforming into a blood-red hue. In mere moments, the blood-red mist surged and receded rhythmically. Within the cave, a cacophony of sound erupted. The demon pill continuously emitted blood mist, which was being absorbed by the two of them. The fist-sized demon pill gradually shrank until it was entirely consumed. Days later, the blood mist in the cave had completely vanished. Clarity returned. On the cave floor, Lu Ruoxue slowly awakened. Suddenly, she realized she was sprawled atop Han Qing, clinging to him tightly. In a flash, her face turned crimson, a mix of embarrassment and fury. She was acutely aware of what had transpired over these past few days. However, under the influence of the demon Dan, she found herself utterly unable to control her actions. Infuriating, Lu Ruoxue hastily gathered the disheveled garments from the ground and donned them with great urgency. In the next moment, a crimson longsword materialized in her grasp. She fixated her cold gaze upon Han Qing, her eyes brimming with a profound murderous intent. This man had stolen her innocence. She contemplated whether to strike Han Qing down with a single blow. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruoxue unexpectedly sheathed her sword and positioned herself at the entrance of the cave, settling into a meditative posture. To her astonishment, she discovered that the cold poison within her had been completely expelled, and her cultivation and aura had surged to an unprecedented level. Though she had yet to form a Dan, she was tantalizingly close. The remarkable increase in her cultivation caused the corners of her mouth to lift slightly. Han Qing. Perhaps it would be wise to keep him alive. This scoundrel could assist her in refining the spirit concentration Dan necessary for Dan formation. Despite his previous actions, they were a consequence of the Jiao Long Yao Dan's influence. Moreover, she had been the one to initiate it. Just then, a pair of large hands encircled her from behind. Han Qing turned abruptly and pressed his lips against Lu Ruoxue's. Boom. Lu Ruoxue's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 37. Senior, just a kiss. How daring of Han Qing. This scoundrel. Get lost. A terrifying aura erupted from Lu Ruoxue, sending Han Qing flying. You lecher. Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you? Lu Ruoxue's expression was one of furious wrath as she glared at Han Qing. This young cultivator was indeed audacious beyond measure. Han Qing grinned. Senior Lu, just a brief embrace. I assure you I will not overstep. Is that agreeable? I cannot help but admire your unparalleled beauty. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Han Qing slowly approached. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Lu Ruoxue's slender waist, leaning in to press his soft, rosy lips against hers. Lu Ruoxue's eyes widened in shock, her entire body tensed. Scoundrel, scoundrel! She was forcibly kissed by Han Qing. With stiffened hands, she attempted to push him away, yet found herself unable to budge him. Very well. A kiss is but a kiss. After all, he had saved her life, hadn't he? Without life, what was there to discuss regarding Jian or the path to immortality? Just this once. He must not take further liberties. A sudden realization struck Lu Ruoxue. For some inexplicable reason, she could not summon the intent to kill this man. Had it been any other cultivator in the Qi refining stage who dared to act so brazenly, they would have been slain in an instant. She was a formidable practitioner at the late foundation establishment stage. Slaying a mere Qi refining junior would be as effortless as breathing. Yet, despite this seemingly unimpressive youth having bullied her multiple times, she felt no inclination to harm him. What was truly amiss? Surely, it must be the influence of the elixir. Surely, it was her need for Han Qing to concoct the Ning Shun Dan that had her in such a state. After a stick of incense had passed, Lu Ruoxue's face flushed a deep crimson. She felt utterly relaxed in Han Qing's embrace, her warm, voluptuous form cradled by him. It seemed she had little desire to escape. Fortunately, Han Qing merely held her gently, kissing her without further advances. Otherwise, she would have certainly turned against him. Just this once. Once we leave, you must not utter a single word about this. Otherwise, I shall not spare you, Lu Ruoxue warned coldly. Han Qing gazed at the enchanting fairy in his arms, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well, this shall be our pact. Lu Ruoxue rose, freeing herself from Han Qing's embrace. She took a seat nearby, striving to compose herself, pouring 2 cups of spiritual tea. Chen Lingjun was a prodigy of the esteemed Qing clan, heavily nurtured by them. Offending him would bear no benefit. Upon returning to Fusang City, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. It would be best to deal with him here, Han Qing remarked. Lu Ruoshui's lips curled into a slight smile. Han Qing possessed considerable courage. While it was indeed challenging for loose cultivators to survive, and they needed to be cautious in all matters, they must also possess daring. When opportunities present themselves, one must strive to seize them. Otherwise, the chance for breakthrough shall forever elude them. For millennia, countless foundation establishment cultivators have emerged, and innumerable talented individuals have arisen. Yet those who achieve immortality are but 1 in 10,000. Why is this so? Because many foundation establishment, Jedon, or even Yuanian cultivators cannot escape the fate of demise. This individual, along with Li Tianqing and that mid-foundation establishment puppet, will be quite formidable, Lu Ruoshui stated gravely. Han Qing's expression darkened. Senior Lu, you can certainly hold back the mid-foundation establishment black iron puppet. Li Tianqing and Chen Lingjun can be dealt with one by one. Han Qing stood, waving his hand as numerous talismans soared from his storage bag. The talismans transformed into streaks of azure light, shooting skyward, disappearing into the heavens. The Tiangang Cloud Sword Formation. Following this, Han Qing set up another formation, the 5 Elements Thunder Formation, along with the inverted 5 Elements Formation on the ground. 3 formations should suffice to contend with Chen Lingjun. He then produced a talisman and handed it to Lu Ruoshui. Senior Lu, please conceal your aura. Upon receiving the talisman, Lu Ruoshui's expression shifted in astonishment. The immortal grade concealment talisman. Lu Ruoshui was profoundly amazed. Han Qing possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy, capable of freely concocting immortal grade elixirs. Yet now, she witnessed his equally prodigious talent in the realm of talismans. This was an immortal grade concealment talisman. The treasure pavilion had not received one in many years. Moreover, Han Qing's aptitude in formations was equally terrifying. This young man was indeed a prodigy. Alas, he was cursed with a useless 5 elements spirit root. Were it not for this, his growth would surely astonish all of Tiannan. It was truly a pity. Talents often cannot escape the fate of demise. Lu Ruoshui affixed the immortal grade concealment talisman to herself. With a slight flicker, she vanished into the dense forest. Han Qing then waved his hand, causing the inverted 5 elements formation to undergo a subtle change. The formation that had shrouded the area dissipated, allowing outsiders to see both Han Qing and the cave's location, as well as perceive Han Qing's aura. Foundation establishment cultivators indeed possess formidable power. First, I must enhance my cultivation. Every bit helps. Han Qing promptly sat cross-legged, retrieving a gathering spirit pill and swallowing it. Previously, he had refined the inner core of a flood dragon, most of the medicinal power of which had been absorbed by Lu Ruoshui. Although he had gained considerable benefits, he still required a bit more to reach the 8th level of qi refinement. However, he estimated that another breakthrough was not far off. The gathering spirit pill could elevate the cultivation of qi refining practitioners, while the body refining pill could temper the physical body. Elevating one's cultivation was crucial, but refining the physical body was equally important. A robust physical body would enable him to traverse further on his path of cultivation and withstand greater power. Perhaps pursuing the path of the 3 divine refinements of the physical body is his optimal choice. However, this would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time, resulting in a slower cultivation pace compared to others. Nevertheless, once he breaks through, his strength will surpass that of his peers. In this brutal world of cultivation, only by becoming stronger can one ensure the opportunity for survival and immortality. One must cultivate their mana, refine their body, and strengthen their spirit. With Xian Yulingyi at hand, he need not worry about the scarcity of medicinal resources. After a brief contemplation, Han Qing began to refine the elixir. At the border of Su country, 2 beams of sword light shot through the sky, piercing across numerous mountain peaks. Leading the charge was the foundation-building cultivator, Chen Lingjun. His countenance was ashen, reflecting his profound frustration. This excursion not only failed to secure any resources from the underwater celestial palace, but also resulted in the demise of a foundation-building aid, marking a significant loss. Han Qing. All of this was due to that worthless qi refining cultivator. Upon returning to Fusang City, he would surely mobilize the Chen clan to exterminate this qi refining scoundrel. What is that? That wretched creature. Suddenly, Han Qing's expression shifted. His spiritual sense reached out several miles away to a mountain where, nestled within a cave halfway up the slope, a cultivator clad in green was seated in meditation. It was none other than Han Qing himself. However, he sensed no trace of Lu Ruoshui nearby, only that chi-refining waste. Chen Lingjuan's expression turned ferocious. At last, I have found you, you little beast. I shall see where you attempt to flee. Chen Lingjuan dismissed Han Qing entirely, viewing him as merely a chi-refining cultivator. Moreover, he had the assistance of Li Tianqing and a mid-foundation puppet by his side. Even if he were to encounter Lu Ruoshui alone, he would not feel intimidated, especially since he sensed no presence of Lu Ruoshui, indicating that no formidable opponents lurked nearby. Eliminating a chi-refining cultivator would be a trivial task. In an instant, two beams of sword light shot forth towards Han Qing's cave. Chapter 38. The Ambush Duel. Youngster, where do you think you can escape to? In the skies above, Chen Lingjun surged forth, hovering atop the mountain peak with no hesitation or superfluous words. He swiftly formed hand seals, and from his storage bag, several red talismans flew forth, second-tier, low-grade Yinbao talismans. These talismans possessed considerable power, equivalent to the strike of a foundational stage cultivator. Second-tier talismans were indeed utilized by foundational stage practitioners. And Chen Lingjun produced 8 of them in an instant. The 8 Yinbao talismans transformed into 8 streaks of crimson light, hurtling toward Han Qing's cave dwelling. Han Qing. Chen Lingjun truly held him in high regard. Was this really necessary against a chi refinement cultivator? He was treating him like a foundational stage cultivator. In a flash, Han Qing clapped his hands. A burst of azure light flickered, and his figure appeared 100 zhang away. It was the immortal-grade Xinqing talismans. Immediately after, his form shimmered and transformed into a fleeting shadow ascending into the sky. True shadow escape. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the cave beneath him was reduced to ruins by the Yinbao talismans. The explosive shockwave surged skyward. Han Qing's expression darkened. Had he not escaped swiftly, these second-tier talismans would have surely inflicted serious harm upon him. Chen Lingjuan's countenance also soured. How could this fellow escape so rapidly? His reaction was entirely uncharacteristic of a chi refinement stage practitioner. He regarded Han Qing with heightened seriousness. Without delay, he unleashed 8 second-tier talismans, collapsing much of the mountain. Now where could he flee? Li Tianqing soared to hover above Han Qing. Chen Lingjun rapidly formed hand seals again, and a ghostly light shot forth, transforming into a massive black puppet, several zhang in size, to Han Qing's side. It was the black iron puppet of mid-foundational stage. The moment the black iron puppet appeared, a palm, nearly a zhang in size, descended upon him. This was indeed a puppet of mid-foundational stage, capable of reducing Han Qing to mere pulp with a single strike. Han Qing immediately activated True Shadow Escape, diving downwards. Upon witnessing this, Li Tianqing surged forth, sword in hand. Yet, in the next moment, the scene before Li Tianqing transformed dramatically. The once mountainous terrain instantaneously morphed into an endless expanse of dense forest. No matter how he attempted to flee, he could not escape this forest. This was bad. It was the inverted 5 elements formation. Again with this formation, Li Tianqing's expression darkened. He had previously broken an inverted 5 elements formation at sea. Thus he quickly identified the formation's core, an enormous tree at its center. Li Tianqing shot towards the towering tree. However, he soon noticed a figure in azure garments standing atop it. Han Qing. At this moment, Chen Lingjun observed the unfolding scene below. He immediately sought to command the puppet to break the formation. However, just then, a blood-red light erupted from behind, heading straight for the back of his head. Boom. Chen Lingjun barely had time to react. A white jade pendant shattered on his person, transforming into a white ancient shield to protect him. The blood-red light struck fiercely against the white ancient shield, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy. The 2 colors of light flickered. Bang! In an instant, the white ancient shield shattered, and Chen Lingjun had already leaped several zhang away, his expression grim. Tengshi, a mid-grade magical artifact. Tengshi. This was Lu Ruoshui's artifact. That woman was nearby. From above, a figure clad in red emerged. With a wave of her hand, Tengshi flew back, spiraling around her. Chen Lingjun quickly landed atop the black iron puppet. He knew Lu Ruoshui was at the late foundational stage. In a direct confrontation, she would subdue him in less than 10 moves. Only by utilizing the black iron puppet and his magical artifact could he hope to contend with her. Chen Lingjuan's expression turned frigid. Damn it. Han Qing and Lu Ruoshui had conspired to set a trap, waiting for him to leap in. He promptly formed hand seals with great speed. The black iron puppet beneath him suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that surged towards Lu Ruoshui like a fire dragon. Lu Ruoshui transformed into a blood-colored afterimage, deftly evading the oncoming fire dragon. Chen Lingjun was relatively easy to deal with, but the black iron puppet was a formidable adversary. Atop the treetops, Han Qing maintained his composure. Without uttering a word, he swiftly formed hand seals. Before Li Tianqing, the trees seemed to come alive, roots shooting forth like tentacles, surrounding him. Li Tianqing's expression darkened. You think such petty tricks can suppress me, a foundational stage cultivator? He bellowed, hurling his sword forward, instantly shredding the layers of roots. Yet, more roots came crashing down like a tidal wave. Li Tianqing's expression soured further. He flicked his wrist, sending several talismans soaring from his sleeves. The talismans erupted, transforming into a sea of flames that obliterated the surrounding roots. He then shot towards Han Qing. Suppress! Han Qing shouted explosively. A wave of suppressive force from the formation crashed down upon Li Tianqing. Han Qing did not expect the inverted five elements formation to eliminate a foundational stage cultivator. He immediately formed hand seals with great speed. Boom! Above, azure light erupted. Streaks of azure light shot downward, instantaneously morphing into 8 long swords. The swords converged into a torrent of sword energy that surged towards Li Tianqing. Rise! Han Qing raised his hand once more. Countless roots shot upward from beneath him, twisting and coiling into a terrifying torrent of roots, their tips sharply pointed, thrusting towards Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing's expression changed dramatically, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. How could this Qi Refinement Jr. be so formidable? It was utterly inconceivable. Sword Shadow Technique. Flash. Li Tianqing threw his hand forward. His sword soared skyward, bursting forth in a silver light. It split into 2, then 4, then 8. Dozens of sword shadows erupted outward. The 2 torrents of sword energy collided violently. The illusionary light flickered as countless spiritual energies dispersed. A blue ancient shield materialized in Li Tianqing's hand. Defensive treasures exhibit remarkable similarities, typically taking the form of shields, mirrors, or the protective shells of turtles and beasts. Such artifacts possess formidable defensive capabilities. The earth trembles as the roots surge forth, crashing violently against the azure ancient shield. This immense force propels Li Tianqing backward, forcing him to retreat over 100 feet. His expression is one of astonishment. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, he finds himself utterly powerless against a nascent Qi practitioner. How could this be possible? Yet, in the next moment, terror washes over Li Tianqing's face as a dark streak of light materializes behind him, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, piercing through the back of his head and shattering his soul. His mind erupts in chaos, his features contorted in fear as he begins to descend slowly. He has perished. Han Qing gestures, summoning the Mo long needle back to him, where it spirals around his form. This low-grade artifact, the Mo long needle, has yet to be fully unleashed by Han Qing, its true power still dormant. Li Tianqing is dead. Had it not been for the formation, Han Qing would not have had the opportunity to defeat him. The formation exerts a significant suppressive influence on Li Tianqing. Han Qing brandishes a flying sword, stepping upon it as he soars into the sky, his gaze fixed upon the distant black iron puppet and Chen Lingjun. Without uttering a word, he immediately begins to weave hand seals. Chapter 39. A Guide to the Survival of Loose Cultivators. Han Qing. Chen Lingjun gritted his teeth, his expression filled with rage. Chen Lingjun had been engaged in battle with Lu Ruoshui for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, Han Qing managed to defeat Li Tianqing within that same time frame. Li Tianqing was a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. The disparity between foundation establishment cultivators and Qi refining cultivators is immense. Although Li Tianqing was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he was not someone Han Qing could easily overcome. This was simply unfathomable. Had it not been for the suppression of the formation, Han Qing would certainly not have been able to slay Li Tianqing. The immortal grade reverse 5 elements formation possesses the power to suppress foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Lingjun was profoundly astonished. He shared the same sentiment as Li Tianqing. Han Qing must not be allowed to grow stronger. However, at present, it was Han Qing and Lu Ruoshui who were besieging him. Great sword technique. Descend. Han Qing formed hand seals, shouting with a booming voice. 8 azure spirit swords soared into the sky, merging into the firmament. The spirit swords transformed into spiritual energy, rapidly coalescing into a massive sword several zhang long. The giant sword, enveloped in azure light, came crashing down. Chen Lingjuan's expression darkened. This was a sword formation. Han Qing, utilizing the sword formation, unleashed foundation establishment level power with his qi refining cultivation. Chen Lingjuan immediately clasped his hands together. The enormous black iron puppet beneath him also joined in the gesture. Boom. The giant sword struck down fiercely, caught firmly between the black iron puppet's palms. Countless strands of spiritual energy burst forth, and the black iron puppet was forced back several zhang. At that moment, Lu Ruoshui pointed at the Qingning mirror in front of her, casting a spell. The Qingning mirror suddenly radiated brilliant azure light. From the mirror, a column of azure light shot forth, sweeping through the sky. The azure beam struck the head of the black iron puppet with tremendous force, sending it flying. The black iron puppet was rendered lifeless. Chen Lingjuan's face turned ashen with fury. Lu Ruoshui, Han Qing. You will pay for this. With a swift motion, Chen Lingjuan transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. He reappeared 100 zhang away. Fellow Taoist, do you not think it is too late to escape now? Han Qing spoke in a deep voice. Descend. Han Qing shouted angrily. In the heavens above, a massive lightning arc formation flickered into existence. Subsequently, countless strands of spiritual energy quickly converged, forming a thick lightning arc that streaked across the sky, crashing into the distant black mist. In that instant, a blood-red light pierced through Chen Lingjuan's protective barrier. The blood light spiraled around before returning to Lu Ruoshui's side. This was an exceedingly sharp treasure, akin to a long needle. Tengshi, Chen Lingjuan is finished. Han Qing's expression shifted. He immediately gestured, summoning several immortal-grade talismans back. Following that, several black array flags flew into his storage bag. With another swift motion, he grasped Chen Lingjuan's storage bag, which fell into his sleeve. Han Qing then turned his gaze towards the massive black iron puppet. The black iron puppet was left with only its body, its head shattered and rendered useless. He waved his hand, causing the enormous black iron puppet to shrink rapidly, and he stored it in his storage bag. This item might prove useful in the future. Following that, Han Qing formed hand seals. Fireball technique. Instantly, a sea of flames erupted across the battlefield. Wind control technique. A gust of wind swept away the dust. Rainfall technique. A torrential downpour cleansed the area around the mountains. Han Qing then produced a pile of debris, consisting of ordinary clothing and hair. He scattered these items around the vicinity. All of this occurred in a flash. Lu Ruoshui was left utterly dumbfounded. Han Qing executed all of this with remarkable proficiency, killing, seizing treasures, destroying corpses, obliterating traces, and framing others. This is essentially a survival guide for loose cultivators. Han Qing then soared into the sky on his sword, landing before Lu Ruoshui. Senior Lu, we should not linger here. Lu Ruoshui quickly stowed her treasures and produced the Qingling boat. She lightly ascended onto the boat. Come aboard. Han Qing also leapt onto the deck of the Qingling boat. In an instant, the boat soared into the sky, rushing towards the heavens. Meanwhile, in Fusang City, at the Chun family's loose cultivator estate. The Chun family is a prominent clan of loose cultivators. They have branches throughout the entire Su country, with the greatest influence found in Fusang City and Baiyujing. At this moment, within the Earth Spirit Pavilion of the Chun estate, the setting resembled a pagoda. Surrounding it were countless soul lamps. Each soul lamp represented a cultivator of the Chun family. There were over 1,000 soul lamps here. In the center of the pagoda sat a cultivator clad in black robes. However, his gaze was immediately drawn to 2 soul lamps. Those 2 soul lamps swiftly extinguished. Chen Lingjuan, Li Tianqing. Both are cultivators of my Qin clan. Who is so audacious? The black-robed cultivator was filled with an overwhelming fury. The terrifying aura of a golden core cultivator erupted forth. Send orders to conduct a thorough investigation for the true culprit. In 3 days. Within the borders of Su country, above the southern mountain range, a streak of azure spiritual light traversed the sky. The Qingling boat. On the boat, Han Qing sat cross-legged on the deck, his heart directed towards the heavens as he quietly refined a gathering spirit pill. Lu Ruoshui, clad in red with skin as white as jade, slowly emerged. Although you have tidied up, the Qin family will eventually notice after some time. The Qin family is a prominent sect in Su country, boasting 3 golden core cultivators within their ranks. Lu Ruoshui's expression darkened. Henceforth, it seems unavoidable that trouble will arise. Moreover, Han Qing is still at the Qi refining stage. His spiritual root aptitude is too poor, leaving him virtually no chance of reaching the foundation establishment stage. In that case, it would be exceedingly easy for the Qin family to eliminate him. Han Qing pondered thoughtfully for a moment. In 2 days, I shall return to Fusang City. At that time, it will coincide perfectly with the entrance examination of the Hahuan sect. As long as I pass the examination, I can join the Hahuan sect and seek their protection. Joining the Hahuan sect. Lu Ruoshui's expression grew contemplative. For you, joining the Hahuan zone is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Han Qing, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Liu Ruoshui gazed at Han Qing with her beautiful eyes, biting her delicate red lips. Senior Liu, please speak freely. Liu Ruoshui took a deep breath and continued. Han Qing, I desire your Tongshin Jindan. The Tongshin Jindan is an item that Han Qing acquired under extremely perilous circumstances, and it is an exceedingly rare resource for cultivation. Generally speaking, cultivators would never part with their precious resources willingly, and Han Qing is no exception. Moreover, Han Qing has an even greater need for cultivation resources than she does. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Qing waved his hand, and a jade vial floated towards Liu Ruoshui. Take it, senior. What? Liu Ruoshui's expression changed dramatically. Han Qing truly intended to give her the Tongshin Jindan. This is your opportunity. Han Qing, you are such a fool. Who would willingly relinquish their own chance? Your path to longevity belongs solely to you. Liu Ruoshui bit her delicate red lips, deeply moved. Ding. Lu Ruoshui's emotional value increased by 50. A faint smile graced Han Qing's lips. Although the Tongshin Jindan is precious to cultivators, it is particularly significant for those in the later stages of foundation establishment and for Jindan cultivators. To him, it is merely a trivial item at present. Furthermore, he does not lack high-quality elixirs. However, this object could earn him Liu Ruoshui's favor. The increase in her affection is far more valuable to Han Qing. Liu Ruoshui slowly walked to the deck and turned back. Han Qing, what are you waiting for? Hurry and come in. Chapter 40. Senior sister, let's discuss. Han Qing flashed a smile and stepped into the cabin. Inside, there was a room adorned with antique charm. The large bed was draped with red silk. Lu Ruoshui was lying gracefully on the bed, her delicate figure resembling majestic peaks in their undulating splendor. Han Qing expertly lifted the curtain and climbed onto the bed, embracing Lu Ruoshui's voluptuous form from behind. Senior Lu. Han Qing leaned closer to Lu Ruoshui, kissing her warm, moist red lips. Lu Ruoshui's pupils dilated, yet she did not push him away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Han Qing's neck. After a moment, her face flushed crimson, the blush spreading to her neck, enhancing her enchanting beauty. Han Qing, I am at the late stage of foundation establishment. Are you not afraid I might harm you? Han Qing chuckled. Even if Senior Lu were to harm me, I would willingly accept it. If the elixirs could assist you in breaking through, it would bring me even greater joy. You are such a fool. Just this once, there will be no next time. And you cannot let this leak out. Lu Ruoshui leaned in and kissed Han Qing. In an instant, garments began to cascade from the bed, carelessly strewn across the floor. The room soon resonated with fervent sounds, the bed and curtains swaying rhythmically for what felt like an eternity. When Han Qing awoke, his blue robe lay beside the bed. Lu Ruoshui stood at the window in a flowing red veil, gazing out at the vast expanse beyond the Qingling boat, which was soaring swiftly through the skies. Han Qing gestured, and his blue robe flew to him, quickly donning it. He approached Lu Ruoshui from behind, wrapping his arms around her. Senior Lu, we are approaching Fusang City. Indeed. Arriving in Fusang City means we must part ways, Lu Ruoshui replied, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside. Han, you must embark on the path to immortality, do you understand? Lu Ruoshui spoke with a hint of melancholy. Han Qing was her first man, and perhaps her last, possibly even her companion on the journey to immortality. She did not wish for him to fade away. Very well, I promise, Senior Lu. I shall certainly pursue the path to immortality. Wait for me, senior sister. I will surely concoct the finest Ning Shindan to assist you in forming your dan, Han Qing declared. Lu Ruoshui turned, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Han, are you this kind to every woman? No, I am only kind to you, senior sister. Lu Ruoshui's heart raced. The notification chimed, indicating her emotional value had reached 45. Lu Ruoshui's emotional value had climbed to 95 points. This woman was indeed progressing swiftly. The corners of Han Qing's mouth curved upwards. However, what about those last 5 points? He immediately leaned down, kissing Lu Ruoshui's tender, soft, moist lips. Moments later, Lu Ruoshui melted into Han Qing's embrace. Han Qing, can we become partners on this path? Han Qing's expression shifted. Senior Lu, I am a Qi refinement practitioner, and you are at the late stage of foundation establishment. Is it possible? Lu Ruoshui looked up, her beautiful eyes searching his. Han Qing understood then. He realized why Lu Ruoshui's emotional value lacked just 5 points for completion. Those 5 points represented her heart's entanglement. As long as you do not abandon me, I will never leave. Lu Ruoshui's eyes curved into crescent moons, clearly delighted. The notification chimed again. Emotional value increased by 5. Emotional value has reached maximum. Dual cultivation partners, 1. Faith power, 5,000. Daily, 10. Han Qing's expression shifted. The emotional value was full. Now his daily faith power was 20 points. He had 2 dual cultivation partners, Lu Ruoshui and Chen Zining. Han Qing embraced Lu Ruoshui, gazing at the mortal city outside. Senior Lu, we have arrived at Fusang City. Lu Ruoshui's expression changed slightly. She wished to hold Han Qing a little longer. What was happening? She had never felt this way before. Could it be that she had truly developed feelings for a Qi refinement practitioner? Impossible. That was utterly inconceivable. Yet, she truly did not want to part from Han Shidi. Shidi, there is an auction house in Fusang City called the Red Building. Recently, it will host the Tainan Small Conference, an auction event. Many interesting and precious items will be available. Are you interested in attending? Lu Ruoshui suggested. The Tainan Small Conference. Han Qing pondered for a moment. Sure, I need a batch of spirit stones. I can refine elixirs to participate in the Tainan Small Conference. Excellent. Shidi, we shall meet at the Tainan Small Conference. Han Qing nodded. Senior sister, just one more kiss. It is so fragrant and sweet. Lu Ruoshui. Fusang City. In the courtyard. The garden at the back of the yard was a spirit herb field. Han Qing had established a spirit plant garden here. The spirit plants thrived, exuding pure spiritual energy. A girl in a pure white garment was watering these spirit plants, her bare feet pristine and seemingly glowing. Even as she walked on the garden's soil, her feet remained untouched by dirt. Chen Zining. She looked up, a hint of melancholy in her expression. Han Shidi has been gone for half a month, and he has yet to return. She bit her red lip, feeling a pang of longing for Han Shidi. Strangely enough, despite his seemingly ordinary nature, she found herself missing him deeply. Perhaps she had already given her heart to Han Shidi. In a moment, a blue light pierced through the barrier, landing in the courtyard. Han Qing summoned his flying sword back into his storage bag. Chen Shiji, Shidi, you have finally returned. Chen Zining exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Han Qing's embrace. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, followed by an astonishing softness emanating from Chen Zining. Han Qing held her gently, noting how she was entirely different from Lu Ruoshui. Chen Zining is gentle and considerate, embodying a truly endearing persona. In contrast, Lu Ruoshui exudes the formidable presence of a foundational powerhouse, a being who looks down upon all. When faced with Lu Ruoshui, Han Qing feels an overwhelming desire for conquest, whereas with Chen Zining, he experiences a profound sense of affection. Life requires both Chen Zining and Lu Ruoshui, and it equally craves the icy yet stunning presence of the masteress wife. How dreary would the path of eternal life be without them? Junior brother, why have you been gone for so long? Have you missed me? Chen Zining's fair complexion flushed slightly. She simply yearned to be close to her junior brother. Of course, senior sister. Shall we retreat to a room for a more in-depth conversation? To a room? But, junior brother, it's broad daylight. That wouldn't he do? Chen Zining's expression turned flustered. What if their masteress wife heard? However, Han Qing swiftly scooped up Chen Zining, kicked open the door, and shut it behind them. Senior sister, today, let us engage in a profound discussion. Chapter 41. The Art of Puppetry and the Body Refinement Technique. After a fragrant hour had passed, in the small courtyard, beneath the pavilion, Chen Zining sat opposite Han Qing, her complexion flushed with a delicate shyness. With a wave of her hand, the teapot on the table soared into the air, pouring 2 cups of spiritual tea. Junior brother, you said you wanted to engage in a profound discussion with your senior sister. As she giggled, her cheeks grew even rosier. Han Qing, feeling somewhat vexed, remarked, Senior sister, once I establish my foundation, I shall earnestly discourse with you. Very well. I shall eagerly await your arrival, junior brother. Chen Zining said as she gracefully stood up. I must return to seclusion and cultivate. The entry trials for He Huanzong are about to commence, and in a few days, we shall board the ship. During this time, junior brother, you must also strive to enhance your own abilities. We shall journey together into He Huanzong. Han Qing clasped his hands in salute. Senior sister, please. With a graceful demeanor, Chen Zining departed from the small courtyard. Han Qing's gaze lingered on her exquisite figure as she swayed away, an enchanting sight indeed. Senior sister is truly beyond compare, he mused, taking a sip of tea before swiftly entering his room. With a flick of his wrist, the door closed on its own. Several talismans affixed themselves around the room as he casually set up a formation to secure the space. Seated in meditation, he pondered deeply. This journey to the underwater celestial palace had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. He had refined a demon core, significantly purifying the spiritual energy within him. Although he had given the Tong Shinjin Dan to Lu Shiji, he was not lacking in pills. At the very least, he had gained the Zhening Dun and the low-grade magical artifact, Mo Long Zhen. The speed of Zhening Dun would allow him to move at unparalleled swiftness during the Qi refinement stage, a crucial asset for survival when needed. The Mo Long Zhen, a magical artifact, boasted remarkable speed and effectiveness when employed unexpectedly. Han Qing raised his hand, and 3 storage bags flew forth. These bags belonged to Song Rintu, Li Tianqing, and Chun Lingjun respectively. He first examined Song Rintu's storage bag. Quite a number of spirit stones. Within, he discovered 50 to 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, in addition to a low-grade magical long sword, various scrolls of techniques, and reserves of spiritual plants. Though these were common items, they would alleviate his current shortage of spirit stones. Next, he inspected Li Tianqing's storage bag. Aside from 2 fist-sized azure spheres, the contents were largely similar. Qing Leizhu. This is indeed a splendid item. Han Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. The explosion of the Qing Leizhu equated to the full-force strike of a foundational stage cultivator, potentially a life-saving measure in dire circumstances. Turning his attention to Chun Lingjuan's storage bag, he probed within with his spiritual sense, his expression shifting dramatically. So many spirit stones. Chun Lingjuan's bag contained nearly 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was to be expected, as he was a cultivator heavily nurtured by the Qin clan. What is this? Han Qing pulled out 2 bamboo slips, examining one. By my Lian Tiju. This is a high-level body refinement technique. Elation surged within him. He had intended to pursue a dual cultivation of both law and body, continuously solidifying his foundation from all angles. This would ensure that his magical power would be exceptionally robust against those of the same level. In the perilous realm of cultivation, such a foundation would offer substantial security. The Bai Mai Lian Tiju is a formidable body refinement technique, emphasizing the forging of the physical body into an entity as resilient as a magical artifact. This particular scroll comprises 3 tiers. The first tier, Ling Mai, involves refining the cultivator's meridians into spiritual veins, enabling swifter circulation of magical energy within the body. The second tier, Jinggu, marks the true beginning of forging the physical body, rendering the bones as hard as magical artifacts. The third tier, Jin Shun, can only be achieved upon mastering the first tier, creating an exceptionally powerful golden body. Han Qing's expression was one of sheer exhilaration. This was indeed a treasure. He then turned to the other bamboo slip, his countenance brightening once more. Puppetry technique. This scroll encompasses the materials for crafting puppets, methods of fabrication, as well as techniques for controlling them. Han Qing was well aware of the prowess of the black iron puppet. Chun Lingjun had relied on the black iron puppet to contend with Lu Ruoshui, who was at the late foundational stage, despite being at the early foundational stage himself. The black iron puppet possessed the strength of a mid-foundational stage cultivator. If he could restore the black iron puppet, he would gain a loyal guardian of mid-foundational stage prowess. The crux of puppet crafting lies in the black crystal stone and a shard of divine soul. The divine soul can be refined using the soul binding technique within the puppetry arts, utilizing either the spiritual essence of demon beasts or that of cultivators. However, what exactly is the black crystal stone? Perhaps I shall seek it out at the Tainan small assembly in the days to come. Or perhaps I can enlist the assistance of Shiji Ruoxue in the search. It should not prove too difficult. Han Qing contemplated the restoration of the black iron puppet. Naturally, he could not continue using the black iron puppet as is. If it were to be discovered, it would likely be recognized by the Qing clan. Thus, the illicit items within the storage bag must be dealt with expeditiously, even if sold at a loss. He must dispose of them entirely. Moreover, Chun Lingjuan's storage bag contained numerous spiritual plants. This batch of spiritual plants was sufficient for him to concoct several foundational pills. He planned to prepare a collection of basic enhancement pills alongside a batch of soul-cultivating pills, as the latter tend to be more costly. He could then sell them at the Tainan small assembly to acquire spirit stones. He aimed to attempt the second-tier Jing Yuan Dan. Han Qing had already tried concocting second-tier pills at the alchemist's small assembly. While this would deplete his spiritual energy, he had the Juki Dan to replenish his qi, so it was not a concern. The Juki Dan is a pill for rapid recovery of spiritual energy, while the Juling Dan is for elevating one's cultivation during the qi refinement stage. The second-tier Jing Yuan Dan is a pill for cultivating the divine soul. For a cultivator to strengthen their divine soul, aside from breaking through realms and practicing soul cultivation techniques, the use of pills is often the fastest route to enhancement. A formidable divine soul signifies the ability to control more magical artifacts, a swifter comprehension of techniques, and a greater capacity for understanding. Simultaneously, a more powerful divine soul fosters a formidable mental force. Resilient against and capable of countering soul attacks, the concoction of soul-enhancing elixirs is an arduous endeavor. The required spiritual flora is both intricate and diverse, rendering such elixirs exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. Consequently, their prices surpass those of ordinary elixirs. A first-tier premium elixir commands a price of 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, while a second-tier lower-grade elixir costs the same. Upper-grade variants range around 3,000, and the premium ones soar to 5,000. As for celestial-grade elixirs, they hover around 6,000, yet are often unattainable. Furthermore, soul-related elixirs are even more exorbitant, priced an additional 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. The second-tier elixirs are utilized by Foundation establishment cultivators, who possess the financial means for such expenditures. Conversely, qi refinement cultivators seldom have the capacity to afford them. Han Qing requires the production of a substantial quantity of elixirs for sale, to exchange for spirit stones for cultivation, striving to elevate his prowess as much as possible before the assessment trial of Huanzong. He initiated the alchemical process with a flourish of his hand, summoning forth a prestigious cauldron, the Ziyang Lu, an exquisite artifact. Subsequently, Han Qing adeptly ignited the flames and added the spiritual flora into the cauldron. As night fell, an ethereal figure approached the courtyard. A formation barrier? So, Han Daoyu is also a formation master? Ziling furrowed her brow. Ziling, please enter, came Han Qing's delighted voice through a transmission. Upon recalling their turbulent escapades aboard the flying spirit vessel, Ziling's countenance subtly flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 42, Ziling's Discourse on the Tao. Ziling stepped forward with her long, snow-white legs and entered the small courtyard. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, she moved without alerting the two qi refinement cultivators, Nangong Shui. Even Nangong Shui, secluded in her chamber for cultivation, remained completely unaware of Ziling's presence. Thus, Ziling quietly made her way into the rear courtyard. Her flawless jade-like feet tread softly upon the wooden planks of the corridor. Her gaze fell upon the spiritual herb garden in the yard, which was densely planted with spiritual flora, all foundational ingredients for low-grade elixirs, yet each thriving vigorously, growing with remarkable vitality. What is that? A five-curved spirit ginseng. Ziling's eyes settled on a tender, snow-white sprout that emitted a faint, hazy glow. In mere moments, her expression shifted dramatically as she observed the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converging toward the room, forming a massive vortex of spiritual power. Anomaly of spiritual energy. Fellow Taoist Han, what is he doing? To once again stir such spiritual phenomena and gravitational tides, truly astonishing. Immediately afterward, a rich, aromatic scent of elixirs wafted from the room, clearing the mind and uplifting the spirit. What is this? Could it be another immortal grade elixir? Ziling drew a sharp breath, her heart trembling with astonishment. How could fellow Taoist Han refine immortal-grade elixirs with such ease? These were the dream of every alchemist. The pinnacle of elixir refinement, a state of enlightenment countless cultivators yearned to enter. Han Qing's talent was nothing short of monstrous. Yet, it was a pity he possessed a false spiritual root constitution, with no hope of reaching foundation establishment. What a waste of such extraordinary aptitude. Moments later, the intense medicinal fragrance dissipated entirely. With a creak, the door swung open, and Han Qing emerged, dressed in a blue robe. Before him stood Fairy Xiling. Her figure graceful and curvaceous, clad in a form-fitting purple gown that accentuated her flawless form, a vision of celestial beauty, peerless in her allure. Han Qing bowed respectfully. Senior Xiling. Xiling nodded slightly. You, another immortal-grade elixir? Your talent in the Tao of alchemy is simply beyond reason. Han Qing smiled modestly. Merely a stroke of luck. In the art of elixir refinement, it is but a matter of practice skill. Xiling's brow furrowed. Han Qing, how did this 5-curve spirit ginseng come to be in your possession? You speak of this item? It was entrusted to me by Senior Hong Ziyue for cultivation. What? So it is indeed Senior Sister Ziyue's 5-curve spirit ginseng. Xiling's expression shifted dramatically. Senior Sister Ziyue treasures this more than her own life. How could she possibly entrust it to you with such confidence? Han Qing's demeanor shifted slightly. Senior Xiling, what purpose does this 5-curve spirit ginseng serve? Why does Senior Ziyue hold it in such high regard? Xiling pondered for a moment before speaking. You are unaware. Senior Sister Ziyue has a Tao companion. Over a century ago, she and her Tao companion ventured into a secret realm together, only to encounter demonic cultivators. To protect Senior Sister Ziyue, her Tao companion fought fiercely against the demonic cultivators for several days. Fortunately, elders from our sect arrived in time to rescue Senior Sister Ziyue. However, her Tao companion succumbed to grave injuries and perished. Senior Sister Ziyue did not allow his soul to reincarnate. Instead, she sealed it away. All these years, she has sought a method to revive him. He was her beloved, the knot in her heart. Were it not for this, she would have long ascended to the Golden Core realm, just like Senior Uncle Wang Ning. Xiling sighed softly before continuing. The 5-curve spirit ginseng serves as the vessel for refining an external spiritual body. She scoured the 7 kingdoms in search of this very item. Decades ago, she finally obtained the seed of the 5-curve spirit ginseng. Yet, it refused to sprout. As the seed's vitality waned, so too did Senior Sister Ziyue's spirit. Without resolving this heartache, let alone forming a golden core, she may very well perish within the next century. Who would have thought that you would be the one to cultivate it successfully? So that is the truth. I never imagined Senior Sister Ziyue to be such a devoted and passionate woman. Han Qing's heart stirred. He quietly reached for Xiling's soft, pale hand. Cultivators of the Hahuan sect may have many dual cultivation partners in their lifetime, but they typically have only one Tao companion. Dual cultivation partners engage in the Hahuan sect's dual cultivation techniques, but they do not share their primordial yin for cultivation, nor do they engage in the union of yin and yang. A Tao companion is one with whom a grand wedding ceremony is held, vows are made to heaven and earth, and fortunes are shared. Of course, many Hahuan sect cultivators do not adhere strictly to these traditions, so some may have multiple Tao companions. Xiling's brow furrowed. She immediately shook off Han Qing's hand. Han Qing, if you dare act recklessly again, I will cut you down. Han Qing grinned. Very well, Senior Xiling. I promise not to act recklessly. Yet, without warning, he stepped forward and embraced Xiling tightly, pressing his lips against her warm, moist red lips. Bang! Xiling was instantly shocked and enraged, her pupils contracting sharply. Han Qing, you scoundrel! You seek death. Furious, Xiling pushed Han Qing away, her gaze filled with murderous intent. I told you. What happened before was merely a transaction. Do you truly believe I dare not kill you? Xiling seethed. Han Qing's expression shifted, and he bowed respectfully. Senior Xiling, I have offended you. Did you come seeking elixir refinement? Xiling. She bit her tender red lips. I have a question regarding the Tao of alchemy. You, teach me. Very well. Senior, please join me inside to discourse on the Tao. Xiling. Discourse on the Tao? Was this scoundrel proposing to discourse with her again? Making such unreasonable demands once more? Scoundrel, scoundrel. Han Qing observed Xiling's expression. Senior, you misunderstand. I meant to discuss the Tao of alchemy. Oh, Xiling stepped into the room, her voluptuous figure swaying gently with each step. Truly, this was the fairy Xiling who captivated so many foundation establishment cultivators. utterly enchanting. The following morning, inside the room, Xiling sat cross-legged before Han Qing. The two had discoursed on the Tao throughout the entire night. Xiling was profoundly astonished. Han Qing's understanding of the Tao of alchemy was exceptionally profound. He had even introduced many concepts previously unknown to her, along with insights into spiritual flora and the interplay of medicinal properties. The previous night's discourse had been immensely rewarding for her. Senior Xiling, for any questions regarding the Tao of alchemy, you may seek me out for discourse in the future. I shall hold nothing back, sharing all I know without reservation. However, the senior should also understand that a cultivator's time is invaluable, and the experience of enlightenment is even more precious. Han Qing remarked with a smile, her gaze wandering over Xiling, truly impeccable, utterly flawless. From her beauty to her figure, Xiling is an unparalleled existence. Xiling furrowed her brows, fully aware of Han Qing's intentions. What a lecherous individual Han Qing is. Surveying her with such a gaze is utterly distasteful. She knows precisely what Han Qing is contemplating. Is engaging in such activities truly so pleasurable? A cultivator traverses the path of immortality, and only by severing desires and emotions can one advance further. Yet, Han Qing seems consumed by these desires, destined to falter in her journey. What could possibly be amusing about such matters? Xiling bit her delicate red lips and rose to her feet. She approached the bed and sat on the edge, fixing her cold gaze upon Han Qing and stating, "What are you waiting for? Do you not desire this? Hurry up and come over. I am pressed for time." Chapter 43, The Tainan Gathering. Xiling claimed to be pressed for time. However, she was not in any particular rush. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. Moreover, this brief moment was one she ought to devote to Han Qing. A smile crept upon Han Qing's lips as he stepped into the room, swiftly closing the door with a wave of his hand. Xiling stood by the window, and Han Qing enveloped her soft and curvaceous form from behind. The beauty's body pressed closely against his, and he rested his head upon her shoulder, greedily inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair and the delicate aroma of her skin. Truly, Xiling, the celestial maiden, ignited an unparalleled desire within him. Han Qing leaned forward and unexpectedly pressed his lips against her alluring red ones. In that fleeting moment, Xiling's expression shifted dramatically. Although she had prepared herself, she could not quell the rapid beating of her heart. She found herself perplexed. Why did she allow Han Qing to take such liberties? Perhaps it was due to his extraordinary talent in alchemy, or perhaps it was her desire to learn the art of alchemy under his tutelage. She longed to become his disciple. The level of his prowess in alchemy was unparalleled in her experience. If Han Qing had the opportunity to tread the path of immortality, she would certainly seek to study under him. Being by his side might not be such a bad thing after all. Should he refuse to accept her as his apprentice, she would devise another means, perhaps by becoming his Tao companion or even a concubine. After a moment of contemplation, Xiling felt her strength ebb away, leaving her utterly pliant in Han Qing's embrace. Moments later, he lifted her up, not onto the bed, but rather onto the table. One garment after another was carelessly discarded onto the floor. With a wave of his hand, a thick mist enveloped the room, rapidly shrouding everything in obscurity. The mist swirled rhythmically, rising and falling. After a stick of incense had burned, the haze dissipated, revealing Han Qing reclining on the bed, observing as Xiling rose to her feet. Her perfect figure was breathtaking, the sight alone enough to captivate any onlooker. Soon, with a flick of her wrist, her discarded garments soared into the air, draping elegantly over her body, thus concealing the exquisite view. Han Qing, in just a few days, the Hehuan sect's entrance examination will take place. You must be cautious. Do not perish during the trials. Xiling spoke earnestly. Han Qing chuckled softly. Senior Xiling, are you concerned for my well-being? Xiling furrowed her brow. I fear you may perish in the land of the fallen gods, leaving me without anyone to teach me alchemy, thus wasting this exceptional talent. With another wave of her hand, the door creaked open, and she stepped outside, summoning a purple longsword. With a single stride, she ascended into the wind, soaring skyward. Rest assured, Senior, I shall exercise caution. I intend to join the Hehuan sect and walk the path of immortality alongside you. Han Qing exclaimed with a grin. Ah, Senior, you look so stunning as you depart. It was only after Xiling's figure vanished from sight that Han Qing withdrew his gaze. Xiling paused midair, nearly losing her balance on the flying sword. That scoundrel, such a lecher, she thought as she flew away. Han Qing sat cross-legged in the room, deep in contemplation. Ling was correct. The land of the fallen gods was perilous, and the trial participants faced a 50-50 chance of survival. He needed to prepare in advance. Tomorrow's Tainan gathering would provide an opportunity to seek out materials from demonic beasts or perhaps a life-saving artifact. It was time to cultivate. Han Qing promptly began practicing a technique, the Fansheng Shun Mo Gong. This method absorbed and refined spiritual energy at a rate surpassing that of the Chang Chun Gong, allowing for a quicker synthesis of pills. Han Qing was not one to squander time. Every fragment of time, no matter how minuscule, was utilized for cultivation. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not venture outside aimlessly. If resources were abundant, he would gladly seclude himself to break through his limits. Who said that cultivating immortality required constant fighting? Survival is paramount. It is through survival that one achieves longevity. Venturing out inevitably invites trouble, even if one does not provoke others. There will always be those who wish to kill and steal. The survival rule for loose cultivators is to be as cautious as possible and to escape swiftly when needed. At all times, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. On a bright morning, the Tainan gathering for the cultivators of Fusang City officially commenced. The gathering was held at the auction house, known as Lingyange. Above Fusang City floated a massive island, concealed by an array of hidden formations, rendering it invisible to the mundane populace below. To the commoners, the sky appeared empty. However, cultivators could perceive the island suspended in midair, complete with a grand 7-story pavilion. The Tainan gathering was held in this magnificent Lingyange. In the treasure pavilion, Lu Ruo Shui stood on the balcony of the 7th floor, patiently awaiting Han Qing's arrival. In a short while, a figure clad in green approached. Though dressed in a green robe, his visage appeared quite aged, resembling that of a little old man. Lu Ruo Shui cast a glance, and her expression shifted slightly. Is such caution necessary for merely attending the Tainan gathering? This little old man was, of course, Han Qing. Han Qing smiled. Senior Lu, one must exercise caution when traversing the outside world. He then affixed a celestial-grade talisman to himself, the concealment talisman. Instantly, his aura vanished completely, not only disappearing but also altering his presence. Following this, he donned a black mask. Senior Lu, we may proceed. Lu Ruo Shui was taken aback, her expression transforming dramatically. Upon scrutinizing Han Qing once more, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. He bore more than 30 talismans, all comprising of mixed-origin golden shield talismans and escape talismans. What kind of person are you, who goes out adorned with over 30 defensive and escape talismans? Are you attending the Tainan gathering, or do you intend to ambush the Hehuan sect? Lu Ruo Shui remarked incredulously. Han Qing flashed a grin. Is that so? I still feel that it is somewhat inadequate, which leaves one feeling unsettled and anxious. Following this, 2 beams of sword light surged skyward, heading straight for the Lingyan Pavilion on the suspended island. Above the suspended island lies a vast plaza. At this moment, streams of sword light descended upon the plaza like shooting stars. Each beam of sword light represented a cultivator. Han Qing and Lu Ruo Shui promptly landed on the plaza. Senior sister, why are there so many people here? Han Qing glanced around, his complexion shifting slightly. The gathering of cultivators at the Tainan Minor Assembly was indeed quite substantial, with over 100 present on the plaza. Cultivators all require resources, and the Tainan Minor Assembly serves as a hub for resource accumulation. Thus, those attending include qi refining, foundation establishment, and even golden core cultivators. Let us first find a place to rest, Lu Ruo Shui suggested, leading Han Qing into the pavilion. The scene within instantly expanded several-fold. This pavilion is also a spatial treasure. Lu Ruo Shui possesses her own private chamber here, eliminating the need to sit in the public hall below. The privacy within her chamber is significantly enhanced. Upon entering the chamber and closing the door, Han Qing approached Lu Ruo Shui from behind, gently embracing her delicate figure. The sensation of being close to senior sister Lu is truly delightful. Hee. Chapter 44 The Alchemist's Wealth. Lu Ruo Shui frowned slightly, yet she did not push Han Qing away. If he wished to embrace her, so be it. Her feelings towards this man had softened. In fact, she found herself somewhat nostalgic. After all, Lu Ruo Shui regarded Han Qing as her perfect companion in the realm of cultivation. Han Qing merely held her for a brief moment before settling beside her. Eyes closed in meditation as he quietly activated a technique, the Yanju. This technique operated on a cycle of 1 complete rotation, absorbing and refining spiritual energy, thereby gradually enhancing one's cultivation. The Yin Ju, however, primarily nurtured the soul, a process that was exceedingly gradual. The growth of the soul was nearly imperceptible after just one rotation. Yet, over time, with persistent accumulation, quantitative changes would lead to qualitative transformations. Lu Ruoshui's expression shifted slightly. Han Qing was indeed diligent in his practice, seizing every moment for cultivation. This was simply his nature. Even aboard the Qing Ling Zhou, while journeying to the underwater heavenly palace or returning, he remained devoted to his training. A true model of industriousness. While others indulged in merriment, he toiled tirelessly. Perhaps he was acutely aware of his mediocre aptitude for cultivation, prompting such relentless effort. Truly, he was a diligent soul, filled with trepidation. Lu Ruoshui's lips curled into a subtle smile. She naturally wished for Han Qing to establish his foundation and embark upon the path of longevity. In doing so, she would have a companion along this journey. Yet, considering Han Qing's qualifications, was it truly feasible? An hour later, the cultivators attending the Tainan Small Conference had largely gathered. Esteemed friends, our Tainan Small Conference is a resource exchange event. We shall now officially commence. Below was a vast funnel-shaped square, where a platform stood at the center. A female cultivator clad in blue garments proclaimed this with clarity and authority. Han Qing abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting blue glimmer flashing within his pupils. His gaze then settled on the blue-clad woman below. Her name was Mo Yunyan, an elder of the Lingyan Merchant Association, Lu Ruoshui explained. Han Qing nodded. Mo Yunyan, in her form-fitting blue attire, exuded an air of grace and elegance, her skin as pale as jade, and her figure undeniably alluring. Yet, Han Qing harbored no thoughts of her. The aura she emanated signified her status as a golden core cultivator. The Lingyan Merchant Association was the largest trading entity among the 7 nations of Tiannan, engaging in business primarily for cultivators. With formidable strength, a golden core cultivator serving merely as an elder was commonplace. The association boasted dozens of such elders, and even had nascent soul cultivators overseeing its operations. Thus, the Tainan Small Conference was assuredly secure. However, once they left the floating island, each would rely on their own capabilities. Han Qing surveyed the bustling funnel-shaped venue, teeming with attendees, including qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. Above, numerous rooms and pavilions were protected by prohibitions, predominantly occupied by golden core cultivators. The Tainan Small Conference was indeed lively. Mo Yunyan stepped forward and declared, "Esteemed friends, we have a batch of exceptionally high-quality elixirs at the Tainan Small Conference. Please take a look." With a wave of her hand, a jade vial soared into the air. Upon opening, a crimson light shot skyward, revealing a robust little bowl, moving nimbly as if it were a spiritual entity. Mo Yunyan reached out, and the creature transformed into a translucent blood-red elixir in her grasp, exuding a rich fragrance that rapidly permeated the air. This spectacle swiftly sparked a commotion. What is this? A celestial-grade, essence elixir. How is this possible? It has been ages since celestial-grade elixirs have appeared in Tiannan. The profound Tao rhythm emanating from the elixir was truly marvelous. The essence elixir, a second-tier concoction, was also beneficial for cultivating the soul. The Tao rhythm it possessed was immensely advantageous for both foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. Upon its emergence, it incited a wave of excitement. Such elixirs held tremendous allure for foundation establishment cultivators, as a stronger soul significantly increased the likelihood of forming a core. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. A burly man bellowed. Being a body cultivator, he relied heavily on elixirs for soul cultivation. A bull, you think you can obtain the celestial-grade essence elixir for 5,000? You must be dreaming. 8,000, I will offer 8,000. A middle-aged female foundation establishment cultivator interjected solemnly. The bidding escalated at the Tainan Small Conference, where the highest bidder would prevail. The price for a single essence elixir soared to 8,000, far exceeding the typical 3,000 to 5,000 for second-tier elixirs. Nevertheless, 8,000 was considered reasonable, prompting those who wished to bid to hesitate. Celestial-grade elixirs. Lu Ruoshui glanced at Han Qing, who wore a slight smile. Senior sister, do not speculate. This elixir was refined by Li Feiyu. Upon entering, Han Qing had assumed the alias of Li Feiyu. Junior brother Han, you are capable of refining second-tier elixirs, especially the essence elixir for soul cultivation. Lu Ruoxue exclaimed in astonishment. She felt a surge of desire. She too urgently needed elixirs to enhance her soul and prepare for core formation. If senior sister desires it, take it. Han Qing waved his hand, sending a vial of elixirs toward Lu Ruoxue. Within were 2 celestial-grade essence elixirs. He was cautious not to provide too many, as such resources were rare, and giving too much would diminish their value. Thus, he was mindful of how much to allocate to his dual cultivation partner. Lu Ruoxue's expression shifted to one of shock. Celestial-grade essence elixirs, Han Qing, you truly are a fool. She bit her delicate red lips. After the Tai Nan Small Conference, let us gather at the Treasure Pavilion. I will assist you in your cultivation, Lu Ruoxue softly offered. How would she assist Han Qing in his cultivation? Through dual cultivation of the Hahuan sex techniques, or by utilizing her innate primordial yin? Han Qing grinned widely. All right, senior sister, I have long desired. Cough, cough. Lu Ruoxue's face flushed crimson. Soon, the essence elixir was purchased by the middle-aged female cultivator for 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Esteemed friends, do not rush. Immortal-grade essence elixirs, still available. Mo Yunyan smiled as she produced another batch of immortal-grade pills. Boom. How could so many immortal-grade pills appear in the Su Kingdom? Could it be that the Hahuan sect has produced a monstrous alchemist? It's highly possible. Otherwise, where did all these immortal-grade pills come from? Immortal-grade pills are, of course, extremely sought after. Thus, they were quickly snatched up. Seeing this, Han Qing's lips curved slightly upward. This time at the Tai Nan small gathering. He had released 30 pills. These pills would flow to various parts of the Su Kingdom, naturally without causing much trouble. From selling this batch of pills, the spirit stones earned reached over 150,000. Combined with the spirit stones he had previously obtained from slaying others and seizing treasures, he now possessed 450,000 spirit stones. It is often said that alchemists are exceedingly wealthy. He hadn't believed it before, but now he was convinced. With such wealth, not only would Qi refining stage cultivators be envious, even foundation establishment stage cultivators would be driven to frenzy. Mo Yunyan chuckled and waved her hand, whereupon a maid carried up an iron cage. Inside the cage was actually a person, a little girl who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old. Fellow Taoists, next up for auction is a Tao slave, the innate Tao body, Shaolingder. Chapter 45, The Hidden Spirit Veil and Consumables. The innate Tao body. Han Qing raised his gaze. Within the iron cage, a little girl with a pale complexion looked around in terror. She was merely a 3 or 4-year-old girl who had not yet cultivated, which equated to no training at all. The innate Tao body naturally attracts the essence of the great Tao. The spiritual energy of the 5 elements emanates from this essence. Individuals with such a unique constitution cultivate at an extraordinary pace, often regarded as prodigies among prodigies. This girl was a Tao slave, equivalent to a mere servant. Once a contract was signed, her life became yours. With the soul contract in place, her demise could be orchestrated with but a thought. Naturally, many powerful individuals would vie to nurture an innate Tao body. Particularly, the disciples of the Hahuan sect hold a keen interest, as the unique constitution of the innate Yuan Yin offers immense benefits to cultivators, surpassing the effects of ordinary innate Yuan Yin. Thus, the moment Xiao Linger appeared, she attracted the attention of numerous cultivators present. To their astonishment, encountering such a rare constitution in this place was unexpected. If nurtured properly, she could surely achieve great things in the future. To cultivate her innate Yuan Yin might even lead to breaking through barriers. I offer 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A foundational cultivator bid on the spot. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a mortal girl. Moreover, resources for her cultivation would also be required, alongside the instruction needed for her training. To some, this seemed hardly worthwhile. Yet, others were deeply intrigued. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. A voice rang out from a private chamber. A powerful aura of the golden core enveloped the room, instantly silencing the crowd. A golden core cultivator had stepped in. The foundational cultivator's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that Xiao Linger was now beyond their reach. Han Qing looked up to see a man in a black robe appear in the opposite private chamber. His face bore an expression of lewd desire. It was Chun Jishan, an elder of the Hahuan sect and a swordsman. Lu Ruoxue spoke solemnly. Friends, I have taken a great liking to this cauldron. I kindly ask you to refrain from raising your bids. Chun Jishan sneered. Cauldron. The Hahuan sect cultivators are known for their ambiguous morals. The male cultivator viewed female cultivators as mere vessels for cultivation, while female cultivators perceived male cultivators as stepping stones for their own advancement. Chen Jishan's intention to purchase Xiaolinger was to cultivate her innate yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing declared loudly, 35,000. Instantly, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators converged upon Han Qing. An old man, Han Qing had employed a disguised talisman. The foundational cultivators could not discern his true identity. Only those with exceptionally powerful spiritual awareness, such as the Golden Core cultivators, could see through it. Nevertheless, everyone understood that he was merely a fledgling of the Qi refinement stage. What on earth? Is this old man insane? A Qi refinement junior competing with a Golden Core expert for treasures? This is sheer madness. What was his purpose? Had he released dozens of celestial-grade pills and now sought to bid on a Dao slave? What could he possibly want with this little girl? Within a private chamber, two figures quietly observed the unfolding scene. One donned purple robes while the other wore red. The red-robed fairy was Hong Ziyue, and the purple-robed fairy was the Golden Core cultivator Wang Ning. Humph, there isn't a single good man among them. Hong Ziyue said coldly. Wang Ning chuckled softly. Ziyue, I hear that man helped you cultivate the Wuqiu spirit ginseng. Is he not good enough for you? Hong Ziyue's expression turned furious, yet he dares to purchase a Dao slave. He undoubtedly intends to exploit the innate Dao body for cultivation. This scoundrel. Hong Ziyue bit her delicate red lip in frustration. Wang Ning glanced at her, a thought crossing her mind. Ziyue, what do you think of him? His alchemical talent, talisman crafting, and formation skills are all exceedingly exceptional. Have you considered making him your dual cultivation partner? Master Uncle, what are you saying? Hong Ziyue gritted her teeth. Had it not been for the Wuqiu spirit ginseng, I would have surely killed him first. Oh, is that so? Wang Ning was aware of Hong Ziyue's inner turmoil. Perhaps, the emergence of a certain individual could indeed remedy Ziyue's wavering heart in cultivation. Chen Jishan's expression darkened instantaneously. A Qi refinement junior dared to snatch something he coveted? 40,000. Xiaolinger was but a mortal. This was akin to spending 40,000 spirit stones to buy a commoner, requiring vast resources for her cultivation. The price was already exceedingly high. However, just moments later, Han Qing continued, 45,000. Numerous faces paled in shock. Han Qing, she is merely a mortal, Lu Ruoxue admonished. Lu Ruoxue was unaware that Han Qing's interest also lay in the innate Dao body and innate yuan. In the realm of cultivation, resources are paramount. Han Qing was no saint. He would not squander spirit stones frivolously. Esteemed friend, it appears you have a profound fondness for the innate Dao body. Yet, I wonder if you can take her away, Chen Jishan intoned, 50,000. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Such words were a blatant threat. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. He did not wish to offend a Golden Core cultivator, yet the innate Dao body was a prize he must possess. 55,000, Han Qing stated resolutely. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chen Jishan's eyes, yet he refrained from further bidding. Ultimately, Xiaolinger fell into Han Qing's possession. A Qi refinement waste. Chen Jishan scoffed inwardly. Relieved to save the spirit stones meant for the auction and effortlessly eliminate a Qi refinement waste. Mo Yunyan maintained her smile. Esteemed friends, the next item for auction is the materials from the third-tier demon beast, the fire python scales and bones. Please proceed. Finally, the auction of demon beast materials commenced. A slight smile graced Han Qing's lips. He had come to the Tainan Small Conference specifically for the demon beast materials. These materials could be utilized for crafting talismans, formations, and refining tools. Third-tier demon beasts were akin to those in the early stages of the Golden Core. Such demon beasts were rarely seen in Tainan. Moreover, the price of these materials swiftly soared to 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Expensive. Indeed exorbitant. Han Qing's lips twitched as he promptly placed a bid. Before long, he successfully acquired the demon beast materials. 2 hours later, the Tainan Small Conference's auction was drawing to a close, and Han Qing had successfully secured a substantial amount of demon beast materials, spiritual plant seeds, and more. This batch of consumables has cost over 200,000 ling stones. The consumption of resources in this cultivation is indeed immense, Han Qing pondered. Esteemed fellow cultivators, next up is a low-grade magical treasure, the Ni Ling Sha. This artifact can conceal the aura of cultivators, which is rather commendable. The starting bid for this low-grade magical treasure is 30,000 low-grade ling stones, Mo Yunyan announced in a resonant voice. The Ni Ling Sha. Its sole function is to hide one's presence, lacking any defensive capabilities, which explains its slightly lower price, Han Qing mused. This item is quite advantageous. It is an exceptional choice for evasion. Before long, the bidding for the Ni Ling Sha escalated to 50,000 low-grade Ling stones. Generally speaking, the price of supreme-grade artifacts ranges in the tens of thousands, while low-grade magical treasures are valued between 30 to 50,000. This price is, therefore, quite reasonable. 55,000, Han Qing interjected. Chapter 46, Mo Yunyan. Chen Jishan cast a cold glance at Han Qing. Yet again, this Qi refinement cultivator appeared. The concealed spiritual silk held little significance for him, thus he refrained from contending for it. After all, it involved tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones, which could potentially weigh heavily in his hands. Soon enough, this artifact was secured by Han Qing. The Tainan Small Conference lasted a full 3 hours, during which many participants procured the treasures they desired. This gathering was essentially an exchange of resources among cultivators. What one may deem trivial could very well be indispensable to another. Han Qing also acquired what he sought. He swiftly made his way to a room within the Lingyan Pavilion. The room exuded an ancient charm, accompanied by a faint fragrance. A woman stood by the window, adorned in a blue attire that accentuated her figure enticingly. Her fair skin resembled exquisite jade. In the initial stage of golden core cultivation, Mo Yunyan, the essence of her golden core cultivation added an air of aloof strength to Mo Yunyan's demeanor. Han Qing's expression subtly shifted. This was his first encounter with a golden core cultivator. The overwhelming presence of a golden core practitioner was palpable. He immediately clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. Mo Senior, you summon me? Mo Yunyan placed her hands gracefully on her abdomen, turned, and cast a glance at Han Qing. Li Feiyu, fellow Taoist, might I have the honor of seeing your true visage? Mo Yunyan inquired with a smile. Han Qing fell silent. If it is inconvenient, then so be it. Mo Yunyan raised her hand, and a storage bag flew toward Han Qing. This contains the items you acquired during the Tainan Small Conference. Fellow Taoist, please examine it closely. Han Qing's consciousness swept through the bag before he accepted it. Fellow Taoist Li, Xiao Linger is in the next room. You may take her with you shortly. As Mo Yunyan approached Han Qing, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Her delicate figure was akin to that of a charming, yet perilous serpent. Strikingly beautiful indeed. Fellow Taoist Li, those several dozen immortal-grade elixirs, were they crafted by you? Mo Yunyan asked. They are indeed immortal-grade elixirs. Having been in the trading circles for many years, Mo Yunyan had encountered immortal-grade elixirs before. However, those from Tiannan typically originated from the upper realms. Historical records over millennia had shown no alchemist capable of refining immortal-grade elixirs. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing nodded. Yes. Mo Yunyan's expression shifted noticeably. Fellow Taoist Li, you are capable of refining immortal-grade elixirs? Yet you are merely at the Qi refinement stage. Han Qing chuckled lightly. Mo Senior, the art of alchemy does not solely depend on one's cultivation level, but rather on the alchemist's comprehension of the Tao of alchemy. Indeed, Mo Yunyan mused thoughtfully. May I inquire if fellow Taoist could assist me in refining an elixir? What elixir do you seek? Longevity elixir. Han Qing's expression changed slightly. The lifespan of cultivators is also limited. A golden core cultivator's lifespan ranges from 500 to 1,000 years, contingent upon the timing of their golden core formation and their individual circumstances. For instance, if one has lived for 300 years in the foundation establishment stage and successfully forms their golden core at the last moment, their remaining lifespan may only be 200 years. They must break through to the infant stage within those 200 years to have a chance at extending their life to a millennium. The pursuit of longevity is an inevitable goal for cultivators, and golden core cultivators are no exception. Mo Yunyan was over 200 years old at the time of her golden core formation, leaving her with just over 300 years of life. However, she was currently only in the early stages of golden core cultivation. To progress to the late stages and achieve the infant stage, 300 years was utterly insufficient. Thus, Mo Yunyan urgently required a longevity elixir to prolong her life. A low-grade longevity elixir could extend life by 50 years, a mid-grade by 80 years, a high-grade by 100 years, an exceptional grade by 120 years, and an immortal-grade longevity elixir could extend life by 150 years. Throughout a cultivator's life, they can only consume a single longevity elixir. Repeated consumption yields no effect. given that it is designed to extend life. The longevity elixir is exceedingly precious and rarely circulates throughout Tiannan. Moreover, Mo Yunyan sought a longevity elixir of exceptional quality. Han Qing's ability to refine immortal-grade elixirs showcased an extraordinary talent in the realm of alchemy. Thus, she harbored the idea of having Han Qing craft an immortal-grade longevity elixir. For her, this elixir was of utmost importance. Gaining an additional 150 years of life would grant her the hope of reaching the infant stage. Otherwise, she would inevitably face the fate of dissolution in 300 years. Refining a longevity elixir. Han Qing's expression shifted. Senior, the longevity elixir is a fourth-tier elixir. I am currently only capable of refining second-tier elixirs. Senior, you will need to wait for a period. For how long? Mo Yunyan inquired. Possibly 10 years. It could also be a few years, or potentially several decades. Han Qing replied. Mo Yunyan's expression became serious. That is acceptable. I can wait. I will not ask for your assistance without compensation. You may state 3 conditions. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly as he said, that sounds splendid. First, as you are affiliated with the trading association, I would like you to sell my elixirs in the future, which would alleviate many troubles for me. As a rogue cultivator, distributing so many immortal-grade elixirs is tantamount to courting death. It contradicts the survival principles of rogue cultivators. Second, I require your assistance in times of crisis. Of course, if the situation is perilous, you need not sacrifice your life to save me. Very well, I agree to the first 2 conditions. What else do you desire? Are you seeking spiritual stones or artifacts? Mo Yunyan's lips curled slightly. Neither. Han Qing replied. For the 3rd condition, I request your assistance during my breakthrough. What? Boom. Mo Yunyan's expression darkened immediately. Her pupils constricted as fury surged within her. This Qi Refinement Jr. is courting death. Fellow Taoist Li, you possess quite the audacity. Are you not afraid that I may kill you? Han Qing clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Mo Senior, I believe only I can refine the immortal-grade longevity elixir. No other alchemist can guarantee the successful crafting of such an elixir. Sometimes, a mere difference of decades in lifespan could be the difference between hope and despair in achieving the infant stage. Mo Yunyan bit her lip fiercely. After a moment, she suddenly relaxed. Her graceful figure approached Han Qing, and she gently lifted his chin with her slender, fair fingers, embodying the essence of an ethereal, cold goddess. Very well, I can agree to your request. At that moment, I shall utilize my innate Yuan Yin to assist you in your cultivation. Mo Yunyan's voice was remarkably melodious, evoking a tingling sensation throughout one's being. However, you must allow me to behold your true form. Han Qing smiled, his mind racing with thoughts. If he could secure the allegiance of a formidable golden core practitioner like Mo Yunyan, the benefits would be immense. The innate Yuan Yin of a golden core cultivator greatly aids in breaking through cultivation barriers. Furthermore, seizing the innate Yuan Yin of a female cultivator inevitably involves the dual cultivation of Yin and Yang. A sly grin crept across Han Qing's face as he waved his hand, removing his mask and the disguised talisman, revealing his true identity. His authentic appearance was that of an unremarkable youth, with a complexion somewhat darkened. Mo Yunyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Not bad. You possess considerable audacity to flirt with a golden core cultivator? Suddenly, Mo Yunyan stepped forward, closing the distance between them. They stood so close that Han Qing could feel her breath, and he could see her flawless visage. Her crimson lips were alluring, warm, and moist. Han Qing swallowed hard and, in a sudden motion, embraced Mo Yunyan's slender waist, pulling her close and kissing her tender, moist lips. In an instant, Mo Yunyan's expression turned to one of fury. Chapter 47, Shaolinger. This little rascal seeks death. Mo Yunyan was utterly astonished. How dare Han Qing force a kiss upon her? She was a Jindan cultivator. Who would dare provoke a Jindan cultivator? A murderous intent surged within Mo Yunyan. Yet, upon recalling the coveted Xianpin Shiyuan Dan, she hesitated. She could not eliminate Han Qing. Otherwise, who would concoct the precious elixir for her? Mo Yunyan opened her mouth and bit down hard on Han Qing's lips. Drawing blood, Han Qing recoiled in pain, retreating a considerable distance and releasing Mo Yunyan. Though he was a cultivator, Mo Yunyan was a Jindan master. To say nothing of piercing his lips, under her overwhelming spiritual pressure, he would be reduced to mere blood mist in an instant. A Qi refining practitioner stood as an ant before a Jindan master. The notion of killing across ranks was almost laughable. The foundational cultivator's magic was far purer and more powerful. Their cultivation level superior, their training time longer, and their combat experience richer. A foundational cultivator could eliminate a Qi refining practitioner as effortlessly as one would dispatch a chicken. Han Qing's ability to slay foundational cultivators stemmed solely from his reliance on talismans and formidable formations. He had never engaged in direct combat with a foundational practitioner. Without talismans and formations, a foundational cultivator could swiftly vanquish Han Qing. To kill across ranks? Such a feat was nearly impossible. Mo Yunyan's expression turned frigid. Youngster, if you dare to be so disrespectful again, it will not simply be a bite next time. The Shuyan Dan is not beyond my means to procure a skilled alchemist, she declared sternly. Han Qing chuckled, bowing slightly. I understand, esteemed elder. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave, wiping the blood from his lips. This wound would heal within a few days. A cultivator's injuries mended rapidly. To have tasted the exquisite lips of Mo Yunyan was a pleasure he would gladly endure, even with the bite. Han Qing's thoughts stirred. Women, once there is a first, there will inevitably be a second and third. Capturing the Jindan Mo Yunyan was merely a matter of time. As long as she did not kill him this time, he would have a chance. Perhaps he could ultimately acquire a partner of utmost compatibility. Han Qing yearned for such a companion, as it would grant him a wealth of belief power, propelling him swiftly through the ranks of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong. Mo Yunyan's icy demeanor softened. She licked her lips. This young man truly possessed audacity. So this is what a kiss feels like. I wonder why so many practitioners of the Hahuan sect pursue the path of indifference. The sensations of a man are undeniably delightful. Oh dear. A flush crept onto Mo Yunyan's cheeks. What was she thinking? She must not let that young lad take advantage. Their relationship was merely a pact, a transaction. He would assist her in refining the Xianpin Shuyuan Dan, and in return, she would grant him the opportunity to cultivate the Xiantian Yuan Yin. Yet, to obtain the Xiantian Yuan Yin, he must first, cough cough. Mo Yunyan's complexion deepened in hue. Within a chamber of the Lingyan Pavilion, Han Qing approached an iron cage. Inside, a young girl of 3 or 4 years, her skin as pale as jade, was imprisoned. The little girl was a beauty in the making, yet her eyes betrayed sheer terror. She understood her innate Tao body, but was merely a mortal. She had begun to comprehend her plight, realizing that she was being sold among these cultivators, and that she was a mere lowly Tao slave. Those cultivators who purchased her sought only to exploit her innate Tao body and Xiantian Yuan Yin for their own gain. A Tao slave possessed no dignity, existing on the same level as a mundane slave. This dire circumstance had forced Xiao Linger to mature prematurely. She huddled in a corner, fear etched across her face as she gazed at Han Qing. From this day forth, Han Qing would be her master. Han Qing scrutinized Xiao Linger in turn. In his hand, a contract transformed into flames and dissipated. Immediately, a new contract was inscribed within his consciousness. With a mere thought, Xiao Linger's very soul could be extinguished. This was the soul contract. From this moment onward, Xiao Linger would become his Tao slave. With a wave of his hand, the iron cage swung open. Han Qing beckoned, and a force lifted Xiao Linger, cradling her in his arms. You're a bit dirty. Let us get you cleaned up when we return. Fear not. You shall follow me. Xiao Linger's eyes widened in astonishment as she found herself gently embraced by Han Qing. She had never experienced such warmth before. Throughout her existence, she had been bought and sold, bullied, beaten, and scolded. Han Qing's embrace was warm and enveloping, and she felt secure. Tears welled in her eyes, spilling forth like droplets of water. Han Qing paused, reaching out to wipe away her tears. Why are you crying? I am fine, master. Xiao Linger buried her head in Han Qing's shoulder, her small hands wrapping around his neck. Was she truly all right? Perhaps she had never received affection before. The first time someone treated her with such warmth, she could not help but weep. For someone like her, enduring beatings and scoldings without shedding a tear was commonplace. However, a single piece of candy might shatter her composure instantly. Han Qing refrained from further inquiry and promptly departed from the Lingyan Pavilion. In a certain loft of the pavilion, 2 pairs of eyes quietly observed the scene. Wang Ning and Hong Ziyue. Ziyue, shall we take our leave? This young man has seized so many treasures and has provoked a Jindan cultivator. Once he steps out of the Lingyan Pavilion, he is bound to meet his demise. Let us refrain from joining this commotion, Wang Ning remarked. At the Tainan Junior Assembly, several Jindan cultivators harbored murderous intent toward Han Qing. Additionally, foundational practitioners were eager to kill and seize treasures. One reason was Han Qing's excessive plundering of precious items and resources at the assembly. The other was that Han Qing had revealed an abundance of spirit stones. He had expended hundreds of thousands of spirit stones at the Tai Nin Junior Assembly. Such wealth was sufficient to incite the ire of Jindan cultivators. Yet, Han Qing was merely a qi refining practitioner. Had he been a Jindan cultivator, his situation would have been considerably safer. Among fellow Jindan cultivators, few would dare to risk striking down a peer. Jindan slaying Jindan. It is indeed possible for him to perish. The act of a Jindan practitioner eliminating a qi refining individual is akin to crushing an ant beneath one's heel. Depart? Hong Xiue's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of urgency in her demeanor. Master Uncle, shall we not assist him on his journey? If we leave, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. She implored anxiously. Wang Ning regarded Hong Xiue with curiosity. Xiue, why do you care for him so? His fate holds no significance for our Hahuan sect. Could it be that you have developed feelings for him? Hong Xiue's complexion paled. No, that is not the case. Master Uncle, he must not die, she exclaimed, biting her delicate red lip. I am not concerned for him. I simply do not wish for his demise. Without him, I have no one to help me cultivate the Wuqin Linkan. Master Uncle, you know how vital the Wuqin Linkan is to me, she articulated passionately. Master Uncle, please assist me just this once. Wang Ning's expression subtly changed. It was rare to witness Hong Xiue in such a vulnerable state. She typically exuded an air of coldness, often solitary and taciturn. It appears that Han Qing truly holds the key to unlocking Hong Xiue's heart. Very well, remember, I shall aid you this once. In the future, will you heed my counsel? Yes, I will surely follow Master Uncle's guidance, Hong Xiue replied with a smile. As Han Qing carried Xiao Linger out of the square, the moment he ascended with his sword, a terrifying consciousness, imbued with formidable pressure, locked onto him. A Jindan practitioner. Chapter 48. The Three Major Sects. Above the skies of Fuzhong City, Han Qing cradled Xiao Linger in one arm, while clutching a Shunheng talisman in the other, ever prepared for a hasty escape. However, it was evident that even with the combination of the Niling Sha, Jinying Dun, and the Shunheng talisman, escaping the grasp of a Jindan cultivator was a daunting task. His only intention was to retreat to Lingyan Pavilion in an instant, returning to the chamber of Mo Yunyun to persuade her to assist him in refining immortal-grade elixirs. He was certain that Mo Yunyun would be compelled to act. In Fuzhong City, above the clouds, Jindan cultivator Chen Jishan gazed coldly at Han Qing below, exuding an aura of murderous intent. The reason he had yet to strike was due to the presence of two other Jindan auras lurking nearby. Isn't it time for my two fellow cultivators to reveal themselves? Chen Jishan's voice was frigid. To him, Han Qing was akin to a fat pig under the predatory gaze of three Jindan cultivators. With more eyes on the prize, the spoils would be divided thinner, and Chen Jishan had no desire to weave garments for others. In mere moments, two figures emerged from the mist, one to the left and the other to the right. The figure on the left donned a pink garment, her visage as enchanting as that of a fox, with skin as fair and delicate as exquisite jade. The scant fabric of her attire glimmered against her luminous skin, a captivating sight that was not pallid but rather strikingly beautiful. She was Han Yijuan from Kunwa Mountain, one of the three sects of the Seven Nations. A Jindan female cultivator, she was a stunning beauty radiating an alluring charm, compelling those who beheld her to draw closer, a manifestation of the art of seduction. Among the three sects, while the Hahuan sect practiced this art, other sects also had female cultivators skilled in it. From the opposite side stepped a gentleman clad in white, exuding elegance, accompanied by a serpentine dragon adorned with golden scales, the sun-eating golden crystal python, a pinnacle third-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a Jindan cultivator in the initial stage of human cultivation. He hailed from the Spirit Beast Mountain Manor, known as Lu Bai. The three major sects of the Seven Nations comprised the Hahuan sect, the Spirit Beast Mountain Manor, and Kunwa Mountain, each commanding 12 lesser sects alongside various minor sects of little significance. These sects were either sparsely populated or devoid of Jindan powerhouses. The righteous path of Tian Nan was forged by these major sects, forming an alliance of righteous cultivators. Within this alliance lay 12 Yuanian cultivators, with the Hahuan sect boasting 4. Among the three major sects, one Yuanian cultivator was designated to guard the Righteous Path Alliance, ever vigilant against potential incursions from the demonic realm. In truth, The situation in Tian was precarious, as demonic cultivators, whether high-tier or mid-tier Jindan, outnumbered their righteous counterparts. Consequently, the righteous sects had recently intensified their recruitment of alchemists to bolster their overall strength in preparation for the looming threat posed by the demonic cultivators. What does this signify, my fellow cultivators? This is the territory of the Hahuan sect. Chun Jishan spoke coldly. Hee. Han Yijuan chuckled, covering her mouth. Her remarkable figure quivered enticingly. Chen Daoyu, this fat pig is not solely yours. All who witness it shall partake. Han Yijuan retorted with a smirk. Indeed, Chen Daoyu, let us dispense with idle chatter and first deal with this individual, lest others arrive and further dilute our share, Lu Bai intoned gravely. I only desire that little girl. Lu Bai fixated on Xiaolinger. Hee. As for the spirit stones on him, I shall take those. The materials belong to you, Chen Daoyu, Han Yijuan declared with a sneer. The three Jindan cultivators had completely cornered Han Qing, whose expression darkened as he gripped the Shunheng talisman, his heart racing with anxiety. With a swift motion, Chun Jishan locked his gaze on Han Qing, extending his hand to grasp downward. In an instant, a colossal black claw mark manifested in the void, formidable and tangible. The attack commenced. At that very moment, the golden light of the Shunheng talisman surged forth. Yet, just then, a delicate white hand rested upon his shoulder. Leave. A melodious voice rang out. Han Qing felt a fragrant breeze sweep by as an extraordinarily stunning figure appeared beside him, curvaceous and graceful, draped in a pink veil. Though her true visage remained obscured, it was not difficult to envision the breathtaking beauty concealed beneath the veil. Wang Ning, a Jindan elder of the Hahuan sect. The ominous black claw above Han Qing dissipated instantaneously, along with the weighty pressure that had enveloped him. The countenance of the three cultivators shifted dramatically at Wang Ning's appearance. Despite being at the initial stage of Jindan, her master was the sect leader of the Hahuan sect, a Yuanian cultivator, whose prowess epitomized the pinnacle of power across the 7 nations. Though the Hahuan sect lay several thousand miles from Fuzhong City, should Wang Ning encounter peril, the Yuanian cultivators of the Hahuan sect would swiftly converge upon Fuzhong City. Chen Jishan's face paled. He had not anticipated Wang Ning's intervention. Sister Wang, what is the meaning of this? He is merely a chi-refining junior. Why must you shield him? Chen Jishan's tone was icy. Wang Ning's countenance was frigid. Whom I choose to protect is of no concern to you. You three may either leave or engage in battle. Chen Jishan, should you dare to act today, I shall unleash a bloodbath upon the divine sword peak. Wang Ning's voice was chilling, laced with lethal intent. The atmosphere was charged. Han Yijuan's expression shifted. In that case, I concede to my 2 fellow cultivators, she declared, her figure flickering as she vanished into the mist, having retreated. Lu Bai of the Spirit Beast Mountain Manor pondered for a moment before mounting the golden crystal python and soaring away, evidently wary of provoking Wang Ning. More accurately, they were apprehensive of the formidable Hahuan sect leader behind her. Chen Jishan took a deep breath, clasping his hands in a formal gesture before turning to depart. Having escaped, he landed within a tower in the city, standing by the window as he clenched his fists, his eyes burning with murderous intent. He Huanzong's Wang Ning stepped forward to protect a young practitioner of qi refinement, an unexpected move for Chen Jishan. Wang Ning, do you truly believe you can safeguard him indefinitely? Once he enters the trial grounds, it will mark his demise, Chen Jishan declared coldly. Han Qing's complexion turned ashen. The preceding scene had been exceedingly perilous for him. The terrifying pressure from a golden core cultivator was beyond his capacity to withstand. He had also come to realize the vast chasm that lay between himself and those at the Foundation establishment and golden core levels. Such disparity was not easily bridged by talismans alone. Fortunately, this senior had intervened. Without this senior's assistance, his death would have been inevitable. Han Qing promptly bowed in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Wang Ning did not turn back, but spoke in a grave tone. You possess quite the audacity. At the Tainan Small Assembly, you dare to compete with golden core cultivators for treasures. Being targeted by a golden core cultivator is not so easily resolved. Today I am here, but tomorrow I may not be, and that will be your end. Han Qing's expression changed dramatically. Despite his cautious approach on the path of cultivation, he could not avoid offending others. At the Tainan Small Assembly, when he encountered something he desired, he naturally sought to obtain it. This was not a mistake. The error lay in his insufficient cultivation level. You must now participate in the He Huan Zone trials. Strive to join the He Huan Zone, for that is your only chance for survival. Do you understand? Wang Ning stated solemnly. Yes, Junior understands. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Wang Ning's expression turned contemplative. I have heard that you can cultivate spirit herbs. Grow this item. Before it matures, I can protect your path. Once it has grown, I will no longer offer my protection. With a flick of her hand, an object floated towards Han Qing. Chapter 49. A Kiss from the Senior. Before him lay a small gourd of resplendent purple gold, shimmering with an ethereal light. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. This gourd alone was an extraordinarily rare treasure, a superior-grade magical artifact known as the Yang Jianhu. The Yang Jianhu was exceedingly precious. It had the capacity to nurture spiritual swords as well as various spiritual entities and living beings, such as demonic beasts. Han Qing's consciousness delved into the Yang Jianhu, revealing only a withered piece of wood within. Surrounding it was a continuous influx of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. The gourd itself could gradually absorb this energy from its surroundings, which is why most individuals would attach the Yang Jianhu to their waists, allowing it to gather spiritual energy externally. Within the gourd, the spiritual essence slowly converged towards the desiccated wood, sustaining its almost fading vitality. This vitality was exceedingly faint, as if it would dissipate the moment the wood was removed from the Yang Jianhu. This was Wudong Mu, a premier material for refining artifacts. How do you fare? Are you confident in cultivating it? Wang Ning inquired coldly, aware of Han Qing's unique methods in growing spiritual plants. Wudong Mu was on par with the exquisite Wuziu Lingcan from Hongxiu, both being treasures that no one had successfully cultivated. Since Han Qing had managed to nurture the Wuziu Lingcan, Wang Ning wished to see if he could replicate his success with the Wudong Mu. For Wang Ning, this wood was particularly significant as it was the primary material for crafting her destined flying sword. With Wudong Mu, the power of her flying sword would be greatly enhanced. Cultivators would never overlook any opportunity to enhance their strength and cultivation, as each improvement was invaluable and a stroke of fortune. Wudong Mu represented Wang Ning's avenue of opportunity. Han Qing nodded respectfully. Senior Wang, I can cultivate the Wudong Mu, but I have one condition. Wang Ning's gaze sharpened. What condition? Is being your protector not sufficient? That is enough, but I have a minor request. I wish to kiss Senior Wang just once. Han Qing stated earnestly. Boom. Wang Ning's expression changed dramatically, fury surging within her mind. You audacious brat. How dare you? I am at the golden core stage. Eliminating you at the Qi refinement stage would be akin to squashing an ant. Should you dare to offend me again, I will turn you into a ghostly slave. Wang Ning declared, her aura brimming with murderous intent. Han Qing's expression paled as he hastily replied, Senior Wang, upon first laying eyes on you, I found you to be as radiant as an immortal, unmatched in beauty. Thus, I could not help but wish to draw closer. Your astonishing beauty is unparalleled in this world. Otherwise, I would not have been so forward. Moreover, the vitality of the Wudong Mu is fading, and I would need to exert tremendous effort to cultivate it. Wang Ning, get lost. Very well. Han Qing licked his lips and turned to leave. Since Wang Ning was unwilling, he had no choice. However, he genuinely wished to kiss the enchanting Wang Ning. What a captivating flavor that must be. Cough, cough. Wang Ning's face darkened as she contemplated. After a moment of silence, she commanded, Wait. Come back. With a wave of her hand, a mist enveloped them both. Han Qing's heart leapt with joy as he returned on his sword, gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful Wang Ning as she slowly unveiled her veil. His heart was deeply stirred. Indeed, her visage was breathtaking, a true beauty of the world. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Ning was one of the 3 most beautiful women of the Hahuan sect, flawless in every aspect. Wang Ning bit her lip. Just this once, and there will be no next time. She took a few steps forward, and Han Qing embraced her, kissing her warm, moist lips. Her tender lips ignited boundless imagination. Suddenly, Wang Ning's pupils constricted. She had never anticipated that one day she would be kissed by a Qi refinement junior. Anger surged within her, followed by an overwhelming rage. Yet, she did not push Han Qing away. She still needed his assistance in cultivating the Wudong Mu, which was the condition she had agreed upon. If Han Qing failed to bring the Wudong Mu to life, she would ensure his suffering was beyond measure. On another note, the Hahuan sect required alchemists, especially those like Han Qing, who could concoct high-quality elixirs. She had no qualms about using him and then disposing of him afterward. In mere moments, Wang Ning's face flushed crimson. For reasons unknown, her entire body felt weak as Han Qing held her tightly, allowing her to surrender to his embrace. This was unacceptable. After a brief period, just as Wang Ning felt she was on the verge of losing control, she suddenly pushed Han Qing away and turned her back to him, donning the purple veil once more. Enough, the kiss has been exchanged. Now hurry back and cultivate the Wutong Mu. If you fail to nurture it, you know the consequences. Wang Ning bit her lip and, with a flicker of her form, vanished from sight. Han Qing licked his lips and bowed respectfully. Farewell, Senior Wang. You are truly exquisite, and your scent is delightful, he murmured. As Wang Ning vanished into the mist, her expression darkened. This rascal Han Qing only knew how to bully her. How infuriating. In Fusang City, within a small courtyard, Han Qing stood outside, glancing at the main hall. His pregnant master was in seclusion, cultivating within the chamber. After some thought, Han Qing chose not to disturb her, as she needed to prepare for the upcoming entrance examination of the Hawan sect. I must prepare as well. Linger, this is our home. Please make yourself comfortable. The kitchen has hot water. You may wash up and eat some spiritual fruits. After settling Xiao Linger, Han Qing swiftly entered a secluded room in the backyard. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he waved his hand, summoning several items that radiated a magical glow. The Ni Ling Sha, a jade vial, and a black longsword of inferior quality known as the Shui Jian. During his battles, Han Qing had been lacking suitable magical artifacts. He successfully acquired this inferior-grade magical artifact. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and the ethereal Ling Sha gracefully descended upon him, vanishing from sight. His aura quietly concealed itself as well. This treasure is quite exceptional, surpassing even the effects of the Xianpin Lianqi Fu in cloaking one's presence. Han Qing has a particular fondness for such artifacts. The ability to obscure his essence, coupled with the art of evasion, significantly enhances his security. Next, he turned his attention to a small vial of milky white spiritual liquid. This linquan is indeed a remarkable item. Extracted from spiritual veins, it embodies a rich essence of spiritual energy and the resonance of the universe's Tao. Utilizing linquan for cultivation proves far more effective than employing spirit stones. This diminutive vial of linquan is equivalent to 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Its value is further augmented by its rarity and the infusion of the Tao's essence. In a few days, he is to embark on the initiation trials at Hehuanzhou. First, he will enhance his cultivation with the linquan, then forge a batch of second-tier talismans and defensive formations. Let us commence. Han Qing promptly consumed a mouthful of linquan. Buzz. Chapter 50. Tonight, Shenyang is coming. The infusion of spiritual spring into one's body is akin to consuming a rare elixir. A silvery luminescence enveloped Han Qing, who promptly began to cultivate and absorb the spiritual essence. His primary cultivation techniques include the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong, the Bai Mai Lian Ti Ju, the De Yin Ju, and the puppet technique. Among these, the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong significantly enhances one's cultivation, while the Bai Mai Lian Ti Ju is particularly beneficial for refining the physical body. The Da Yin Ju is utilized for the cultivation of the soul. The rate at which the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong absorbs spiritual energy is remarkably swift, compensating for the deficiencies of his 5-element waste spirit root. The pseudo-spirit root absorbs spiritual energy at an excruciatingly slow pace. Therefore, he must employ the Bai Mai Lian Ti Ju to refine his meridians, thus accelerating both the absorption of spiritual energy and the circulation of mana. 2 days later, within the main hall of the small courtyard, a graceful figure emerged. She bore a slightly protruding abdomen, though it was hardly noticeable. Dressed in white, it was none other than Shenyang, Nangang Shui. She possessed an icy beauty and a lithe figure, exuding an air of intellectual elegance. Upon glancing towards Han Qing's chamber, a frown creased her brow. Han Qing had returned, yet he had not sought her out in days, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. Unbeknownst to her, this feeling stirred a sense of unease within her heart, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. With the aid of the elixirs provided by Han Qing, her cultivation had surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. Previously, without elixirs, advancing in cultivation proved to be an arduous task, especially as a rogue cultivator. The clan leader would bestow resources as he pleased, making cultivation resources exceedingly precious for those without a sect. Every spirit stone had to be cherished, reserved for the absorption of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Han Qing was there for her. Nangong Shui no longer harbored aversion towards Han Qing. She had even begun to develop fondness for this rebellious disciple. She decided to check whether he was prepared for the entrance trial. She swiftly made her way to the backyard. Standing before his door, just as she was about to knock and enter, her expression suddenly changed. A formidable aura emanated from within the room, followed by waves of spiritual energy rapidly dispersing. This newfound power left Nangong Shui astounded. It was significantly stronger than before. Qi refinement at the 8th level. How could this be? Her rebellious disciple had actually broken through again. Astonishment flooded her mind as she reflected on Han Qing's rapid ascent in cultivation, from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the 8th level in such a short span of time. It was utterly inconceivable. How had he, with a pseudo-spirit root, achieved this? Inside the room, Han Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, spiritual energy radiating from him, a result of the excess medicinal force accumulated after his breakthrough. Slowly, he clenched his fist. The sound of cracking bones reverberating as an endless stream of power surged through him. His profound energy had deepened tenfold, a benefit of his cultivation breakthrough. This newfound prowess would allow him to arrange and manipulate formations with far greater ease than before. Suddenly, he sensed Shenyang Nangong Shui's presence outside the door. A smile graced his lips as he opened the door, grasping her arm and pulling her into the room, closing the door behind her. He immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Shenyang, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly." He lowered his posture, resting his head against her chest, savoring the fragrant warmth she exuded. Nangong Shui felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. How dare he embrace her so tightly and rest his head upon her bosom? Yet, considering the numerous elixirs and resources he had provided her, she relented, allowing him to enjoy this moment. With her hands gently cradling his head, she pressed down softly. "Shenyang, you are so warm," Han Qing remarked. "What brings you to my humble abode?" he inquired, sensing her lack of resources. Nangong Shui's heart stirred. Such a remarkable disciple was hard to come by. The absence of elixirs weighed on her mind, yet he continually occupied her thoughts. Truly, he was an exceptional student. The system chimed, indicating an increase in her emotional value. Han Qing noticed a slight uplift in her spirits, now reaching 70 points, a promising sign. "Rebellious disciple, I merely came to ascertain whether you are prepared for the entrance trial. You must join the Hahuan sect to ensure your longevity. As rogue cultivators, we face immense peril without the protection of a sect. Our paths are fraught with danger," she tenderly advised, stroking Han Qing's hair. "Very well. I shall heed your words, Shenyang," Han Qing responded eagerly, presenting her with the remaining half-bottle of spiritual spring, stating, "I acquired this at the Tynan conference. Please take it for your cultivation. I have already utilized it, and its efficacy diminishes with subsequent use." Nangong Shui's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing its value. "You are giving this to me?" she exclaimed, fully aware of its rarity. "You do not wish to keep it for yourself?" Han Qing chuckled softly. "Shenyang, you have always treated me with such kindness. You are the only one who truly cares for me in this world. If not for you, who else deserves this precious item?" Nangong Shui's heart fluttered at his thoughtfulness. "Rebellious disciple, you, very well. We shall discuss this further once I reach foundation establishment." Though she yearned to express her commitment to protect him once she advanced, her icy demeanor made it difficult to articulate. The system chimed again, marking another increase in her emotional value. Han Qing's heart soared with joy. Shenyang's progress was indeed swift. After embracing for a moment, he felt an urge to kiss Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui's face flushed crimson as she swiftly evaded the situation. With a quick motion, she exited the room, turning back to declare, "Disobedient disciple, you must not act recklessly." In broad daylight, with Chen Zining not in seclusion, she resolved to confront him tonight. Subsequently, Nangong Shui hurriedly departed from the courtyard, her heart racing with anxiety. Han Qing flashed a grin, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his esteemed master's wife that evening. Nangong Shui's lips twitched in response. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing made his way to the medicinal herb field. He retrieved a section of wudong wood from the Jianhulu and buried it in the soil. He then dripped a generous amount of Xianyue's spiritual liquid around it. The aura surrounding the wudong wood pulsated rhythmically, as if it were breathing, gradually absorbing spiritual energy and Xianyue liquid, flourishing with vitality. Hope blossomed within Han Qing Ding. Cultivation experience, 120-10-000. Cultivation has advanced to level 2. rewarding 1 bottle of level 2 Xianyue spiritual liquid, 1 bottle awarded annually, which accelerates the growth rate of spiritual plants by 8. In Han Qing's hand, a bottle of even richer Xianyue spiritual liquid materialized. Level 2 Xianyue liquid. What a remarkable treasure. The finest of the finest. Chapter 51. The Rebellious Prodigy. The first tier Xianyue Lingyi can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants by 5. The effects of the second tier Xianyue Lingyi are even more remarkable. In fact, the longer the growth period of spiritual plants, the better. This means that the spiritual plants infused with Xianyue Lingyi will age more gracefully. Currently, the spiritual herb field before him contains spiritual herbs required for first-tier elixirs, all of which have nearly 3 years of growth. The newly planted second-tier spiritual plants have also swiftly matured, boasting a growth period of 1 year. This is all attributed to the growth acceleration provided by Xianyue Lingyi. Each month, Han Qing employs the rain summoning technique, mixing Xianyue Lingyi to nourish the spiritual plants. Let us administer another round of fertilizer. Rain summoning technique. In an instant, droplets infused with diluted Xianyue Lingyi fell upon the herb field. The herbs surged with vitality. Han Qing immediately harvested some mature spiritual plants in bulk for elixir refinement. After gathering the spiritual plants, he swiftly entered his room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged. Having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he was now ready to refine a batch of life-preserving talismans and formations. The accumulation of his internal Xian Qi was sufficient to barely allow him to refine second-tier items. He would begin with the second-tier Shun Xing talisman, the second-tier Wu Lei talisman, the second-tier Shun Jian talisman, the second-tier Lianxi talisman, and the defensive Wu Xing Lingshan talisman. The second-tier Dingshan talisman was also a commendable choice. The Yanbao talisman could be utilized in combat. Fortunately, his expedition to the underwater palace had yielded a considerable amount of materials, and the Tainan assembly had provided numerous precious resources. Let us commence. The Hunyuan Jindo talisman is a first-tier talisman and cannot be refined into a second-tier one. The Wu Xing Lingshan talisman is a second-tier talisman, its defensive capabilities naturally far surpassing that of the Hunyuan Jindo talisman. Second-tier talismans, second-tier elixirs, second-tier formations. These are all tailored for foundation-building cultivators. Although Qi refinement practitioners can manage to activate them with great difficulty, it is indeed a strenuous endeavor without a robust internal Xian Qi. Fortunately, talismans can accumulate energy in advance. He merely needed to activate their powers. Talismans are not magical treasures. The latter require formidable spiritual power to operate. Thus, he has yet to unleash the true capabilities of the Mo Long Needle. Activating magical treasures during the Qi refinement phase is tantamount to courting death. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from utilizing magical treasures, as it would likely drain both his Xian Qi and blood energy. With a wave of his hand, a Dan furnace descended before him, hovering in midair. It was a premium artifact, the Ziyang furnace. He then produced a collection of materials, primarily consisting of the hides and bones of demon beasts. With both hands forming seals, he pointed, and a humming sound resonated. Within the Ziyang furnace, a blazing purple flame ignited. This was not some exotic fire, but the amplification effect of the runes within the furnace. Han Qing added the beast hides into the Ziyang furnace, commencing the refinement process. The beast hides were the primary materials for crafting array flags and talismans. The quality of the materials directly affects the efficacy of the talismans produced. Naturally, the quality of beast hides depends on the cultivation level of the demon beasts. The higher the cultivation level, the better the quality of the hides and bones. Soon, the beast hides within the furnace glowed a vibrant red, transforming into a semi-transparent state. With a flick of his wrist, the hides flew before him. A glimmer of azure light appeared in his hand as a talisman brush manifested. He began meticulously inscribing runes onto the talisman paper. In that moment, he became wholly absorbed in the creation of the talismans, seemingly merging with the surrounding heavens and earth. Each stroke and line resonated with the subtle rhythms of the universe. Unbeknownst to him, he was experiencing the profound state of unity between man and nature that cultivators seek throughout their lives. Time in cultivation always passes swiftly. As night fell, a graceful and enchanting figure arrived in the courtyard. Her lithe form swayed alluringly as she walked. It was Shirmu, Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui bit her delicate red lips. Clad in a form-fitting white garment, The minimal fabric accentuated her exquisite figure. She stood before Han Qing's door, hesitating for a moment before pushing it open and stepping inside. The wooden door creaked, closed behind her. Inside the room, Han Qing sat cross-legged on the floor. He opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of divine light flashing within their depths. When cultivating the De Yanju, a blue light enveloped him. During his practice of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong, a ghostly glow radiated from his form. The Bai Mai Lian Tiju caused golden light to emanate from him. Each distinct light represented a different attribute. Nan Gong Shui's expression shifted slightly. This rebellious disciple truly displayed extraordinary diligence in his cultivation. While other cultivators might indulge in merriment within the Red Mansion or squander time on trivial pursuits, he was different. He devoted himself to cultivation every day, seizing even the slightest opportunity to practice. He had a profound understanding of his status as a scattered cultivator. The plight of scattered cultivators is indeed challenging, necessitating the utmost grasp of every resource and moment to strive for breakthroughs. This rebellious disciple is truly a model of dedication within the scattered cultivator community. Upon seeing Nan Gong Shui standing before him, Han Qing could not help but swallow hard at her alluring silhouette. "Please, do not look at me with such eyes," she chided as she sat at the edge of the bed, her long, fair legs crossed elegantly. "Han Qing, tomorrow you will participate in the Hehuan sect entrance trial. Are you prepared?" Nan Gong Shui inquired. The Hehuan sect recruits scattered cultivators and those with spiritual roots from various regions of Su country, all of whom are thrown into the trial grounds. Only those who can survive the fall into the divine abyss can qualify for admission into the Hehuan sect. The divine abyss is exceedingly perilous, teeming not only with demon beasts and spiritual entities, but also with malevolent cultivators and ancient fierce spirits formed from fallen ancient gods. Encountering such formidable ancient spirits, Qi refinement practitioners are almost certainly doomed. Thus, in every entrance trial, the survival rate for Qi refinement disciples is a mere 50-50. Half survive, while the other half perish. Nan Gongshui explained. Han Qing's expression changed slightly. "Understood, Shermu. Please exercise caution during the entrance trial. If opportunities cannot be seized, they are not meant for us. Only by surviving can one hope to build a foundation." How did these malevolent cultivators infiltrate Tiannan? Nangong Shui pondered for a moment and spoke. In recent years, practitioners of the demonic path have been infiltrating Tiannan. It is quite possible that within the three major sects, there are already cultivators of the demonic path concealed among them. Thus, Tiannan is far from peaceful. As scattered cultivators, we must exercise utmost caution. Han Qing nodded, fully aware of the necessity for vigilance. He would never charge recklessly into any situation. After a brief contemplation, a gleam of golden light flickered in his hand. 3 second-tier talismans soared towards Nangong Shui. As Nangong Shui beheld the talismans in her grasp, the overwhelming power emanating from them caused her complexion to change dramatically. Astonishment. Utter astonishment. A second-tier Xian product Lianqi talisman. A second-tier Xian product Xinxing talisman. A second-tier Xian product Wuxing Lingshan talisman. All were second-tier Xian product talismans. How extraordinary. This rebellious disciple, his prodigious talent in the alchemical arts is one thing, but his aptitude in the realm of talismans is equally terrifying. Such a plethora of precious talismans. Disciple, your cultivation is inferior to mine. You should keep these for your own safety, Nangong Shui said excitedly. Han Qing smiled gently. Shenyang, I have more. To me, your safety is far more important than my own. Nangong Shui was deeply moved. This rebellious disciple, he actually cared for her so. She bit her crimson lip and suddenly opened her arms. Rebellious disciple, come here. Chapter 52, The Entrance Examination. In the deep of night, Nangong Shui lay in a peaceful slumber. Han Qing stood by the window, gazing at her exquisite visage and flawless form. Cultivators do not necessarily require sleep. However, after engaging in a fierce battle, a moment of rest can be most beneficial. The recent confrontation had been intensely vigorous, nearly causing the bed to collapse. Han Qing leaned down and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Nangong Shui's crimson lips. She murmured softly in her sleep. Subsequently, Han Qing turned and departed. He entered another chamber, where a small girl lay cozily asleep beneath the covers. Xiao Linger had grown accustomed to countless nights of solitary slumber and was easily startled. At this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, fear etched upon her face. Yet upon recognizing Han Qing seated beside her, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Master, Master." Xiao Ling'er clambered up and threw herself into his embrace, her small hands clinging to his neck, her petite frame trembling slightly as she wept softly. "What troubles you? Did you have a nightmare?" he inquired gently. "Yes," she replied. Han Qing patted her back soothingly, offering her comfort. "Master, you are so kind. I want to follow you forever." "Very well," Han Qing smiled. "If you wish to accompany me eternally, you must become a cultivator and strive diligently." "Do you wish to become a cultivator?" "Yes." "Good. I shall now guide you in drawing in Qi." The practice of drawing in Qi is pivotal for mortals aspiring to become cultivators. Only those with spiritual roots can absorb the natural energies of the world for cultivation. In the Shaolin realm, only those with middle grade, upper grade, or even top grade spiritual roots can cultivate at an accelerated pace. Conversely, those possessing low-grade spiritual roots, or even those with 5 low-grade roots, are deemed as pseudo-spiritual roots, which cultivate at a sluggish rate and lack the potential for foundational establishment. As cultivators advance, the demand for spiritual energy increases significantly. The spiritual energy in Tian Nen is exceedingly sparse, making it a daunting task to absorb qi from the air for cultivation. Furthermore, the lifespan during the qi refining stage does not support the absorption of qi from the atmosphere. Thus, elixirs and spirit stones become crucial resources for cultivators. Han Qing cultivated spiritual herbs and utilized Xin Yuling Yi to aid in their maturation. Thus he was never in want of elixirs for the qi refining stage and did not require the energy from spirit stones for cultivation. Otherwise, the spirit stones he earned would scarcely suffice for his absorption needs. Xin Yuling Yi was his greatest reliance in this world of cultivation. Han Qing instructed Xiao Ling'er to sit properly, then pointed his finger to her forehead. A golden light flickered from his fingertip as he imparted the technique for drawing in qi. He then removed Xiao Ling'er's clothing and inscribed runes upon her back with a talisman brush. This was the swiftest method to infuse her with spiritual energy. Surrounding them, the natural energies of heaven and earth converged, flooding into Xiao Ling'er's body. She clenched her teeth, her countenance reflecting immense pain as her tiny form trembled. "Can you endure?" "Yes, Master, I can bear it. I must become a cultivator." Xiao Ling'er gritted through her teeth, her face displaying a tenacity uncommon for children her age. She realized how well her master treated her and was determined to cultivate diligently, striving to elevate her abilities swiftly, so that one day, rather than being protected by her master, she could protect him. He was the only person in the world who had shown her kindness. The following morning, in Fusang City, beneath the flying spirit vessel of He Huan's sect, an increasing number of cultivators gathered. A trio approached the square beneath the spirit vessel, consisting of 2 women and an elderly man. The 3 were none other than Han Qing, Nangong Shui, and Chen Zining. Nangong Shui and Chen Zining had not employed disguise talismans. Thus their beauty was striking. Han Qing, however, had used a disguise talisman, transforming into the guise of an elderly man in a green robe. Han Qing surveyed the surroundings, noting the growing throngs of cultivators, most of whom were in the qi refining stage. Among them were foundational cultivators, primarily accompanying their disciples, as foundational cultivators were exempt from trials and could join He Huan's sect after passing the assessment. Every sect requires foundational cultivators. Amidst the crowd, hidden in the shadows, were golden core cultivators. For instance, upon a distant pavilion, an emaciated elder donned in a black robe observed the gathering of qi refining cultivators until his gaze settled upon Han Qing. Chen clan's golden core cultivator, Chen Hong. He uttered coldly, "You think you can evade detection with a disguise talisman?" The Chen clan had spent several days investigating and had already uncovered the connection between Chen Lingjun's demise and Han Qing. After all, there were only a few cultivators who ventured to the underwater palace. Chen Lingjun was a prodigious alchemist of the Chen clan, and this qi refining waste was seeking death. "Elder Hong, shall we proceed now?" proposed a foundational cultivator of the Chen clan, Chen Changshan. Chen Hong's expression turned icy. "No need. If we act now, the women of He Huan's sect will intervene. Once you enter the Jishan territory, pursue him relentlessly. You must ensure his demise." The Jishan territory was perilous in nature. Should Han Qing perish within, it would raise no doubts. Handle this matter swiftly, and bring along puppets. Furthermore, within the Yusu Palace of Jishan territory, there are soul crystals. If possible, gather additional disciples of the Chen clan to mine soul crystals," commanded Chen Hong coldly. "Soul crystals? This substance was essential for crafting puppets, as puppets are made by sealing spiritual entities within soul crystals, with their magical power sourced from the crystals themselves. Understood, Qin Shun replied ominously. He then produced a purple talisman and affixed it to his body, causing his aura to subtly conceal itself, shifting from the foundational stage to the 9th level of Qi refining. The Jishin territory only permitted Qi refining disciples to enter, and foundational cultivators were barred. Thus he had to employ secret methods to mask his cultivation level and covertly infiltrate. Although the Jishin territory was fraught with dangers, it served as a trial ground for He Huan's sect. Yet, it remained undisturbed by cultivators for years, allowing spiritual plants to flourish abundantly. In recent years, it has become a treasury of spiritual plants for Qi refining practitioners, remarked Ningongxue. Han Qing nodded in agreement. Thus, this time, not only the trial disciples are entering the land of the fallen gods, but also the herb-gathering team from He Huan's Zone will venture within. The trial disciples are not solely from our Fusang city. Those recruited by He Huan's Zone from places such as Su Country, Qin Country, and Ning Country will also partake in the trials. Han Qing lifted his gaze towards the immense flying spirit vessel. At this moment, the cultivators below ascended to the deck, soaring up on their swords like streaks of meteors. Han Qing too rose into the air on his sword, landing alongside his master and senior sister on the deck. In just a brief moment, the flying spirit vessel began to hum and tremble beneath their feet, with runes flickering and shimmering with illusionary light. It was time to embark. The land of the fallen gods. The entrance examination trial of He Huan's Zone awaits. Chapter 53 My Dao Partner. This magnificent celestial vessel possesses several layers of grand decks. At this moment, the disciples of He Huan's Zone have already registered the names and cultivation levels of the trial disciples. From the 3rd deck, a figure gracefully clad in purple slowly emerged. It is the enchanting Ziling Xianzi. Truly, Ziling Xianzi is the epitome of beauty from He Huan's Zone. To behold her is indeed a reward in itself. Her appearance instantly stirred a tumult among the countless disciples below, especially among the male cultivators, whose eyes widened in awe. Shu, there are a total of 350 Qi refining disciples, reported a female cultivator to Ziling. She nodded and surveyed the crowd below. Esteemed disciples, the entrance examination for He Huan's Zone commences from the moment you board this vessel. The trial takes place in the perilous Zue Shunji. Once you enter Zue Shunji, casualties are inevitable. You may still disembark now. Yet, none of the Qi refining disciples stirred. Let us set forth. Ziling commanded. The celestial vessel hummed and vibrated, gradually ascending into the sky. The city of Fusang shrank beneath them, receding into the distance. The vessel pierced through the clouds. Within a certain chamber of the deck, Chun Changfeng observed the Qi refining disciples below with a cold gaze. His eyes landing on Ningongxue and her companion Han Qing. Ningongxue is indeed a rare beauty. Perfect, she shall serve as my cultivation furnace. Han Qing, this little scoundrel truly believes that with a disguised talisman, I would not recognize him? Qin Changfeng is also a member of the Qin clan, albeit one who cultivates within He Huan's Zone. The news of Han Qing slaying his kin has long reached his ears. The sword cultivators of Shunjian Shanfeng are all aware. Once we enter Zue Shunji, I shall eliminate this man. Qin Changfeng spoke coldly. Behind him stood 3 sword cultivators clad in white. 2 were Qi refining 9th layer, and 1 was 8th layer, all from Shunjian Shanfeng of He Huan's Zone. They too were entering Zue Shunji as part of the herbal gathering team. Qin Changfeng affixed a talisman to himself, rapidly diminishing his aura and subtly altering his presence. Subsequently, he used a disguised talisman to transform into a youthful visage. He intends to personally enter Zue Shunji to eliminate Han Qing. On the deck of the celestial vessel, Han Qing felt the tremors beneath his feet, a continuous surge of power emanating. The surrounding mountains receded continuously. This is the power of immortals. This is the grandeur of cultivators. Mortals toil for decades, while cultivators can live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Mortals labor tirelessly for 3 meals a day, while immortals can traverse the heavens in the blink of an eye. Why should immortals possess boundless lifespans? Why should they soar through the skies and traverse the earth, beholding limitless vistas? From this day forth, he has officially embarked on the path of cultivation. He must establish his foundation. Previously, his cultivation was merely at the 4th layer of Qi refining. He was not in haste to gather the spiritual herbs for foundation establishment. However, He is now at the 8th layer of Qi refining, and his Shurmu has also reached the pinnacle of Qi refining. Both he and his Shurmu require foundation establishment pills. With his spiritual root aptitude, he will likely need a substantial quantity of foundation establishment pills to succeed. Thus, he must begin to gather the spiritual herbs necessary for foundation establishment. In this expedition to Zhuai Shinjidi, he must collect a batch of spiritual herbs. Before departing Fusang City, he entrusted Xiao Linger to the care of Lu Ruoshui of Zhenbaogo and brought along Wu Chu Ling Shun and Wu Tong Mu in his Jianhu. He left behind the ordinary spiritual herbs. These two spiritual herbs are exceedingly precious. Hence, he must carry them with him. And who is that? Nan Gong Shui, rumored to be a cultivator from a minor family in Fusang City. Indeed, among this batch of disciples, Miss Ningong is exceptionally radiant and alluring. It is said that each group of trial disciples features an extraordinarily beautiful fairy, and it appears that this batch is represented by Nan Gong Shui. Gazes converged upon Nan Gong Shui, whose popularity even surpassed that of Chun Zi Ning. Nan Gong Shui furrowed her brow. She stood at the edge of the deck beside Han Qing, inching closer to him. Just then, a male cultivator from Hehuan Zone approached slowly, sword on his back, a swordsman. It is Su Shixiang. Su Shixiang, a peak Qi refining swordsman from Hehuan Zone, is also part of the herbal gathering team entering Zhuai Shinjidi. He is a formidable swordsman, rumored to be favored for cultivation by Shun Jianshan Feng. What does Su Shixiang intend to do? Su Qin approached Nan Gong Shui, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Junior sister, the dangers of Zhuai Shinjidi are extraordinary. Would it not be better to travel together?" Travel together? Su Qin is quite direct. As for the bystander Han Qing, he does not regard him as a competitor at all. He is a swordsman, and a Qi refining disciple like Han Qing is no match for him. Nan Gong Shui's expression shifted slightly. "Esteemed Shixiang, I am accustomed to traveling alone. Thank you for your kindness," she replied. Su Qin chuckled softly. Nan Gong Shimi. Among the Qi refining disciples entering Zhuai Shinjidi, very few survive. If you join our herbal gathering team, I assure you will not perish within. If you become my dual cultivation partner, my cultivation resources will also become yours. Furthermore, I can lead you to Shun Jianshan Feng, allowing you to become a powerful swordsman. The prospect of being Su Shixiang's dual cultivation partner, with the protection of the Hehuan Zone team in Zhuai Shinjidi, immediate entry into Shun Jianshan Feng rather than being an outer sect disciple, and the support of a powerful swordsman, is enticing to many female cultivators present. Nan Gong Shui furrowed her brow. She has no desire to become someone else's dual cultivation partner. She glanced at Han Qing, already carrying his child. "Esteemed Shixiang, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am not interested," Nan Gong Shui replied firmly. Su Qin's heart sank, and he stepped forward. However, a figure blocked his path. Han Qing. Nan Gong Shui seized the opportunity to wrap her arm around Han Qing's, saying, "Su Shixiang, you are too late. This is my dual cultivation partner." "What?" Su Qin cast a frigid glance at Han Qing, regarding him as nothing more than a worthless cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. How audacious of this elderly man to vie for a Dao partner with him. Who does he think he is? You cannot protect this Dao partner. Step aside at once, Su Qin intoned gravely. Han Qing, seemingly unfazed by the threat, did not wish to offend the disciples of Hehuan's sect, but the matter transcended his personal desires. His master's daughter bore his child, and he would never allow anyone to bully her. "Why should I relinquish my Dao partner to you?" Han Qing replied resolutely, his arm encircling the slender waist of Nan Gong Shui, holding the beauty close. Su Qin was taken aback. How audacious this old man was to compete with senior brother Su for a Dao partner. Was he courting death? Senior brother Su was a formidable sword cultivator from the divine sword peak of Hehuan sect. This was madness. Su Qin's expression turned icy, yet after a brief moment, he chuckled and turned to leave. He was merely a worthless individual. Once he entered the land of the fallen gods, it would be effortless to eliminate him. At that time, wouldn't Nangong Shui still belong to him? Chun Ziqing furrowed her brow. "Master, are you with junior brother?" Nangong Shui immediately released Han Qing, her voice frosty as she said, "Ziqing, do not entertain wild thoughts. My relationship with this rebellious disciple is merely a temporary measure." "So that is the case," Chun Ziqing thought as she looked at junior brother Han Qing. Thankfully, junior brother has not crossed that line with master. Otherwise, how could that be permissible? In but a moment, Han Qing suddenly received a transmission. The journey to the trial grounds will take 5 days. Enter my room. Huh. Princess Ziling. Chapter 54. Soul Crystal and Holy Spirit Fruit. All the Qi refinement practitioners participating in the entrance examination sat cross-legged on the deck. They were not qualified to enter the ship's loft of Hawan sect. Moreover, even after passing the trials to join Hawan sect, they would only be outer disciples. Only by successfully establishing their foundation could they become inner disciples. However, once one joined Hawan sect, they would gain the protection of the sect's formidable experts. Securing a stable environment for cultivation, free from anxiety and the need to flee. No practitioner would dare to intrude upon Hawan sect to harm them. Furthermore, the sect regularly distributes cultivation resources each month. Junior brother, where are you going? Chun Zining inquired. Han Qing smiled and replied, I have acquaintances within Hawan sect. I shall return shortly. Very well, but do hurry back, Chun Zining urged. In the ship's loft, within the room of Ziling, Han Qing entered the room, where a graceful figure clad in purple was brewing tea on the balcony. Senior Ziling. Sit down and enjoy some tea, Ziling said, casting a surprised glance at Han Qing. You have advanced your cultivation again. Your speed of breakthrough is astonishing. In less than 2 months since their first meeting, Han Qing had progressed from the 6th level of Qi refinement to the 8th, nearing foundation establishment. This pace of cultivation could only be described as monstrous. It is merely luck, combined with the accumulation from the elixirs I concocted. It is nothing remarkable, Han Qing stated as he sat across from Ziling, his gaze lingering on her delicate form. Hee, Senior Ziling, you truly are enchanting. The exquisite silhouette, adorned in lace, accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. Ziling frowned, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. Again with that look. How lewd. She bit her delicate red lips. I need not emphasize the dangers of the falling god realm to you. This place was chosen as the trial site for Hawan sect for a reason. It is home to many second-tier spiritual plants, some of which are even suitable for foundation establishment. These spiritual plants are the very foundation of Hawan sect. After a brief pause, she continued, thus, Hawan sect will dispatch 5 teams to gather these spiritual plants. Among them is a spiritual plant known as the Holy Spirit fruit. This is essential for refining foundation establishment elixirs. If you wish to prepare for foundation establishment, you must collect Holy Spirit fruits that are over 1,000 years old to have any hope of concocting a transcendent foundation establishment elixir. Ziling was deeply concerned for Han Qing's future. Without high-quality spiritual plants, even if Han Qing's alchemical skills were exceptional, he would not be able to refine a transcendent foundation establishment elixir. Without such an elixir, how could he possibly establish his foundation with his pseudo-spiritual root? It was simply impossible. At that point, he would only be left to wither away. She did not wish for that to happen to Han Qing. His talent in alchemy could aid her in advancing further along the path of longevity. This was her grand opportunity. If Han Qing could successfully embark on the path of longevity, she might consider making him her dual cultivation partner. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, Han Qing replied. Ziling bit her lips again. In the future, you must also join Hawan sect. When you return alive from the trial grounds, you may call me Shirshu. Yes, Shirshu Ziling. The corners of Ziling's mouth lifted slightly. As her Shirshu, he would have to heed her words. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't that mean he would have to obey her? The mere thought of Han Qing calling her Shirshu obediently brought her a thrill of excitement. The falling god realm is vast, and there remain unexplored areas. However, there is a place known as the Yushu Divine Palace, the site of an ancient deity's fall, likely harboring primordial malevolent spirits. Some have gained considerable fortune within the Yushu Divine Palace, including rare 1,000-year spiritual plants and soul crystals. Do you know what a soul crystal is? She continued. This item is essential for crafting puppets and commands a high price in the marketplace. A low-grade soul crystal can be sold for tens of thousands of spirit stones. Soul crystal. Han Qing's expression shifted. He was in dire need of such an item. With a soul crystal, he could find a way to animate the mid-foundation black iron puppet, making it useful in his endeavors. Having a mid-foundation black iron puppet by his side would provide him with immense security. It seemed imperative that he visit the Yushu Divine Palace after entering the fallen god realm. I understand, Shirji, Han Qing smiled. Shirshu, since this flying spirit ship will take 5 days, why not rest together in bed during the long night? What? Ziling's face instantly flushed crimson, followed by an eruption of anger as she glared at Han Qing. If you dare speak such nonsense again, do you really think I wouldn't kill you? I have said it before. Our relationship is merely transactional. You teach me alchemy, and I shall provide you with that, Ziling said sternly. Seeing her reaction, Han Qing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Then, I shall take my leave. He turned to depart immediately. Ziling, however, gazed out at the distant scenery, turning her back to him. A smirk crept onto Han Qing's lips as he suddenly embraced her slender waist from behind, leaning in to kiss her cheek. In an instant, Ziling was engulfed in fury. This rascal dared to take such liberties. In truth, Han Qing had intentions behind his actions. There had already been 3 substantial developments between him and the enchanting Ziling. Moreover, Ziling harbored emotional sentiments toward him. The aura of Foundation establishment surged from her, forcibly pushing Han Qing away. Han Qing, you seek death. Sure, Shu, this truly cannot be blamed on me. It is all because you are too beautiful. I cannot control myself. Han Qing exclaimed. Just one kiss. I promise I won't do anything else. He immediately stepped forward, tightening his embrace around Ziling, and pressed his lips against her soft, luscious ones. In that moment, her expression changed dramatically. Her pupils constricted, and she was utterly shocked. Han Qing had forcibly kissed her. Enraged, Ziling's body trembled slightly as she struggled to push him away, but Han Qing held her tightly. How could this rascal behave so shamelessly? In just a fleeting moment, Ziling's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. Her entire body felt languid, devoid of strength. At that moment, Han Qing swiftly lifted her into his arms, making his way toward the grand purple bed. No, this is not permissible. Han Qing, you mustn't act recklessly, Ziling firmly interjected. Han Qing offered a wry smile, saying, if my master forbids such actions, then I shall refrain. I shall merely hold my master as we rest, ensuring no further transgressions. Is that acceptable? Ziling bit her cherry-red lip, conceding, well, then, should you dare to engage in anything else, I shall certainly cast you out. Hee. Han Qing promptly wrapped his arms around Ziling from behind. Their bodies were intimately pressed together, as he greedily savored her warmth and the enchanting fragrance that enveloped her. Thus, they remained embraced throughout the entire night. Chapter 55. Luo Qianshui and the entrance. On the following morning, when Han Qing awoke, the figure of Ziling had already vanished from his side. The lingering scent of his master, Ziling, still enveloped the bed, and the fragrant aroma permeated the room, creating an atmosphere of comfort. Han Qing chose not to leave Ziling's quarters, for there were still several days remaining in their journey. The other cultivators were recuperating on the deck. Yet few engaged in their practice, for none would reveal their techniques, especially not Han Qing with his cultivation of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong and Bai Mai Lian Tiju. Although only a few days had passed, he was determined to carve out time for his training, even in fragmented moments. Thus, he decided to practice the Bai Mai Lian Tiju. Seated cross-legged on the floor, a radiant golden light erupted from his body as his profound energy circulated in a grand cycle. With each complete cycle, his energy deepened considerably, and the refinement of his physical body was significantly enhanced. This is the essence of cultivation, repeated cycles leading to gradual elevation, where quantitative change begets qualitative transformation. Days later, the flying spirit vessel came to a sudden halt. They had arrived at the entrance to the Zui Shinji. Within the room, Han Qing sensed the vessel's descent and felt the golden light dissipate swiftly. He promptly stood and exited the chamber. Since he began his practice, Ziling had not returned to the room, leaving Han Qing somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to engage in a discussion with her, albeit in a rather intimate setting. As he stepped out onto the deck, the other cultivators were also rising, gazing into the distance. Junior brother, where have you been? We haven't seen you in days. Chen Ziqing and Nangong Shui approached. Each woman bore a unique look of longing. Nangong Shui frowned, troubled by how familiar Chen Ziqing appeared with Han Qing. This was hardly a good sign. Chen Ziqing blinked, and Han Qing nodded in understanding. He realized her implication. Had there not been so many cultivators around, she might have thrown herself into his arms. Having missed him for several days, she longed to be enveloped in his embrace. Lifting his gaze, Han Qing beheld a vast lake in the distance, with their vessel hovering above it. Soon, 4 enormous spirit vessels approached from all directions. The decks were populated predominantly by Qi refining cultivators, nearly 2,000 in total, gathered from the Hehuan sect's alliances with Sugua, Qinggua, and Ninggua. Nangong Shui spoke solemnly. Each vessel is guarded by a golden core cultivator. All Qi refining cultivators must enter the Zui Shinji for the trial assessment. Despite the current count of 2,000, only half may emerge alive. Han Qing nodded, his expression somber. He knew he must exercise greater caution. Look, is that Luo Qianxue? Indeed, it is the princess of Sugua, Luo Qianxue. A colossal flying spirit vessel loomed in the distance, longer by several dozen zhang than the one beneath Han Qing. Clearly, it was a superior magical artifact, its combat capabilities akin to those of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Crafting such a vessel required immense resources, far beyond the means of solitary cultivators, illustrating the profound foundation of a sect like Yihuan. All eyes were drawn to the grand vessel, or rather, to the enchanting figure standing upon its deck. Dressed in a flowing blue gown, the girl's graceful silhouette and alluring curves captivated all. Her long, fair legs resembled flawless jade, and she wore a blue veil that hinted at the exquisite beauty concealed beneath it. Standing proudly, she radiated an air of nobility befitting a royal, a quality few could match. It was said that Luo Qianxue possessed a Yuanling body, an extraordinary constitution that allowed her to absorb the world's spiritual energy at an accelerated pace, harmonizing with the essence of water. Should she grow in strength, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Nangong Shui continued, an extraordinary constitution. Han Qing's expression shifted. Xiaoling was similarly gifted, and now Luo Qianxue was revealed to possess the same. Yet here he was, burdened with a counterfeit spiritual root. However, this did not deter him. With the assistance of Xian Yulingyi, he could still match the cultivation speed of those with special physiques. At that moment, all eyes turned skyward as a beam of light shot into the heavens from the cabin. It was a graceful figure clad in purple, Wang Ning. Among those in purple, Wang Ning exuded the most elegance, though Ziling was undeniably the fairest. Nevertheless, elder Wang Ning was a beauty in her own right, each possessing a unique charm. As she appeared, she captured the attention of countless onlookers. Instead of flying on a sword, she floated effortlessly in midair. Qi refining cultivators could fly on swords. Most Foundation establishment cultivators utilized magical artifacts, while Golden Core cultivators soared with escape light. From the other 4 spirit vessels, beams of light also erupted, revealing Golden Core cultivators, among them, several men and 2 striking women. The 2 female Golden Core cultivators were exceptionally beautiful. Wang Ning surveyed the crowd below, her voice commanding, "Disciples, the entrance examination of Yihuan's sect begins now. Those who can return alive from the trial grounds shall become outer disciples of Yihuan's sect. You may also gather spiritual herbs within. The sect will reclaim them in exchange for contribution points, which can be redeemed for cultivation resources. The examination lasts 1 month. After 1 month, you shall be transported out. Prepare yourselves." With that, Wang Ning formed a hand gesture and cast a token, which landed upon the surface of the lake below. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, scattering waves of spiritual energy in all directions. Subsequently, the water of the lake churned and surged outward. As the water receded, a dark and ominous opening was revealed. In the next moment, a burst of golden light erupted from the entrance, and a shimmering golden teleportation array manifested before them. "Everyone, step inside," Wang Ning declared solemnly. Above, Luo Qianxue leaped gracefully, transforming into a blue silhouette that plunged into the teleportation array. Vanishing from sight, Luo Qianxue was the first to enter the realm of the fallen gods. Observing this, the others swiftly took to the air on their swords, entering the array in a steady stream. Waves of illusory light flickered, akin to ants or shooting stars, disappearing within the array. Junior brother, let us enter as well," Chen Zining urged. "Sister, please wait," Han Qing remarked, noticing that the deck was now empty, leaving only himself, his master, and Chen Zining. He promptly produced a 5-elements spiritual mountain talisman and handed it to Chen Zining. "Sister, this protective talisman is for you. Take care." Junior brother, such a precious second-tier talisman. You should keep it for your own protection," Chen Zining exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't he just too kind? Always thinking of his elder sister." "All right, sister, master, let us hurry inside." Han Qing grinned. After the 2 women entered, he flicked his wrist, sending a flurry of talismans soaring into the air, which adhered to his body. He was adorned with no less than 50 or 60 talismans, covering every available inch. "Holy moly!" Wang Ning exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 56. The Cautious Han Qing. Han Qing soared into the formation, being nearly the last to enter the realm of Juation. Wang Ning stood in stunned silence, witnessing with her own eyes as Han Qing affixed dozens of talismans to himself, covering every available space. Even the soles of his feet bore the Xinqing talismans. Initially concerned that Han Qing might perish within, she suddenly recognized the futility of her worries. This fellow was far too cautious to meet his demise. He was indeed quite prudent. Who among normal individuals would adorn themselves with a plethora of defensive talismans? No, normal cultivators would hardly possess such resources. A mere 2 or 3 talismans would suffice for an ordinary qi refining cultivator. Yet Han Qing, he was covered entirely, completely. This disciple exhibited an extraordinary level of caution. Within the realm of Juation, beneath a pale blue starry sky, a figure clad in azure garments descended rapidly. With a swift motion, a flying sword emerged from his storage pouch, stabilizing his descent. The azure-clad man was none other than Han Qing. He immediately surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of other cultivators. The vastness of Juation's domain, coupled with the randomness of the teleportation array, left him alone. Gazing upward, he beheld the pale blue heavens, where stars streaked across the sky. The entire realm was enveloped in a soft, dusky blue radiance, devoid of sun or moon. Underfoot lay a rugged rocky expanse, with stone pillars rising like stalagmites. Upon his arrival, Han Qing sensed an abundance of spiritual energy, twice as rich as that in the surrounding air. However, this also heightened his vigilance. The denser the spiritual energy, the more robust the spiritual flora, and consequently, the more formidable the beasts dwelling here. Within the realm of Juation, second-tier beasts were known to exist, equivalent to those at the Foundation establishment stage. Han Qing did not linger in thought. He quickly retrieved a map for reference. As a testing ground for the Hahuan sect, maps of this area had long been circulated. Each disciple was provided with an already explored map, depicting the unexplored peripheries. The Shirlin Mountain, known for its growth of longlin fruit, was a primary ingredient for the second-tier Lingyao, refining the Shundan, and served as an auxiliary material for many third-tier pills, including the Shoyuan Dan. Such a commodity would fetch a handsome price at the market. Conveniently, this direction led towards the Yushu cave heaven. Han Qing stowed the map and immediately took to the skies on his sword, darting towards a specific direction. As he traversed the stone forest, an increasing heat enveloped him. What was that? His gaze fell upon a bubbling pool below. Surrounding the pool were a cluster of blood-red flowers, emanating a sanguine light. The Zhuanghua, judging by its stem, was at least a century-old spiritual plant, an excellent resource for concocting the Shuyang Dan. With a swift motion, he descended to the pool's edge. After scanning for threats with his spiritual sense, he promptly began to harvest the Xinghua, uprooting the larger ones while allowing the smaller ones to continue flourishing. This collection could later be cultivated in his spiritual garden. However, just as he was gathering the blossoms, the pool erupted violently. A colossal blood-red figure surged upward, hurtling towards him with its gaping maw open wide. Boom! A burst of silver light erupted from Han Qing. Before him appeared a shimmering silver mountain projection, absorbing the impact of the large head that collided against it. Seizing the moment, Han Qing retreated several paces, his expression darkening. The silver mountain dissipated swiftly. It was his Wuxing Ling Shan talisman. The celestial-grade talisman was reusable, and fortunately, the beast before him had not shattered it. Before him stood a massive, giant python, its body adorned with fiery red scales and a blood-colored horn atop its head. The creature, known as the Huoyin Jingjing Mang, was a peak first-tier beast, equivalent to a pinnacle qi refinement cultivator. How amusing. You managed to evade my strike. Your reflexes are quite impressive. And you possess celestial-grade defensive talismans as well. A mocking voice echoed. Han Qing immediately turned to locate the source, locking his spiritual sense onto a figure emerging from the stone forest. A woman with a ponytail stepped into view, clad in scanty garments reminiscent of animal hides, revealing her flawless shoulders and delicate figure. What does this mean, fellow cultivator? Han Qing inquired sternly. The spiritual plants within the realm of Juation are free for all to harvest. Are you lying in wait specifically for me? His expression darkened. Zhao Yuner chuckled softly. I find your Wuxing Lingshan talisman rather appealing. Why not relinquish it to me? Zhao Yuner suggested. Han Qing, being merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, was outmatched by her at the 9th level, especially with the assistance of the Huoyin Jingjing Mang. Could she not handle a mere 8th level qi refinement cultivator? After a moment's contemplation, Han Qing smiled and replied, Certainly. Here you go. With a flick of his wrist, a talisman shot towards Zhao Yun'er. Bang! The talisman detonated, transforming into a myriad of spiritual power that swiftly coalesced into a glowing azure sword. A first-tier celestial-grade sword talisman. With his cultivation now advanced, Han Qing could wield celestial-grade sword talismans to vanquish foes. Whoosh! Zhao Yun'er's expression shifted dramatically. How could this fellow possess such an abundance of talismans, and of such high quality? In a flash, she retreated swiftly, conjuring a beast shell shield adorned with the bones of beasts. Boom! The azure sword clashed violently against the beast shell shield, releasing a dazzling burst of light. Zhao Yun'er was propelled backward, while the azure sword swept past the shield, crashing into the stone pillars and cleaving a ravine into the ground. In that instant of unleashing the talisman, Han Qing clutched a Xinqing talisman, vanishing from sight. At the very moment of his disappearance, the colossal head of the Huiyan, Jingjing Meng, lunged forward, barely catching a glimpse of his fleeting shadow. Above in the celestial dome, Han Qing materialized. Without uttering a single word, he swiftly formed hand seals. A flurry of talismans erupted from his sleeves, hurtling towards the monstrous serpent below. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans detonated, unleashing a torrent of flames that soared into the heavens. Second tier, Yinbao talismans. The power of the Yinbao talismans was formidable. In an instant, the golden crystal python was showered with blood, its scales sent flying in the explosive aftermath. However, the beast was evidently not yet vanquished. It let out a deep, furious roar, pivoting to ascend into the sky, its gaping maw wide open. A massive jet of flames erupted from its mouth, surging forth like a fire dragon, sweeping towards Han Qing. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly as he once again clasped a Shunheng talisman. Suddenly, he appeared behind the Huiyan Jingjing Meng. A flicker of ghostly light illuminated his hand as a black, long sword materialized. The low-grade magical artifact, Xuan's sword. With the Xuan sword in hand, Han Qing struck down fiercely upon the serpent's head. Boom. Chapter 57. The cautious loose cultivator. The low-grade magical weapon, Bloodine sword, radiated a ghostly light. In the blink of an eye, numerous sword marks appeared on the immense body of the fire-flame golden crystal python. Following this, Han Qing flicked his wrist, and a flurry of talismans shot forth. 8 talismans rapidly encircled the fire-flame golden crystal python, spinning with great speed. The golden lights surged from the talismans as golden chains burst forth, swiftly wrapping around the giant python. The chains tightened, and the python thrashed violently, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Qing descended from the sky, wielding the Bloodine sword, and thrust it towards the python's head. Stop, fellow cultivator, please stop. I concede. Do not harm my spirit pet. Zhao Yun'er exclaimed in alarm as she rushed from a distance. She had never anticipated that Han Qing possessed such terrifying combat prowess, nor that he wielded an overwhelming number of talismans. Kindly wait. I am a cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa. Are you seeking enmity with us? Han Qing's expression remained icy, his actions unimpeded. He plunged the sword into the python's skull, pinning it to the ground. The beast struggled a couple of times before its vitality completely dissipated. Zhao Yun'er turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her mind consumed by fury. How could this waste of a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement slay her spirit pet, which was at the pinnacle of Qi refinement? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yun'er immediately turned and fled, transforming into a fleeting crimson shadow, her speed astonishing as she vanished several dozen feet away in an instant. Han Qing's expression darkened. You think you can escape now? It is far too late. With a slap of his thigh, his figure flickered and disappeared. True shadow escape. Han Qing constantly recalled the survival principles of a loose cultivator. Zhao Yun'er had revealed her affiliation with the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa, and having slain her spirit pet, allowing her to escape would surely invite pursuit from her sect. Since the battle had commenced, he had to eliminate her to silence her. Otherwise, he could not quell the unease within him. Nor could he afford to cultivate a formidable enemy for his future path to immortality. Should he wait for a strong adversary to grow? As a loose cultivator, the most crucial rule was to eliminate potential threats, followed closely by erasing traces of one's actions. This was the survival code of a loose cultivator. Buzz. A figure in a blue robe materialized before Zhao Yun'er. The moment Han Qing appeared, he wasted no words and sent a talisman hurtling towards her. Zhao Yun'er was taken aback, filled with dread. Han Qing's speed was swifter than her own cloud steps. With a snap, a talisman adhered to Zhao Yun'er. Instantly, her pupils constricted, her entire body immobilized as her spirit was also confined. Second tier, Spirit Binding Talisman. Zhao Yun'er was profoundly shocked, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Fellow cultivator, please, spare my life. If you do, I am willing to serve as your sword attendant. No, a devoted servant will suffice. Zhao Yun'er pleaded, her beautiful eyes locking onto him. In truth, her figure and appearance were quite appealing, exuding the vigor of youth. This realm is perilous, and if you spare me, we can survive together, making it easier to pass the trials of the Hahuan sect, she continued. Oh, is that so? Han Qing's lips curled slightly. He did not approach her, but remained several paces away, coldly observing the woman. Fellow cultivator, as long as you are willing, I shall be yours, for eternity. Zhao Yun'er's lips curled in a slight smile, sensing the binding talisman's loosening. This kind of talisman could only hold a cultivator for a brief moment. I beg you, she implored as Han Qing approached. In that instant, her demeanor shifted to one of cold amusement. Fellow cultivator, you might as well perish. Suddenly, Zhao Yun'er struck, a flash of blood light illuminating her hand as a sharp, pointed horn materialized. Simultaneously, she released a storage bag, from which a shadowy glow erupted, transforming into a massive black beetle. The black beetle, with jaws as sharp as blades, charged towards Han Qing. Han Qing's expression remained calm as he swiftly performed hand seals. In that very moment, a bloodlight shot from behind Zhao Yun'er, piercing through her body in an instant. She had no time to react to the fact that a mere 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator had slain her, a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner. How could this be possible? The bloodlight swiftly darted back, plunging into the black beetle's body, emerging from its chest before swirling back to Han Qing's side. A low-grade magical weapon, Mo Long Needle. Han Qing had long prepared a contingency. As a loose cultivator, one must always be cautious. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yun'er's storage bag fell into his grasp. He then collected the black beetle and the giant python's corpse into the storage bag, followed by gathering all the blood sun flowers by the pond. Fireball technique. Wind control technique. Rain summoning technique. Han Qing diligently cleaned the battlefield, erasing all traces, even washing away the dust with torrential rain, leaving the atmosphere in utter disarray. He then stepped into the wind, soaring into the sky, swiftly departing the location. Not long after his departure, for beams of sword light descended upon the pond's edge. Leading them was Chen Chongfeng, who had suppressed his cultivation and used a disguise talisman. Chen Chongfeng's face was ashen. A battle had recently transpired here. Could it have been that waste, Han Qing? He produced a magical disc, within which glimmered numerous light points, each representing a trial disciple. Han Qing's light point was not far ahead. Pursue. Chen Chongfeng soared into the wind, followed closely by the other three, as they hastily chased after Han Qing. 2 days later, a serene azure light quietly halted in the expanse of the heavens. Han Qing glanced at the map in his hand before lifting his gaze towards a colossal mountain peak in the distance. This mountain was a volcano, its summit swirling with dense spiritual energy that radiated outward in rippling circles. What a remarkable manifestation of spiritual energy. Han Qing's expression shifted subtly. This location was precisely where the map indicated the existence of the Longlingua. The Longlingua flourishes at the edges of volcanic lava, embodying a rich essence of fire attribute. The spiritual energy anomaly had diffused for several thousand zhang. Such an astonishing phenomenon of spiritual energy suggested that the Longlingua above had likely matured for a millennium. Swift action was imperative, for this anomaly might attract other practitioners. Han Qing quickly soared over a mountain peak, landing at the edge of the volcano. Above the volcano lay a celestial lava pool, featuring a small island at its center. On this island grew crimson vines, adorned with a single translucent, blood-red fruit. The surface of the fruit was covered in delicate scales, reminiscent of dragon scales. This was a millennium-old Longlingua. There was only one on the island, a solitary treasure. Han Qing's expression brightened with joy. However, the heat above the volcanic magma was exceedingly fierce. For a Qi refining practitioner to traverse this space would require an immense expenditure of mystical energy, with the potential peril of perishing in the attempt. At that moment, Han Qing's expression darkened. He witnessed 3 beams of sword light shooting forth with alarming speed. The Millennium Longlingua, now that is quite a prize. A figure clad in white sneered. Han Qing's countenance fell. He recognized this figure. It was Su Qin, a practitioner from the Hawan sect. Chapter 58. The Dragon Scale Fruit and the Formation. Su Qin was flanked by 4 Jianxiu from the Hawan sect, forming a team of herbal gatherers. Among them, 2 were 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators, while the other 2 were at the 8th level. With a mere glance from Su Qin, the 2 9th-level cultivators advanced, immediately surrounding Han Qing from both sides. Han Qing's heart sank. What was Su Shixiang up to? Su Qin's expression was as cold as ice. What am I doing? He recalled Nangong Wan and remembered how this old man had competed with him for a companion. If I eliminate you, Nangong Wan will be mine. Su Qin declared icily. Once I procure the dragon scale fruit, I will send you on your way. Han Qing's face darkened immediately. You are a disciple of the Hawan sect, while I am merely a trial disciple. How can your sect treat us this way? Su Qin sneered. Li Feiyu, my friend, you are now just a loose cultivator. Han Qing realized Su Qin only knew him by his alias, Li Feiyu. Go, retrieve the dragon scale fruit for me, Su Qin commanded sternly. A 9th-level Qi refinement Jinxiu immediately took flight, soaring into the sky. He skimmed over the surface of the volcanic magma lake, quickly covering some distance. However, at that moment, the magma beneath his feet suddenly roiled. A searing column of molten rock erupted, enveloping him and dragging him into the lava pool in the blink of an eye. Boom. Just like that, a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator was gone. Su Qin's expression changed drastically, and the others were equally astonished. The depths of this lava pool could devour lives. There must be fire attribute beasts lurking below. No wonder the dragon scale fruit has taken millennia to mature. This place is perilous indeed. Grinding his teeth, Su Qin suddenly turned his gaze towards Han Qing, drawing his sword with a swift motion. A long sword, shimmering with silver brilliance, soared into the sky, hovering above Han Qing's head. At that moment, the 3 other Jinxiu also drew their swords, a terrifying aura of killing intent enveloping Han Qing. Han Qing's expression shifted dramatically. The 4 Jinxiu radiated lethal intent, with 2 9th level and 2 of equal rank. Jinxiu are generally stronger than ordinary cultivators. He stood no chance against all 4 of them. Go and collect the dragon scale fruit, Su Qin commanded in a low voice. Han Qing's expression darkened. This lava pool is fraught with danger. Why don't you go yourself? Enough of your nonsense. If you refuse, you will surely die. If you obediently collect it, perhaps I will spare your life. Old fool. The dragon scale fruit is not worth your life. Su Qin replied coldly. Han Qing's expression turned grim. The moment he moved, the swords around him would surely strike. Fine, I will go. He was merely a solitary loose cultivator. Without prior preparation, he was no match for the 4. Han Qing quickly considered his options and regained his composure. He approached the edge of the lava pool and stepped forward, soaring into the air on a gust of wind. Flying towards the small island in the center. The lava pool was vast, with several hundred zhang separating the shore from the island. Meanwhile, Su Qin and his 3 companions ascended into the sky, surrounding the lava pool from 4 directions to prevent Han Qing from fleeing. They watched him with cold smiles, hoping he would succeed in retrieving the dragon scale fruit. If he could not, it would allow Su Qin to observe the beasts lurking below. Either way, death awaited him. Once Han Qing was gone, Nangong Wan would be his. He truly cherished that dual cultivation partner. With such a furnace, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar. As for Han Qing, before passing the trial, he was merely a loose cultivator. At that moment, Han Qing was leaping across the lava pool. In an instant, the magma below churned violently, sending a powerful heat wave skyward. Suddenly, Han Qing felt a formidable consciousness locking onto him. The magma below erupted, forming a terrifying claw of molten rock that lunged toward him. Even more alarming was that at that moment, he found his spiritual energy suppressed and bound, unable to even wield his sword. It was no wonder that the 9th-level cultivator had no means to resist. The beast lurking below was at least a peak 2nd-tier monster. Han Qing's pupils constricted, just as the magma claw was about to grasp him. He swiftly shifted his form, a burst of azure light exploding around him. Almost as if teleporting, he vanished, crossing hundreds of zhang to appear on the small island. The claw, of course, grasped at nothing but air. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted across the heavens and earth. Su Qin's face darkened. Han Qing has made it across. A teleportation talisman, or perhaps a divine-grade one. This old fool possesses quite the treasures. He even has a divine-grade teleportation talisman. One I do not own. Han Qing, quickly retrieve the dragon scale fruit. Su Qin shouted in anger. Han Qing rapidly arrived before the dragon scale fruit, yet he did not pluck it. Instead, he swiftly produced a formation plate, adorned with 5 black formation flags. Go! Han Qing pointed, and the 5 formation flags shot out, launching in 5 directions and landing at the island's periphery. Activate! The inverted 5 elements formation was established, and thick mist quickly enveloped the island, spreading outward and soon shrouding the entire mountaintop lava pool. This was an upgraded version of the inverted 5 elements formation, enhanced from a first-tier to a second-tier formation using high-grade refining materials, greatly expanding its coverage. The moment the formation took shape, it enveloped Su Qin and his 3 companions, who found themselves suspended above the lava pool. They dared not approach the pool. Yet they feared Han Qing might escape, so they remained above, watching him. Little did they expect Han Qing to swiftly set up the formation and possess a second-tier array. The inverted 5 elements formation could allow one to enter unnoticed. The entire area above the lava pool quickly became shrouded in mist. Su Qin's expression darkened, and he erupted in fury. Li Feiyu, you dare? Su Qin raised his hand and threw. The silver longsword swiftly circled around him, ever ready to provide protection. The inverted 5 elements formation possessed the capacity to bind one's consciousness and suppress spiritual power. At this moment, Su Qin and the other 3 sword cultivators found themselves restrained by the formation. On the small island below, Han Qing, seizing the instant when the formation sealed, promptly retrieved a wooden box and uprooted the long-limbed fruit, taking it with its roots. He chose to preserve some of the surrounding soil to carry away as well. This treasure was invaluable, as it could be cultivated in abundance using Xian Yu spiritual liquid. Moreover, this area harbored more than just a single long-limbed fruit. Beasts and birds scattered the seeds of the spiritual plant, eliminating any risk of extinction. After obtaining the long-limbed fruit, Han Qing immediately activated a movement talisman, his figure flickering out of sight. In the next instant, he reappeared directly above Su Qin and his companions. However, enveloped in the thick fog, they were unable to lock onto his presence without proximity. Han Qing's expression darkened. A flicker of ghostly light illuminated his hand as the blood-in sword emerged. Without warning, he plunged into the mist, fiercely striking towards a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement with a single, wrathful slash. Chapter 59, No Martial Ethics. Han Qing intends to eliminate his foes one by one, and he must act swiftly. This is the territory of Hehuan Zone, where numerous cultivators of the sect reside. Should anyone discover that he has slain a disciple of Hehuan Zone, not only would his aspirations to join the sect be thwarted, but he would also likely face relentless pursuit. Yet, these sword cultivators seek his life. There is no room for weakness or retreat. Fleeing may offer temporary respite, but not for eternity. Boom. A cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement attempts to escape amidst the mist, but evasion proves futile. At that moment, a streak of azure light erupts beside him. Han Qing strikes with his sword. The cultivator's face pales in shock as he raises his silver long sword in defense. Bang! Han Qing's sword descends with tremendous force, sending the cultivator reeling back several dozen zhang, his expression filled with terror. Though they both share the 8th level of Qi refinement, Han Qing's spiritual power far surpasses his own. With a low-grade magical weapon, the blood-in sword in hand, the cultivator's long sword shatters instantaneously. Alarmed, in disbelief, the cold light sword shadow technique. The cultivator flicks his wrist, releasing multiple flying swords that burst forth in a dazzling display, splitting into 2, then 4, forming a torrent of sword energy rushing towards Han Qing. Lingshan Fu. Buzz. A silver mountain phantom materializes before Han Qing. The torrent of sword energy crashes against the silver mountain, scattering 5-colored illusory light and unleashing layers of spiritual power. Restrain. The power of the array, inversion of the 5 elements, descends heavily upon the cultivator. At that moment, Han Qing flicks his wrist, sending a streak of blood light soaring from his sleeve, vanishing into the mist. In the next instant, the mo long needle appears suddenly behind the fleeing cultivator, radiating a crimson glow as it hurtles towards him. The cultivator's expression shifts to one of sheer horror as a terrifying sword energy erupts. He transforms into a sword-like figure and darts away. Han Qing swiftly forms hand seals, causing the mo long needle to vibrate and accelerate dramatically. It pierces through the fleeing figure in an instant, turning his chest into a mist of blood. He falls on the spot. Han Qing beckons, and the long needle returns to his side, swirling around him. Meanwhile, the scene before Su Qin transforms drastically. The once blank expanse morphs into a mountain of blades, with sharp swords littering the ground below. A colossal peak looms ahead, adorned with thousands of swords. The inversion of the 5 elements array, the illusion of metal. The other 2 cultivators find themselves in a forest, the illusion of wood. While another is submerged in a vast ocean, the illusion of water. Su Qin's expression darkens tremendously. That old man, Li Feiyu, possesses such formidable strength. It is simply unfathomable. He had underestimated the old man. In truth, he believed that with 5 sword cultivators, including 3 at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, defeating the old man would be a trivial task. Just then, Su Qin abruptly looks up, spotting a figure in azure robes atop the mountain of blades. It is Han Qing. Having used a disguise talisman, he appears as an elderly man. Li Feiyu, you seek death. Su Qin roars, immediately drawing his sword and launching himself towards Han Qing. Han Qing's expression turns frigid as he forms hand seals, pointing at Su Qin. Metal's restraint. The inversion of the 5 elements array is centered around the 5 elemental forces. Metal signifies slaughter, while water signifies entrapment. In an instant, the swords atop the mountain of blades soar into the air, coalescing into a torrent of weaponry that surges towards Su Qin. Su Qin's face darkens, breaking sword technique. Infusing all his spiritual power into his long sword, the silver blade, a low-grade magical weapon, erupts in brilliance. Buzz. Su Qin swings his sword with ferocity, generating a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy. Boom. The 2 torrents collide, dispersing layers of spiritual power. 2 colors of illusory light explode. The energy flows dissipate into nothingness. Han Qing's expression hardens, astonished. He had unleashed his full power with the support of the inversion of the 5 elements array, yet Su Qin managed to withstand it. He had underestimated Su Qin, whose strength far surpasses his own, leaving Han Qing momentarily stunned. Once more, Han Qing forms his seals, gathering immense spiritual power above him to coalesce into a giant sword of shining gold. Still a strike conjured through the inversion of the 5 elements array. The golden sword measures 3 zhang in length, emanating a formidable aura. At that moment, Han Qing suddenly gazes into the distance. He perceives 3 streaks of sword light hurtling towards him, exuding an overwhelming power. Leading the charge is a swift streak of light, a foundational cultivator. Qin Changfeng. Qin Changfeng, a member of the Qin clan, immediately witnesses the scene unfolding over the volcanic rock pool, his face twisting in fury. Han Qing, you vile wretch, how dare you kill my He Huanzong disciple? Do you still wish to join He Huanzong? Dream on. Halt. If you dare to make a move, I shall surely shatter you to pieces. Qin Changfeng bellows. As a foundational cultivator, his speed is unparalleled. Han Qing's expression darkens. How could a foundational cultivator infiltrate the entrance trials? A foundational cultivator of He Huanzong at that. Qin Changfeng belongs to the Qin clan, which has long sought his life. Faced with a foundational cultivator and 2 at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he knows he is no match. Slay. Han Qing bellows. The golden giant sword above him descends violently towards Su Qin. Without pause, Han Qing unleashes several talismans that shoot down towards the rock pool, plunging into its depths. Then boom, 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 the talismans explode, causing the entire rock pool to churn violently. Roar. The foundational demon beast lying dormant beneath the rock pool is instantly roused. Han Qing did not hesitate. With a swift clap of his thigh, his figure flickered. In the next instant, he appeared hundreds of zhang away. With another flash, he vanished to 300 zhang distant. He immediately employed the Jinying Dun, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he fled with fervor. In a series of blinks, he disappeared from sight. Boom. Qin Changfeng stood above the rocky pool, his countenance ashen with fury, trembling with rage. Han Qing's escape, utilizing the Xinqing Fu, was comparable to the evasion speed of a foundational stage cultivator. More critically, Han Qing had provoked the ferocious beasts lurking beneath the rocky pool. Massive tentacles surged skyward, entwined with molten lava, hurtling towards the 3 sword cultivators, Su Qin and his companions. Qin Changfeng gritted his teeth. Should he remain to rescue Su Qin, he would inevitably allow Han Qing to escape. If he pursued Han Qing, Su Qin and his companions would surely perish. What a predicament! Han Qing had left him in a dire situation, a veritable trap. a black longsword materialized in Chun Chongfeng's grasp. In a swift motion, he arrived beside Su Qing. With a single swing, he unleashed a tempest of energy that cleaved through the tentacle. Yet, this action incited the wrath of the beasts below. Tentacles rose once more, coiling towards Qin Chongfeng. Beneath the molten rock lay a second-tier beast resembling a giant squid. It surged upward, gaping wide to unleash torrents of scalding. Chapter 60, Shuayu Shuangong. Above a vast expanse of ice and snow, a streak of azure light darted across the sky. It swiftly descended upon a mountain peak. No, the previous use of the shadow escape had consumed too much of my vital energy. After fleeing for so long, Qin Chongfeng should not be able to catch up with me in the short term. The figure clad in azure was none other than Han Qing, who was still utilizing a disguised talisman to assume the appearance of a handsome youth. He landed on the mountainside of the snow-capped peak. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword spiraled through the air before vanishing into his storage bag. Immediately, Han Qing gestured again, and several black ritual flags shot forth, embedding themselves in the ground in all directions. The inverted five elements formation enveloped Han Qing's figure. To an outsider, the snow-covered mountain remained unchanged. With no trace of Han Qing to be seen, he found a steep cave and entered it. Then, he sat cross-legged, adjusting his energy flow. After consuming a qi-gathering pill, he began to restore his internal vital energy. After half an hour of cultivation, the azure glow surrounding Han Qing gradually faded. His thoughts turned somber. Qin Chongfeng, a cultivator from the Xinjian peak of the Hahuan sect, held animosity towards him. Yet, within the Hahuan sect, there were still many individuals he cherished, such as Master Ziling and Elder Wang Ning. At this juncture, he could only take it one step at a time. As long as he joined the Hahuan sect as an outer disciple, Xinjian Peak could do nothing against him. The sect strictly forbade disciples from killing one another. Han Qing then retrieved a storage bag belonging to a female cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa. How did the cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain Villa infiltrate the trial grounds of the Hahuan sect? That was of no concern to Han Qing. He began to rummage through Zhao Yun'er's storage bag. What is this? With a flick of his hand, two items floated before him, a small white gourd and a jade slip. Typically, jade slips and bamboo slips are used to record cultivation techniques. Han Qing pressed the jade slip to his forehead, and golden runes immediately flew into his mind. The spirit control technique? This was the secret of the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa to control demon beasts. Unfortunately, he had only obtained the first half of the scroll. However, this portion was still quite useful. The spirit control technique contained within could even command third-tier demon beasts, which was impressive. A slight smile graced Han Qing's lips as he stored the jade slip away and turned his attention to the white jade gourd. Gourd-like objects are often spatial artifacts. For instance, the nurturing sword gourd given to him by Wang Ning could nurture spiritual plants as well as spiritual swords. Peering into the white jade gourd, he beheld a gigantic mother insect, approximately 10 feet long, resembling a common pupa. Could this be the mother of the black armored beetle? Although the black armored beetle was not particularly formidable, if present in sufficient numbers, it could become quite a nuisance. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing decided to nurture this mother insect. He promptly placed a batch of low-tier spiritual plants before it. Upon sensing the fragrance of the spiritual plants, the mother insect began to devour them. A grin spread across Han Qing's face. This creature would undoubtedly be his in the future. After securing this item, Han Qing produced a map. The location was now considerably closer to the Yushu cave. Finding the soul crystal was more pressing. There were also spiritual plants near the Yushu cave suitable for refining foundation establishment pills. This trip would allow him to gather some spiritual plants in preparation for his future foundation establishment. Han Qing then exited the cave. With a wave of his hand, the black ritual flags flew back from all directions and disappeared into his sleeve. He then drew forth his flying sword and soared into the sky. Han Qing's spiritual sense rapidly extended outward. His spiritual sense was significantly stronger than that of his peers at the same cultivation level. After cultivating the Dian technique, his spiritual sense was now comparable to the early stage of foundation establishment. However, he was still unable to condense his spiritual will into a soul attack, as cultivating the soul required a lengthy period of refinement. What is that? Han Qing's spiritual sense scanned and pinpointed a cliff on the snow mountain, where a massive scarlet spiritual mushroom was visibly growing. A fire-red spiritual mushroom thriving in such a frigid locale? Could it be a fire spirit mushroom? The rich medicinal fragrance and vitality it exuded suggested it was at least a millennium old. This item would be excellent for alchemy. Han Qing immediately hovered his sword at the edge of the cliff, his expression one of elation. This millennium-old fire spirit mushroom could fetch hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, if not more. Just as he was about to harvest the precious mushroom, his countenance suddenly changed. Boom. The once quiet snow at the base of the cliff began to churn violently. A colossal white figure shot skyward, its massive pincers lunging towards Han Qing. Silver light erupted around him, and a silver mountain illusion materialized beneath his feet. The five elements Spirit Mountain Talisman. The enormous figure crashed into the Spirit Mountain Talisman, and a talisman on Han Qing instantly ignited into flames and disintegrated. He swiftly darted upward, creating distance between himself and the creature. At this moment, he discerned the nature of the beast below. It was a gigantic centipede, entirely snow-white and as thick as a water bucket. Its body bristled with sharp, formidable legs, and it bore a pair of razor-sharp pincers in its mouth. This centipede possessed at least early-stage second-tier strength, akin to that of a human Foundation establishment cultivator. Shuiyu Shuangong. Han Qing's expression darkened. He was genuinely alarmed. It was said that this demon beast bore the bloodline of the Spirit Clan, which was associated with the ancient True Spirit races, such as the six-armed Demon Ape, True Dragon Clan, and True Phoenix Clan. The true spirit lineage of this Shuiyu Shuangong was the six-winged True Centipede. Fortunately, it was still in its juvenile form. Had it awakened even a trace of the six-winged True Centipede's bloodline in the future, he would have no chance of escape today, let alone contend with it. To confront a Foundation establishment demon beast, he needed to remain fully focused and exert all his strength. Indeed, precious spiritual plants are often guarded by demon beasts. These creatures rely on devouring spiritual plants to enhance their cultivation. And this millennium-old fire spirit mushroom had likely been protected by the Shuiyu Shuangong for quite some time. Come, let me witness your prowess. Han Qing waved his hand, and several talismans soared into the sky. The silver talisman soared towards the heavens, instantly transforming into countless strands of spiritual energy that dispersed widely, shattering layers of clouds in the celestial dome. Subsequently, an immense concentration of spiritual energy coalesced above, forming a thunder arc formation. Thunder rumbled ominously. The Shuiyu Shuangong let out a wild howl, its form shuddering as it ascended into the air. It unleashed a torrent of thick, dark green toxic mist aimed directly at Han Qing. His expression shifted subtly. The toxicity of the mist was evidently formidable. Without hesitation, he cast two Yinbao talismans. Boom, boom. The talismans detonated in the void. However, the fierce flames and explosive force were swiftly devoured by the toxic mist. Erosion. Han Qing swiftly formed hand seals. Fall. Boom. The heavens erupted with thunder. A lightning arc, as thick as a thumb, shot downward, piercing through the toxic mist, causing it to dissipate. Yet, the lightning arc was rapidly consumed, shrinking to the size of a pinky finger before crashing against the hardened carapace of the Shuiyu Shuangong. Roar. The creature howled in agony. It was effective. A grin spread across Han Qing's face as he unleashed a series of incantations. Above, arcs of lightning cascaded down like rain. The Shuiyu Shuangong was left bewildered. A human cultivator? This old rascal. Chapter 61, Shuiyu Shuangong. The arc of lightning cascaded down from the heavens like a torrent, bursting forth in a dazzling silver light reminiscent of the Milky Way. The Shuiyu Shuangong swiftly coiled itself into a tight ball, its pristine white carapace facing upwards. Though the beast was formidable, it was at a disadvantage as many lower-tier demonic creatures lacked the ability to wield magical artifacts, often relying solely on their physical strength. However, the resilience of demonic beasts far surpasses that of humans. The arcs of lightning crackled as they struck the creature's carapace, scorching it black. Han Qing's expression darkened. This was the Five Thunder Talisman, an array of second-tier lightning strikes capable of contending with Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, the Shuiyu Shuangong remained steadfast, using its carapace to absorb the blows, proving to be even more tenacious than the average Foundation establishment practitioner. In that instant, the Shuiyu Shuangong transformed into a blur, darting in all directions as the descending arcs of lightning struck the ground. Its speed was remarkable. Should it mature and grow wings, it would become even swifter. Han Qing's countenance grew grim as, in the blink of an eye, the Shuiyu Shuangong spiraled around him. Its enormous maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, suddenly opened wide, releasing a billowing cloud of white mist imbued with frigid power that rapidly froze everything in its path. The white mist enveloped Han Qing in an instant, prompting him to hastily circulate his energy to push the frost back. At that moment, a white shadow collided into him. A talisman on Han Qing's body transformed into flames, dissipating to reveal a silver hill before him. The Shuyu Shuanggong crashed violently into the illusory hill, the immense force sending Han Qing reeling back several hundred feet. With a flick of his wrist, the blood-aimed sword materialized above him, emanating a ghostly light as it slashed toward the Shuyu Shuanggong. However, the strike merely left a faint mark on its solid carapace. Han Qing felt a deep sense of despair. It seemed that only the power of lightning could serve as a bane to the Shuyu Shuanggong. Boom. Just then, the silver hill before Han Qing shattered upon impact. If a second tier 5 elements spirit mountain talisman could be destroyed, the might of this demonic beast was evident. Yet, in that fleeting moment, another silver hill appeared. The Shuyu Shuanggong, bewildered, raised its head in confusion. How could a human cultivator possess such an abundance of talismans, especially of divine quality? It was utterly perplexed. Immediately, it lifted its head high and charged again with a thunderous crash. Han Qing cast out 8 golden talismans, which spiraled around the Shuyu Shuanggong, their golden light radiating forth as golden chains erupted from them. The binding spirit formation ensnared the creature, which roared in rage and thrashed about, the chains crackling with energy. Now was the moment. Fall. Boom. Above, the lightning formation in the heavens gathered an abundance of spiritual power, as arcs of lightning descended, coalescing into thick bolts that struck the Shuyu Shuanggong, piercing through its massive body. The creature trembled violently, its form stiffening before slowly curling inwards, charred black. Han Qing waved his hand, retracting the lightning, yet maintaining the 5 elements heavenly thunder formation. He observed the severely injured beast, cautious not to approach. One could never be too careful, as the beast might retaliate fiercely even in its weakened state. Many cultivators had perished due to overconfidence, falling victim to self-detonation even when their enemies lay gravely injured. Han Qing's consciousness enveloped the Shuyu Shuanggong. It had not perished yet. He immediately cast a series of spells that descended onto the creature's head, the spirit beast control technique. This was a method to dominate the spirit of a beast. I offer you 2 choices. First, obediently become my spirit beast. Second, I shall refine you with lightning right now. Once you become my spirit beast, you may feast upon the millennium spirit herbs I possess in abundance. The Shuyu Shuanggong, having suffered a grievous wound and bound by the binding spirit formation, could not escape. It roared twice in defiance before slowly lowering its head. Simultaneously, Han Qing's spirit control technique shackled its soul, sealing its fate within the confines of his will. From that moment forth, its life and death rested solely in Han Qing's hands, and it became his spirit companion. Han Qing summoned the 8 talismans back into his sleeve, and the 5 elements heavenly thunder formation swiftly dissipated. He produced a healing pill of divine quality, raising his hand to drop it into the Shuyu Shuanggong's mouth, urging it to consume and gradually refine the pill. Han Qing then retrieved a white jade gourd, and the Shuyu Shuanggong trembled before rapidly shrinking and flying into the gourd. Avoid the mother bug. Han Qing contemplated deeply, realizing that he would need to procure a treasure capable of nurturing spirit companions in the future. It was untenable for the Shuyu Shuanggong and the mother bug to coexist in the same space. Subsequently, Han Qing soared on his sword toward the Millennium Fire Spirit Herb, promptly harvesting it. He then took to the skies, heading in a specific direction. 3 days later, Han Qing flew over the expanse of snowfields, arriving at a lush, verdant landscape dotted with towering ancient trees, predominantly vine-like in nature. The Yushu Cave region had finally come into view. Han Qing looked up to see a colossal stone pillar rising majestically beyond the distant mountains, piercing the clouds. This towering pillar exceeded the surrounding peaks in height, reaching the same level as the clouds. The closer one approached the stone pillar, the denser the spiritual energy in the air became. Yushu Stone Pillar. This area was named Yushu Cave precisely because of this pillar. Behind the Yushu Stone Pillar stood a palace known as Yushu Divine Palace, which housed soul crystals, the primary objective of Han Qing's journey. In but a fleeting moment, Han Qing's expression shifted dramatically. In the distance, the stone pillar suddenly erupted with a surge of spiritual energy. The waves of spiritual energy surged forth, spreading outwards in all directions like the tumultuous tides of the sea. Layer upon layer of these waves expanded incessantly, their reach astonishingly vast. Even from dozens or hundreds of miles away, Han Qing could perceive the purity of this spiritual energy. A phenomenon of spiritual energy. Han Qing's heart raced with astonishment. The Yusu stone pillar had triggered such a terrifying wave of spiritual energy, a remarkable phenomenon indeed. Just how pure must the spiritual flora be? How many years must it have matured? This was fortuitous. He could replenish his stock of spiritual flora in this vicinity. However, such a remarkable phenomenon of spiritual energy would undoubtedly attract the attention of many cultivators from the fallen god realm. He needed to act swiftly. Without hesitation, Han Qing darted towards the direction of the Yusu stone pillar. Simultaneously, he projected his consciousness outward, a feat achievable in the early stages of foundation building, with a range far surpassing that of Qi refining cultivators. In an instant, he found himself descending upon a mountainside, concealing himself within a rocky cave. At the same time, he activated a concealment talisman to mask his presence. He swiftly retrieved a magical artifact to envelop himself, the concealment silk. In a mere heartbeat, he seemed to vanish into thin air. Just then, a beam of sword light shot forth towards him. Chapter 62. Master's wife, hold me tight. One person wielded the sword, heading directly towards the direction of Yushu Palace. Upon the flying sword stood a captivating figure, her skin as white as snow and her expression as cold as ice. She was a stunningly beautiful fairy. Nangang Shui. She lingered near the stone pillars of Yushu, drawn in by a wave of terrifying spiritual energy. Such an astonishing surge of spiritual energy must indicate the presence of rare and potent spiritual plants. The Hahuan sect had chosen this location for their entrance examination precisely to allow these Qi-refining disciples to harvest a bounty of spiritual flora. The plants they gathered could be submitted to the sect or retained for personal cultivation. The Hahuan sect sought to recruit disciples with the hope that they would grow increasingly powerful, all striving towards the path of immortality. The sole tenet within the sect was clear: cultivate, break through, and embark on the journey to eternal life. The entire sect and its disciples were dedicated to this goal, ensuring that the overall strength of the Hahuan sect was formidable. Yet, she pondered the fate of that rebellious disciple. Nangang Shui felt a twinge of melancholy. The land of the fallen gods was exceedingly perilous. She had encountered numerous fierce beasts along the way and stumbled upon the remains of various cultivators, some slain by beasts, others by fellow practitioners. A sense of worry crept over her. That rebellious disciple must survive this place. For reasons unknown, her longing for Han Qing had intensified. She wished for nothing more than for Han Qing to thrive on the path of immortality alongside her. In a fleeting moment, her expression shifted dramatically as several beams of sword light shot forth. For beams encircled her, and as the light dissipated, the true forms of 4 individuals emerged. Who were they? The senior brothers of the Hahuan sect. Nangang Shui furrowed her brow. In this place, beasts were not the most dreadful threat. Encountering human cultivators was far more terrifying. Among them were Su Qin and the foundational cultivator Qin Changfeng, along with 2 other 9th-layer Qi-refining practitioners. Su Qin's eyes brightened, and he approached eagerly. Nangang Junior Sister, it's you. I never expected to see you here. This examination site is exceedingly dangerous. Why not accompany us? He suggested with a smile. If you wish, I shall accompany and protect you, and you may also receive a share of the spiritual plants we collect. Nangang Shui's expression shifted slightly. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I have my own plans, so I won't impose on you any longer. She turned to leave. Su Qin's mood darkened. How ungrateful can she be? What is so great about that old man? Why must the junior sister act this way? If you were to become my partner, you could have anything you desire. Please reconsider. He genuinely liked Nangang Shui, believing that with her by his side, his cultivation would surely advance rapidly. Nangang Shui's heart skipped a beat. 4 powerful individuals from the Hahuan sect were present, and she needed to extricate herself quickly. Forget it. I am solely focused on my cultivation and have no interest in forming a partnership. You do as you wish, senior brother, she thought, attempting to flee on her sword. However, a figure obstructed her path. Qin Changfeng, a foundational cultivator. What are you doing? Nangang Shui queried coldly. Qin Changfeng's expression was frigid. You are closely associated with Han Qing. Capturing you will naturally compel him to appear. We can use you to coerce him, he replied coldly. You'll have to obediently follow us and heed our commands. How can a senior of the Hahuan sect stoop to such tactics? Nangong Shue's fury flared. A ruler materialized in her hand. The exquisite Wuling ruler. Qin Changfeng smirked. So you're unwilling to comply? You do possess a certain charm. As a cultivation furnace, you will do just fine. Kneel. He reached out, and a massive azure claw materialized above her, casting a terrifying pressure that descended upon her swiftly. Nangong Shue's expression turned alarmed. A foundational cultivator's attack left her no chance to retaliate. She swiftly crushed a talisman in her hand, her figure flickering as she vanished from sight. In the next instant, she reappeared 300 zhang away. Teleportation talisman. An immortal-grade teleportation talisman. Qin Changfeng exclaimed. But let us see how far you can flee. He took to the air on his sword, rapidly pursuing her. Nangong Shui consumed teleportation talismans one after another. Although immortal-grade talismans could be reused, their quantity was limited. Soon, after traversing 10 li, the talisman in her hand burst into flames and disappeared. No more. Nangong Shui's eyes widened in terror as the foundational cultivator surged toward her from behind. She quickly summoned the Wuling ruler, which emitted a brilliant light, splitting into 2, then 4, transforming into countless ethereal ruler shadows that shot toward Qin Changfeng, converging into a formidable torrent of ruler shadows. Trivial skills. Heavenly Slaughter Sword. Qin Changfeng unleashed a sword strike, creating a crescent-shaped wave of energy that sliced toward the torrent of Wuling ruler shadows. With a thunderous roar, 2 hues of light erupted, and countless spiritual energies surged forth. The torrent of Wuling ruler shadows was shattered. Nangong Shui's expression changed drastically. She was merely a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator. The disparity between chi refining and foundational cultivators was immense. At that moment, a residual shadow flashed behind her. Qin Changfeng struck from the side with his sword. Boom. Another talisman ignited on Nangong Shui, summoning a silver mountain that instinctively shielded her. Bang. Qin Changfeng's sword collided with the silver mountain, sending Nangong Shui flying several dozen zhang, her face pale with shock. Another immortal grade 5 elements spirit mountain talisman. You are indeed connected to that Han Qing. Qin Changfeng exclaimed angrily. Nangong Shui's expression darkened profoundly, her aura in disarray. A chi refining cultivator was no match for a foundational cultivator, and it would take no more than 10 strikes. She would be slain by Qin Changfeng. In that instant, despair engulfed her as if her heart had plunged to the depths of a valley. Qin Changfeng transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelling towards her with ferocity. The Lingshan talisman adorning her body had been shattered. She found herself bereft of any defensive talismans. Her pupils constricted sharply. It was precisely at that moment that a figure clad in green appeared beside her. The figure swiftly cast a Lingshan talisman. Then, gripping her shoulder, the form began to sway. Boom. Qin Changfeng's sword struck the Lingshan talisman, which disintegrated in an instant. However, the 2 figures had already vanished several hundred zhang away. Han Qing. Once again, it was Han Qing. Damn it. Qin Changfeng's mind erupted. Han Qing had rescued Nangong Shui from his grasp. Yet, this useless fool had finally made an appearance. I shall see where you flee. Chase. Qin Changfeng surged forward. Han Qing embraced Nangong Shui's slender waist, holding a Shun Xing talisman in his hand. Shermu, hold on tight. True shadow escape. Shermu, what is soft and tender? Chapter 63. Not much, not much. Nangong Shui's delicate face flushed. You rebellious disciple. How can you not be soft when you hold me so tightly? She said with a hint of melancholy. Han Qing. He held Nangong Shui's slender waist, unwilling to let go of his beloved master's warm and tender body. Ahem, master. I am merely considering my escape. In Han Qing's hand, a celestial-grade movement talisman crumbled to ashes. A celestial-grade talisman can typically be reused around 10 times before its mystical energy is depleted and it turns to dust. Soon after, another talisman appeared in Han Qing's hand. With a flicker of his form, he transported himself and Nangong Shui to the summit of a mountain 100 zhang away. In another instant, they vanished from sight. Moments later, Qin Changfeng also arrived at the mountaintop, merely a step behind Han Qing. Nevertheless, the distance between them was steadily diminishing. The speed of Han Qing's escape using the movement talisman was not much different from that of a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Let us see how many talismans you have left. Qin Changfeng soared into the sky on his sword. Shortly thereafter, Su Qin and the other 2 landed on the mountaintop, but they were considerably delayed. Su Qin's expression darkened. If he were to pursue Han Qing, he simply could not catch up. In the distance, Nan Gongshui observed Han Qing producing yet another movement talisman. He had already consumed 5 of them and fled dozens of li. How many talismans do you actually possess? Nan Gongshui inquired, astonished. Han Qing grinned. Not much, just that I am covered in them. I probably have about 100 movement talismans left. Master, you have reminded me. I need to prepare more talismans. At least fill 1 storage bag. No, 2 or 3 storage bags would be necessary. Nan Gongshui. She was momentarily stunned. Who carries hundreds of talismans when they leave home? Huh. Which normal cultivator covers themselves in talismans? Han Qing was adorned with dozens of talismans, using one and applying another in its place. This was utterly bizarre. This was an excessive fear of death. This rebellious disciple had become exceedingly cautious. Moreover, the fact that he could produce so many celestial-grade talismans was astonishing. For ordinary qi refining cultivators, even one celestial-grade talisman is fiercely contested at auctions. Yet this rebellious disciple was covered in them. Incredible. Simply incredible. Han Qing glanced back at Qin Changfeng, who was now consuming medicinal pills to recuperate. Noticing this, Han Qing swiftly moved to a nearby valley. He quickly retrieved an array disc, upon which 5 small array flags were inserted. Go. The 5 flags immediately shot forth, flying in different directions before embedding themselves into the valley's soil. Han Qing then produced 9 azure talismans, which soared into the sky, disappearing into the heavens. He then flicked his wrist, sending another 5 talismans skyward, dissipating into spiritual energy. Following that, a streak of blood-red light emerged from his sleeve, vanishing in the dense forest below. The Mo Long Needle. To combat the Foundation Establishment cultivator Qin Changfeng, Han Qing had revealed all his trump cards. The 5 elements thunder array, the heavenly gang cloud sword array, along with the reversal of the 5 elements array and the Mo Long Needle. Han Qing had never underestimated Qin Changfeng, the sword cultivator. Nan Gongshui. Her expression shifted dramatically. The rebellious disciple had indeed changed significantly. He had become exceedingly cautious in his actions. He had set up 3 arrays all at once. With one arm still around Nan Gongshui, Han Qing was about to take flight on his sword when Qin Changfeng surged toward them, hovering above the valley. Run, keep running. Qin Changfeng said coldly. I want to see how long your talismans will last. Han Qing's face turned pale. We are all disciples of He Huanzong. You are killing your fellow sect members. Fellow sect members? You haven't even joined He Huanzong. What do you count as? Qin Changfeng sneered. Besides, if you die here, who will know? He Huanzong is He Huanzong, and Shunjin Mountain is Shunjin Mountain. There are still good people within He Huanzong, like Senior Wang Ning. Master, find an opportunity to escape. I will hold him off, Han Qing said, bracing himself against Qin Changfeng. Qin Changfeng's expression was one of cold derision. Escape? I wonder who will be able to flee. Without further ado, Qin Changfeng reached out and grabbed downward. Buzz. A green claw shadow appeared above Han Qing, descending toward him. Han Qing's expression darkened as a talisman's silver light flickered. A small silver mountain manifested before him. Boom. The claw struck the silver mountain, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy and stirring up clouds of dust. Yet another 5 elements spirit mountain talisman. Qin Changfeng gritted his teeth, cursing. Damn it. How many talismans does this bastard have? The abundance of talismans was driving Qin Changfeng to madness. In the next moment, he shot forward at an incredible speed, slashing toward Han Qing with his sword. A low-grade magical treasure, the Tiansha sword. Han Qing wielded the Blood Shadow sword to defend. Boom. A figure was sent flying back several dozen zhong, landing firmly on the ground. It was Han Qing. Foundation Establishment cultivators are truly terrifying. At that moment, 3 beams of sword light shot into the valley from outside, belonging to Su Qin and the others. Qin Changfeng let out a cold laugh. Let us see how long you can hold out. He shot upward with a surge. Han Qing's expression darkened at the sight. He rapidly formed hand seals. Array suppress. Boom. A force of array power crashed down upon Qin Changfeng. In an instant, Qin Changfeng paused. As thick mist began to rise around him, the mist quickly enveloped the entire valley, obscuring the figures of Han Qing and Nan Gongshui. Qin Changfeng's face turned ashen. He quickly extended his divine sense, but was taken aback. This array even had the effect of isolating divine senses. More critically, it was a second-tier array, capable of suppressing Foundation Establishment cultivator Qin Changfeng. Damn it! In an instant, the 4 of them found themselves entering different illusions. What Qin Changfeng saw was a vast ocean. Su Qin found himself amidst a treacherous mountain of blades, ensnared within the inverted five elements formation. His countenance darkened further, for he had previously fallen victim to this very array. Had it not been for Qin Changfeng's timely rescue, he might have met his demise within its confines. Curse it, that scoundrel Han Qing had long been prepared. He had orchestrated this formation, lying in wait for them to leap into its grasp. How exasperating! Qin Changfeng surveyed the vast expanse around him, channeling all his magical energy into the Tian Sha sword, which began to hum ominously. At that moment, a towering column of water erupted into the sky, and atop it stood Han Qing, clad in a blue robe. Han Qing, ignorant youth, do you truly believe this feeble formation can contain me? Qin Changfeng exclaimed in fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Qing formed seals with his hands, intent on unleashing his full power to vanquish Qin Changfeng. Water's binding prison. Lock. Chapter 64. The Heavenly Gang Thunder Sword Formation. Boom. Surrounding Qin Changfeng, columns of water erupted from beneath the sea, each resembling a colossal chain. These chains swiftly coiled around him. Qin Changfeng's countenance darkened as he wielded the Tian Sha sword, cleaving through the chains before him. However, more chains incessantly wrapped around him, soon encasing him in a sphere of water. A potent force from the formation pressed down upon him, grinding his teeth in fury. Qin Changfeng raised his hand, casting the Tian Sha sword to spin above him. It then radiated a ghostly light. With a decisive strike, the sword's power surged, manifesting a giant illusory sword several zhang in size that cleaved upward. The water chains shattered in its wake as Qin Changfeng surged forth alongside the Tian Sha sword. This massive sword descended upon Han Qing. The air reverberated with a wild howl. Han Qing's expression shifted subtly. Indeed, this sword cultivator was formidable, for even the second-tier inverted five elements formation could not contain him. Swiftly forming seals with both hands, Han Qing conjured streams of azure light from above, each beam transforming into a long azure sword. The ultimate skill of the Heavenly Gang Cloud Sword Formation. As the 9 smaller swords merged into a single entity, they coalesced into a 3-zhang-long azure giant sword, plummeting from the heavens with astonishing speed, aiming directly at Qin Changfeng's colossal sword. Boom! The 2 giant swords collided, unleashing a brilliant explosion of multicolored light. Waves of spiritual energy surged outward, sweeping across the surface of the sea below. Han Qing's expression began to shift. The giant sword technique represented the apex of his sword formation's might. To his astonishment, it had yet to vanquish Qin Changfeng. Qin Changfeng's complexion paled slightly, clearly indicating he had expended considerable magical energy. Conversely, Han Qing, leveraging the 2 formations, was managing to contend with him. Han Qing was utilizing the formations to deplete his magical energy. Cursed be it. Qin Changfeng immediately swallowed a qi-gathering pill, striving to restore his energy amidst the battle. Han Qing also ingested a qi-gathering pill, albeit one of superior quality. Bang! The giant sword composed of 9 streams of spiritual energy shattered instantly. In the same breath, the Tian Sha sword slashed toward Han Qing, who swiftly vanished from sight. He reappeared high above in the heavens, his expression cold, as he hastened to form seals with greater speed. Boom! Above Qin Changfeng, a thunderous array emerged, with arcs of lightning dancing about. Another formation. Qin Changfeng's face turned ashen. How could this Qi-refining junior master so many formidable formations? The Heavenly Gang Thunder Sword Formation. With incantations, Han Qing summoned 9 enormous azure-long swords, descending from the firmament, each entwined with arcs of lightning, transforming into terrifying thunder arc-long swords, each towering several zhang. The 9 long swords encircled Qin Changfeng. Azure light erupted. The arcs of lightning exploded. Suspended in midair, Qin Changfeng stood beside the Tian Sha sword, his heart weighed down with despair. Han Qing was the only qi-refining cultivator he had encountered so fearsomely powerful. He must not be allowed to grow stronger, otherwise, one day, Han Qing would annihilate his entire clan. Raising a hand, Qin Changfeng channeled all his magical energy into the Tian Sha sword. He then spat a mouthful of essence blood onto it. After doing so, he felt an immediate weakening, yet the Tian Sha sword's power surged dramatically. Stabilize. Han Qing pressed downward with his hand. At that moment, the 9 giant swords whirled around Qin Changfeng, spinning rapidly. The 9 flying swords transformed into sword shadows that suddenly shot skyward, then plummeted downward. The giant sword's illusory form, accompanied by violent arcs of lightning, descended like a thunder dragon from the heavens, crashing onto the Tian Sha sword. A wave of spiritual energy radiated outward, expanding hundreds of zhang. The air crackled with sound. Boom. Qin Changfeng's face turned pale as the Tian Sha sword shattered before him. The spiritual sword collided with his body, sending him plummeting from the sky, his expression one of sheer terror. He had never anticipated that Han Qing could shatter the Tian Sha sword. Flee. At this moment, Qin Changfeng's only thought was to escape. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, zipping across the distant sea surface. Is it too late for you to leave now, my friend? Han Qing reached out, and from beneath the sea ahead of Qin Changfeng, a gleaming blood ray shot forth, piercing through his chest in an instant. Qin Changfeng's eyes widened in horror as he felt the rapid loss of vitality within him. He was utterly astonished. How could a qi refining cultivator like Han Qing kill him? Qin Changfeng fell onto the surface of the sea. Han Qing gestured, and the spiritual sword swiftly dispersed. The mo-long needle returned to him, swirling about. He then retrieved a pill and swallowed it, hastily channeling his energy to absorb it. After a brief moment of recovery, he summoned Qin Changfeng's storage bag into his grasp. He then gazed into the distance. The inverted five elements formation posed no obstacle to his consciousness, for it was a formation he had dominantly controlled. Within the inverted five elements formation, Su Qin's expression turned a deep shade of gray. He was suppressed by the formation, facing a woman, Nangong Shui. Without wasting words, Nangong Shui tossed the five-spirit ruler, which hovered above her head. Go. With a flick of her finger, the high-grade artifact, the five-spirit ruler, surged with profound light, instantly transforming into thousands of ruler shadows that shot towards Su Qin. Sister, how could you do this? Even if you dislike your elder brother, you should still join the Hahuan sect. How can you hope to pass the assessment with such actions? Su Qin spoke coldly. Yet his movements did not falter as he fiercely swung his sword. A terrifying wave of energy shattered most of the shadows around. Su Qin's prowess surpassed that of Nangong Shui. He surged forward, his long sword gleaming with a silver radiance. Once again, he swung his sword towards Nangong Shui, and in that instant, numerous sword shadows manifested in the air, howling as they approached. Nangong Shui's expression shifted dramatically as she retreated in haste. However, the densely packed sword shadows moved with even greater speed. A sudden pang of alarm gripped her heart. She had not anticipated Su Qin's formidable strength. Just then, a large hand unexpectedly encircled her slender waist. A talisman erupted before her, transforming into a silver mountain that deflected most of the sword shadows. Han Qing. Su Qin's countenance darkened, only to be swiftly replaced by astonishment. Han Qing, how could you still be alive? The Foundation establishment elder, Qin Changfeng, had gone to confront Han Qing. Yet now, Han Qing stood before him, implying that the elder had. How could this be possible? Han Qing waved his hand, and a streak of blood light flashed from Su Qin's side, darting toward him in the blink of an eye. Su Qin's pupils constricted as he raised his sword to fend off the blood light. Boom. In an instant, the force sent Su Qin flying. Just as he was momentarily stunned, Han Qing vanished from sight. In the next moment, Han Qing reappeared behind Su Qin, wielding a talisman that transformed into a beam of golden light, crashing into Su Qin. If the distance had been greater, the talisman would have been obstructed. At such a close range, Su Qin had no time to react and found himself immobilized by the talisman. Han Qing, you cannot kill me. I am a disciple of He Huanzong. You cannot kill me. Su Qin's face was awash with terror. Yet, in an instant, a blood light pierced through his mind. Su Qin perished. Chapter 65. Qing Lei Sword Technique. Han Qing gestured, causing Su Qin's storage bag to fly into his sleeve and vanish without a trace. He then turned his attention to the other two ninth-layer Qi refinement practitioners. Lacking Su Qin's strength and suppressed by the formation, they were swiftly dealt with by Han Qing. Standing atop his flying sword, he hovered in midair, and with a swift motion of his hands, a roaring inferno ignited in the valley below. Qin Changfeng, Su Qin, and the two lifeless bodies were reduced to ashes in the flames. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured the wind control technique and rain technique. After completing these tasks, Han Qing scattered a handful of fur, all sourced from the spiritual beast sect's practitioner Zhao Yuner. The fierce winds carried the fur throughout the valley, saturating the area with the aura of the spiritual beast sect. Nan Gongshu amused. No wonder this rebellious disciple despite his low cultivation, can survive in the harsh world of cultivation for so long. His actions are not merely cautious, they are exceedingly insidious. This is a complete framing of the practitioners from the spiritual beast sect. It is not unusual for practitioners from the spiritual beast sect or Kunwa Mountain to infiltrate the trial grounds, as the spiritual plants here are also coveted by outside sections. Practitioners from the Hahuan sect would also stealthily infiltrate the forbidden areas of the spiritual beast sect and Kunwa Mountain, driven by the desire for resources. Master, let us depart quickly from this place, Han Qing said, wrapping an arm around Ningongxue and clutching a teleportation talisman, vanishing in an instant to several hundred zhang away. With a few flickers, they completely disappeared. The distant jade pillar grew nearer. This jade pillar was, in fact, a mountain, Jade Void Mountain, rising steeply toward the heavens. Surrounding Jade Void Mountain were towering peaks, and at this moment, halfway up one of the mountains, a cave had been carved out. Han Qing waved his hand, and numerous formation flags scattered in all directions. In mere moments, a thick mist enveloped the mountain. The mist soon dissipated, revealing that the mountain remained unchanged, but the cave had vanished. And the auras of Han Qing and Nan Gongxue were sealed by the formation. Nan Gongxue sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering her xuanqi, while Han Qing settled deeper within the cave to rest and regain his xuanqi before entering the territory of Jade Void Mountain. He waved his hand and produced 4 storage bags. After inspecting 2 of them and finding only ordinary items, spiritual stones, and some low-grade magical artifacts, he turned his attention to Su Qin's storage bag, which contained a greater number of spiritual stones and spiritual plants. Next, he examined Qin Chongfeng's storage bag. So many spiritual stones. What treasures? Within Qin Chongfeng's storage bag lay over 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. What is this? A scroll of martial arts techniques appeared before Han Qing, which he pressed to his forehead, and golden runes flowed into his mind. The Qing Lei sword technique. This was indeed a scroll of sword formation techniques. The Qing Lei sword technique comprises 3 layers. The first layer, the Tiangong sword formation. The second layer, the Miahun sword formation. And the third layer, the Huan Xing sword formation. Each layer consists of 3 realms: minor success, major success, and perfection. The Tiangong sword formation is cultivated by Qi refinement practitioners, while the Miahun sword formation is reserved for foundation establishment practitioners. And the Huan Xing sword formation can only be cultivated by golden core practitioners. The sword technique explicitly states that Qi refinement practitioners must not forcibly activate the second layer of the sword formation. Otherwise, their magical energy will be completely drained. Moreover, even the first layer, the Tiangong sword formation, when cultivated to major success, possesses the power to slay foundation establishment practitioners. Its might far surpasses Han Qing's Tiangong cloud sword formation. Composed of divine sword talismans, Han Qing's expression filled with joy. With such a formidable sword formation, why did Qin Chongfeng not utilize it? The reason lies in its stringent conditions. To form the Tiangong sword formation, one must possess at least 36 top-tier magical flying swords, or even better, swords of artifact-level quality. Furthermore, activating the Tiangong sword formation requires not only a vast amount of magical energy, but also a powerful divine soul to control the flying swords and the formation. This necessitates that a Qi refinement disciple possesses a divine soul equivalent to that of a foundation establishment practitioner. For a foundation establishment disciple to advance, a golden core level divine soul is required. Given such harsh conditions, it is no wonder that Qin Chongfeng was unable to cultivate it. I shall store this for now and consider it later, Han Qing decided, gathering all the items before slowly approaching Nangongxue. He bowed respectfully. Master, the trial grounds are perilous. Please keep this item for self-defense. Han Qing presented a storage bag to Nangongxue. Her expression shifted slightly as she glanced inside to find numerous life-preserving talismans, along with a quantity of spiritual stones, resources for cultivation. Han Qing intended for her to absorb and cultivate these resources. A thought crossed Nangongxue's mind. Han Qing appeared exceedingly fatigued. The crafting of these talismans must have been arduous, especially after enduring a bloody battle against Foundation establishment practitioners and several high-ranking sword cultivators, all to save her. And now, he bestowed upon her such abundant cultivation resources. This rebellious disciple is truly too kind. Ding. Nangongxue's emotional value has reached 20. Han Qing felt a stir in his heart. Nan Gongshua's emotional value had reached 95. Once it hit the maximum, he would gain another partner, and his faith value would surge, allowing him to cultivate the Dharma body. Disciple, you need these cultivation resources more than I do. You should keep them, she insisted. Master, please do not refuse, Han Qing replied with a smile. Your life is my life. Moreover, you are with child. Nan Gongxue furrowed her brow. Rebellious disciple, do not say any more. Come here. Do you not enjoy holding me? Come embrace me. Han Qing grinned widely and immediately nestled into Nan Gongshue's embrace, burying his head against her bosom, relishing the exquisite softness and voluptuousness. After a moment, he lifted his head. Master, may I steal a kiss? I promise I shall not do anything else. And no, do not be reckless. Han Qing pressed his lips against Nan Gongshue's soft, moist red lips. Nan Gongshue's face flushed crimson, her entire body succumbing to weakness. After a brief moment, Han Qing began to loosen the belt around Nan Gongshue's waist. Isn't it agreed that we would not engage in anything else? She thought, bewildered. What are you doing, rebellious disciple? This is utterly outrageous. Before long, Nan Gongxue found herself ensnared in Han Qing's embrace within the cave. Garments cascaded to the ground, and the cave echoed with a cacophony that persisted for the duration of an incense stick's burning. Once the clamor subsided, Han Qing reclined upon Nan Gongshue's snow-white, supple thighs, greedily inhaling the fragrant essence emanating from her. Shirmu, you are truly wonderful, he exclaimed. Nan Gongxue tenderly caressed Han Qing's hair, reflecting on how sometimes this wayward disciple could be quite endearing. While you are indeed charming, you must not treat me in this manner. If anything is to happen, it must be with my consent, she said, her face awash with shyness. Very well, I shall heed Shirmu's wishes. As for Yusu Mountain, I advise against your going there. That place will undoubtedly attract numerous formidable cultivators and fierce beasts. I shall venture there alone. It will be easier for me to extricate myself. Shirmu? Yes, rebellious disciple? I still desire. Chapter 66. The Opportunities of Yushu Mountain. If it weren't for the need for soul crystals, Han Qing would not dare to take such risks. He would rather bide his time to cultivate steadily. Longevity is not about taking risks. However, cultivation does necessitate some degree of peril. The surge of spiritual energy triggered by Yushu Mountain is bound to attract a multitude of cultivators. This is not a favorable situation. Han Qing has always been cautious and prudent. He would never venture into crowded places, let alone areas rife with conflict among cultivators. Nan Gongxue understands well that the opportunities at Yushu Mountain are not meant for her. With her current strength, going to Yushu Mountain would only hinder Han Qing. Thus, she resolves to wait for him in the cave, which is fortified by the defensive prohibitions he has set. Clad in a blue robe, Han Qing slowly approaches the cave entrance. Nan Gongshue's expression shifts slightly. Must you go, my rebellious disciple? We could simply stay here for half a month, and once the trial concludes, we would seamlessly join the Hahuan sect, she suggests. Han Qing's expression grows contemplative. Master, I must enter Yushu Palace. There lies the great opportunity one seek, he asserts. Nan Gongxue takes a deep breath. Then you must return alive. And do not misunderstand me. I merely require the elixirs you concoct. Han Qing chuckles. I understand, master. I will certainly refine the finest foundational pills for you, aiding you on the path to immortality. Nan Gongxue bites her rosy lip. In truth, it is not solely for the foundational pills. You may go. Han Qing turns back and kisses Nan Gongshue's warm, moist lips. Instantly, Nan Gongwan's cheeks flush bright red. Hee hee. Han Qing grins. Your lips, master, are truly soft and fragrant. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, a flying sword emerges from his storage bag. He leaps onto the sword, soaring into the sky. As Nan Gongxue watches Han Qing's departing figure, she bites her delicate red lips. This rebellious disciple is indeed audacious. Yet, he is also remarkable. He has already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement and has a strong likelihood of achieving foundational establishment, embarking on the path of immortality. Who would have thought that someone with a 5 elements waste spiritual root could tread upon the road to longevity? The inferior fire spiritual root is classified as a pseudo-spiritual root. Single inferior spiritual roots belong to the same category. Thus, many who are capable of cultivation generally possess respectable qualifications. Nan Gongxue herself possesses a medium-grade spiritual root. Her beautiful eyes are filled with concern. Rebellious disciple, you must return. I shall await your arrival. In the future, let us walk the path of greatness together. The Yushu Stone Pillar. Han Qing gazes at the colossal stone pillar that pierces the clouds in the distance, his heart filled with awe. This pillar is remarkably huge and perfectly straight. One wonders what kind of environment could have birthed it, or if it is, in fact, a pillar from some grand palace. Surrounding the Yushu Stone Pillar is an expansive valley, encircled by towering mountains. Here, Han Qing finds himself atop one of these mountains, concealed behind a tree. Dressed in a spirit-concealing garment and wearing a breath-concealing talisman, he appears almost transparent. Ding! Nangong Shui's emotional value rises to 5. Emotional value maxed at 100. Full value partner 1. Faith value 5,000. Daily faith value 10. Han Qing smiles. Master, it has finally reached full value. He now possesses 3 full value partners, Chen Zining, Lu Ruoshui, and his master. Each of these 3 full value partners provides 30 points of faith power daily. With system rewards in addition to the daily increase in faith power, he has accumulated over 15,000 faith power. It is time to cultivate the first layer of the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong. However, he currently finds himself in an unfavorable situation, with insufficient time to cultivate. Once he departs from the examination grounds and joins the Hehuan sect, securing a place to reside, he will immediately immerse himself in frenzied cultivation. Cultivation is of utmost importance. Han Qing raises his gaze. In the distance, the Yushu Stone Pillar is entwined with dark green vines, some of which are thicker than his thighs. However, beneath the pillar, an abundance of spiritual plants flourishes. 1,000-year Holy Spirit fruit. 1,000-year Tao God wood. No wonder this place emits such terrifying surges of spiritual energy. Han Qing is astonished. Beneath the Yushu Stone Pillar, an array of spiritual plants thrives, exuding an exceptionally pure medicinal fragrance. On the branches of these small trees, blue, translucent spiritual fruits abound. These are precisely the materials he seeks for the foundational pills. Holy Spirit fruits, along with many other precious materials such as Tao God wood, a remarkably hard wooden material, even tougher than iron, making it an excellent material for refining tools capable of withstanding the power of magical treasures. The 1,000-year Tao God wood is perfect for crafting the 36 magical flying swords of his Qing lei sword technique, or even for creating sword treasures. Han Qing is elated, but just as he considers flying over, his expression suddenly changes. He quietly conceals himself behind the tree, remaining utterly still. Moments later, several streaks of sword light approach from a distance, landing on this mountain, merely a dozen or so zhang away from him. It is she. Han Qing thinks to himself. As the sword light descends, a woman in blue stands atop the mountain. This woman possesses a graceful figure, her skin as fair and delicate as jade. The attire she wears reveals her flawless collarbone and strikingly alluring figure. Her long, pristine legs are simply captivating. Her smooth, lustrous feet press against the ground, seemingly glowing. This person is none other than Princess Luo Qianshui of the Su Kingdom. Accompanying Luo Qianshui are 4 Qi refinement disciples, 2 of whom are at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Luo Qianshui herself also possesses the same level of cultivation. In truth, many are eager to join the Hehuan sect in search of a sanctuary and the resources necessary for foundational establishment. Achieving foundational establishment does not simply involve consuming a foundational pill. It may require 2 or 3, or even 7 or 8, depending on one's qualifications and the level of cultivation. The foundational pill is among the most crucial elixirs for cultivators embarking on the path of immortality. The price of a low-grade foundation establishment pill is approximately 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a high-grade foundation establishment pill costs around 8,000 spirit stones. The circulation of supreme and celestial-grade foundation establishment pills is exceedingly rare. Therefore, loose cultivators must save spirit stones for an extended period to afford a single foundation establishment pill. For instance, Su Shaoqi, who works at Zhenbao Ge, needs to save for 1 to 2 years to purchase a slightly inferior quality foundation establishment pill. However, upon joining Hehuan Zone, one receives monthly allocations of spirit stones and cultivation resources, significantly accelerating the saving process. Consequently, Luo Qianshui is also eager to join Hehuan Zone and is in dire need of cultivation resources. Spirit herbs are also considered cultivation resources. Upon noticing a millennium-old spirit herb radiating pure medicinal energy from afar, her heart filled with immense joy. Your Highness, with this batch of spirit herbs, we shall acquire a substantial number of foundation establishment pills. I cannot fathom the fortune we could gain from selling them. The corners of Luo Qianshui's mouth lifted slightly. Just as she was about to set off, her gaze suddenly shifted to the mountain on her left. There, several sword cultivators were soaring through the air, led by an individual at the 9th level of Qi refinement, all clad in the garments of He Huan Zong, part of the herb-gathering team. On the other side appeared another group, comprising loose cultivators, led by a woman of striking beauty. With flowing long hair and an ethereal grace, Mu Ling Er, the saintess of Kuan Wu Mountain. Of course, outsiders were unaware of her infiltration into Kuan Wu Mountain. Upon witnessing this, Han Qing's expression darkened. Indeed, the pursuit of treasures is fraught with peril. He had not anticipated such a gathering of cultivators from Yusu Mountain. Quietly, he took 2 steps back, positioning himself to shield the others. Chapter 67. The Demonic Altar? The Hehuan sect gathers herbs. The scattered disciples should retreat. A sword cultivator from the Hehuan sect stepped forward and sternly admonished. This scattered cultivator was a striking female sword practitioner, graceful in both appearance and form. Yunfei, the opportunity at Yushu Mountain is one that should be shared among all. Claiming it solely for yourself is rather selfish, wouldn't you agree? Luo Qianshui remarked, as she was counting on this batch of resources. Indeed, esteemed elder, the Hehuan sect cannot act in such a tyrannical manner, Mu Linger added solemnly. Bai Yunfei took a step forward, a surge of sword intent rising to the heavens. Drawing her sword with a fierce determination, she declared, I shall repeat myself. The Hehuan sect is gathering herbs. Let the idle cultivators depart. This herbal gathering team belonged to the Hehuan sect. Moreover, the spiritual plants harvested would not all be submitted to the sect. The harvesting team would retain a portion for themselves. As long as it was not excessive, the sect would turn a blind eye. The sect sought strong individuals, desiring a multitude of cultivators to strive for strength and tread upon the path of immortality. For all cultivators, the pursuit of life and death takes precedence, with longevity second. Everything else, including family, kin, and partners, is considered expendable in comparison to the quest for immortality. While others might hesitate before the Hehuan sect, Mu Linger of Kunwa Mountain would not. She had infiltrated this place to gather spiritual plants. Gritting her teeth, she surged toward Yushu Mountain on her sword. Go! The 6 cultivators from Yushu Mountain behind her also shot forth. Bai Yunfei's expression darkened immediately, filled with unbridled fury. How audacious! Do you all wish to forego joining the Hehuan sect? She shouted, simultaneously leading her team toward the base of Yushu Mountain. Observing this, Luo Qianshui furrowed her brow. Regardless of the circumstances, the opportunity of the day must be seized. We too shall rise and compete for the spiritual plants. Luo Qianshui took to the winds, soaring forth on her sword. A stream of radiant light surged toward Yushu Mountain. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. So many formidable cultivators were vying for this opportunity, and the Holy Spirit fruit was essential for his foundation-building elixir. Perhaps it would be wise to wait and observe the situation. Han Qing remained vigilant, sensing something amiss. Logically, the Hehuan sect should have long discovered Yushu Mountain. How could such a plethora of millennia-old spiritual plants flourish at the valley's foot without their intervention? Unless, of course, some peculiarities prevented cultivators from harvesting these plants, allowing them to thrive for so long. This place held dangers. Han Qing was an exceedingly cautious individual. In the face of peril, he would shield his companions. It was precisely this prudence that enabled him to survive longer in the ruthless world of cultivation. Luo Qianshui descended swiftly, landing at the foot of the Yushu stone pillar, where numerous spiritual plants thrived, exuding pure spiritual energy and mysterious light. Her expression brightened, and she immediately began to gather herbs. However, in that instant, she glanced up at the enormous stone pillar before her. Boom! The pillar trembled violently, erupting with intense ghostly light. Following this, surging demonic energy poured forth from the pillar. Black runes flickered across its surface. Demonic energy. Luo Qianshui retreated in alarm, and all present were taken aback, hastily withdrawing. At that moment, the stone pillar transformed into a demonic column. From this column, countless black chains shot forth, hurtling toward the cultivators at astonishing speed. Despite Luo Qianshui's rapid retreat, the chains caught up to her, swiftly sealing off her escape route. Simultaneously, the dense mass of demonic chains sealed off the exits for all cultivators. A gasp of horror spread through the crowd. The Yushu stone pillar had become a demonic column. Han Qing was equally astonished, observing the scene unfold. This was likely a demonic altar. Demonic cultivators absorbed the mana of human cultivators as sustenance, enhancing themselves through the altar. No wonder these spiritual plants had thrived for millennia. Those who had come here before had perished upon the demonic column. Han Qing's thoughts darkened. Boom. At that moment, Luo Qianshui produced a tricolor fan. With a mighty sweep, the fan unleashed a fierce glow, unleashing torrents of water that crashed against the chains. The chains before her shattered instantaneously. Yet, more chains ensnared her from the periphery, wrapping around her like a colossal sphere. The space within the sphere grew increasingly confined. Luo Qianshui's expression turned ashen. Though the chains possessed limited power, their overwhelming numbers were draining her energy. Meanwhile, Bai Yunfei floated in the void, confronting a dense mass of chains. The chains ensnared all the cultivators, encasing them in enormous spheres. Bai Yunfei wielded her silver sword and delivered a fierce slash, breaking several chains. However, more demonic chains quickly ensnared her. How could this be? Her expression grew grave. Mu Linger brandished a massive golden axe, sending forth phantoms of axe strikes that shattered numerous chains, but the toll on her energy was immense. Before long, lower-tier cultivators could no longer withstand the chain's onslaught, being pierced through in an instant, visibly drained of life force, and falling lifelessly to the ground. Luo Qianshui's shock deepened as she witnessed an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator, who had followed her, being drained of blood and reduced to a mere skeleton. This place was indeed a demonic altar of a demonic cultivator, absorbing the mana and essence of human cultivators as sustenance, thereby empowering the demonic cultivator behind the altar. The cultivation speed of demonic cultivators was astonishing. Otherwise, how could there be so many? They walked a treacherous path, thriving by devouring and plundering the mana of human cultivators to enhance themselves. Their rapid advancement was inevitable. Luo Qianshui's complexion was exceedingly grim. With a wave of her hand, another shimmering silver longsword materialized, swirling by her side, ready to deflect the chains that were hurtling towards her. However, her mystical energy was rapidly depleting. Soon, an increasing number of cultivators could no longer withstand the malevolent chains, being drained of their vitality. Ultimately, only 3 individuals remained: Mu Linger of Kunwa Mountain, Bai Yunfei of Hahuan Sect, and Luo Qianshui herself. These 3 formidable cultivators were struggling to hold on. At that moment, a figure clad in green suddenly darted into view, appearing beneath the Yushu stone pillar, zealously harvesting spiritual plants. With a mere wave of his hand, he gathered a cluster of spiritual flora along with the soil into his possession, then swiftly raced toward the next patch of plants. Countless chains of demonic energy surged towards him. Just as they were about to reach him, he slapped his thigh, and a talisman glimmered on his leg. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing several dozen yards away on an open ground, continuing his collection of the next batch of spiritual plants. This figure in green was none other than Han Qing. Chapter 68. The 2 sword attendants. Han Qing possessed a considerable number of Shinxing talismans. These chains were utterly incapable of restraining the Shinxing talismans, allowing Han Qing to evade before they could ensnare him. He swiftly gathered a substantial collection of spiritual plants, while 3 strands of divine consciousness promptly locked onto him. By heavens, this disciple, while others are on the brink of death, you are still collecting spiritual plants? Luo Qianshui's lips twitched. Friend, please save my life. I am a princess of the Su Kingdom. If you rescue me, I shall grant you anything you desire. Luo Qianshui implored. Han Qing paused momentarily to glance at her, but then resumed his harvest of spiritual plants. Luo Qianshui felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. In the distance, Bai Yunfei, trapped by demonic chains, darkened in countenance. This disciple, hasten to save me. I am from the Divine Sword Peak of the Hahuan Sect. If you rescue me, I shall ensure your admission to the Hahuan Sect. Han Qing remained unmoved, continuing to store his spiritual plants in his storage bag. Bai Yunfei's expression soured. Do you not hear me? Quickly save me. Otherwise, your hopes of joining the Hahuan Sect will be utterly dashed. Bai Yunfei spoke in a low tone. A Hahuan Sect disciple left to die. Do you still wish to seek the sect's protection and resources? Dream on. Han Qing cast a glance at Bai Yunfei, then continued his collection of spiritual plants, sweeping the area clean. At this moment, Luo Qianshui could no longer endure. Her mystical energy was nearly depleted. The moment it ran dry would mark her demise. Yet, she witnessed Han Qing preparing to depart, and panic surged within her. She understood that this might be her sole opportunity for survival. If she failed to seize it, she would meet the same fate as the other disciples, devoured by the demonic altar. Friend, please wait. I am willing to pay any price for your assistance. Spiritual stones, magic artifacts, or anything else. Just name it. Luo Qianshui urged fervently. Han Qing remained indifferent. Countless chains shot forth, but he merely sidestepped and reappeared several hundred zhang away. The speed of the Xinqing talismans was beyond the reach of those demonic chains. Luo Qianshui became increasingly frantic. Friend, I would willingly become your sword attendant. Just save my life. A sword attendant? Luo Qianshui bit her delicate red lip. As the princess of the Su kingdom, she possessed extraordinary beauty and grace. Han Qing turned to regard her once more. Indeed, the princess's beauty was remarkable, but alas, I have no need for a sword attendant, he replied coolly. Luo Qianshui's expression turned grim. Sword attendant. I am willing to become your sword attendant if you spare my life. Being a sword attendant meant surrendering oneself to a master. It was akin to selling one's soul. The status of a sword attendant was only slightly superior to that of a servant. When the master deemed it necessary, the sword attendant must comply, even unto death. Han Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. With a clap of his thigh, he blurred and appeared before Luo Qianshui without hesitation. His fingers formed a sword-like gesture, pointing towards her brow. He immediately imposed several soul restrictions upon her spirit. Among them were the beast control restrictions from the spirit beast villa, the puppet technique restrictions, and the standard restrictions for controlling one's spirit. 3 restrictions were placed within her body. Luo Qianshui felt a jolt in her heart. After being bound by these restrictions, she had irrevocably become Han Qing's sword attendant. As long as Han Qing wished it, the restrictions would never be lifted. This meant that whatever Han Qing desired of her, she was bound to comply, no matter how distasteful the task. Friend, do you possess Xinqing talismans? Might you save me? In the distance, a faint voice emerged from within a sphere ensnared by demonic chains. Mu Linger, her breath weak, gazed at the tightening chains. She did not wish to die. She aspired to tread the path of immortality. As the holy maiden of Kunwa Mountain, she was nurtured by her sect with boundless resources, enabling her rapid advancement in cultivation. Yet now, she faced imminent death. Despair had nearly consumed her, but Han Qing's arrival ignited a flicker of hope. Han Qing intended to rescue Luo Qianshui, on the condition that she became his sword attendant. As long as she could live, there remained a chance to ascend the path of immortality. Even if it meant becoming a sword attendant, she would willingly accept. I too would be honored to be your sword attendant, Mu Linger declared, biting her red lip. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. Securing 2 sword attendants in this instance was rather fortuitous. Moreover, Mu Linger possessed an ethereal grace and ivory skin, truly a delightful sight. He wrapped an arm around Luo Qianshui's slender waist, and in a flash, the two vanished. In the next instant, he appeared beside Mu Linger, imposing several soul restrictions upon her as well. Subsequently, he embraced both women, one on either side, and utilized the Xinqing talismans to teleport them several hundred zhang away. Bai Yunfei was left in a state of disbelief. Han Qing exhibited no intention of rescuing her. Seeking death, you would let a fellow disciple perish and still aspire to join the Hahuan sect? You are courting disaster. Junior, save me. Bai Yunfei's cries were swallowed by the cacophony of demonic chains. Luo Qianshui and Mu Linger both turned pale. Had Han Qing not rescued them, their fate would mirror that of Bai Yunfei. Han Qing did not linger, continuing to utilize the Xinqing talismans until he had traversed several dozen li, landing in a forest on the mountainside. He then released the 2 women's waists, casting several small formation flags that shot forth, embedding themselves into the earth. Soon, a formation enveloped the 3, rendering them invisible from the outside, with no trace of their presence to be detected. Master, how should I address you? Luo Qianshui inquired, somewhat uncertainly. In her heart, there was an immense disparity. She was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, as was Mu Linger. Yet, both had become the sword attendants of a junior at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Han Qing, Luo Qianshui nodded, expressing her gratitude. Master, thank you for saving my life. Indeed, Han Qing had gained some understanding of Luo Qianshui. He turned his gaze towards Mu Linger. I never anticipated that you were someone who infiltrated Kunwa Mountain. Moreover, you are the saintess of Kunwa Mountain. When he had set up the restrictions earlier, Han Qing had naturally performed a soul search, thus acquiring all the memories held by the 2 women. Master, Mu Linger bowed respectfully. From this day forth, I shall be nothing but your sword attendant. Mu Linger had quickly accepted her fate. Han Qing smiled, wrapping one arm around Luo Qianshui's waist and the other around Mu Linger's. Both of you, my dear junior sisters, are indeed radiant beauties, splendid indeed. Subsequently, Han Qing leaned in quietly towards Luo Qianshui, gently biting her soft, red lips. He then turned to Mu Linger, kissing her moist and fragrant lips as well. Boom. The two women. Chapter 69. Swift resolution. Luo Qianshui was taken aback. Though she had already become a sword attendant, she was evidently unprepared. Mu Linger was equally pale, and an overwhelming surge of anger rushed through her mind, yet she did not display it. A sword attendant was merely a sword attendant. They were not much different from Dao slaves. Whatever the master commanded, one had to comply, even if it meant death at the whim of the master. A mere kiss. And what of it? Even if it required surrendering one's innate essence, one had no choice but to obediently offer it to the master, or face death. Yet, who would wish to perish when there was a chance to tread upon the path of immortality? Han Qing was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and he surely desired to break through his cultivation swiftly. Every Qi refinement practitioner who ventured here sought rapid advancement. The method for swift progress was to cultivate by taking the innate essence of the two of them. To take the innate essence necessitated a union of yin and yang. It appeared that this master could no longer wait. Luo Qianshui gritted her teeth and walked toward a cave at the cliff's base. Let us proceed swiftly. This place is perilous. Once it's done, we must leave quickly, Luo Qianshui declared. She slowly removed her belt, revealing her astonishingly graceful figure, a delicate and enchanting form. Mu Linger bit her tender red lips, fully aware that she could not escape this fate. She felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation as she gradually undid her own belt, her development surpassing that of Luo Qianshui, to the extent that one could not see their own feet when looking down, primarily due to the obstruction of vision. Han Qing, who says I wish to take your innate essence for cultivation? Luo Qianshui's expression shifted. Then what do you intend? The innate essence of cultivators, both yin and yang, was profoundly significant. Premature harvesting would compromise their foundation. The optimal moment to harvest the innate essence was post the formation of the golden core. Otherwise, it would hinder the practitioner's foundational establishment and golden core formation. The subsequent birthing of the core relied on personal fortune and strength. Han Qing pondered for a moment and spoke solemnly. Since you are the saintess of Kunwa Mountain, I do not require you to remain by my side. Once you leave, return to Kunwa Mountain. The fact that you are my sword attendant must not be disclosed. Here are cultivation resources I bestow upon you. Do not become complacent upon your return. Even as my sword attendant, you must strive to cultivate diligently and keep pace with me. Otherwise, I shall enforce strict punishment. Should I require your innate essence in the future, I will make other decisions then. With a wave of his hand, a storage bag soared toward Mu Ling. She bit her red lip tightly, her countenance changing dramatically. Han Qing had no intention of taking her innate essence, and instead bestowed upon her cultivation resources? How could this be? Upon glancing inside the storage bag, her astonishment deepened. Master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You are only at the 8th level of Qi refinement. You need these more than I do. The storage bag contained a portion of spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as a selection of life-saving talismans. Han Qing actually entrusted her with such invaluable items. This shattered her understanding of the relationship between sword attendants and their masters and transformed her attitude toward Han Qing significantly, even sparking a hint of affection for him. After all, her master from Kunwa Mountain had never treated her with such kindness. Ding! Mu Linger's emotional value increased by 20. Han Qing's lips curled upward as he gently patted Mu Linger's shoulder. From now on, be cautious. Do not venture to Yushu Palace. While there are opportunities, they come with peril. Mu Linger bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master, for the cultivation resources. I shall take my leave now. With a wave of her hand, a blue long sword soared forth, and she immediately flew into the sky. After a brief moment, she turned back. Rest assured, Master, upon returning to Kunwa Mountain, I shall diligently cultivate, striving to form my golden core at the earliest. Form a golden core? For what purpose? Naturally, it was to await the day when Han Qing could take her innate essence for cultivation. Han Qing turned his gaze toward Luo Qianshui and, with a wave of his hand, sent another storage bag in her direction. It contained an equal amount of cultivation resources as Mu Linger's, a vial of elixirs, a collection of spiritual herbs, and 6 talismans, comprising the 5 elements spiritual mountain talismans and the divine movement talismans. The items Han Qing provided were all life-saving essentials. Both the divine movement and spiritual mountain talismans could be crucial in dire moments. The resources given to her were identical to those given to Mu Linger. However, I hold a greater fondness for you. Han Qing then produced a vial of elixirs and handed it to Luo Qianshui. This is an elixir for body refinement. Use it to refine your physical form. You need not worry about the foundation-building elixir. Within half a year, I shall concoct the finest foundation-building elixir for you, ensuring it is no less than a top-tier one. After you leave, prepare for your foundation establishment. What? Luo Qianshui's expression shifted, her heart swelling with excitement. Master, you are treating me exceptionally well. Moreover, the master showed her particular favor, providing more elixirs and even promising a top-tier foundation-building elixir in 6 months. Luo Qianshui's heart brimmed with joy and gratitude toward Han Qing. What she lacked most were cultivation resources and foundation-building elixirs. Thank you, master. Luo Qianshui bit her tender red lip. Ding. Luo Qianshui's emotional value increased by 40. Han Qing smiled. Luo Qianshui's emotional value was double that of Mu Linger's, indicating that this woman was more easily swayed. However, Han Qing had employed some means. Had both women received the same resources under identical circumstances, such a disparity in sentiment would not have arisen. Now, Luo Qianshui's fondness for Han Qing had indeed multiplied. A fortuitous development. Master, shall we proceed to Yushu Palace next? Luo Qianshui inquired. Han Qing's expression shifted. The appearance of the demonic Dao altar in the abyss of despair indicated the potential presence of demonic entities in the area. Yushu Palace attracted a multitude of practitioners, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Alternatively, you may remain here and await the conclusion of the trial. For Qi refinement disciples, hiding in one place until the trial assessment time concluded and emerging alive was also a commendable choice. Luo Qianshui's expression subtly changed. Not at all, my lord. You should head to Yushu Palace, and I can assist you. Luo Qianshui gazed at him with unwavering determination. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Perhaps becoming Han Qing's sword attendant was not such a dreadful fate after all. The emergence of so many celestial-grade elixirs filled her with profound astonishment. These were indeed celestial-grade elixirs, which seldom appeared in Shugua. Furthermore, Han Qing claimed that he had concocted these elixirs himself. His talent in alchemy was extraordinarily remarkable. Accompanying Han Qing, did it not promise an inexhaustible supply of elixir resources in the future? A spark ignited within Luo Qianshui's heart as her beautiful eyes, akin to flowing water, regarded Han Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing declared, there are only 5 days left until the trial concludes. Time is of the essence. He waved his hand, dispelling the restrictive formation. Subsequently, he produced a flying sword and ascended upon it. Observing this, Luo Qianshui followed closely behind Han Qing. 2 streaks of light surged into the sky. Shortly after Han Qing's departure, a figure clad in a brown robe descended before the cave. This was a middle-aged man with an exceedingly grim expression. Another junior from the Qi refinement stage has escaped from the demonic altar? Then it is imperative that I eliminate you to silence you. The middle-aged man transformed into a shadow, shooting forth in the direction Han Qing had taken. Notably, he did not require a sword for his flight. Instead, he morphed into a swirling mass of black demonic mist. Days later, 2 streaks of light hovered in midair, gliding on their swords, as they beheld a grand palace, resplendent and entirely white as jade, in the distance. An overwhelming aura approached them. That was Yugzu Palace. Luo Qianshui inhaled sharply. Yugzu Palace, we have arrived. Chapter 70. Mei Ning and Tian Lei Zhu. Before him lay the majestic Yusu Gong. Han Qing landed atop the mountain. Before him was a cerulean lake, and at its center stood a towering tree, its trunk shimmering silver as if cloaked in a delicate layer of frost. This tree dwarfed even the Yusu stone pillar, immense and imposing. Atop its crown rested a grand palace, resplendent in pure white, crystalline and translucent. The entire edifice emanated an ancient and invincible aura, one that exerted a formidable suppressive force upon the spirit, compelling all who beheld it to kneel in reverence. Master, shall we enter? Luo Qianshui's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. This place undoubtedly harbored numerous treasures. However, Han Qing suddenly turned his gaze southward, his foundational cultivation allowing him to sense the approach of powerful beings. 3 beams of sword light surged forth, revealing 3 exceptionally beautiful female cultivators. The leader, clad in pristine white, possessed eyes that sparkled like the stars above. A delicate pink veil adorned her face, beneath which her skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance, hinting at an astonishing beauty. Her long neck and curvaceous figure exuded elegance and allure. Accompanying her were 2 slender, stunning female cultivators in pink attire, also veiled in white. It was evident that the leader had taken notice of Han Qing, casting him a frosty glance. "Mei Shishu, who is that? Should we deal with him?" One of the female cultivators behind Mei Ning spoke in a hushed tone, her expression darkening. "Do not stir up unnecessary trouble. This place is not easily navigated," Mei Ning replied firmly. "Remember, we are here solely for one item within Yusu Gong." Understood, Mei Ning's demeanor turned somber. She was not a cultivator from Su country, nor from Tiannan. She hailed from Zhongzhou, a realm beyond Tiannan. The spiritual energy in Zhongzhou was far denser than that of Tiannan, resulting in a flourishing community of cultivators and fierce competition. Mei Ning belonged to a mid-tier sect in Zhongzhou known as Miaoyin Men, which boasted over 10 Yuanian cultivators. Yet, even such a sect was merely considered mid-tier, while the Hehuan sect of Tiannan, with only 3 Yuanian cultivators, had risen to become the foremost sect in that region. Mei Ning had infiltrated Tiannan and Yusu Gong solely for one purpose: Tianleizhu. This treasure of the Wei Yang star domain had once been safeguarded by the ancient divine spirits within the Dao ancestor court, which had collapsed hundreds of thousands of years ago, housing countless treasures, including Tianleizhu, the most precious of them all. Through extensive research into ancient texts, Mei Ning had discovered that Tianleizhu had fallen into the ruins of the small spirit realm, specifically in Tiannan, concealed within the realm of an ancient malicious spirit, tucked away in this very Yusu Gong. She had traversed countless miles across realms for the sake of Tianleizhu. Without a moment's hesitation, Mei Ning took to the skies upon her sword, soaring over the lake towards Yusu Gong, followed closely by her 2 companions. However, as she ascended above the lake, the scene before her suddenly transformed. The great tree began to tremble wildly, and a barrage of leaves detached and surged towards her like projectiles. One leaf sliced through the air like a sword, creating a thunderous roar. Mei Ning's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a radiant white light that morphed into a massive ice shield. Countless leaves converged like a torrent, crashing against the ice shield with a cacophony, unable to breach it, yet significantly hindering Mei Ning's speed. Han Qing furrowed his brow. To him, the tree remained just a tree, yet he wondered why those 3 female cultivators moved with such sluggishness. Was there something peculiar at play? Instinctively, he felt an urge to retreat, to let his companions advance first. Yet in the next instant, he abruptly turned, his consciousness locking onto a surge of demonic energy hurtling towards him. A demonic cultivator, a mid-foundation stage demonic practitioner. Han Qing's expression changed drastically. He quickly embraced Luo Qianshui and dashed toward Yusu Gong, fully aware that he lacked the strength to contend with a mid-foundation stage opponent. Though he could narrowly triumph over a foundational cultivator at the initial stage using formations, facing a formidable one at the same stage would leave the outcome uncertain. Against a late foundational stage practitioner, he only held a 20% chance to succeed, while the odds of being slain soared to 80%. Escape? He doubted he could evade a mid-foundation stage foe. Boom. The demonic energy almost instantaneously materialized at the summit where Han Qing had just stood. It dissipated to reveal a cultivator clad in a brown robe. "At last, I found you," Sherman sneered. "Did you think you could escape by entering Yusu Gong?" His expression darkened. He had come to maintain the demonic altar and was well aware of Yusu Gong, though he had never set foot inside due to the overwhelming sense of threat it posed. With younger cultivators traversing this place, he felt unfazed. Sherman transformed into a wisp of demonic energy and pursued Han Qing. As soon as Han Qing and Luo Qianshui stepped onto the lake's surface, the towering tree began to tremble once more. A torrent of leaves rushed towards them. Han Qing now understood why Mei Ning's speed had been so slow. Moreover, he and Luo Qianshui experienced the onslaught differently. The attacks here intensified with the cultivator's level. Luo Qianshui was evidently struggling to fend them off, while Han Qing found the experience considerably easier. Before him appeared a silver mound, its sharp leaves crashing against it like swords, creating a dazzling explosion of light. Illusionary formation? No, this was not an illusion. The colossal tree unleashed varying degrees of attacks tailored to different levels of cultivation. How was this phenomenon achieved? This may very well be the trial preceding entry into Yushu Palace. Utilizing the Lingshan talisman, Han Qing managed to endure for several tens of breaths, while Luo Qianshui could only persist for a mere 10 breaths. Her complexion paling significantly. Han Qing cast a glance behind him, observing that the demonic cultivator was also engulfed in the torrent, his flight speed diminishing drastically. It was at this moment that the Dainju within his mind unexpectedly began to operate autonomously. He then felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation as the torrent of leaves before him dissipated. The trees remained steadfast, the lake unchanged, tranquility returned. What has transpired? Could it be attributed to the Dainju? The divine tree emitted an assault of divine consciousness. How terrifying this divine consciousness is. Without hesitation, Han Qing swiftly moved to Luo Qianshui's side, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. In the next instant, their figures flickered, and they appeared before the grand entrance of Yushu Palace. What? That fledgling cheery finer? How could this be possible? Sure Man's expression darkened immediately, his teeth clenched in frustration. Mei Ning's countenance also shifted dramatically. She had only traversed halfway. How could that junior have arrived? Han Qing did not linger. He directly soared into the majestic main gate of Yushu Palace, accompanied by Luo Qianshui. Chapter 71, Xiantian Fruit. Yushu Palace Great Hall. This majestic hall appears to be forged from ice and snow, a palace sculpted from jade. Luo Qianshui remarked, still trembling from recent events. Had it not been for Han Qing, she would never have traversed here so swiftly. To this day, she remains unaware of how Han Qing accomplished such a feat, although he is merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. She perceives his danger level as comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. This implies that Han Qing possesses the prowess to slay those of a higher cultivation level. Given her own 9th level of Qi refinement, she fears she may not stand a chance against him. Han Qing extended his consciousness, surveying the vast palace reminiscent of an imperial residence. The palace is adorned with numerous towers and hidden chambers, grander and more magnificent than any mundane palace. One individual could not possibly explore it all. Split up and proceed quickly. During critical moments, do not hesitate to expend your breath-concealing talismans, Han Qing instructed. Understood. Luo Qianshui transformed into a blue apparition and swiftly entered a side hall. Han Qing's consciousness swept across the great hall. Numerous rooms lay within, yet most were empty. Even those containing remnants held only ashes and debris. This is quite understandable, as Yushu Palace has existed for countless millennia. Even treasures, without the nurturing of spiritual energy, would succumb to decay over such time. Both magical artifacts and spiritual plants require spiritual energy for sustenance. For instance, sword cultivators favor the sword-nurturing gourd, wherein they place their spiritual swords to foster their growth, potentially granting the sword's sentience and exponentially increasing their power. Not only is spiritual energy necessary for nurturing, but a cultivator's innate magical item is also often stored within their soul sea, nourished by the cultivator's spirit and blood. An innate magical item serves as a cultivator's most formidable weapon. The fate of the magical item is intertwined with that of its wielder, necessitating extreme caution when selecting one. Han Qing's consciousness radiated outward, swiftly scanning the palatial structures. In an instant, he found himself in the rear courtyard of Yushu Palace. This courtyard was desolate, dominated by a colossal stone door. After a moment's contemplation, he waved a hand, sending a talisman toward the stone door. It adhered to the surface but elicited no response. Had the restrictions become ineffective? Typically, treasure-seeking locations like Yushu Palace are safeguarded by formidable wards. A moment's carelessness could result in fatal repercussions. Thus, Han Qing resolved to probe cautiously. Clearly, the wards in this area had lost their potency due to prolonged neglect and lack of spiritual stone replenishment. Han Qing stepped forward and pushed open the stone door, which groaned open with a resounding echo. He swiftly entered, traversing a pitch-black corridor, only to emerge into an expansive area. Above him loomed a massive sinkhole, surrounded by sheer stone walls. The azure starry sky of the fallen god realm was visible above, and pure spiritual energy surged from the sinkhole, cascading onto the ground below. On the ground lay enormous stone spheres, each about 3 zhang in diameter. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. What are these? He had never encountered such a sight. The spheres were spherical, covered in runes that formed a miniature magical array. Each sphere represented a distinct magical formation. He had never seen an array like this before. With a flicker of ghostly light, a jet-black longsword appeared in his hand, bloodying sword. Han Qing advanced and cleaved a stone sphere in two. The sphere shattered with a thunderous crash, revealing a desiccated spiritual plant within. This plant, a vine type, had completely withered, devoid of life. Even the Xian Yu spiritual liquid could not revive a lifeless plant. Could these possibly be spiritual plants from the same era as Yushu Palace? Han Qing's expression remained composed, yet his heart soared with elation. Each spiritual plant was protected by a formation designed to simulate its growth environment and safeguard it. Each type of spiritual plant possesses unique environmental preferences for growth. Utilizing formations to replicate these environments not only enhances the survival rate of the plants, but also accelerates their growth. This is indeed a valuable discovery. Han Qing promptly retrieved a beast-skin blueprint, meticulously inscribing the various formations onto it. After securing the blueprint, he approached another stone sphere and shattered it with a single stroke of his sword. What is this? Yiming flower? A surge of Yin energy poured forth from the sphere. Yin energy is distinct from demonic energy. Ghost cultivators utilize Yin energy for their practices, while demonic cultivators employ demonic energy. Human cultivators, beasts, and certain spiritual entities rely on spiritual energy for cultivation. Amidst the swirling Yin energy, a spiritual plant radiated a ghostly light, Yinming flower. This is an exceptional ingredient for concocting Yinming pills, which rapidly bolster the soul. Ghost cultivators particularly favor this item. Han Qing immediately stored the plant, soil and all, into his storage pouch before hastening to the next stone sphere. Due to the passage of time, most of the spiritual plants here had withered, yet he managed to harvest a small portion. A subtle smile graced his lips. This journey to Yushu Palace proved fruitful. However, he still had not located any soul crystals. Han Qing shattered the final stone sphere, and a blinding golden light burst forth. What is this? Within the sphere floated a seed the size of a grain of rice, radiating a potent golden glow. Han Qing's expression shifted. This object emanated an ancient aura, likely of great significance. The Xiantian fruit has the potential to nurture Xiantian's spiritual treasures. Xiantian fruit? Xiantian spiritual treasures? Han Qing's countenance changed dramatically. Spiritual treasures are classified above magical artifacts, with distinctions made between acquired and innate, transcendent, and Xiantian spiritual treasures. Among them, Xiantian spiritual treasures are the most powerful. Acquired spiritual treasures are crafted by cultivators. The innate Lingbao is a treasure birthed from the natural laws, while the Tongtian Lingbao is even more formidable than the former two. The Xuantian Lingbao is scarcely mentioned in ancient texts. Without delay, Han Qing promptly stored this object within his white jade gourd, which possesses the ability to isolate its aura. Such a remarkable item. Han Qing's thoughts turned increasingly cautious. The treasures he possessed must remain concealed from all, including celestial-grade elixirs, talismans, formations, and these precious spiritual plants. A common man is innocent, but possessing a gem brings guilt. Han Qing tapped his body, causing a breath-concealing talisman to shimmer into existence, rendering his aura imperceptible. Subsequently, he donned a transparent veil, the shroud of concealment. He appeared to vanish into thin air. This veil serves to obscure one's form. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing traversed the spiritual plant garden, making his way deeper into the Yushu Palace. He silently arrived at an expansive subterranean chamber filled with numerous caverns. At the heart of the chamber lay a flat expanse where intricate runes flickered upon the ground. It was a formation. Suspended above the formation were pieces of black, diamond-like crystal. What are those? Soul crystals. At last, he had found this treasure. Chapter 72. The Three-Headed Demon Dragon Jiao. Soul Crystal. Han Qing was in dire need of soul crystals for the crafting of puppets. Naturally, he also required a substantial amount of materials for this endeavor. While the consumables were not difficult to procure, the soul crystals were another matter entirely. Han Qing's heart surged with joy as he prepared to rush forward and collect the soul crystals. But he suddenly paused, concealing himself behind a cavern wall. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from another cave. This was an exquisitely graceful silhouette, with a lithe and sinuous form. Her skin was fair, and her lips were crimson, revealing a dazzling smile. She possessed a striking beauty, the kind that was both enchanting and charming in its subtlety. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. Was this not the female cultivator? Miao Yin Men, Mei Ning. Without hesitation, Mei Ning stepped forward, appearing above the formation. Her expression shifted as she prepared to gather the soul crystals. However, in the next instant, her countenance changed dramatically. Boom! From the pitch-black cave above, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal, dark beast descended from the heavens, its massive head opening wide to snap at Mei Ning. This enormous creature had a body as thick as a water tank, and astonishingly, it bore 3 serpent-like heads, its entire form covered in glistening black scales. The 3-headed demon dragon Jiao. Han Qing, hidden within the cavern, felt his expression darken. The 3-headed demon dragon Jiao exuded a terrifying aura of peak second-tier strength, equivalent to that of a foundation-building cultivator. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly advancing. Otherwise, he would have been no match for such a formidable beast and would have become its prey. Boom! A brilliant white light flashed before Mei Ning. A colossal shield manifested before her. One of the demon dragon's heads crashed into the shield with tremendous force, sending Mei Ning staggering back several paces. Mei Ning's gaze sharpened as she hovered in midair. With a wave of her hand, an emerald sword circled around her. Though it appeared to be crafted from wood, its edge gleamed with lethal intent. This was a low-grade magical treasure, the Xianhun wooden sword. In the next moment, Mei Ning's aura surged dramatically, escalating from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the mid-stage of foundation building. Han Qing gasped in astonishment. This female cultivator had suppressed her cultivation to infiltrate the fallen god land, and was actually a mid-stage foundation building cultivator. At that moment, Mei Ning pointed at the demon dragon, and the Xianhun wooden sword emitted a brilliant blue light, slicing toward one of its heads. Boom! 2 colors of spiritual light exploded, sending waves of energy cascading throughout the cavern. Yet, this strike was utterly incapable of breaching the demon dragon's defenses. Mei Ning's expression darkened. The scales of the demon dragon were exceedingly tough, able to withstand a low-grade magical treasure. Buzz! This attack provoked the demon dragon. Its other 2 heads, with blood-red eyes, locked onto Mei Ning. One head opened wide, unleashing a torrent of dark green poisonous mist. Wherever the mist spread, everything was corroded. Even the stones rapidly disintegrated. The low-grade magical treasure quickly lost its luster amidst the poisonous fog, transforming into worthless scrap. Mei Ning's face paled instantly. This poison had corrosive properties. She immediately transformed into a blur, darting around the cave to evade the mist. The enormous demon dragon landed atop the formation, sweeping its tail with a resounding boom. Boom! A white ancient shield materialized before Mei Ning. The demon dragon's tail struck it with such force that the shield shattered into countless pieces. Mei Ning was sent crashing against the wall, her complexion now ghostly pale. Facing a peak foundation building beast was an immense burden for her. Mei Ning stepped forward, floating in the air. Several talismans appeared in her hands, golden symbols shooting forth. 6 golden talismans circled the demon dragon, and then the golden light intensified, coalescing into numerous towering golden warriors clad in armor. The 6 Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman. The golden armored warriors wielded massive axes, striking fiercely at the demon dragon. Waves of black and gold spiritual light erupted. The demon dragon roared in fury, thrashing its massive body. With a sweep of its tail, it sent 2 golden warriors flying, transforming them into talismans that quickly vanished. Mei Ning's expression turned grim. The 6 Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman could not hold for long. Without delay, she threw out 3 azure lights, 3 azure rings, a low-grade magical treasure, the Qingmu ring. The Qingmu rings radiated azure light, transforming into 3 beams that ensnared the demon dragon's 3 heads. The rings tightened, constricting around its neck. The demon dragon thrashed violently, its terrifying peak foundation building prowess erupting. Crack! The rings visibly shattered one by one. Mei Ning inhaled sharply. At this point, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, yet she still could not subdue the beast. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed 6 more talismans. Again, the 6 Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman. This was her only means to temporarily delay the demon dragon. Han Qing had already abandoned the notion of obtaining soul crystals. He turned to leave. As a loose cultivator, although opportunities presented themselves, one must also possess the means to seize them. An opportunity that could not be grasped was simply not meant for you. Yet, just as he was about to depart, a chilling voice echoed. Friend, you concealed yourself remarkably well. Had you remained still, I would not have discovered you. If you do not assist me in vanquishing this beast, do you think you can escape? Mei Ning's icy voice resonated. Han Qing's expression darkened. Facing a mid-stage Mei Ning and a peak foundation-building beast, he could hardly escape death at the hands of either. Taking a deep breath, Han Qing slowly stepped forward, retracting his concealment technique. Mei Ning's expression shifted slightly. This person had concealed himself quite thoroughly, employing not just breath-holding talismans. There are inferior treasures for protection. How exceedingly cautious. Dao friend, bind it for me and buy me some time, Mei Ning said in a solemn voice. Han Qing. His lips twitched. Senior, I am merely a Qi refinement cultivator. You want me to entangle a peak second-tier beast? Mei Ning has truly lost her senses. Enough of the nonsense, go swiftly. Otherwise, we shall both perish at the hands of this beast. Han Qing felt somewhat despondent. He immediately unleashed the true shadow escape, hovering in midair. Below, the magic dragon Jiao was locked in combat with the golden armored warriors. Han Qing waved his hand, and 9 talismans shot forth. 9 golden talismans spiraled above the magic dragon Jiao. Subsequently, golden chains erupted from the talismans, racing toward the magic dragon Jiao to ensnare it. Spirit binding array. Han Qing did not hesitate, casting out 5 more array flags. The flags fell in all directions, swiftly forming a formation. Inversion of the 5 elements array. Suppress. Buzz. A force of the array descended upon the magic dragon Jiao. Senior, are you ready yet? I cannot hold on much longer. Mei Ning. Chapter 73, United. Roar. The 3-headed dragon Jiao unleashed a frenzied roar. Its massive form swelled continually, causing the golden chains binding it to snap one after another. Han Qing's expression darkened upon witnessing this. The binding formation was ineffective against this peak foundation establishment beast. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending a flurry of talismans flying from his sleeve. Some of them spiraled around the dragon Jiao, shimmering with golden light, while others transformed into chains that shot forth. 3 additional talismans, however, morphed into a beam of golden light, swiftly penetrating the 3 enormous heads of the dragon Jiao. The immortal-grade spirit-binding talismans. The 3-headed dragon Jiao momentarily froze, becoming immobile. Yet, the talismans adhered to its heads ignited one after another. Han Qing's face fell. Senior, hurry. I can barely hold on. Are you ready yet? Mei Ning. Why does this sound so strange? At this moment, Mei Ning swiftly formed hand seals. Without delay, a green light burst forth from her forehead, hovering before her. The green light transformed into a long green sword. The Xianhun wooden sword. This sword differed greatly from the one she had previously wielded. Its blade radiated a sharper brilliance and exuded a more formidable presence. The sword she had drawn before was made of 300-year-old Xianhun wood, whereas this one was crafted from a millennium-old variety. Furthermore, this sword was a top-grade magical artifact and was Mei Ning's life-bound treasure. Mei Ning rapidly executed her hand seals, channeling spells into her life-bound artifact. The Xianhun wooden sword surged with green light, emanating an incredibly terrifying sword intent. Just then, the last spirit-binding talismans on the heads of the dragon Jiao turned to ash. The 3-headed dragon Jiao could move again. The surrounding Lu Ding Tian Jia formation, the spirit-binding formation, and the inverted 5 elements formation shattered in an instant. Boom. The void erupted with a resounding explosion. The Xianhun wooden sword transformed into a streak of green light and struck at the dragon Jiao. The dragon Jiao unleashed a torrent of dark green poison mist from its mouth. However, that sharp green light pierced through the poison mist in an instant, severing one of the dragon Jiao's heads. The green light spiraled around, cutting off the other 2 heads in succession. It then returned to Mei Ning's side, circling around her. The enormous body of the 3-headed dragon Jiao slowly collapsed to the ground, motionless. It was dead. Mei Ning staggered, hurriedly retracting her life-bound artifact into her spiritual sea. Controlling a top-grade magical artifact was still somewhat taxing for her. Moreover, in order to slay this beast, she had exhausted all her spiritual power. Mei Ning landed on the ground, her heart heavy with despair. Alone, she would have been no match for this peak foundation establishment beast. Fortunately, Han Qing had managed to hold the beast at bay, granting her the time to summon her life-bound treasure. Now, her life-bound artifact had consumed all her spiritual energy. Bang! Han Qing crashed against the stone wall, his face pale. He had merely been caught in the aftermath of the battle of the Foundation establishment cultivators, and the residual force had thrown him aside. After all, it It was a peak foundation establishment beast. In an instant, it had shattered his formations and talismans, leaving him with little chance of survival against it. Han Qing steadied his breath and slowly approached Mei Ning. This sweet and gentle-looking female cultivator was truly captivating, the kind that could stir a man's heart. "Senior, I am Li Feiyu, honored to meet you." Han Qing had no knowledge of who this senior was, nor which sect she belonged to in Tiannan. Thus, he dared not impersonate Chen Chongfeng or Su Qing. While out and about, he could only use an alias. "Li Feiyu?" "Young friendly," Mei Ning replied softly. "Young friend, Li still possesses quite a number of talismans." Han Qing smiled. "Senior, do you still wish to claim the body of this beast? The hides and bones of a peak second-tier beast are excellent materials for crafting. If you desire them, I shall gift them to you," Mei Ning said. Just then, a swirl of pink mist began to emanate from the severed necks of the three-headed dragon Jiao. The pink mist spread rapidly, soon enveloping the entire subterranean cave. By the time Mei Ning and Han Qing realized what was happening, it was already too late. Han Qing's expression changed dramatically. Could this be poisonous? He hurriedly activated his techniques to resist it. "Not good. It's the dragon Jiao's pheromone sac," Mei Ning exclaimed in surprise. "What is a pheromone sac?" The reproductive rate of beasts is astonishingly quick, especially among lower-tier beasts. Apart from mating and breeding, they cultivate continuously. Their ability to do so is largely due to the pheromone sac. The substance within stimulates the beast's mating instincts. Once human cultivators inhale this mist, their emotions will be provoked. This is bad. Han Qing's heart sank as he felt an overwhelming heat surge through his body, his mind growing hazy. He glanced at Mei Ning, who was blushing profusely, her beautiful eyes glistening with affection as they gazed at him. Moreover, her neck and skin flushed red. Li Daoyu, you mustn't act recklessly." Mei Ning bit her crimson lip, feeling an unbearable heat enveloping her. "No, this cannot be." Mei Ning took a deep breath, but inhaled even more of the pink mist. If this substance entered her body without being expelled, it would damage her cultivation foundation. Mei Ning's breathing quickened. Suddenly, she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Han Qing's neck. No, it's so hot, so hot." Han Qing's expression shifted drastically. He could still endure for a moment or two, but Mei Ning had lost her last shred of rationality. Her soft, moist lips pressed against his. Boom. In that instant, Han Qing completely lost his sanity. The pink mist swiftly enveloped the entire cave, concealing the figures of Han Qing and Mei Ning. Moments later, rhythmic sounds echoed from within the mist. A cacophony of noise erupted. The mist pulsed in a rhythmic manner, as if breathing. This tumult continued for a considerable duration, far exceeding a mere incense stick's time. At the onset, the pink mist was thick and rich. Gradually, the intensity of the situation began to wane. This pervasive atmosphere lingered for a full 3 days. The clamor within the cave persisted for the same duration, with intermittent sounds echoing throughout. It was not until the 3rd day that the fog completely dissipated. On the ground of the cave lay 2 figures. Mei Ning slowly opened her enchanting eyes and awakened. Upon noticing Han Qing beside her, her expression turned pallid with rage. A surge of fury coursing through her mind. She was acutely aware of what had transpired over the past 3 days. As a practitioner of the Miaoyin sect and a formidable mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, she could hardly believe that she had been, for 3 whole days, subjected to the whims of a mere Qi refinement junior. Infuriating, Mei Ning rose abruptly, and with a flick of her wrist, the disheveled garments scattered across the ground soared into the air, settling upon her form. After swiftly donning her attire, she produced a long sword and approached Han Qing, her gaze icy as she regarded him. Her countenance was a tempest of fury, her desire for vengeance ignited. How dare this Qi refinement waste tarnish her as a foundation establishment cultivator? Such audacity. Mei Ning's expression shifted dramatically. She contemplated striking down Han Qing. Yet her hand hesitated to deliver the fatal blow. Perhaps it is enough. After all, you have saved my life on 2 occasions. Once in the joint slaying of the demon dragon Jiao, and again during the incident involving the poison. Ouch, that hurts. You scoundrel. Could you not have been gentler? And for 3 continuous days. Chapter 74, Qianhun Banner. Mei Ning gritted her teeth, her complexion flushed. This matter cannot solely be blamed on Han Qing. She even recalled that she had been more proactive than him. Alas, Mei Ning, what are you thinking? How could you indulge in such frivolous thoughts? Taking a deep breath, she calmed her emotions. Her own spiritual power had also been restored. After a moment of contemplation, She took out a jade box and placed it beside Han Qing. With a wave of her hand, the scattered clothes on the ground flew up and neatly folded themselves beside him. Han Qing's disguised talisman had already worn off. This man had an unremarkable appearance, yet he was not unattractive either. He was exceedingly cautious in his actions, covered in defensive talismans, which seemed overly prudent. If he could establish a foundation and embark on the path of immortality, perhaps they might meet again someday. If he fails to tread the path of immortality, then today would be their last encounter. The events of these past few days must not be spoken of. Buzz. Han Qing suddenly opened his eyes, awakening. He looked around, but Mei Ning had already vanished. The echoes of her voice lingered in his mind. Embarking on the path of immortality. They might meet again in the future. If he failed, today would be their final farewell. He felt a pang of melancholy. The past few days had left him ensnared by toxic mist, as if he had experienced a great battle, leaving him utterly exhausted and in a deep slumber. Now that he awoke, Mei Ning had already departed. Miao Yin Men, Mei Ning. Outside the Tiannan realm. In the 3 days they had spent together, Han Qing had come to understand the background of this senior. He could not help but admit that Mei Ning was an extraordinarily beautiful being, with every aspect of her figure breathtaking. Fortunately, the influence of the toxic mist had allowed him to endure for 3 days. Was the toxic mist truly a good thing? If it were collected and confined within a room? Cough, cough. It would certainly add much amusement when seeking guidance from his master in the future. Alas, the toxic mist had already dissipated. Han Qing looked at the neatly folded clothes and smiled knowingly. He promptly donned his attire. What is this? Han Qing immediately picked up the jade box. Upon opening it, he discovered a withered bamboo lying inside. The surface of the bamboo was wrinkled, and its vitality was extremely faint. However, it bore arcane runes resembling thunder arcs. Could this be? The legendary Tianlai Zhu. This is an exceedingly precious item. Han Qing quickly stowed the Tianlai Zhu away and bowed respectfully to the void. Thank you, senior, for bestowing this treasure. Your junior shall remember it. Tianlai Zhu. Han Qing's knowledge of this item was limited to the tomes in the treasure pavilion. It was one of the top 10 refining materials from ancient times, containing immense lightning power within its essence. Moreover, it was among the rare treasures capable of accommodating lightning energy. Few treasures could harness lightning. One was the dragon pearl of the Junling dragon clan, and the other was this extremely valuable Tianlai Zhu. If the Tianlai Zhu were to mature, it would become a formidable magical artifact. A 500-year-old Tianlai Zhu could be crafted into a powerful artifact. A 1,000-year-old Tianlai Zhu could give rise to formidable white lightning. A 3,000-year-old Tianlai Zhu would transform into blue, producing the exorcising evil divine lightning. A 5,000-year-old Tianlai Zhu would become purple, yielding the heavenly Tao divine lightning. A 10,000-year-old Tianlai Zhu would turn gold, generating the golden exorcising evil divine lightning. The 10,000-year Tianlai Zhu is also known as golden thunder bamboo. This item is not only rare, but also has long been extinct in the lesser spirit realm. It is astonishing that Senior Mei Ning managed to find the Tianlai Zhu and even gifted him a small segment. Han Qing was undeniably exhilarated. In the distance, hidden in the shadows, Mei Ning's lips curled into a faint smile. The Tianlai Zhu has 2 segments. The one she gifted to Han Qing was on the verge of losing its vitality, while the one she retained was still significantly more robust. However, whether it could be cultivated successfully remained uncertain. Boom. At that moment, the entire Yushu palace suddenly trembled. Han Qing's expression darkened. He swiftly summoned the body of the second-tier peak demon beast into his storage bag. Following that, the soul crystals around him quickly flew into his storage bag as well. He had come here specifically for these soul crystals. This trip had yielded numerous 1,000-year-old spiritual plants, soul crystals, Shantian fruits, Tianlai Zhu, and demon beast materials. A truly bountiful harvest. Han Qing moved, his expression shifting. A surge of spiritual power radiated from him, stirring up clouds of dust. His cultivation had also broken through. It seemed that during these 3 days, through constant discussions and cultivation with Mei Ning, he had inadvertently refined her innate primordial yin, leading to this breakthrough in his cultivation. Qi refinement 9th level. Hiss, splendid, splendid. Han Qing's heart soared with joy. It appeared that upon his exit, he must prepare for foundation establishment. Coincidentally, joining the Hahuan sect would provide him with protection, allowing him to establish his foundation with peace of mind. He had already resolved to concoct foundation establishment pills immediately upon his return and strive for foundation establishment. Han Qing immediately vanished from the spot. Yushu Palace. Boom. A surge of demonic energy erupted into the sky. Amidst the demonic energy, a figure emerged. Mid-stage foundation establishment, sure man, swiftly formed hand seals. A dark flag flew out and expanded in the wind. Where do you think you can escape? Come out. Qianhun banner. Sure man unleashed a series of incantations. The black flag transformed into a massive size, releasing torrents of sinister energy. Following that, colossal skulls emerged from the sinister energy, hurtling toward the Yushu Palace below. Countless skulls erupted from the Qianhun banner, resembling shooting stars. Each one represented the soul of a cultivator. Demonic cultivators not only feasted on human cultivators' blood, but also employed secret techniques to bind their souls, refining them into the Qianhun banner. The Qianhun banner evolved from the Baihun banner. The more souls it collected, the more powerful it became. Thus, the Qianhun banner could further evolve into the Wanhun banner. The controlled ghost cultivators within would devour one another, thereby augmenting their own strength, ultimately manifesting as formidable beings akin to demon kings. At this juncture, numerous skulls plummeted like shooting stars, their descent remarkably swift, soon saturating every corner of Yushu Palace. Moments later, a figure clad in blue soared into the sky, brandishing a verdant umbrella, Luo Qianshui. Upon entering Yushu Palace, she had indeed unearthed certain fortuitous opportunities. However, she encountered a mid-stage foundation establishment demon cultivator. Despite her efforts to conceal herself using a concealment talisman for a time, the demon cultivator, incensed, unleashed the Thousand Souls banner. At this moment, she found herself compelled to reveal her presence, cornered by the onslaught of skulls. Ice umbrella, Luo Qianshui exclaimed. Casting her hand, the low-grade magical artifact, the ice umbrella, ascended into the heavens, spinning with a mesmerizing grace. Raindrops scattered from the ice umbrella, rapidly coalescing into terrifying ice-long swords. Go, Luo Qianshui declared, pointing decisively. Chapter 75, The Sorcerer of the Dark Path. With a swift whoosh, a barrage of icy swords shot forth, their chilling essence shimmering as they cut through the air with a resounding crack. This torrent of frost-laden blades surged towards the skulls, piercing and dissipating them into nothingness. Yet, formidable skulls retaliated, shattering the icy swords in their wake. An increasing number of skulls hurtled forward with reckless abandon. How dare you, mere cultivators of the Qi refinement stage, defy the foundational practitioners? Such audacity! Sure man bellowed, transforming into a swirling mist of dark energy. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Luo Qianshui, his speed astonishingly swift. The speed of Qi refinement practitioners paled in comparison to that of foundational practitioners, and Sure Man, being in the mid-foundation stage, was particularly formidable. As a practitioner of the dark path, he unleashed a devastating punch, channeling an immense amount of spiritual power that rapidly coalesced before him, manifesting as a colossal, pitch-black shadow of demonic energy. This punch, as tangible as reality itself, was hurled towards Luo Qianshui. Boom! A shield materialized before Luo Qianshui, behind which stood a silver mountain, 5 elements spirit mountain talisman. With a thunderous crash, the shield visibly shattered as the black shadow struck the silver mountain's illusion. A dazzling explosion of dual-colored light erupted. And though the silver mountain held momentarily, it was swiftly obliterated, leaving the black shadow diminished yet potent. Bang! Luo Qianshui was sent sprawling, her complexion drained of color. A mid-foundational practitioner was beyond her capabilities to contend with. Despite possessing the 5 elements spirit mountain talisman, she was gravely injured. Had she not wielded this talisman, she would likely have perished on the spot. The chasm between foundational and Qi refinement practitioners was immense. At that moment, a swarm of skulls, suffused with ominous energy, surged towards her. Panic-stricken, Luo Qianshui cried out, "Master, Master!" Bang! In the next instant, she fell into a soft embrace as a figure in a blue robe materialized behind her. It was Han Qing. "Master, you have finally arrived. We must flee. This is a sorcerer of the dark path, a mid-foundational practitioner," Luo Qianshui exclaimed. Han Qing's expression darkened. There is no escape now. As he appeared, a torrent of dark energy had sealed off the path behind him. Steadying Luo Qianshui, he unleashed several silver talismans, which swiftly transformed into surges of spiritual energy. He summoned the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Boom! Silver arcs of lightning coalesced, striking the advancing skulls. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman harbored the might of thunder, a bane to specters and dark sorcerers alike. In an instant, the skulls disintegrated upon contact with the silver lightning arcs, obliterating those that rushed forward. Sherman was taken aback. "You reckless youth." Suddenly, he reappeared above Han Qing. Han Qing, startled, quickly activated a movement talisman. At that very moment, a colossal black palm descended, crashing into the space where he had just stood. In the next instant, Han Qing materialized above Sherman, sending 5 silver talismans soaring into the sky. 5 elements, thunder array. To combat dark sorcerers, he could only wield the restraining power of thunder. Other methods would prove futile unless overwhelmingly potent. He faced a mid-foundational sorcerer and dared not underestimate him. "Escape? Do you believe you can?" Sherman roared, extending his hand to summon a pitch-black great sword, emanating a torrent of dark energy, Blood Demon Blade, a mid-grade magical artifact. Sherman wielded the sword with ferocity, unleashing a crescent wave of dark energy towards Han Qing. Fall. Han Qing quickly formed seals with his hands. Above, countless fragments of lightning coalesced into a massive arc, as thick as an arm, crashing down at an extraordinary speed. This lightning struck the dark energy wave, dispersing it instantly. As layers of spiraling spiritual energy expanded, both the lightning and dark energy were consumed entirely. Sherman's expression darkened. Disbelief coursed through him. How could this be? Han Qing was merely an 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Had he broken through to the 9th? Such a seemingly insignificant cultivator should not be able to withstand a mid-foundational strike. It was utterly inconceivable. Han Qing was equally astonished. To call it resistance would be an understatement. It was the thunder array's overwhelming counteracting effect. Both dark sorcerers and specters feared the might of heavenly thunder. The 5 elements both nurture and counteract one another, as all things in the world derive from them. Sherman's fury ignited, transforming into a streak of dark light that shot towards Han Qing. Just as Han Qing prepared to activate the movement talisman, a figure appeared before him. "Mei Ning, what are you waiting for? Get away now," she commanded sternly. Han Qing remained silent, for this was Mei Ning, the woman he had spent 3 days and nights entwined with in Yusu Palace. Without hesitation, he formed seals with both hands, unleashing a flurry of talismans, 9 in total. 9 azure talismans transformed into a multitude of azure light, rapidly converging to form 9 sharp azure swords. Sherman, witnessing this, scoffed. "You insolent youth, do you think you can escape death?" Chanting incantations, Sherman summoned the 1,000 Souls banner, which swelled in the wind, releasing a torrent of ominous energy. A massive cloud of dark energy swiftly formed above Han Qing, and from within emerged a colossal, fearsome white skull. The King of Ghosts. This was the specter contained within the 1,000 Souls banner, exuding the oppressive might and prowess of a foundational practitioner. The enormous skull head charged towards Han Qing, exerting an overwhelming force. In truth, the power of the Qianhun fan was immense. Should the skull draw near, the malevolent energy would corrode both the magical artifacts and the souls of the practitioners. Han Qing executed his dual techniques. The thunderous runes of the array above the heavens unleashed arcs of lightning that descended in rapid succession, coalescing into pillars of electricity as thick as an arm. These pillars struck with tremendous force upon the ghastly skull. The skull opened its maw, releasing a torrent of dark energy. The silver arcs of lightning, upon entering the shadowy miasma, were swiftly consumed, with only a minuscule fraction managing to strike the skull, yielding negligible impact. Han Qing's expression darkened. "I wonder how much more power you possess to expend." With a flick of his wrist, silver talismans shot forth, transforming into arcs of lightning that surged towards the skull. The cacophony of thunderous impacts reverberated against the skull's cranium. The Ghost King exclaimed, "Damn it, this is utterly vexing. How can this fellow possess such an abundance of talismans?" The relentless barrage of lightning arcs, complemented by the 5 elements thunder array above, rapidly depleted the Ghost King's magical energy and dark essence. In mere moments, the entire skull was shattered, revealing a phantom clad in red, which darted towards the Qianhun fan. This phantom was that of a ghostly maiden, her visage strikingly beautiful and her form exquisite, albeit with a pallid complexion. Han Qing chose not to pursue further, but instead focused his consciousness on Sherman, who was entangled in combat with Mei Ning. Han Qing pointed skyward, and 9 azure light swords ascended with great haste. Giant sword technique. Boom. The 9 spiritual swords swiftly converged, forming a terrifying giant sword 3 zhang in length. The thunder array unleashed arcs of lightning that enveloped the colossal sword. The surface of the giant sword flickered with flashes of lightning. Flash. Chapter 76 Healing? With a sudden explosion, a dark figure was sent retreating several dozen zhangs. The figure coalesced, revealing Sherman. Opposite him, Mei Ning hovered steadily in the void, a long sword above her head glowing with an intense azure light. Shimon's expression darkened. The ghost king within the Qianhun fan had actually been defeated by Han Qing. How could this junior in the Qi refining stage accomplish such a feat? In the next moment, Sherman abruptly looked up, only to see a massive 3 zhang sword swooping down with a howl, enveloped in silver arcs of lightning. Shimon's pupils contracted in alarm. He sensed a formidable threat. Pancher drum. Sherman slapped his waist, and a brilliant yellow light burst forth, levitating above his head, transforming into a gigantic stone drum. The surface of the drum was adorned with golden runes, expanding to several zhangs in size and radiating an intense glow. Boom. The azure giant sword came crashing down. Sherman and the stone drum were thrust downward under the impact of the colossal sword. Seeking death, Sherman raised both hands, bracing against the giant drum. His arms bulged with muscle as the stone drum gradually stabilized, its radiance intensifying. Layers of spiritual energy erupted forth, while arcs of lightning poured down from the giant sword, consuming the demonic energy surrounding Sherman. Seeing this, Mei Ning's expression hardened. She pointed decisively at Sherman. Go. The Qianhun wooden sword shot forth, transforming into a streak of azure light that pierced through Shimon's chest. Blood and flesh splattered. Sherman looked down in shock at his chest. Mei Ning, in collaboration with the Qi refining junior, had actually slain him. How could this be possible? Boom. Sherman fell to the ground as the giant sword crashed down, shattering his body. Observing this, Han Qing waved his hand, and the giant sword dissipated into countless strands of spiritual energy. The formation in the heavens swiftly vanished. He then turned his gaze toward the Qianhun fan in the void. Mei Ning's expression tightened. If you desire it, take it. Haha. Thank you, senior. Han Qing beckoned, and the Qianhun fan swiftly shrank, transforming into a wisp of ethereal light that flew into his sleeve. With another wave, the storage bag from Sherman fell into his hands. Han Qing then bowed respectfully. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Had it not been for Mei Ning's intervention, he wouldn't have stood a chance against a mid-stage Foundation establishment opponent, let alone escape. Mei Ning looked at Han Qing. Did I not instruct you to leave? Why have you not departed? Han Qing smiled wryly. Under any other circumstances, I would have fled at the first sign of danger. However, for you, Senior Mei Ning, I would gladly meet my end here. A charming smile curved Mei Ning's lips. This lad, thankfully, still possesses a heart. If Han Qing had truly fled, their fates might have concluded at this juncture. Ding. Mei Ning's emotional value increased by 20. With a swift turn, Mei Ning said, Junior, cultivate diligently. She transformed into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. Han Qing bowed respectfully. Yes, senior, I will strive to cultivate diligently, and one day, I shall walk the path of longevity alongside you. Who? Mei Ning stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance in midair. Who wishes to accompany him on the path of longevity? How brazen. Ding. Mei Ning's emotional value decreased by 5. Han Qing soared down on his sword, landing beside Luo Qianshui, wrapping an arm around her slender waist before swiftly leaving the confines of Yushu Palace. Yushu Dantian. Within a cave on a mountainside, a beam of sword light descended. Han Qing waved his hand, sending out several array flags that promptly embedded themselves into the ground, establishing a defensive formation. He led Luo Qianshui into the cave. Tomorrow we shall be transported away from this place. You may recover your injuries here tonight. Han Qing produced a vial of medicinal pills and handed it to Luo Qianshui. Luo Qianshui's expression changed slightly. This vial contained healing pills, and not just any kind. These were celestial-grade healing pills. Master, she bit her lip. If she were to consume the healing pills on her own, it would take her at least half a month to recover. However, if she were to cultivate the methods of the Hahuan sect alongside the master, her absorption of the medicinal energy would accelerate exponentially, hastening her recovery significantly. This thought left her somewhat hesitant. The methods of the Hahuan sect typically required male and female practitioners to cultivate together. and such intimate practices were best performed without clothing for optimal effect. Though it was not a union of yin and yang, it was still a delicate topic to broach. A hint of shyness passed over Luo Qianshui's face. "What is it? Speak." Han Qing observed the flush on Luo Qianshui's cheeks and had begun to suspect her intentions. Luo Qianshui bit her delicate red lips, took a couple of steps forward, and with a flick of her hand, a large bathtub appeared. She filled it with water and a portion of the medicinal liquid before slowly loosening her belt. Her garments naturally slipped away, revealing flawless shoulders and skin as white as jade. Her delicate, snow-white form was breathtaking. Although Luo Qianshui had not completely undressed, she had already showcased her alluring figure magnificently. A beauty, much like uncut jade, deserves to be admired with discerning eyes. Han Qing gazed at the perfect silhouette of Luo Qianshui and swallowed hard. Such a splendid sight. If he did not take the time to appreciate it, that would indeed be his folly. Luo Qianshui lifted her long legs and settled into the bathtub, looking at Han Qing with soft, affectionate eyes. "Master, I wish to ask you for help in healing my wounds." "Healing me?" "Cultivating together." Han Qing maintained a composed demeanor, but inwardly he was overjoyed. "Haha, splendid, splendid." He immediately removed his blue robe and sat down seriously in the bathtub, facing Luo Qianshui. Luo Qianshui's face turned crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. It was impossible to say she was not nervous. After all, this was her first time being so intimate with a male cultivator. She dared not meet Han Qing's gaze. Han Qing closed his eyes tightly, adopting a serious tone. "Focus your mind and spirit, and do not let your thoughts wander. Absorb the medicinal energy and cultivate." Luo Qianshui. She bit her red lips, realizing that her master held no improper thoughts toward her. Alas, she has misunderstood her master. Ding Luo Qianshui's emotional value stands at 20. As Luo Qianshui entered a meditative state, Han Qing quietly opened his eyes. Ahem. Such a splendid view must certainly be appreciated. Otherwise, it would imply a lack of romantic sensibility on his part. Luo Qianshui, the princess of the Su kingdom, possesses an unparalleled grace. Truly remarkable. Of course, Han Qing refrained from acting recklessly. He intended to gradually win Luo Qianshui's affection, thereby enhancing his faith power to cultivate the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong. In the early morning, having absorbed a considerable amount of medicinal energy to heal her injuries, Luo Qianshui felt exceedingly fatigued. Her body became soft and delicate, and she gradually leaned down. Upon witnessing this, Han Qing hurriedly wrapped his arms around Luo Qianshui's slender waist, cradling her supple and voluptuous form in his embrace. "Master, I am so tired." Luo Qianshui could already sense Han Qing's warmth. She understood that he was holding her tightly. Yet, was this appropriate? After all, they were in a state of mutual cultivation, with scant clothing adorning their bodies. The presence of a solitary man and woman inevitably quickened the heartbeat. Han Qing gazed down at Luo Qianshui. Those soft, rosy lips were undeniably enticing. Her fair, luminous skin stirred a tumult of emotions within Han Qing. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her alluring, luscious lips. Chapter 77. The Forbidden Soul Technique. Yi Wan Ting. In an instant, the wearied Luo Qianshui's eyes widened, staring in astonishment at Han Qing before her. "Master," he has once again forcefully kissed her. Luo Qianshui, already fatigued, felt her tense body go limp in Han Qing's embrace, yielding to his hold and the mischief of his restless hands. Her entire being flushed with a rosy hue, her breath becoming labored. In this state, she appeared most enchanting. The stunning princess of Su Kingdom, now lying in Han Qing's arms with her chest rising and falling rhythmically. Luo Qianshui bit her red lip. Let him bully her. Since the moment he rescued her and she became his sword attendant, she had already belonged to Han Qing. In fact, she had not even achieved the status of a dual cultivation partner. Initially, she had resisted Han Qing in her heart, until he presented her with numerous high-quality pills and revealed his identity as an alchemist, endowed with extraordinary talent and pill refinement, capable of producing celestial-grade elixirs. Her attitude towards him began to subtly shift. Being with an alchemist seemed like a wise choice. Though she was the princess of Su, the royal family offered little assistance in her cultivation. The disparity between mundane treasures and spirit stones was vast, making cultivation resources exceedingly important and precious to Luo Qianshui. Just as Han Qing was about to reach a pivotal moment, Luo Qianshui suddenly grasped his hand tightly, her eyes reddening slightly as she looked at him with a pitiful expression. She had yet to take that step, still hesitant to fully trust him. Han Qing smiled gently, embracing her tenderly and lightly kissing her red lips. Since she had not completely let go, there was no need to rush. Luo Qianshui's fondness for Han Qing surged. At the very least, he had not compelled her into actions against her will. Ding! Luo Qianshui's emotional value increased by 30. Han Qing's heart stirred. Her emotional value skyrocketing was a good sign, indicating that her feelings for him were growing. This could lead to a potential cultivation partner in the future. After a moment of kissing, Han Qing lifted Luo Qianshui from the bath and placed her on a stone platform, gently covering her with garments. Luo Qianshui fell into a deep slumber while Han Qing sat cross-legged on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a storage bag, a bag belonging to the devil cultivator Sherman. Han Qing immediately examined its contents. What is this? Soul crystals. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of soul crystals appeared before him. Such treasures. Han Qing's lips curled into a smile as he collected them all. Inside the storage bag, there were also tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Devil cultivators also consumed spirit stones to absorb their spiritual energy for cultivation, converting it into demonic energy. What is this? A flash of azure light revealed a scroll of techniques. He promptly inspected its contents. The Forbidden Soul Technique. Han Qing's brows furrowed in surprise. This was the secret method used by Sherman to control the Thousand Souls banner and the ghost cultivators within it. With this technique, he could manipulate ghost cultivators. This trip had truly been worthwhile. Han Qing was evidently elated. He had acquired the Spirit Beast Mountain's spirit control technique, and now the Devil Cultivator's Forbidden Soul Technique. Would this not allow him to command ghost cultivators? Han Qing immediately took out the Thousand Souls banner, which could vary in size, and at that moment, it was merely palm-sized, hovering before him, exuding a dense aura of Yin energy. Although it was called the Thousand Souls banner, only a few hundred ghost cultivators remained inside, none particularly powerful, except for one ghost king at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Come forth, Han Qing commanded in a deep voice. The rolling Yin energy swiftly enveloped the area, and a figure clad in red emerged. This figure was exquisite and graceful, reminiscent of a refined young lady from an ancient family, radiating an air of nobility. Her attire, woven from ethereal Yin energy, was partially revealing, accentuating her stunning figure, curved like a mountain peak. Aside from being somewhat paler than an ordinary person, there was nothing amiss. The foundation establishing Yi Wanting's expression darkened upon seeing Han Qing. After all, she had previously been struck into a daze by his lightning power, injuring her vitality. Han Qing's ability to harness a lightning formation to gather lightning energy was precisely what ghost cultivators and devil cultivators feared. Hence, Yi Wanting regarded Han Qing with a hint of trepidation. Han Qing raised his hand, unleashing several silver talismans that swiftly surrounded her, spinning rapidly. These silver talismans shimmered with terrifying lightning runes, second-grade celestial thunder talismans. As a ghost cultivator, Yi Wanting felt an inexplicable fear towards these talismans. What is your name? Will you submit to me and become my ghost servant? Han Qing's expression turned icy. Human cultivators have sort attendants, and those of lower status are known as Dao slaves. The ghost cultivators taken in by human cultivators are referred to as ghost servants. Their status is not much different from that of a Dao slave. Yi Wanting's countenance darkened. You, a mere qi refining cultivator, dare to expect my submission? Is that so? The surrounding celestial thunder talismans began to whirl at high speed, transforming into arcs of silver lightning. Yi Wanting. Han Qing chuckled coldly. I will grant you only one chance. Should you refuse, I can easily refine another ghost king from the Thousand Souls banner. If you agree, I will provide you with cultivation pills and assist you in forming your core in the future. Ghost cultivators have their unique pills available. Undoubtedly, if she could find the Yin Ming realm, allowing her to absorb Yin energy for cultivation would be the most beneficial. Yi Wanting's expression shifted multiple times. She lacked the strength to withstand the second-grade celestial thunder talismans. Moreover, Han Qing was correct. The ghost cultivators within the Thousand Souls banner would devour one another. The more powerful ghost cultivators would ultimately prevail, becoming the new ghost king. She bit her red lip. Very well, I agree to become your ghost servant. Han Qing felt a surge of excitement within him. Thus, he had gained an ally at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He immediately formed a hand seal and cast a series of incantations towards Yi Wanting. Soul binding technique, spirit control art, divine soul contract. He employed every technique at his disposal to confine Yi Wanting's spiritual essence, ensuring her absolute loyalty and preventing any potential betrayal. Why do you not enter the cycle of reincarnation and become a ghost cultivator? Yi Wanting's expression changed slightly. I was once a young lady from a wealthy merchant family in Shugua by Yujing. When my family was engaged in trade, I traveled with my father and the merchant caravan to a place known as Hongluo Mountain. Unfortunately, we were ambushed by bandits, resulting in the slaughter of dozens within the caravan, including my father and me. I do not know why I did not report to the city's sovereign, but instead found myself trapped in Hongluo Mountain. Later, I discovered that the place is an extremely dark realm, which ensnared me. Gradually, I absorbed the negative energy, enhancing my own power and ultimately becoming a ghost cultivator. Master Han, could you take me back there someday? Han Qing pondered for a moment. What purpose would you serve by returning? Firstly, the negative energy of the dark realm greatly aids my cultivation. Secondly, that place might yield an extreme elixir. If the master were to take me back, I would be willing to pay any price. Han Qing raised his gaze to Yi Wanting. She was an enchanting beauty, radiating allure. Such as? Yi Wanting gracefully approached Han Qing, extending her hand to gently massage his shoulder. For instance, I am willing to assist you in your cultivation. I can manifest as a spiritual essence or in corporeal form, as long as you require it, Master. Chapter 78. The Invasion of the Demonic Path. It can be a spirit. It can also be a physical entity. Ahem, as long as you need it. Han Qing gazed at the cold and stunning Yi Wanting before him. She resembled a refined lady from a noble family, a young mistress of great wealth. Although she was a ghost cultivator, her beauty was breathtaking. Below her snow-white collarbone lay an alluring figure, a sight that would evoke envy even among women. At this moment, Yi Wanting leaned close to Han Qing. The distance between them was so narrow that Han Qing could feel the pressure she exuded, so close that his gaze involuntarily drifted toward her chest. It was then that Han Qing suddenly wrapped his arm around Yi Wanting's slender waist and leaned in to kiss her crimson lips. Being able to hold her meant she was in a physical form. This physical form was also condensed from spiritual energy, not a true physical body. Yet, all sensations were as they should be. However, in the next instant, Yi Wanting transformed into a wisp of energy and drifted away, reappearing several meters distant. Her expression instantly turned icy. Fellow Taoist Han, I have said before, you must take me to the extreme land. Obtain the extreme pill, and only then will I fulfill my promise to you. This is the agreement between us. After coldly uttering these words, Yi Wanting vanished into the thousand-soul banner. Han Qing smiled faintly and waved his hand. The thousand-soul banner flew into his sleeve and disappeared. This artifact was a treasure. In the future, it might even be refined into a 10,000-soul banner. The thousand-soul banner was a low-grade magical treasure. If forged into a 10,000-soul banner, it would at least become a high-grade magical treasure. Han Qing glanced at the sky outside. He walked to the entrance of the cave, where a figure in blue was already waiting. Luo Qianshui's posture was graceful, her back steep and straight, a testament to her exquisite figure. Master, Luo Qianshui bit her soft red lips. Last night, she and Han Qing had nearly done that. However, Han Qing had also helped her heal, sparing no effort or elixirs. Master truly was a kind person. Buzz. At that moment, a beam of white light shot into the sky from the distant horizon. The white pillar pierced through the heavens, shattering layers of clouds. Moments later, another beam of light soared upward. The time had come. Han Qing glanced at Luo Qianshui and took out a teleportation token. He crushed it, and immediately, a white light enveloped both of them. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, within the fallen godland, beams of white light shot straight into the sky. At the entrance of the fallen godland, above the lake, only one flying spirit vessel remained suspended in the air. The other 3 spirit vessels had already departed. As few disciples survived the assessment trial each year, one spirit vessel was sufficient to accommodate them. Disciples who passed the trial were considered official outer sect disciples of the Hahuan sect, awaiting only their registration upon returning to the sect. On the balcony of a room in the flying spirit vessel's cabin, 2 graceful and voluptuous figures sat drinking tea. These 2 figures were Wang Ning, dressed in purple robes, and Hong Ziyue, clad in red robes. Hong Ziyue appeared somewhat worried, her mind preoccupied. What? worried he might die in the fallen godland? Wang Ning asked with a smile. Hong Ziyue's face flushed slightly. And no, Master Ant, I'm only afraid that if he dies, no one will be able to cultivate the five-tuned spirit ginseng for me. Hong Ziyue bit her warm, soft red lips. She wasn't concerned about that junior at all. The junior was utterly impudent, daring to make such a request of her. She was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Now, she and Han Qing had an agreement. Han Qing would cultivate the five-tuned spirit ginseng to maturity and hand it over to her, and in return, she would assist Han Qing in his cultivation. How would she assist Han Qing in his cultivation? Naturally, through the Hahuan sect's dual cultivation method. That scoundrel had the audacity. He even kissed her. How dare he? If not for her needing his help, she would never have been so courteous to him. She would have torn him to pieces long ago. Wang Ning smiled, a flicker of worry in her eyes. She, too, feared that Han Qing might perish in the assessment trial. After all, ancient malevolent spirits lurked within, along with demonic path cultivators and all manner of scheming individuals. If Han Qing died, who would cultivate the phoenix tree for her? She was still waiting for the phoenix tree to refine her life-bound magical treasure. This matter was of utmost importance to her. A life-bound magical treasure was intrinsically linked to a cultivator's life. She was now Han Qing's guardian. Moreover, Han Qing had impudently kissed her once. It was her first kiss with a male cultivator. Wang Ning had once had a dual cultivation partner, but she had never engaged in any other contact with him, always adhering strictly to the boundaries of cultivation. After an unfortunate incident, Wang Ning had developed a dislike for men, let alone willingly allowing a man to kiss her. Han Qing was the first. However, she did it for the sake of her life-bound magical treasure. Ziyue, after returning to the sect this time, you must quickly enhance your strength. The situation in Tiannan is becoming increasingly dire, Wang Ning said gravely. The sect master has been searching for the child of destiny, hoping to rely on them to elevate the Hahuan sect's strength, and even the strength of Tiannan. Child of destiny? Master Ant, does the child of destiny truly exist? Hong Ziyue asked. Wang Ning looked up at the sky for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. The so-called child of destiny refers to a genius cultivator favored by the heavenly Tao. Such cultivators possess an innate affinity for the great Tao and cultivate at an astonishing speed. If they mature, they will become formidable existences. There is another type of child of destiny, those who are reincarnations of ancient deities from the Tao ancestor court. Once their cultivation reaches a certain stage, they suddenly awaken memories of their past lives, leading to rapid advancement in cultivation, Wang Ning explained. Heavenly Tao? Child of destiny? Master Ant. Does the heavenly Tao truly exist in this world? The heavenly Tao is elusive and intangible. After all, no one has ever seen it. Wang Ning smiled and said it exists. For us cultivators, the rules are the heavenly Tao. Those who establish the rules are also the heavenly Tao. And for the mortals below the mountains, the cultivators on the mountains are the immortals, the heavenly Tao. Thus, the rules that determine your life and death are none other than the heavenly principles. Hong Ziyue furrowed her brow. What Master Uncle had said was practically meaningless. Wang Ning took a deep breath, resolving to no longer dwell on the heavenly principles. Instead, she slowly set down her teacup and revealed a piece of information that sent chills down Hong Ziyue's spine. The demonic cultivators have already begun to traverse the realm seas. A great war between the demonic cultivators and Tiannan is imminent. Hiss. Hong Ziyue's expression changed drastically. The invasion of Tiannan by demonic cultivators is closely related to every Tiannan cultivator. This is a matter of life and death. It is no wonder that Master Uncle urged her to return and hasten her cultivation and strength, ideally to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, how easy is it to attain a breakthrough? Her Tao companion has already become her heart's demon. Her very existence now hinges upon obtaining the Wutu Lingtsen to resurrect her Tao companion. But can resurrection truly be achieved? She herself harbored doubts. Buzz. At that moment, beneath the surface of the sea, the underwater formation emitted a bright light. The surrounding waters surged and parted. One by one, Qi refinement disciples emerged atop the formation. They swiftly took to the skies on their swords and landed on the deck of the flying spiritual vessel. Wang Ning observed the scene. The entrance examination of Hahuan Zong has concluded. From this moment forth, those who survived shall officially become disciples of Hahuan Zong. But where is her junior brother? Why has he not yet returned? On the deck, a figure clad in white stood anxiously awaiting. Chen Zining. She spotted a figure in a green robe soaring upwards. Her face lit up with joy as she rushed forward. Junior brother, you have finally returned. Chen Zining threw herself into Han Qing's embrace. Chapter 79. The refinement of foundation establishment pills. Han Qing felt an astonishing softness. The tenderness of his senior sister was unlike any other. At this moment, she held him tightly, almost wishing to meld into him. This was quite natural, for during their time apart, Chen Zining had missed Han Qing profoundly. She realized she had already succumbed to her feelings. Shitty, I do not wish to part from you any longer. Shall we become dual cultivation partners? Chen Zining breathed softly. Han Qing felt a stir in his heart. Becoming dual cultivation partners with his senior sister would undoubtedly be wonderful, yet what of Shenyang? Han Qing smiled wryly. Let us discuss this matter at another time, shall we? Rest assured, the path to immortality stretches endlessly. I shall walk alongside you, senior sister. Very well. Just then, a beam of sword light descended, and Chen Zining promptly released Han Qing, maintaining a respectful distance. The sword light heralded the arrival of Shenyang, Nangang Shui. With her hands placed gently on her abdomen, she gazed at Han Qing with soft, affectionate eyes. Disciple, Shenyang. Han Qing returned the greeting with a respectful bow. Nangang Shui's heart raced. Were it not for Chen Zining's presence, she too might have wished to fall into the embrace of her rebellious disciple. It seemed she was unable to part from him as well. After a moment, Luo Qianshui arrived. However, she chose to sit apart, engrossed in her own meditation. Han Qing observed the formation below and noted that indeed, very few disciples emerged alive. Out of over 2,000 Qi refining disciples who entered the trial grounds, only half remained. Boom. Shortly thereafter, the flying spirit vessel beneath them began to tremble. The runes inscribed on the vessel illuminated one after another. All disciples of Hahuan sect may now enter the ship's cabin to rest. A deep voice resonated. From this moment onward, they were officially recognized as disciples of Hahuan sect. As they entered the cabin, identity tokens were distributed, handed out by Ziling Xianzi. Dressed in ethereal purple gauze and a pink veil, her mere presence captivated countless cultivators' fervent gazes. She was indeed Ziling Xianzi, one of the three beauties of Hahuan sect, fulfilling the fantasies of many cultivators regarding the female disciples of the sect, both in stature and beauty. Though few had glimpsed the visage beneath her veil, the mystery only served to heighten her allure. The aura she exuded was impeccable. Nevertheless, it was two other female disciples of Hahuan sect responsible for distributing the identity tokens, while Ziling merely observed from the side, much to the delight of the disciples. However, none dared to harbor improper thoughts towards her. Han Qing quickly received his identity token and exchanged a glance with Zining. You returned alive. How wonderful. A subtle smile graced Ziling's lips beneath her veil. She certainly wished for Han Qing to survive the trial grounds, as she needed his guidance to delve further into the art of alchemy. If Han Qing could successfully tread the path of immortality, he might just be the companion she sought. Her criteria for a partner had always been a talented alchemist, a prodigious one at that. Together, they could achieve a deeper understanding of the alchemical arts. We shall rest in the hall, but you, come to my chamber, Ziling's voice echoed in Han Qing's mind. Han Qing's expression brightened. He would have the opportunity to be alone with Ziling Xianzi once more. What are you thinking? We are merely discussing the Tao, nothing more. Of course. Ziling Shishu, could you also arrange a room for my Shenyang, Nangang Shui? She requires special care, Han Qing conveyed telepathically. Ziling glanced at Nangang Shui, who was indeed an exquisitely beautiful and aloof fairy. Certainly. Han Qing then returned to his room, while Nangang Shui and Chen Zining were escorted to a separate resting chamber by the disciples of Hahuan sect. Other newly initiated disciples were divided among several halls for rest. As Han Qing settled into his room, the flying spirit vessel surged upward, piercing the clouds. This journey would directly lead the group of disciples into the Hahuan sect for cultivation. Han Qing's expression shifted. Xiao Linger remained in Fusang City. However, with Lu Ruoxue accompanying her, he presumed all would be well. Establishing a firm foothold in Hahuan sect before bringing Xiao Linger in would be prudent. With the protection of the sect, it was far better than wandering as a loose cultivator. Loose cultivators faced life and death crises at any moment. Joining a sect provided resources for cultivation and a safe, tranquil environment for practice. This was already a significant improvement, allowing Han Qing to remain for an extended period, especially since he needed to cultivate spirit plants, which required a stable and secure location. Hahuan sect was the optimal choice, for outside, The spirit plant garden might attract the envy of other cultivators, leading to inevitable troubles. This journey had yielded abundant opportunities. It was said that returning to Hahuan's sect from here would take 10 days. He could utilize this time to refine foundation establishment pills and break through upon returning to the sect. Han Qing meticulously planned his subsequent cultivation schedule. With a wave of his hand, a bronze alchemical furnace emerged from his storage pouch, hovering before him and spinning gently. He had gathered all the necessary spirit plants for the foundation establishment pills during the assessment and had turned in some less useful ones to the sect, earning over 8,000 contribution points, one of the highest among the disciples. Contribution points could be exchanged for Hehuan sect's cultivation resources, such as pills, magical treasures, and access to the sect's marrow washing pool, which was said to significantly enhance a cultivator's chances of forming a core. That location was also a treasure trove for body refinement. He planned to utilize the marrow washing pool to practice the 100 Meridians body refinement technique. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qing retrieved several wooden boxes, each filled with precious spirit plants shimmering with a faint, mysterious light. Let us begin. Han Qing formed hand seals, and within the superior grade artifact, the Xiang furnace, a cascade of purple flames roared to life. With the Xiang furnace and his recent breakthroughs, the process of refining pills had become increasingly effortless. Han Qing waved his hand, summoning a variety of spiritual plants that gracefully flew into the alchemical furnace. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in the art of alchemy. The surroundings faded into oblivion, and to him, it seemed as though the entire world consisted solely of himself and the furnace before him, along with the spiritual liquid within it gradually merging. Achieving the state of unity with nature, he reached an enlightened realm. This level of enlightenment was a coveted aspiration for countless cultivators. Whether in the realms of alchemy, artifact crafting, or during the cultivation process, entering this state of unity with nature brought immense benefits to practitioners. With the aid of the system, Han Qing was able to swiftly delve into this profound state. Xiling entered the room and immediately sensed the profound aura emanating from Han Qing. This aura was exceedingly mysterious. Any cultivator nearby who took the time to appreciate it would find it enlightening. Once again, she recognized this state of enlightenment, and her heart was filled with astonishment. Han Qing's talent in the art of alchemy was indeed astonishingly formidable. Such a prodigy in alchemy must be kept close. How could she ensure that Han Qing remained by her side? The answer was clear. She must become his dual cultivation partner. Chapter 80. The Tao companion of Hehuan Ziling sat cross-legged in her chamber, quietly immersing herself in the alchemical process of Han Qing. The Tao rhythm emanating from his elixirs greatly aided her understanding of the art of pill refinement. She refrained from disturbing him, cherishing the enveloping ambience of Tao rhythm. Han Qing, clad in a blue robe, sat calmly on the ground, meticulously engaged in alchemy. In that moment, Ziling perceived that this seemingly ordinary young man appeared notably more refined. To her, Han Qing was merely a junior, as she was a foundational cultivator with decades of experience. Yet her beauty resembled that of an 18-year-old maiden, with delicate, rosy skin that was fair and elastic. The foundational elixir was classified as a second-tier pill, typically produced by foundational alchemists. Although Han Qing could concoct second-tier elixirs, it required considerable effort. Every half a day, he needed to consume a gathering qi pill to replenish his internal energy, while focusing intently on refining the foundational elixir. He used only the finest materials, aged to their fullest potential, ensuring that this batch of foundational elixirs met the highest standards, at the very least, top-tier quality. As Han Qing immersed himself in alchemical creation, time slipped by unnoticed, and 5 days swiftly passed. The flying spirit vessel soared into a majestic mountain range, where the towering peaks were shrouded in mist. Ethereal energy gathered around, resembling a spectrum of celestial light. Occasionally, immortal apparitions danced above the clouds. Finally, they had returned to the outskirts of Hehuan's sect. On the deck, Wang Ning spoke softly, relieved to be back. Being the only golden core cultivator on the ship, she had to remain vigilant against potential threats from demonic cultivators and other formidable foes. Hong Ziyuan nodded in agreement upon their return. She needed to urge Han Qing to expedite the cultivation of the Wu Tsiuling Tsan. At that moment, within the spirit vessel, an explosion of azure luminescence erupted from a chamber. The surrounding ethereal energies swiftly converged toward the vessel, specifically into one of its rooms, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. What was happening? Someone was refining elixirs, causing a phenomenon in the natural order. Hong Ziyue's expression changed dramatically, and Wang Ning was equally startled. That room belonged to Ziling. Could it be that she was the one refining pills? What tier of elixir could possibly invoke such a celestial spectacle? Wang Ning mused in astonishment. No, Master Uncle, it is highly likely that it was not Ziling who caused this. After some contemplation, Hong Ziyue concluded that while Ziling possessed talent in alchemy, she had yet to reach the level of invoking such extraordinary events. A few days prior, she had invited Han Qing to her chamber to discuss alchemy. Perhaps it was indeed that Han disciple's doing. Wang Ning's surprise deepened. She was aware of Han Qing's prodigious talent in alchemy, yet who could have anticipated that each of his batches would possess such exceptional quality? Hong Ziyue, have you ever encountered a Qi refinement cultivator with such extraordinary gifts? Hong Ziyue's expression shifted. Master Uncle, what do you mean by that? Wang Ning inhaled deeply. Throughout history, those favored by the heavens have exhibited remarkable talents in cultivation, whether in alchemy, weapon crafting, or formations. What? Hong Ziyue was taken aback. Did Master Uncle imply that this individual could very well be a favored child of fortune? Or perhaps, a reincarnation of an ancient deity? There are two types of favored children. One is blessed by the Tao, and the other is a reincarnation of ancient divinities. But Han Qing possesses a defective spirit root. How could that be possible? After a moment of consideration, Wang Ning concluded that bringing him back to the sect would not be detrimental. In an instant, the surrounding ethereal energies rapidly dissipated, replaced by a rich and pure fragrance of medicinal herbs that swiftly filled the air. Such a pure elixir fragrance. Could it be a top-tier pill? No, this must be an immortal-grade elixir. Are there alchemists in Tiannan capable of refining immortal-grade pills? How could this be? The cultivators aboard the flying spirit vessel were left astounded. The fragrance soon vanished. Inside the chamber, Ziling gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a soft pop resonated from the alchemical furnace as the flames receded. Han Qing opened his eyes, a fleeting azure glimmer sparkling within his pupils. With a gesture, 5 azure elixirs soared from the furnace. The translucent blue pills emitted a soft radiance, with 9 distinct patterns clearly visible. Ziling. Her pupils contracted. These were 5 immortal-grade foundational elixirs. This was the first time she had ever encountered immortal-grade foundational pills. Han Qing had actually refined such a marvel. The highest quality foundational elixirs produced by Hehuan's sect were merely upper tier. The better the quality of the foundational elixir, the greater the likelihood of a cultivator successfully establishing their foundation. A single foundational elixir is not inexpensive. Qi refinement cultivators must accumulate resources for a considerable time to acquire one. Using inferior elixirs repeatedly can damage a cultivator's foundational roots. High-quality foundational elixirs not only enhance success rates, but also refine the cultivator's essence, allowing for accelerated cultivation during the foundational period. Thus, the demand for superior foundational elixirs is immense. Ziling was once more awestruck by Han Qing's alchemical prowess. Observing his process not only enlightened her, but also deepened her comprehension of the art. Regrettably, there were only 5 foundational elixirs. I had anticipated 8. These foundational elixirs are indeed not easily refined, Han Qing remarked. Ziling. What? Did you just say 5? Han Qing is dissatisfied with only 5 immortal-grade foundational elixirs? This is outrageous. Ziling felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Who in their right mind would complain about having refined such remarkable immortal-grade foundational elixirs? Han Qing turned to Ziling, inquiring, Master Uncle, how many days have passed? Have we arrived at Hehuan sect? Ziling regained her composure, responding, 5 days. We are currently in the outer realm of Hehuan sect. Tomorrow, we shall reach the sect's plaza. Then let us rest for a day. I shall return to the sect and strive to break through to the foundational stage. Han Qing was determined to enter seclusion and advance to the foundational stage. Only by achieving this could he truly embark on the path of eternal life. Yet Han Qing was a 5-element pseudo-spirit root. Under a singular attribute, the lower-grade spiritual roots are deemed worthless, absorbing spiritual energy at an exceedingly slow pace. However, within the same attribute, the mid-grade, upper-grade, and exceptional spiritual roots represent outstanding qualifications. Cultivating with pseudo-spiritual roots is an arduous endeavor, with virtually no possibility of establishing a foundation. Can Han Qing successfully establish his foundation? It is worth noting that many cultivators with inferior qualifications find themselves stagnated at this critical juncture, some succumbing to demise, while others suffer foundational damage due to excessive consumption of foundation establishment pills. The process of foundation establishment is fraught with peril, resulting in a scarcity of foundation establishment cultivators, and even fewer golden core cultivators. As for Yuaning cultivators, they are a rarity indeed. What is your level of confidence? Ziling inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. With my qualifications, I possess less than 30%, Han Qing replied with a wry smile. Less than 30%? Does that not guarantee imminent demise? Ziling bit her crimson lip, a flicker of desolation crossing her heart. Han Qing, you cannot perish. What shall I do if you die? I mean, no one possesses your talent in pill crafting. There is no one to teach me alchemy. You must strive diligently to break through. If you can embark on the path to immortality, Han Qing gazed at Ziling master uncle. What do you say? Let us walk the path together. We shall become harmonious partners. Chapter 81. Ling Yuling, the dual cultivation partner of Hehuan. Throughout the Hehuan sect, and indeed across the three great sects of Tiannan, who is unaware of the unparalleled beauty of Ziling, the fair maiden of the Hehuan sect? Countless cultivators aspire to forge a dual cultivation partnership with her. Yet, has Ziling ever expressed a desire to become a partner with any male cultivator? Who could possibly refuse such an enchanting figure? A thought stirred within Han Qing as he surveyed Ziling from head to toe. He was undeniably captivated by her exquisite figure. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and embraced her slender waist, leaning in to kiss her soft, fragrant lips. Suddenly, Ziling's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily pushed him away. You mustn't act recklessly. I mean, if you can embark on the path of immortality, then we may consider becoming partners. No nonsense. Ziling's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Although the Hehuan sect adopts a relatively open stance towards matters of the heart, with many female cultivators having numerous male partners and vice versa, there are also those who uphold their virtue and remain devoted to a single partner. This choice is personal, not dictated by the sect's teachings. Han Qing nodded. Very well, I shall abide by whatever you say, Master Ant. Your dedication to the alchemical arts is commendable, yet one must not neglect personal cultivation. In the future, I shall concoct a batch of second-tier elixirs, and together we shall elevate our realms. Ziling regarded him thoughtfully. You are far too generous to others. You possess so many precious cultivation resources, yet you do not keep any for yourself. What is it that you seek? Han Qing smiled warmly, Master Ant. I naturally aim to traverse the path of immortality alongside you. Ziling bit her delicate lip, and Han Qing, seeing this, embraced her once more, cradling her voluptuous form in his arms. Master Ant, may I steal a kiss? Just a kiss. I promise not to do anything else. Ziling's expression darkened with irritation. Before she could voice her refusal, Han Qing leaned in and kissed her. Her countenance paled, and her pupils dilated. She stood rigid, allowing Han Qing to take advantage of her. A sense of triumph filled Han Qing's heart. After all, Ziling was one of the three great beauties of the Hehuan sect. Her soft, fragrant lips were utterly intoxicating. Yet, in mere moments, Ziling regained her senses, shoving Han Qing away with a furious expression. You dare to take advantage of me. I am a foundational cultivator. This shall be the last time. With a chuckle, Han Qing leaned in for another kiss, and her reaction was truly enchanting. He took his time, holding her close as they sat together, patiently waiting for time to pass. True to his word, he refrained from further advances, respecting the boundaries they had established for their future partnership upon his successful foundation establishment. One day later, the flying vessel of the Hehuan sect hovered majestically in the air. Han Qing exited Ziling's quarters and made his way to the deck. Junior brother, look. Chun Zining approached, having already taken in the sights of the Hehuan sect's domain. Han Qing lifted his gaze, and his expression shifted as he beheld three towering peaks soaring into the clouds. Surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, the mountains exuded an otherworldly beauty. Numerous cultivators' abodes dotted the peaks, while pavilions and ancient celestial halls adorned the main summit, creating a scene reminiscent of a paradise. We have arrived at the Hehuan sect. Disembark. A cold voice rang out. The disciples aboard the vessel swiftly took to their swords, descending to the vast plaza below, where they formed orderly lines. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ning appeared, suspended in the air, veiled in white. The disciples below could not discern her true visage, but it was evident that she was an extraordinarily beautiful fairy. Welcome to the Hawan sect. Each of you will receive a storage bag containing your cultivation resources for the month. There will be guides to assist you in selecting your cultivation caves in the outer sect. Every half-month, an elder will impart teachings in the preaching square. You may also exchange contribution points for additional resources. Cultivate diligently and embark on the path of immortality alongside the sect. With a graceful gesture, Wang Ning vanished from sight. Soon after, senior disciples of the outer sect began guiding the newly arrived disciples to select their cultivation abodes. Han Qing remained in place, awaiting his turn, when a stunning beauty clad in white approached him, her movements graceful and captivating. Greetings, senior sister. How may I address you? Han Qing bowed respectfully. Ling Yuling. She replied. You may call me Ling, junior brother. Ah, I am Han Qing. He responded with a smile. Come, follow me. One moment, senior sister. These two are my family, my mother and sister from the mortal realm. May I share a cave with them? Han Qing inquired. Ling Yuling glanced at Nangong Shui and nodded politely. As long as you all agree, it is certainly permissible. With that, she soared into the air, leading the way to the outer sect. Mother, senior sister Chun, let us follow. Han Qing and the two women quickly took to their swords, pursuing Ling Yuling. From this day forth, the three of you shall be formal outer sect disciples of the Hawan sect. The sect will provide resources monthly, and you may also undertake sect missions to acquire additional cultivation resources. There are 30,000 Qi refining disciples in the outer sect, myself included. Only those who succeed in establishing their foundations may ascend to the inner sect. This is a communication talisman. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask me. With a wave of her hand, Ling Yuling produced a talisman, which floated before Han Qing. Thank you, senior sister. Han Qing accepted the talisman, his gaze drawn to Ling Yuling's ethereal presence upon her flying sword. A stirring realization dawned upon him that the Hawan sect was indeed a realm filled with stunning beauties. Such a guiding senior sister would be a rare gem even in the mortal world. Particularly, the slender waist, the shapely posterior, and the exquisite figure, all complemented by skin as white as jade. Ahem. Chen Zining furrowed her brow. What is her junior brother gazing at? Once again, he is casting that lecherous glance at senior sister Ling Yu's physique. Junior brother. Chen Zining bit her crimson lips, her frustration palpable. Which mountain peak will you select for your cave residence? Ling Yuling inquired, turning her head. Han Qing, with a sweep of his divine sense, set his gaze upon a vast expanse of purple bamboo forest. The purple bamboo forest, nestled against the mountain peak, housed a cave with a skylight. Spiritual energy from the surrounding peaks converged, continuously flowing into the cave through the skylight. This shall suffice. The cave in the purple bamboo forest is quite suitable, Han Qing declared. Ling Yuling nodded and handed Han Qing a cave residence token. Very well, you may enter now. Devote yourself to cultivation. 3 years hence, the sect will partake in the Tiannan Grand Competition with abundant rewards. Indeed, Han Qing pondered momentarily before allowing Nangong Shui and senior sister Chun to enter the cave first. He hovered before Ling Yuling, and with a wave of his hand, a storage bag soared towards her. Senior sister, I am grateful for your guidance. As I am new to Hawan sect, I hope you will look after me in the future. Han Qing said, bowing respectfully. Ling Yuling's expression shifted slightly. With a sweep of her divine sense, her countenance paled. Inside the bag lay a vial of elixirs and several thousand spirit stones. The elixirs were of superior quality, meant for cultivating the soul. Instantly, her complexion flushed with color. What do you mean by this? I have a dual cultivation partner. I do not engage in such activities. Ling Yuling hurriedly responded. Hawan sect has many temporary partners. Numerous male cultivators exchange spirit stones, elixirs, or cultivation resources with female cultivators for a day of companionship. She evidently misunderstood Han Qing's intentions. She is a female cultivator with a partner who treats her well. She cannot engage in such conduct. Yet, she was undeniably drawn to that vial of soul-cultivating elixirs. Just this once. It must not be divulged. I shall return tonight. Han Qing. Chapter 82. Attempting to establish a foundation. Han Qing was somewhat taken aback. However, upon realizing he was in the Hawan sect, he understood that the attitudes of the practitioners regarding matters between men and women were distinctly different from those outside. Some Dao companions even specialized in cultivating techniques related to these matters, resulting in a significantly accelerated cultivation speed compared to solitary practices, often yielding remarkable results. A faint smile crept upon Han Qing's lips. This place was truly paradise. Here, he could nurture more dual cultivation partners, achieving full-value companions. Full-value companions would continuously provide him with the power of faith necessary for his cultivation. What a splendid opportunity. Han Qing transformed into a beam of escaping light, descending into the nearby Zizhu Lin. Standing at the entrance of the cave dwelling, he decided to name it the Zizhu Lin Cave from now on. With a wave of his hand, 5 black array flags flew out from his sleeve, settling at the 5 corners of the mountain peak. In mere moments, a layer of barriers enveloped the area, the reversed 5 elements array. At that moment, Han Qing arranged another formation. The spiritual energy from the surrounding 10 miles gradually converged. The speed was slow, but it was enduring. The gathering spirit array. After completing all of this, Han Qing finally entered the cave dwelling. Inside, there was a grand hall along with several smaller secret chambers. His Shiji and Shirmu awaited him in the hall. Shirmu's expression was cold yet captivating, while Shiji's gaze was soft and tender. They were 2 completely different types of women. Chun Zining felt a stir in her heart. She wished to leap into Han Qing's embrace, yet hesitated with Shirmu present. Shidi, we have finally joined the Hehuan sect. From now on, we shall have protection, Chun Zining said with a smile. Han Qing nodded and performed a respectful bow. Shirmu, Shiji, I plan to focus on establishing my foundation for a while, so I may need to enter seclusion. Shirmu and Shiji should also prepare for foundation establishment. With another wave of his hand, he produced 2 jade vials, which flew into the hands of Nangong Shui and Chun Zining. Foundation establishment pills. Nangong Shui's expression changed dramatically as she glanced at the jade vials. This is an immortal-grade foundation establishment pill. Disciple, no, Shidi, you have actually refined an immortal-grade foundation establishment pill. Nangong Shui was, of course, utterly astonished. After so many years in the mundane world, she had been accumulating spirit stones with the intention of purchasing foundation establishment pills. However, she had only envisioned acquiring mid-grade pills. The thought of high-grade, top-grade, or even immortal-grade pills had never even crossed her mind, nor could she amass such resources. Yet now, her disciple had presented her with an immortal-grade foundation establishment pill. This was a promise fulfilled. He had vowed to provide her, his Shirmu, with the finest foundation establishment pill, and he had accomplished it. What about herself? Should she not fulfill her disciple's wishes? His desires were simple, just that. Ahem. Was that really so intriguing? Chun Zining's face also paled. She winked at Han Qing, who nodded in understanding. She comprehended his intentions, and he was aware of hers. When Shirmu entered seclusion, she would seek out her Shidi. Shidi, I shall then enter seclusion to cultivate, Chun Zining declared. I gained some opportunities in the trial grounds, and it is the perfect time to rest and recuperate. Han Qing nodded, watching as the 2 women chose their respective secret chambers. How wonderful. After entering the Hehuan sect, he still resided with Shirmu and Shiji. Han Qing then swiftly moved to the center of the cave dwelling. This was a spacious area with a skylight that directly connected to the mountain peak. Through this window, the faint blue starry sky was visible, with beams of escaping light darting across it. These were not meteors. They were the escape lights of the sect's golden core practitioners. Streams of pure spiritual energy flowed in through the skylight, nourishing the land beneath. In truth, this location was optimal for his cultivation. The spiritual energy was abundant and exceptionally pure. However, he had other plans for this place. The spirit plant garden would be situated here. Han Qing raised his hand, and numerous clumps of soil flew out from his storage bag. Indeed, there was a vast quantity of soil. This black, fertile earth was rich in spiritual energy, brought back from the place where spirit plants flourished in the fallen godland. Subsequently, Han Qing retrieved several wooden boxes, planting the well-preserved spirit plants that still held traces of life within. When harvesting the spirit plants, he had taken them root and all, specifically for the purpose of planting these precious specimens today. In the center, he placed a Millennium Fire Spirit mushroom, Blood Sunflower, Dao Divine Tree, Yinming Flower, Dragon Scale Fruit. These were all excellent choices. He began to plant a large array of spirit plants. Afterward, he deliberately sought out an open space and took out a small purple gourd, the Sword Nurturing Gourd. From within, he poured out 3 items, a section of withered bamboo, a piece of dead wood, and a small object resembling a red carrot. Thunder Bamboo, Wutong Wood, and 5 curved spirit ginseng. The Thunder Bamboo was gifted to him by the senior Mei Ning. The Wutong Wood was entrusted to him for cultivation by Elder Wang Ning. and the 5-curve spirit ginseng had been given to him by the red-purple moon for nurturing. Han Qing promptly planted these 3 types of spirit plants. He then dripped a drop of 2nd-grade Xian Yu spirit liquid onto each, visibly enhancing their vitality. There was one more item he left within the sword nurturing gourd, the Xiantian fruit. He would also use Xian Yu spirit liquid to cultivate the Xiantian fruit. After completing all of this, Han Qing took out an object resembling a compass. This was an array disc, with 5 array flags inserted into it. With a wave of his hand, the 5 flags shot out in all directions, embedding themselves into the stone walls. Immediately, a barrier array enveloped the area. Subsequently, Han Qing produced a small white gourd. From within, he poured out a white centipede, as thick as an arm. The Shui Yu Shuanggu. You shall cultivate here, where the spiritual energy is pure and accompanied by spirit plants, which will greatly benefit you. However, I have set up a restriction array around these spirit plants. You must not consume them. Shui Yu Shuanggong, the clever creature, coiled gracefully upon the earth, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards itself. After completing this, Han Qing swiftly returned to his chamber. He sat cross-legged within the room, his expression contemplative. This trial had yielded abundant rewards, which he had already organized once. The immediate priority was to consume the Zhuji Dan for cultivation. It was time to attempt a breakthrough. Han Qing promptly retrieved a vial of Zhuji Dan. After gifting some to his Shirmu and Shiji, only 3 remained from the last batch he had refined. Given my constitution, I will likely require numerous Zhuji Dan. Let's give it a try. Han Qing immediately swallowed 1 Zhuji Dan. A surge of pure medicinal power erupted within him, enveloping his entire being in a soft blue glow. Zhuji. This marks the initial step on the path to immortality. Chapter 83. The Diligent Junior Disciple. The junior disciple has already entered seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage. At the entrance of Han Qing's secluded chamber, a graceful figure stands. Dressed in white, she exudes a particularly enchanting fragrance tonight, having specially bathed before coming. However, the junior disciple is presently focused on his breakthrough and seems to have no time to meet her. Shen Zining bites her crimson lips. The junior disciple has always been exceptionally diligent in his cultivation. Even during leisure moments aboard the flying spirit vessel, he dedicates himself to his practice. Truly commendable. I must strive harder than him and achieve foundation establishment first. Then, I shall be a foundation establishment cultivator while he remains merely a Qi refinement cultivator. I will have the opportunity to tease him. The mere thought of how she might tease Han Qing in the future brings her immense delight. Shen Zining departs promptly. Moments later, a figure in purple approaches joyfully. Nanggong Shui. With an icy demeanor, she only softens when glancing towards Han Qing's room. How peculiar. Why is Zining here? This rebellious disciple may bully me, but he must not bully Zining. Nanggong Shui bites her lip, her expression shifting slightly. Nevertheless, she refrains from interrupting Han Qing's seclusion and quietly turns to leave. Outside the Zhu bamboo forest cave dwelling, a beam of sword light descends onto the square before the cave entrance. The flying sword circles once before vanishing into her storage bag. This is a beauty clad in pink, tall and slender. However, her figure is well developed where it matters, her skin delicate and snow white, with lips vibrant and alluring. Ling Yuling. She glances at the cave dwelling, her face subtly flushing. She is uncertain why she agreed to come here tonight. Perhaps it is due to the precious elixir the junior disciple gifted her. Such a rare resource for cultivation. For the sake of such resources, she is willing to part with certain things. Many female cultivators of Hahuan sect do the same. Ling Yuling has many admirers, yet she has never betrayed her dual cultivation partner. Their relationship has not yet advanced to the level of yin and yang harmony, merely practicing the Hahuan sect techniques together. She desperately lacks elixirs for spiritual cultivation. If her spirit does not keep pace, future foundation establishment will be significantly more challenging. Thus, she is reluctant to part with the resources Han Qing has given her. One must give to receive. To obtain something, one must first offer something of equal value. Ling Yuling bites her delicate lips and sends a message to Han Qing. However, the reply she receives is that Han Qing is in seclusion, striving for foundation establishment. Secluded, Ling Yuling takes a deep breath and turns to fly away on her sword. 3 days later, inside the chamber, a surge of 5-colored spiritual energy envelopes Han Qing. As the energy dissipates, his aura rises significantly. It has failed. This constitution is indeed not so easily overcome. Han Qing chuckles bitterly. The 5-element pseudo-spiritual route makes foundation establishment a formidable challenge. He estimates that he will require at least 3 times the amount of foundation establishment pills compared to others. However, once he achieves foundation establishment, his magical power will be far more robust than that of his peers. Han Qing extends his spiritual sense and sees a figure waiting at the cave entrance. Ling Yuling has come 3 times already. Yet, over the past 3 evenings, he has been refining foundation establishment pills, striving for his breakthrough. Today is just right for meeting Ling Yuling. At the cave entrance, Ling Yuling furrows her brow. Han Shidi is still in seclusion. After a moment's thought, she turns to leave, preparing to take flight on her sword. Senior sister, please wait. A figure in green steps out from within the cave. It is Han Qing. He bows respectfully. I apologize for keeping you waiting, senior sister. Please, come inside for a discussion. Ling Yuling's expression shifts, and she nods. Inside the cave, Han Qing waves his hand, and the teapot on the table floats up, pouring 2 cups of spiritual tea. The tea emits a rich aroma of spiritual herbs. Ling Yuling looks surprised. This is spiritual tea brewed from century-old spiritual plants, highly beneficial for cultivators. Han Shidi, such precious resources, why indulge in such extravagance? Ling Yuling is reluctant to use this for tea. Han Qing smiles. Drinking spiritual tea also brings great benefits. It is not a waste. Ling Yuling nods, her gaze flustered. Han Shidi, are you a pill refiner? Indeed, senior sister. These high-grade pills were all refined by you. Yes. Ling Yuling bites her delicate red lips. Han Shidi, you are truly impressive. I wonder if you could refine a pill for me? Senior sister, what type of pill do you require? A foundation establishment pill. Ling Yuling smiles. Shidi, I also need to break through to foundation establishment. So having a high-grade foundation establishment pill would be even better. A high-grade foundation establishment pill. The corners of Han Qing's mouth lift slightly. Senior sister, that is certainly possible. However, you are aware that refining foundation establishment pills requires rare spiritual plants, and the difficulty is quite high. Ling Yuling is well aware of this. Han Shidi, what conditions do you have? I can purchase it with spiritual stones or exchange for something else. Han Qing chuckles, rising to sit beside Ling Yuling. Her voluptuous figure is hard to ignore, and a faint fragrance emanates from her. The warmth of her body leaves Han Qing momentarily entranced. He grabs hold of Ling Yuling's delicate, fair hand. Ling Yuling's expression changes dramatically, filled with shock and anger. Senior sister, do not be angry, allow me to explain. I can refine the foundation establishment pill for you free of charge. I will find the required spiritual plants myself. Senior sister, I can provide you with pills of high grade or above. The quality of a foundation establishment pill directly correlates with the success rate of the breakthrough. Ling Yuling's complexion pales as she realizes the implications. High grade or above means supreme or even celestial quality foundation establishment pills. How is that possible? If she could obtain such high-quality pills, her chances of success in foundation establishment would increase dramatically. For a moment, she forgets to withdraw her hand. You, Shidi, are you not afraid of repercussions? I have a Tao partner. Exposing your extraordinary talent as a pill refiner will inevitably lead to complications. Han Qing smiles. Senior sister, I am confident. How about we go inside to discuss further? Ling Yuling bites her red lips tightly, initially filled with rage. However, the mention of supreme foundation establishment pills dissipates her anger entirely. She stands up at once. Han Qing stepped forward, intending to wrap his arms around her slender waist. No need, I'll go in myself. Ling Yuling walked into the secret chamber, and Han Qing, with a slight upward curve of his lips, followed her inside. With a wave of his hand, the stone door rumbled shut. Not a single word of this is to be spread, he commanded. Ling Yuling bit her delicate, rosy lips and slowly removed her belt and robe. Turning her back to Han Qing, she revealed a flawless, pure white silhouette. Rest assured, senior sister, only heaven and earth will know. Han Qing waved his hand once more, and a mist swiftly enveloped the entire chamber. In mere moments, 2 figures became entangled within the haze. A clamorous tumult of sounds rose and fell in succession. Chapter 84. A Successful Foundation. Shi Xiang Han. I shall take my leave now, Ling Yuling declared at the cave residence of Zizhu Peak. Han Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Moments ago, he and Ling Yuling had been entangled in a secluded chamber for the duration of an incense stick burn. It must be said, the senior sister of Yihuan sect is truly enchanting. The secret arts they cultivate are unparalleled by ordinary women. Ling Yuling bit her delicate red lips, feeling a twinge of grievance, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. She found herself walking with a certain bashfulness, a result of her junior brother's apparent disregard for her delicate nature. Fortunately, he had not taken her innate primal aim for cultivation, merely engaging in the customary exchanges of intimacy. But why? She pondered. Would he not seize the opportunity to enhance his cultivation speed? It seemed that her junior brother was simply enamored with the act itself. Senior sister, this is a cultivation resource I bestow upon you. Han Qing waved his hand, sending another vial of superior soul-nourishing pills toward Ling Yuling Shixiang. You? Such precious elixirs, you would give me more? She exclaimed, astonished. Han Qing smiled. Senior sister, I hold great admiration and affection for you. I wish to see you successfully embark on the path to immortality and ascend together. If you are willing, please come to discuss cultivation with me daily. Of course, mere cultivation is also acceptable. Ling Yuling felt a surge of emotions. The implication of dual cultivation. Han Qing seemed to regard her as a dual cultivation partner. But she, too, had her own partner in this regard. This matter must remain hidden from Shixiang Song. Holding the vial of pills, a subtle smile graced her lips. Ding! Ling Yuling's emotional value increased by 20. With that, she soared into the sky on her sword, vanishing into the horizon. Han Qing gazed at her graceful figure until it disappeared from view, then turned his focus back to his foundation building. Returning to the secluded chamber, the stone door rumbled shut behind him. He produced a foundation pill and swallowed it without hesitation, activating his cultivation method to absorb and break through to the next stage. A faint azure glow enveloped him, signifying his endeavor. The process of foundation building is not as simple as consuming a pill. Depending on the practitioner's innate talent, it might require 2 or 3 pills, or even 7 or 8. Some may spend their entire lives without achieving success. Thus, foundation building represents a significant threshold. He Huan's sect boasts over 30,000 outer disciples in the Qi refinement stage, yet the inner disciples who have built their foundations number fewer than 300. Those in the golden core stage are even less, with fewer than 20, and only 3 have reached the nascent soul stage. In the desolate region of the Shaoling realm, there are no cultivators at the transformation stage. At the Hehuan sect's mountain gate, in the cave residence of Wang Ning, named Shuiwe Peak, a waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way from the mountaintop. In the vast square beneath the waterfall, 2 figures sat in the void, engaged in a game of chess. One figure was Wang Ning, adorned in purple robes, graceful and alluring. The other, even more stunning, with a long jade neck and rosy lips, resembled a regal beauty, was Shun Qingli, one of the 3 most beautiful women of Hehuan's sect and its leader. Shun Qingli sat serenely in the void, clad in white, her attire as pristine as snow. Her robes billowed without wind, emanating an aura of cold elegance. She practiced the path of detachment, remaining indifferent towards all, regardless of gender. As a nascent soul cultivator, her skin was as smooth as white jade, and the higher her cultivation, the more captivating her presence became. Indeed, she was the most beautiful in Hehuan's sect, with Ziling in second place and Wang Ning in third. You mean to say that the disciple you brought back can casually refine immortal-grade pills? Shun Qingli's voice resonated coldly. Yes, master. The disciple has personally witnessed him refining numerous batches of pills, all of commendable quality, Wang Ning replied. Shun Qingli's expression shifted slightly. A pill master capable of crafting immortal-grade pills is indeed intriguing. If he were to continually produce high-quality foundation pills, our sect's strength would undoubtedly surge. Such a prodigy in alchemy, Wang Ning, you must protect him well. Yes, master. The 2 women's gazes converged almost simultaneously upon a distant location, Zizhu Peak. He is attempting to build his foundation, Shun Qingli stated calmly. Wang Ning's expression changed. Master, he possesses a pseudo-spirit root. Historical records indicate that only a handful of individuals with such roots have succeeded in foundation building. Can he truly achieve it? Shun Qingli remained unfazed, returning her attention to the chessboard. Though challenging, do not forget that every cultivator who breaks through adversity in foundation building possesses a strength of essence greater than their peers. Success or failure rests with fate. Wang Ning felt a pang of concern. Han Qing, do not falter at this crucial juncture. She awaited Han Qing's growth of the Wutong tree. A promise they had made. Should he cultivate the tree, she would accompany him in dual cultivation. Cough, cough. Wang Ning, your mind is wandering. At Zizhu Peak, within Han Qing's cave residence, time flew by swiftly. He remained seated in the chamber, consuming foundation pills to facilitate his breakthrough. Should the pills run out, he would simply refine another batch. 3 months slipped by unnoticed, a mere blink in the life of a cultivator. During this time, Ling Yuling visited several times, engaging in profound discussions with Han Qing until late into the night. The exchange was nothing short of extraordinary. Under the dual cultivation techniques of Huan's sect, Han Qing's insights soared to new heights. At this moment, the blue glow surrounding him intensified. Suddenly, waves of spiritual energy erupted from him, relentlessly bombarding the walls of the chamber. The released energy rapidly coalesced into a towering blue pillar, shooting skyward. Outside Zizhu Peak, an awe-inspiring light beam shot into the heavens, accompanied by a torrent of spiritual energy that spread outward. Numerous outer disciples paused in wonder to witness this astounding phenomenon. What is this? Has an outer disciple succeeded in foundation building? Congratulations to the outer sect senior brother for his promotion to inner sect uncle. Congratulations, uncle. One by one, the outer sect disciples bowed respectfully towards the radiant blue column of light. In the Huan sect's Xiling cave mansion, Xiling stood atop the pavilion, quietly observing the luminous spectacle from the outer sect. Her expression shifted subtly. Han Qing, with a false spiritual root, was believed by all to be incapable of establishing a foundation. Yet he has succeeded. How wonderful. Xiling bit her delicate red lips. She had made a promise with Han Qing. As long as he successfully established his foundation, she would willingly become his dual cultivation partner. Is this truly happening? I never imagined he could really establish a foundation. The establishment of a foundation with a false spiritual root is exceedingly rare. In the Shuijua Peak's Wang Ning cave mansion, Wang Ning looked up at the outer sect, her expression changing dramatically. For the past 3 months, she had been playing chess with the sect leader, Shun Qingli. Chess was also a process of enlightenment. Shun Qingli maintained her calm demeanor. A false spiritual root establishing a foundation is indeed a talent. The Huan sect must find a way to retain this young individual. In the Zhuzhu Peak cave mansion, a powerful aura surged forth. Nangong Shui and Chun Xiling rushed out of the hall, their faces filled with astonishment as they beheld the scene. Establishing a foundation. The aura of a foundational expert. Junior brother, he has succeeded in establishing his foundation. He has embarked on the path of eternal life. In the secret chamber, Han Qing's spiritual energy radiated outward, and the blue column of light vanished. Foundation established. It is done. Chapter 85, Dharma Form, Golden Body. Han Qing's heart swelled with immense joy and excitement. Success, at last, success. He exhaled a long, deep breath. After all this time, it was finally achieved. This seclusion had lasted a full 3 months, consuming 12 immortal-grade foundation establishment pills before he successfully established his foundation. The aptitude of a pseudo-spiritual root truly presented great difficulties in cultivation. Fortunately, he had still managed to smoothly step into the early foundation establishment stage. Han Qing settled his mind. After establishing his foundation, the changes in him were significant. His appearance had become fairer and cleaner, and he seemed much younger as well. Of course, the most notable change was the transformation of the profound energy in his dantian into magical power, with abundant mana circulating throughout his body. Han Qing reached out and grasped the air, and before him, a burst of cyan light exploded as a massive cyan palm imprint materialized. Countless spiritual energies rapidly converged, magical power externalized as spiritual energy. He could now wield such arts. In the past, during his qi refining stage, he had often seen foundation establishment cultivators conjure enormous palms formed from condensed spiritual energy. It was truly remarkable. Next, he could finally cultivate the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong. The accumulated faith power he had stored away would finally be put to use. Han Qing immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating the Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong. Ding. Consumption of 5,000 faith power. Golden Body Dharma Form, minor achievement. Ding. Consumption of 15,000 faith power. Han Qing's entire body was suddenly enveloped in a golden light. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. With the accumulated faith power, the first layer of Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong, Golden Body Dharma Form, instantly reached minor achievement. To achieve major completion required 100,000 faith power. Currently, he still lacked 85,000 faith power. Each month, he could gather approximately 1,000 points of faith power. It seemed he needed more full-value Dao companions. He needed full-value Dao companions to provide more faith power. He had to strive harder. Han Qing rose to his feet in one step. With a wave of his hand, the stone door rumbled open. He transformed into a phantom shadow and flew out, hovering in midair. After establishing his foundation, he could now briefly fly through the air. Of course, this consumed magical power. It was better to rely on a flying sword or spiritual treasure for flight. Junior brother of Foundation Establishment. Wayward disciple. Two figures also emerged, standing at the entrance of the cave dwelling, gazing at Han Qing's figure with envy in their eyes. Chen Zining had also entered seclusion to attempt Foundation Establishment, but even after consuming an immortal-grade Foundation Establishment pill, she had failed. Without a doubt, Nen Gongxue had failed as well. At this moment, both women looked utterly astonished. Junior brother's cultivation was lower than ours, and his aptitude was worse than ours, yet he managed to establish his foundation before us. This cultivation speed is truly monstrous, Chen Zining exclaimed in surprise. Nan Gongshue's expression also changed dramatically. Back when Han Qing was at Qi refining 3rd layer, she was at Qi refining 9th layer. Now, Han Qing had already established his foundation, while she had yet to succeed. This was simply unbelievable. However, Han Qing could refine pills himself. He must have concocted a large number of precious pills to consume, forcefully elevating his cultivation through sheer pill consumption. Ordinary rogue cultivators lack the resources to consume pills like Han Qing did. At this moment, Han Qing hovered in midair, forming hand seals with his hands while murmuring incantations. Immediately after, a fierce golden light erupted from his entire body. Majestic magical power surged forth, transforming into countless spiritual energies that rapidly converged behind him, condensing into a golden body 10 zhang tall, a Dharma form. This enormous Dharma form radiated dazzling golden light from head to toe. With its hands placed before its chest forming seals, it sat cross-legged in the void. The head on its shoulders bore some resemblance to Han Qing. Waves of terrifying might spread out, pressing down with overwhelming force. Nan Gongxue and the other were instantly struck with shock and awe. What kind of technique is this? Han Qing actually condensed such a terrifying Dharma form. The heavenly might of the Dharma form was awe-inspiring. As if with a single move it could crush them to death, like ants underfoot. Han Qing's heart stirred. The minor achievement of the golden body Dharma form possessed a power that even he found somewhat frightening. This golden body had at least the terrifying strength of mid-foundation establishment stage. Hiss! The Fan Sheng Shun Mo Gong was truly overwhelmingly domineering. Han Qing waved his hand, and the Dharma form behind him swiftly dissipated. Then, he transformed into a figure in cyan robes and landed before the two women. Shenyang, senior sister Chun, you haven't established your foundation yet? Nen Gongxue smiled bitterly. Establishing a foundation is not so easy. Disciple, congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation. Junior brother, congratulations. From now on, we'll have to address you as Uncle Master of Foundation Establishment. Chen Zining said with a laugh. Senior sister, you will always be my senior sister. Let us keep our previous forms of address. He looked at Chen Zining and transmitted his voice. Senior sister, I will refine a batch of Foundation Establishment pills. Please come to my room tonight to retrieve them. Chen Zining was taken aback, then her face flushed red. Han Qing then transmitted his voice to Nan Gongxue. Shenyang, I will refine a batch of Foundation Establishment pills. Please come to my room tomorrow night to retrieve them. Nan Gongxue. Both women's lips curved upward, their expressions shifting subtly. Han Qing cupped his hands in salute. Senior sister, Shenyang, I will first go consolidate my cultivation. With a flash, he entered the cave dwelling. Deep within the cave, in the spiritual plant garden, he inspected the batch of spiritual plants. Many of them were used in refining Foundation Establishment pills. Rainfall technique. Han Qing mixed a drop of Xian Yu Ling Yi into the rainwater. He approached the heavenly thunder bamboo and the parasol tree. Among them, the 5-curved spirit ginseng had already sprouted, resembling a red radish. The age of the 5-curved spirit ginseng was rapidly increasing and had now reached 5 years. The parasol tree had sprouted tender buds, and the heavenly thunder bamboo had produced a bamboo shoot about a foot long. Han Qing immediately took out the Xian Yu Ling Yi and administered a drop to each of these 3 precious spiritual plants. Then, he retrieved the nurturing sword gourd. The Xian Tian fruit inside the nurturing sword gourd still showed no reaction. As usual, he dripped a drop of Xian Yu Ling Yi onto the Xian Tian fruit. Afterward, he harvested a batch of spiritual plants to feed the snow jade frost centipede and the black armored insect queen. It was worth mentioning that the snow jade frost centipede, no longer lacking spiritual medicines, was steadily rising in aura, becoming much stronger than when he first encountered it. Perhaps, in the near future, the snow jade frost centipede would break through to late foundation establishment stage. The black-armored insect queen had also produced many insect swarms. Numerous black beetles have emerged from their shells. Within the white jade gourd, hundreds of diminutive black beetles are presently nurtured. This batch of insects voraciously consumes the spiritual plants. Fortunately, he has cultivated a substantial amount of spiritual flora. Otherwise, sustaining this legion of insects would truly be beyond his means. Ding. Cultivation experience, 4,320. A slight smile graced Han Qing's lips. It appears that he must pay more attention to these spiritual plants in the days to come. Achieving third-level cultivation experience will grant him access to third-level Xian Yu spiritual liquid. At that time, the speed at which he can hasten the growth of the spiritual plants will be greatly enhanced. With this thought in mind, Han Qing returned to his secluded chamber. Now, he could devote himself earnestly to the practice of his martial arts. The Fanxing Shun Mo Gong requires a substantial amount of belief power. Eventually, he can construct altars to harness the belief power of humankind. The Daiyin Zhu is also in the midst of cultivation, and the growth of his divine soul is progressing swiftly. Only the law body remains. It is time to cultivate the Bai Mai Lian Ti Ju. However, it is best to practice the Bai Mai Lian Ti Ju in the Shi Sui Qi of the Hehuan sect. Unlike others, the Shi Sui Qi requires one to conquer the Xian Tower to gain entry. After a couple of days, he shall venture into the Xian Tower. Han Qing immediately activated his martial arts, practicing the Bai Mai Lian Ti Ju. As night fell, a graceful and enchanting figure arrived outside the door of the chamber. She bit her delicate red lips, her cheeks flushed. It was none other than his senior sister, Chun Zining. Junior brother, I have come. Chapter 86. What a wonderful junior brother. The stone gate rumbled open, and Chun Zining stepped inside without hesitation. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous, swaying gently with each step. With a wave of her hand, the stone gate closed once more with a deep rumble. Han Qing, dressed in a blue robe, sat cross-legged on the floor. Seeing Chun Zining, the corners of his lips curled upward, and a secret delight stirred in his heart. Hee, senior sister. Of course, Han Qing adored his senior sister. She was his first full-value Dao companion. When it came to a full-value Dao companion, Han Qing was never stingy. He was willing to offer her any cultivation resources he had. Ding. A full-value Dao companion at the Qi refinement stage provides 10 points of faith power daily. A full-value Dao companion at the foundation establishment stage provides 100 points of faith power daily. A full-value Dao companion at the golden core stage provides 500 points of faith power daily. Ding. Foundation establishment cultivators can utilize faith power to enhance their cultivation. There is such a benefit? Han Qing was instantly overjoyed. It seemed he needed to work harder to refine more resources and hand them over to his senior sister for her cultivation. The sooner she broke through to foundation establishment, the sooner he could obtain higher faith power for his own cultivation. Moreover, foundation establishment cultivators could even consume faith power to boost their cultivation. Hiss. Han Qing was inwardly astonished. This faith power truly held immense advantages. It reminded him of a unique cultivation technique, an ancient divine cultivation method passed down through the ages. The ancient deities of the Dao ancestral court all cultivated by absorbing faith power. This was why the ancient deities were once extraordinarily powerful. Cultivating with faith power meant that after foundation establishment, there were almost no bottlenecks in cultivation. One could continuously break through to higher realms. However, the higher the cultivation level, the more faith power was required for breakthroughs. Where did faith power come from? Naturally, from humans, or more precisely, from the spirit race. In the past, the Dao ancestral court had altars spread throughout the minor spirit realm. Behind each altar stood an ancient deity. Humans would worship and make offerings to these deities, who in turn would receive faith power. This was quite similar to mortal guardian deities, city gods, or even ghost immortals with altars, all of them cultivated by absorbing faith power. It was like how some mortals would worship ancient trees. If an ancient tree developed spiritual awareness, it could absorb spiritual energy to cultivate and even utilize human faith for cultivation. Theoretically, as long as humans continued to worship it, the ancient tree could cultivate endlessly and achieve immortality. However, spirits that cultivated to a certain level were often destroyed by the heavenly Dao. For example, When a human nascent soul cultivator attempted to break through to the divine transformation stage, they had to face heavenly tribulation. Divine transformation cultivators faced 3 great heavenly tribulations, each more formidable than the last. Countless cultivators had perished under these tribulations. Cultivators, in their pursuit of the Tao, seized the creations of heaven and earth, which was intolerable to the heavenly Tao. Now, being able to cultivate using faith power would be of tremendous benefit to his path of immortality. Han Qing smiled, wrapping an arm around his senior sister's slender waist and pulling her onto his lap. Chen Zining went completely limp, allowing Han Qing to hold and tease her as he pleased. Junior brother, after reaching foundation establishment, you seem even more handsome than before. Is that so? Does senior sister like it? Of course I do. You are my most beloved junior brother. Chen Zining leaned in, pressing her soft, rosy lips to Han Qing's for a kiss. Just as Han Qing was about to pursue her further, Chen Zining suddenly placed a finger on his lips. Although junior brother has reached foundation establishment and stepped onto the path of immortality, you should cherish your time even more and cultivate diligently to prepare for forming your golden core in the future. Recently, I heard that the Joyous Union sect is planning to head to the Heavenly Void Hall. The Heavenly Void Hall is located in the Boundary Sea, a place very close to the demon realm. However, they say the Heavenly Void Hall is a treasure trove of spiritual plants for foundation establishment cultivators. Many second-tier elixirs required for foundation establishment can be found there. Most importantly, the Heavenly Void Hall contains the main spiritual plants needed to refine the Spirit Condensation Pill. The Spirit Condensation Pill is essential for cultivators forming their golden core, greatly increasing the chances of success. Junior brother must start preparing for golden core formation. Although Chen Zining had not yet reached foundation establishment, she hoped Han Qing would advance further on the path of immortality. Thus, she naturally reminded him of everything and cared deeply about his cultivation. Of course, she would not neglect her own cultivation either. She had always been diligent and hardworking. However, the spots to enter the Heavenly Void Hall are limited, only 10 places. To select these 10 individuals, the Joyous Union sect will post missions in the mission hall. Completing missions earns points, and only the top 10 in points will qualify to go to the Heavenly Void Hall. I've already checked. The missions involve eliminating monsters that have appeared in various parts of Sioux country or eradicating demonic cultivators within the territory. The difficulty of the missions varies, and so do the points awarded. Han Qing nodded. He understood his senior sister's meaning. Moreover, he also needed the elixirs for golden core formation. It seemed he had to make a trip to the Heavenly Void Hall. However, before that, he needed to quickly improve his strength and head to the mission hall to take on missions and accumulate points. He didn't need to be first in points. Just making it into the top 10 would suffice. Senior sister, don't worry. I know what to do. But cultivation can be tiring, and one needs to relax occasionally. Senior sister, shall we discuss this in detail on the bed? Han Qing said with a smile. Chen Zining. All right. She bit her tender, rosy lips, her face flushing a deep shade of red. Han Qing picked Chen Zining up in his arms and laid her on the soft bed. With a wave of his hand, a mist enveloped the chamber, concealing their figures. Moments later, faint murmurs emerged from within the mist. One piece of clothing after another was casually tossed onto the floor. The murmurs lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. After that, Han Qing sat cross-legged on the floor, with Chen Zining seated opposite him. However, Chen Zining's face was radiant and flushed, as if dripping with dew. Actually, sometimes what junior brother says is right. For junior brother, this really isn't a waste of time. But, junior brother, why do you enjoy doing this so much? Chen Zining covered her mouth and giggled. Han Qing, ahem. Senior sister, I wasn't in top form today. Han Qing was actually thinking that it was time to collect some dragon essence sacks. They would come in handy at critical moments. At this moment, the elder sister before him was draped in a delicate layer of pink gossamer, while he wore but little. Elder sister, do not speak further. I shall assist you in refining the Zhuji Dan and striving for foundation establishment. Han Qing declared, presenting a celestial-grade Zhuji Dan to Chen Zining. Her expression shifted subtly, revealing profound emotion. The Zhuji Dan, along with all her cultivation elixirs, had been provided by her junior brother. Junior brother, you are truly kind to me. After I establish my foundation, let us engage in profound discussions together. Chen Zining replied with a smile. Excellent. Han Qing immediately began to utilize the dual cultivation technique of the Hahuan sect. He no longer required the Zhuji Dan. However, Their dual cultivation would expedite Chen Xining's refinement of the Zhuji Dan, thereby facilitating her attempt to reach foundation establishment. Chen Xining closed her beautiful eyes tightly. Han Qing cast a discreet glance, marveling at how her skin was as smooth as jade, her beauty unparalleled. On the following morning, clad in a blue shirt, Han Qing emerged from the cave dwelling. Chen Xining had already refined a Zhuji Dan and was now striving for foundation establishment. After he departed, she quietly opened her eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Junior brother, you are wonderful." She gently caressed her abdomen. "He probably remains unaware, and I wonder if he prefers a boy or a girl. Perhaps a girl would be lovely, hee. It was only recently that Chen Xining had discovered her pregnancy. Chapter 87, Pregnancy. Chen Xining never anticipated that she would find herself with child. However, this may not be an unfavorable circumstance. She gently caressed her abdomen, recognizing this as the bond between her and her junior disciple. With this child, would she need to worry about her junior disciple not staying by her side? Nevertheless, Chen Xining had no intention of giving birth at this moment. Thus, like Nangong Shui, she chose to seal the child within. She felt her cultivation was still too weak, at least needing to reach the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. Only when the prospect of advancing in her cultivation seemed bleak would she consider bearing offspring. Many female cultivators shared this mindset. When the path to longevity is attainable, one should prioritize that above all. It is only when the hope of breaking through is lost that one would think of having descendants. That rascal, her junior disciple, was truly mischievous. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xining entered a meditative state to cultivate. Han Qing suddenly appeared in the hall. Indeed, the dual cultivation technique of the Hehuan sect was exceptionally powerful. If Chen Xining were to refine a foundation establishment pill alone, it would take her several days, if not longer. However, in a state of dual cultivation, their speed was remarkably swift. It was time to pay a visit to the master. Han Qing swiftly arrived at a stone door leading to a secret chamber. Just as he was about to speak, the stone door creaked open. With a smile, Han Qing stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind him. Inside the chamber was a grand bed draped with purple curtains. Behind the curtains sat a woman clad in purple robes. Her figure was voluptuous, and her long hair cascaded down, exuding an enchanting beauty. It was his master, Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui's expression was somewhat irked. "You rebellious disciple, do you even remember your master?" Han Qing chuckled. "Master, of course, I remember you. Everything I do is to protect you. All the resources I possess for cultivation will be prioritized for you." Nangong Shui's lips curved into a sweet smile. "You are quite the smooth talker. Come here." She opened her arms, biting her red lip. This rebellious disciple had a penchant for such things. Although she believed that cultivators engaging in such activities was a sheer waste of time, for her disciple's sake, she didn't mind indulging for a while. Han Qing's excitement was palpable as he climbed onto the bed, expertly enveloping them in a misty aura. He embraced Nangong Shui from behind, burying his head in her hair, greedily inhaling her captivating scent. Just as he was about to take further action, Nangong Shui seized his hand, placing it on her lower abdomen. "Can you feel it? Once I reach the golden core stage, or in the future, I will give birth to him," she spoke softly. Han Qing's heart stirred. His master was nurturing their child. "Master, may I kiss you?" Nangong Shui. "Rest assured, I promise not to do anything else." With that, he pressed his lips against her luscious red ones. Nangong Shui's face flushed instantly, and her breathing quickened. In mere moments, the mist enveloped their figures entirely, accompanied by a cacophony that persisted for the duration of a fragrant incense stick. After a while, the mist gradually dispersed. Han Qing held Nangong Shui's voluptuous figure, resting his head against her chest. Nangong Shui wore a faint smile, tenderly embracing Han Qing. Clearly, her perception of this beloved disciple had undergone a complete transformation. He treated her exceptionally well and had successfully embarked on the path to longevity. "Disciple, when I ascend to the path of longevity, would you be willing to become my dual cultivation partner?" Nangong Shui gently inquired. "Dual cultivation partner." Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. "Master, I would naturally be willing. You must also strive to cultivate." Nangong Shui chuckled softly, caressing his face tenderly. "Then I shall enter seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. When I will emerge is still uncertain. Disciple, I will certainly surpass you in cultivation in the future." Nangong Shui lowered her head slightly and kissed Han Qing. He nodded, rising to dress and bowing respectfully. "Master, I take my leave." If you require more foundation establishment pills, I shall refine more for you. Han Qing departed promptly. Nangong Shui watched his retreating figure, biting her red lip, her expression sweet. This disciple was truly remarkable. At Zizhu Peak, Han Qing stepped outside. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword emerged from his storage pouch. He immediately soared into the air, riding the sword towards the heavens. The Hehuan sect possessed a marrow-cleansing pool, essential for cultivating the 100 Meridians body refinement technique. Prior to reaching the cleansing pool, Han Qing directed his sword light towards a mountain cave. Qinyan Cave was situated near a lakeside. Outside the cave stood a magnificent pavilion and plaza. At that moment, in the grand hall, sat a fairy clad in blue robes. The blue-robed fairy, with red lips and white teeth, bore an icy expression, exuding an air of nobility. She was the princess of the Su kingdom, Luo Qianshui. After joining the Hehuan sect, Luo Qianshui chose not to reside in the same cave as Han Qing, a decision he respected. Since returning to the Hehuan sect, Luo Qianshui had been consolidating her cultivation in preparation for foundation establishment. Regrettably, she lacked foundation establishment pills. She wondered if her master had managed to refine any. Yet, it was clear that her master's physique required a substantial quantity of foundation establishment pills. If she were to ask him, would he provide them? Luo Qianshui bit her lush lips, her expression shifting suddenly as she rose and exited. In the plaza outside, 2 streaks of light descended. Upon seeing them, Luo Qianshui's expression darkened. One of them, clad in a brown robe, was a foundation establishment novice from the Qin clan, Qin Changshan. The other was a young man in white, bearing a sword on his back. He was Su Mufeng, the talented disciple of the Hehuan sect's Sword Mountain, and the senior brother of Su Qing. Now, he had reached mid-foundation establishment. Su Mufeng gazed at Luo Qianshui's captivating beauty, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yuan Ling Ti, a unique constitution, and the princess of Su Gua. Indeed, this is remarkably splendid. Su Mufeng chuckled coldly within, for he was in dire need of a dual cultivation furnace. Luo Qianshui, endowed with a unique physique, was precisely the ideal furnace for him. With her assistance, his prowess in the sword path would surely soar to new heights. This was his 3rd visit here today, all in pursuit of Luo Qianshui. Master niece, have you given it further thought? Su Mufeng inquired with a faint smile. Luo Qianshui felt a heavy gloom settle within her, simmering with anger. Su Mufeng had previously visited, granting her 3 days to deliberate. Yet she had firmly rejected him. She was already the sword attendant of Han Qing. How could she possibly entertain the notion of becoming another's Dao partner? Moreover, she harbored no affection for Su Mufeng, nor for the sword cultivators of Shun, Jinshan Feng. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianshui clasped her hands in a respectful gesture. Master Uncle, I have no intention of forming a Dao partnership with anyone. I kindly request you to seek another. What? Su Mufeng's countenance darkened. Another rejection? By what right did she refuse him? He was a direct disciple of the inner sect of Shun Jinshan Feng. In an instant, he appeared before Luo Qianshui, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Do not be hasty in your rejection, master niece. Should you wish to become my Dao partner, I am willing to grant you anything you desire. Release me. Luo Qianshui exclaimed in shock and dismay, struggling fiercely. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Let her go? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Chapter 88. Who is the master? Luo Qianshui is the perfect partner chosen by Su Mufeng. She possesses unparalleled beauty and is the princess of the Su kingdom, along with a remarkably swift cultivation speed as a Yuanling body. He has various methods to make Luo Qianshui, a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator, submit to him. After all, he is at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while she is only at the early stage. He could easily render her incapable of resistance. The Hehuan sect is relatively open regarding matters between men and women. It is quite normal for male cultivators to pursue female cultivators, and vice versa. Naturally, it is also possible for a low-level cultivator to be dominated by one of higher cultivation. Su Mufeng was exceedingly excited, already envisioning a delightful night with the beauty. However, a flash of sword light descended, and a figure clad in green robes angrily shouted. In an instant, the figure appeared beside Luo Qianshui. Since you have already stated your intentions, fellow cultivator, please remove your hand. Han Qing commanded, raising a talisman that was aimed at Su Mufeng's arm. Su Mufeng's expression changed drastically. Who is this madman? This is a second-tier immortal-grade explosive talisman. Does he intend to kill all three of us? Even if we survive, it is still a threat. Su Mufeng immediately retreated 10 zhang, his expression darkening. Han Qing, taking advantage of the moment, embraced Luo Qianshui and quietly observed the two sword cultivators. It's you, Li Feiyu from Fusang City, Chen Changshan said coldly. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Chen Changshan is a foundation establishment cultivator from the Qin family. He had been unable to find Han Qing last time at the Falling God Land, but his brother, Chen Changfeng, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Hahuan sect's Divine Sword Peak, was killed by Han Qing. This naturally infuriated him. However, Chen Changshan was also extremely vigilant. Han Qing, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, could slay foundation establishment cultivators across stages. Could this be a simple cultivator? Thus, Chen Changshan did not foolishly attack at this moment. He would at least prepare thoroughly. Wait, you have reached foundation establishment? You, a pseudo-spiritual root, have actually established your foundation. Chen Changshan was even more astonished. Growing increasingly wary of Han Qing, one must use their intellect. Those who lack it have long perished. Li Feiyu. Su Mufeng's expression darkened as he coldly stared at Han Qing. Early foundation establishment, you have quite the audacity. Han Qing remained calm. He did not wish to stir trouble, yet circumstances left him no choice but to defend himself. Fellow cultivator, it is improper to usurp another's partner, Han Qing stated with a deep voice. Partner? Luo Qianshui's expression shifted, her fondness for Han Qing increasing significantly. Han Qing had not referred to her as a sword servant in front of others. Instead, he had granted her a title, elevating her to the status of a partner. It is known that a sword servant and a slave are nearly indistinguishable. They are merely the master's subordinates. Such a lowly status is exceedingly degrading. At least the master has preserved her dignity. Ding. Luo Qianshui's emotional value 10. Su Mufeng's expression darkened further. Your actions are indeed swift, but I wonder if you can keep her. Why not let her go? Name your price. I will agree to any condition, he offered. Name your price. Han Qing shook his head. My partner does not have a habit of being exchanged. Su Mufeng's expression darkened. Very well. Let us see how long you can protect her. Su Mufeng soared into the sky, vanishing like a streak of light. Chen Changshan promptly followed in Su Mufeng's wake, leaving immediately. Fighting is not permitted within the Hahuan sect, nor can one disrupt the longevity path of fellow sect members. The entire Hahuan sect is under the surveillance of the nascent soul experts. Thus, Su Mufeng did not instigate conflict here. If one wishes to kill within the Hahuan sect, they must do so on the life and death platform. However, outside the Hahuan sect, Su Mufeng did not consider Han Qing a worthy opponent. His sword could easily slay an early foundation establishment cultivator. Master, Luo Qianshui gazed at Han Qing, feeling touched. Today, Han Qing had offended a mid-foundation establishment cultivator for her sake, one who was also a formidable sword cultivator. Luo Qianshui was undoubtedly moved. Master, please sit. Luo Qianshui poured 2 cups of spiritual tea. That Su Mufeng is a mid-foundation establishment sword cultivator. This is all my fault. I have refused him several times, but my cultivation is too low to deter him. Fortunately, you are here, Master. Han Qing silently sipped his tea and with a wave of his hand, sent a bottle of pills towards Luo Qianshui. Take this. Luo Qianshui glanced at it, and her face instantly paled. This is the immortal grade foundation establishment pill. Master, this is far too precious. Luo Qianshui exclaimed, rising to her feet in shock. The immortal grade foundation establishment pill. This was her first encounter with such a treasure. She recalled that Han Qing had once mentioned in the Falling God Land that he would refine the finest foundation establishment pills for her and the holy maiden of Kunwa Mountain, Mulinger. He truly fulfilled his promise. His prowess in alchemy is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps being with such a master is quite favorable. Moreover, Han Qing had never considered taking her innate Yuan Yin for cultivation. Being beside an alchemist with abundant pill resources offers her tremendous benefits. Perhaps this is her best destiny. If only she could truly become the master's partner. Ding. Luo Qianshui's emotional value 20. Emotional value is now full. Dual cultivation partner 1. Faith power 5,000. Daily faith power 10. It's full. Han Qing felt immense joy, having gained another full value partner. This is his 4th full value partner. Looking at Luo Qianshui, he found her increasingly appealing. Ding. Cultivation, early foundation establishment. Faith power, 5,320 100,000. Han Qing's expression shifted. Indeed, Utilizing faith power for cultivation eliminates the existence of bottlenecks. Accumulating 100,000 faith power would allow him to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Currently, he gains 40 points of faith power daily. Breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage would require several years. However, if he could accumulate more full-value partners, or perhaps construct his own altar for the human race to worship, the faith power would undoubtedly increase significantly. Luo Qianshui took a sip of spiritual tea and rose gracefully, placing her hands on her abdomen as she elegantly walked towards the grand hall. The voluptuous figure swayed gracefully as she walked. She stood at the entrance of the grand hall, turning her head to gaze at Han Qing. Her expression remained calm, even somewhat frigid. As the princess of the Su kingdom, she exuded an air of nobility. Moreover, being an exceptionally gifted cultivator with remarkable aptitude, she maintained a demeanor of detachment towards everyone, lacking warmth. Her coldness was distinct from that of Nangong Shui. While Nangong Shui's demeanor stemmed from her personality, Luo Qianshui looked down upon all others, except for Han Qing. "Master, please come in," Luo Qianshui said with an indifferent tone. Thus, even though Han Qing was her master, there were moments when her presence felt more commanding than his. Han Qing set down his teacup and, in a swift motion, appeared before Luo Qianshui, encircling her slender waist with his arm as they slowly entered the grand hall. The wooden doors creaked shut behind them, and soon thereafter, a cacophony of sounds emerged from within. "Who is the master? Tell me, who is truly your master? Do you heed your master's words? Are you not obedient?" Gradually, the sound of a woman's sobs echoed forth. Chapter 89 Su Xiao Xiao, Luo Qianshui Cave Abode. Han Qing lay upon the soft bed, enveloped in the fragrant essence of Luo Qianshui. In this moment, Luo Qianshui rose, her back turned towards Han Qing. The flawless silhouette before him stirred profound emotions within Han Qing. Such beauty, if left unappreciated, would indeed be a grave sin. Luo Qianshui possessed a figure that was undoubtedly the most harmonious he had ever encountered. In but a brief moment, with a mere flick of her wrist, the azure garment upon the floor soared into the air, gracefully draping over her form, concealing that breathtaking vista. Was the master preparing to journey to Tiansu-Dian? Although Tiansu-Dian was abundant with treasures, a veritable haven for foundational cultivators, it was located within the realm of the sea, historically attracting a multitude of demonic cultivators. Tiansu-Dian opens its gates once every century, rendering it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many cultivators. However, within Tiansu-Dian, those of the Yuan-Ing stage or lower were permitted entry. Thus, even Jiedan cultivators would venture there. Most concerning of all were the demonic cultivators. Luo Qianshui paused, contemplating. Master must expedite the enhancement of his cultivation. Do not squander precious time on frivolities. I refer to matters of intimacy between men and women. Luo Qianshui felt a blush creep across her cheeks. I have heard whispers of unrest stirring within the demonic realm across the sea. It is likely that Tian-Nen will soon face an incursion from the demon world, igniting a battle between realms. Our righteous cultivators are far outmatched by their demonic counterparts. Thus, we must seize this relatively tranquil period in Tian-Nen to diligently cultivate and swiftly advance our own powers. The mention of the demonic incursion darkened Han Qing's countenance. Rising to his feet, he donned his azure robe and embraced Luo Qianshui, who stood by the window. He rested his head upon her fragrant shoulder. Initially, my intention in joining He Huanzong was merely to seek a serene place for cultivation. Yet now, the entirety of Tian-Nen is in turmoil. It appears I am to be swept into the maelstrom once more. Han Qing inhaled deeply. What is the point of conflict? Is it not delightful to simply cultivate? With the Xian Yuling Yi, I possess an abundance of spiritual herbs. I can fervently concoct elixirs, and naturally, through consuming these potions and engaging in dual cultivation, I can swiftly elevate my prowess. Why must there be bloodshed? Yet this matter was beyond his control. Luo Qianshui's expression turned frigid as she turned to face Han Qing. Her warm, moist lips drew near, kissing him briefly before pulling away, her tone cool. Master, I must focus on my cultivation to break through to the foundational level. Upon my emergence, we shall engage in a profound discourse. Very well. Han Qing transformed into a streak of light, departing the cave abode. Foundational cultivators were now capable of flight, yet Han Qing often preferred the more economical method of sword flight. Luo Qianshui observed the departing light, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with envy. Truly, the master is a prodigious talent in cultivation. Even with a pseudo-spiritual root, he has embarked upon the path of immortality. I wonder how far he can traverse along this path. Perhaps aligning with him is a wise choice. With that thought, she withdrew her gaze and settled upon the ground, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards her. Amongst it, wisps of the essence of the Tao began to coalesce. Luo Qianshui, a Yuanling body, possessed an innate affinity for the Tao, making her a natural cultivator. However, throughout history, many geniuses have met untimely ends. Thus, even those with extraordinary constitutions must remain vigilant, exercising the same caution as Han Qing. Without hesitation, Luo Qianshui consumed a foundational elixir of immortal quality. A faint blue light erupted around her, her aura steadily ascending. He Huanzong, the Shisui Qi Square. Han Qing descended upon the square, where a colossal 7-story tower loomed before him. This was the Wu Ta. Behind the tower stood a magnificent peak, piercing the clouds, atop which lay a vast pool. This was the Shisui Qi, a sanctum for body cultivators, where training within the Shisui Qi could yield remarkable progress. However, to gain entry into the Shisui Qi, one must conquer the 4th level of the Wu Ta to qualify. The first level was guarded by Qi refining 9th-stage cultivators. The 2nd and 3rd levels were overseen by foundational early-stage cultivators, while the 4th was maintained by foundational mid-stage cultivators. The 5th level was under the watch of foundational late-stage cultivators. Overcoming the 5th level of the Wu Ta would confer corresponding rewards. Undoubtedly, those capable of guarding the Wu Ta were among the most elite cultivators of Huanzhong. As Han Qing touched down, he found a gathering of numerous cultivators assembled in the square. Shirshu, Shirshu. Several Qi refining disciples bowed respectfully to Han Qing. Who is this Shirshu? You are unaware? He is the newly appointed Shirshu, known for his kindness. It is said he is an alchemist, crafting elixirs of exceptional quality. Rumor has it that Shirshu Han possesses unique expertise in nurturing spiritual plants, capable of reviving even those on the brink of death. Is that so? Soon, a young couple approached. The male donned a white robe, exuding an air of refinement, while the female, with her rosy lips and pearly white teeth, possessed skin as fair as jade. Her figure was elegant and graceful, each step imbued with a delicate sway, and her features, though not conventionally beautiful, conveyed a sense of peace and prosperity, making her quite pleasing to the eye. Both were Qi refining 9th-stage cultivators. Su Xiaoxiao clasped her hands in greeting, smiling. Shirshu, I am Su Xiaoxiao, pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Li Mu. Han Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, my esteemed disciples. Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Shirshu, might I request your assistance? This spiritual plant is of utmost importance to me, and I wish to implore you to save it. With a wave of her hand, a wooden box soared towards Han Qing, revealing the root of a spiritual plant within. This is the Ying Lingua, utilized in elixir crafting, Li Mu added. We have attempted to cultivate it, but life force continues to wane. This item holds great significance for Xiaoxiao. Should you possess a method to assist, we are willing to offer a price. Han Qing turned to Su Xiaoxiao and nodded. I can revive this spiritual plant. Really? Su Xiaoxiao's expression lit with joy. That is wonderful. Thank you, Shirshu Han. She bowed again. What conditions do you require? Without any conditions, my dear disciples. I shall assist you in planting free of charge. What? Free? Su Xiaoxiao's expression transformed dramatically, followed closely by an overwhelming joy. Successfully cultivating this particular plant is no simple feat, as they have attempted numerous times. This plant is an essential spiritual herb for crafting the elixir that harmonizes with Su Xiaoxiao's cultivation method. Therefore, she must ensure its successful growth. She is well aware that this endeavor will require a significant investment of effort and is prepared for considerable sacrifice. Even if Han Qing demands a substantial sum of spirit stones, she is determined to find a way to provide them. However, today, Master Han has stated that there are no conditions and it will be done free of charge. Is this true? Master Han, you are truly a kind-hearted person, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement. Han Qing chuckled softly, saying, It is no trouble. Assisting my disciples in their cultivation is our duty. A flicker of warmth surged within Su Xiaoxiao. Master Han is truly wonderful. Subsequently, Han Qing turned to Su Xiaoxiao and conveyed through sound transmission. Are you preparing for foundation establishment, dear disciple? Do you possess foundation establishment pills? Huh. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, gazing at Han Qing as she replied through sound transmission. Yes, master. But for the moment, I lack sufficient spirit stones to purchase the foundation establishment pills. Come to my cave tonight. I shall concoct foundation establishment pills for you. What? Su Xiaoxiao's heart raced. What does master mean by this? As a disciple of He Huanzong, she fully comprehended the implications. Master, this? The elixir of the celestial grade foundation establishment. Chapter 90. Each seeking their own needs. Upon the revelation of the Xianpin Zhuji Dan by Han Qing, Su Xiaoxiao's complexion shifted dramatically. The Hehuan sect, and indeed all of Tiannan, had no existence of Xianpin Zhuji Dan. Most were of the Zhongpin variety, and even acquiring a Shangpin Zhuji Dan would incite fervor among other cultivators. The mere suggestion from Han Qing of offering her a Xianpin Zhuji Dan was astonishing. Han Qing departed immediately, heading towards the Wu Tower, leaving Su Xiaoxiao gazing at his retreating figure, her heart profoundly shaken. If she were to obtain a Xianpin Zhuji Dan, she would undoubtedly be able to swiftly establish her foundation and embark upon the path of eternal life. All cultivators strive for longevity, herself included. The opportunity for immortality lay before her, and she had no reason to forsake it. Yet, she was acutely aware of what her master-uncle desired in exchange, her innate yuan-yin cultivation. Only her innate yuan-yin could be bartered for a Zhuji Dan, and it was uncertain if it would suffice for a Xianpin Zhuji Dan. Su Xiaoxiao bit her delicate red lips. This Han Shixiao, whom she met for the first time, treated her exceptionally well, stirring something within her heart. What's wrong? Li Mu inquired. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's nothing, just that Han Shixiao is truly a good person. Li Shixiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Han Shixiao is a remarkable individual. Li Shixiao, let us also proceed to the Wu Tower. Ding. Su Xiaoxiao's emotional value increased by 20. A slight smile graced Han Qing's lips, maintaining his composure. Perfect. Another little junior sister had generated emotional value, implying that in the future, he could attain full value, providing him with the power of belief for his cultivation. This was undoubtedly splendid. Upon arriving at the base of the Wu Tower, Han Qing found a multitude of cultivators already gathered, including several sword cultivators. Have you heard? This is Han Qing, who has offended Shixiang Su Mufeng. How dare he venture into the Wu Tower? It's akin to courting death. The fourth floor of the Wu Tower is guarded by Shixiang Su Mufeng, and if he is slain, no one can blame anyone else. A figure clad in white, wielding a sword, stood before Han Qing. He was also a sword cultivator from the Xinjian mountain peak, and moreover, a junior brother of Su Mufeng. So it's you, who has offended our Xinjian mountain peak. A mere alchemist. When did alchemists gain the audacity to challenge the Wu Tower? Qingjing scoffed. Han Qing's expression shifted slightly. The cultivators from Xinjian mountain peak were indeed formidable. If you can challenge, why can't I? Han Qing retorted coldly. Qingjing, also at the initial stage of foundation establishment, sneered, rest assured, I shall ensure you do not even get the chance to ascend to the fourth floor. The third floor of the Wu Tower was indeed guarded by Qingjing. Each disciple attempting to traverse the Wu Tower need only endure for the duration of an incense stick on a floor to pass. If one were to defeat the guardian of a floor, that floor would then be under their watch. Thus, the guardians of the Wu Tower were not fixed and grew increasingly stronger, presenting greater challenges. There were rewards for guarding the Wu Tower. If one succeeded for a month, they would receive a vial of Shisui Lingya, a liquid that could enhance a cultivator's physique and meridians, allowing for faster absorption of spiritual energy. However, Han Qing was not drawn by the allure of Shisui Lingya. He was here for the Shisui pool. With a casual glance at Qingjing, he strode into the Wu Tower. Qingjing's expression remained mocking. An alchemist who lacks combat skills will likely not even pass the second floor. Such a wretch dares to offend Shixiang Su Mufeng? Utterly laughable. The crowd around them nodded in agreement. Han Qing entered the grand hall of the Wu Tower. Within the corridor lay a table, behind which sat an old man in a black robe, a cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment. Han Qing clasped his hands in respect. Disciple Han Qing, here to challenge the tower. The old man did not even lift his head, tapping the table. For those challenging the Wu Tower, each entry costs 100 spirit stones. We must also submit spirit stones. Without hesitation, Han Qing submitted 100 low-grade spirit stones, and then stepped into the first floor's grand hall. Underfoot was a magical array, which shimmered, and he soon found himself enveloped in a vast emptiness shrouded in a sea of white mist, significantly larger than the previous grand hall. The Wu Tower itself was a spatial treasure. and combat within would not affect the outside world. Han Qing's consciousness immediately locked onto a woman clad in red before him. The red-clad woman's robes billowed elegantly. Her tall figure and pristine, flawless feet seemed to float in the void. She resembled a majestic mountain, gracefully undulating. With a ponytail, her skin was as white as jade, and a fiery red rune marked her brow. Her enticing crimson lips appeared utterly irresistible. Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Shangguan Yinxiao spoke coolly, waving her hand, causing a blood-colored longsword to spiral around her. A terrifying sword intent surged forth. Han Qing's expression shifted. Such a captivating beauty was yet another sword cultivator from Shunjian Mountain Peak. He realized that not only within the Huan sect, but across all of Tiannan, the more powerful cultivators were predominantly sword cultivators. They were solely devoted to the sword, capable of breaking myriad laws. Thus, they often surpassed ordinary cultivators in strength. 6 out of the 7 floors of the Wu Tower were occupied by sword cultivators. Shangguan Yinxiao, standing before him, possessed the strength to defeat Foundation Establishment cultivators. Han Qing pondered briefly before stating, "There is no benefit for you to fight me. I am an alchemist, allow me to pass." The mention of being an alchemist caused Shangguan Yinxiao's expression to change subtly. Few cultivators were willing to offend alchemists, as many sought their services for alchemical concoctions. This implied that many owed favors to alchemists, and provoking one would equate to inviting a multitude of troubles. Seeing the shift, Han Qing waved his hand, releasing several streaks of golden light from his sleeves, which circled around him. These were formidable Xianpin talismans, all second tier. If you choose to fight me, the odds are heavily in my favor. Shangguan Yinxiao, her lips twitched in disbelief. Was he even human? What kind-hearted person carried so many talismans, particularly Xianpin talismans? After a moment of contemplation, she realized that engaging in battle with Han Qing, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, would offer her little chance of victory. She only needed to hold her ground on this floor for a month to earn the Shisui Lingya. After refining her body with the cleansing essence, she could prepare for Foundation Establishment. Why bother competing with this person? She immediately stepped aside. Han Qing chuckled and waved his hand, collecting all his belongings. Indeed, each party has their own needs. Sometimes, conflict is unnecessary. Does this disciple require Foundation Establishment pills? Shangguan Yunk was taken aback. Indeed, Han Qing is an alchemist. Perhaps he possesses superior quality Foundation Establishment pills. Shangguan Yunk clasped her hands in a salute. Master Uncle, this disciple indeed requires Foundation Establishment pills to prepare for Foundation Establishment. Han Qing smiled. I reside on Zizhu Peak. You may seek me there. He gazed at Shangguan Yunk, his eyes wandering restlessly. An unsettling feeling surged within her. Why did this master uncle's gaze seem so lascivious? She comprehended Han Qing's implication. A wave of fury surged through her mind. Master uncle, do you think I would resort to such actions for Foundation Establishment pills? I believe it would be better for us to engage in a contest. Han Qing shook his head. My Foundation Establishment pills are of celestial quality. Shangguan Yunk paused, contemplating. It seemed that negotiation was not entirely out of the question. Her complexion subtly flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 91. The Third Layer. A subtle smile graced Han Qing's lips. Why yet another Foundation Establishment pill? This particular elixir is of utmost necessity for disciples in the Qi refinement stage, especially for those at the 9th level of Qi refinement. They find it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of a high-quality Foundation Establishment pill. The Danfeng of the Huan sect predominantly produces medium and even low-grade Foundation Establishment pills. The elders of the Danfeng surely reserve the superior ones for themselves. At the moment when Shangguan Yunk desperately needed a Foundation Establishment pill to solidify her foundation, Han Qing presented such an enticing offer, akin to a refreshing rain for a person stranded in a desert. Han Qing's smile broadened. He uttered nothing further and prepared to transport himself to the second layer. Shangguan Yunk bit her delicate and vibrant red lips. Shu, I will seek you out at Zizhu Peak, she declared coldly. Excellent. I shall await your arrival, Shiji. Han Qing replied with a grin. Shangguan Yunk felt an inexplicable sense of being ensnared by Han Qing, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Han Qing's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared on the second layer. The space and scenery of the second layer mirrored that of the first, yet before him stood a female cultivator of the Foundation Establishment stage. Also a swordswoman, Lin Wanner, a nascent swordswoman from the Shunjian Peak. Clad in a flowing white robe, She possessed a tall and graceful figure, with her curves marvelously accentuated. Her visage was frigid, exuding an aura of menace. Ice Soul Sword. The moment Lin Wanner laid eyes on Han Qing, she made her move. With a flick of her wrist, a frosty long sword soared skyward, hovering above her head. The chilling blade emanated powerful waves of spiritual energy. Subsequently, it split into 2, then 4, manifesting into dozens, even hundreds of sword-light phantoms. A terrifying sword intent surged into the sky. Fairy, please wait. There is no need for us to engage in a life-or-death struggle, is there? I am well versed in alchemy, formations, talismans, and the cultivation of spiritual plants. Should you require assistance, I would be more than willing to lend my expertise, Han Qing proposed with a smile. Lin Wanner's expression shifted subtly. You came to the Martial Tower, not to compete. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Han Qing shook his head. My purpose here is not to defeat you, but rather to reach the Shisui pool for cultivation. Defeat me? You have quite the audacity, Lin Wanner retorted coldly. After a moment's contemplation, she crossed her arms. Very well, proceed to the 3rd layer. If you can successfully emerge from here, I will request your assistance with another matter. Han Qing regarded the graceful woman before him. Fairy, please speak. I am at your service. I require 2nd-tier elixirs for nourishing the soul, whatever quantity you can provide, Lin Wanner stated. Upon hearing this, Han Qing offered a respectful bow. I am indeed capable of crafting 2nd-tier elixirs. However, I shall take responsibility for the spiritual plants required. Agreed. Farewell, Fairy. By the way, what is your name? Lin Wanner, she replied, clutching her sword. Her interest piqued by Han Qing. This young man, though unremarkable in appearance, might indeed prove useful. Every cultivator has their own needs for resources, and those at the foundation establishment stage are no exception. Lin Wanner sought a copious amount of soul-nourishing elixirs, not for herself, but for her master, a nascent golden core cultivator. However, such elixirs are exceedingly rare and costly, making them difficult for even foundation establishment cultivators to obtain. Thus, she turned her attention to Han Qing, hoping he could assist her greatly. A flash of white light emanated from Han Qing's token, and he soon found himself on the 3rd layer of the Martial Tower. Xixiang, he has reached the 3rd layer of the Martial Tower. Outside the Martial Tower, Su Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the illumination of the 3rd layer. This indicated that Han Qing had successfully navigated the first 2 layers. Yet, Su Xiaoxiao could only conquer the 1st layer. She was no match for the foundation establishment cultivators of the 2nd layer. Xixiang, he truly is formidable. Around her, many disciples displayed varied expressions. The disciples of Shunjian Peak appeared particularly grim. Qin Zheng's countenance darkened. It was his duty to guard the 3rd layer. Han, what of it?